From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition. Already to a Hump Day.
Love when the Hump Day is the second day of the week.
4 days.
There's no humps.
4 days.
Yeah.
When will it come? Good morning, Metroplex. Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, DFW Sports Station. We got a lot of NFL news. The Cowboys are turning to former players to try to help them out and advance further in the postseason. We have a running back, a big-name running back, who is now available out there. And, of course, we have power rankings to get to. These may be the final power rankings of the year. Maybe.
Could be. Unless you decide to go through it before the playoff, the week before the postseason, or even through the playoffs. Yeah. You got a little scratchy?
Got something. There's nothing worse than having off like 11 days and then getting sick the day before you come back.
The airplane. Could be. Could be the game.
Could have been 20 degrees. I'm outside grilling. I took my son outside. He wanted to follow the smoke. My dad with the big green egg back in Maryland. I'm just running. I'm a big believer in just running in and out. In and out. I'm not going to put on a jacket. I'm not going to put on a coat.
Fine.
Sometimes I may run out there barefoot. I'm a big barefoot guy.
I love being barefoot.
Only time that I've had to have a hospital situation in my life was stepping on a nail for a tent being set up in my backyard. It was like a leftover piece.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I've never been in the hospital, knock on wood. But then you come back here, 60, 30, 60, 20. So could be the cold weather. I was outside. Oh, New Year's Eve, I was outside. You know, if you know anything about Hispanic parties, they have to take place in a tent. They just have to. You got to have the bench table.
People.
Got to have. I'm not gonna. Well,
was it crowded? Parties are parties.
Yeah, it was a lot of people, but it was outside. You know, it's set up under a tent. It's got to be a tent. Apparently, it does not matter what temperature, what degrees it is. You got to be outside. So that did not help. But I feel like I had exactly what I had a few weeks ago when my throat was on fire. The night before coming in here, I went to sleep and I was like, oh, my throat is on fire. Yesterday, knocked out with the Dayquil for the nap and decided not to take the NyQuil because I was scared of how I would feel this morning. Like yesterday, this was nothing but tea.
Ooh, good
instead
tea.
of the coffee.
You know, you should have Bobby get you a medicine ball on the way in. One of those off-menu Starbucks drinks. Why? It's good. It's great for when you got a sore throat.
Medicine ball?
It's called a medicine ball tea.
I feel like you're pranking me.
No. It's got a technical name to it. That's what they call it, though.
What's in it?
Lemon, hibiscus, all the things. Like it's an elixir. It is the greatest drink of all time.
Really?
Super lemony. Oh my God. I get sick. I order 2 of those.
Really?
Yeah, and I just put one in the microwave later. Oh, it's fantastic.
I don't know. Then probably not going to sponsor anytime soon, but I try to avoid Starbucks at all costs.
I get it. I get it. It's a frustrating ordering process.
It is.
I'm gonna try to figure out what's in this thing, but there's definitely honey, definitely lemon.
Yeah.
Probably a bone broth.
Yeah.
Thrown in there too.
Bone broth with honey.
It's got to be that seed or something. Because last week Bobby had the scratchy throat all week, and now and then if it continues the rest of the week, it's just something with that seed.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Water, lemonade, honey, jade, citrus,
lemonade,
honey, jade, citrus, mint green tea, and peach tranquility herbal tea.
I like a lot of those things.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
I do. So it'll get going. Knock off the rust throughout the show. The Dallas Stars were in action last night.
Were they?
And yeah, that's a good question.
They rank second in goals per game is bunting and across score. Birthday boy Cole Caulfield. He lights the lamp. It's 4-1 Montreal power play goal.
Montreal TV with the call.
Yeah,
Ugh.
that was the very tail end of what felt like an entire half period of power plays for Montreal. They wanted a double minor, and then they go on another penalty right after that, just maybe within a minute after that, and it was just too much. I mean, the Stars, you could tell they were just gassed. and they let open basically a wide open shot there for Caulfield there. And it was 4-1. And at that point,
ended up 4-3.
Yeah, but when it's 4-1, it's 10 minutes to go. It's like, okay, that's probably the game. You've been beaten down all day. You had a backup goalie, and it probably wasn't going to get any better than that. It didn't. I mean, they wind up, making it 4-3, but in the end, the Stars do lose to a decent Montreal team. Not great.
Pepe, what did you get into last night? You got some Stars action, and what else?
I did watch the Stars. Love of the Star podcast out this morning, so had to do that with Bobby and Brian. Got to head on the high-low. Going to be an interesting high-low tomorrow. But, watch the Stars for the most part. And, it seemed like the Stars were close. They had the puck right near the net, for most of the game and just couldn't put it in. Tough loss, but, they've been great at home all year. But, watch the Stars mainly last night.
What else for you?
Tennessee was on. Basketball. It's time. It's time.
Men's or women's?
Oh, men's. The start of year.
I saw Caitlin Clark.
Yeah?
Hit a bomb to go ahead and win it.
Yeah,
as people are thinking she could be the answer, finally, for the Detroit Pistons. Yeah. That's the comment going around.
Kate Cunningham and Caitlin Clark. You get those two out there. But no, I was in on the Tennessee game, and they're a good team this year. Number 5 right now.
What else can you tell us about college hoops?
Purdue's got Zach Edey, the absolute monster human being. Kansas is very good. Baylor opened up their new stadium last night, 7,000 seat, quaint little arena. They absolutely
7,000.
Yeah, so they kind of made it a little bit smaller, but everybody's like right on top of the floor. That's a fantastic venue. I got to go check that out. Arizona's really, really good. Florida Atlantic's team that could bite you again. And then I would fade Duke. I really would fade Duke. Absolutely. Did I mention Kansas? Kansas is a good team. There's about, I would say right now, I forgot about Houston. Houston's problem is that, to this point, their question's going to be, how do they handle Big 12 play this year, right? How do they handle the rigors of that schedule? But there's probably right now, I would say, a good 10 to 12 teams that can cut the nets down.
Has any regular season sport just fallen off as much as college basketball in terms of our interest? I don't even think it's close. And then we all try to act, at least I do, fake knowledgeable when the tournament comes around, because you got to fill out a bracket. And I cannot miss the opening days of the tournament. But college basketball, you talk about this on BetQL?
Yeah, every Thursday. Yeah, so we do a college football show during the fall, and then we'll do college basketball. We start college basketball now.
And do you get the feeling from the interaction or those that you speak with that it's kind of reduced or been watered down regular season?
From a BetQL standpoint, no, because it's about gambling, and people still bet on it. Like, it's still a heavily bet, because every night there's 30 games a night, so like it's still heavily bet. But yeah, from a day-to-day standpoint, we don't really focus on necessarily the players necessarily, because it's hard to really kind of get involved with the players. They're transferring, they're one and dones. You're looking at teams, you're looking at matchups. McNeese State, little BetQL insider here. McNeese State is the team to be betting on right now.
Inside the Star is coming up at 6 o'clock here on Sean and RJ. I go home, I nap a little bit, I wake up, and I just read the Eagles drama. It's just part of my daily routine right now. It's absolutely phenomenal. We'll get to that at 6:20. Thank you for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Oh, yeah, and this topic that has taken over everywhere. Aaron Rodgers, Jimmy Kimmel, and Jeffrey Epstein, all in one. Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Hump Day edition
Hump Day.
of Sean and RJ coming at you live here in studio from 4131 North Central Expressway. The reason I give the address is not doing any Kenny Smith, Charles Barkley stuff where I'm announcing the hotel room number. Have you seen that?
No.
Okay. I like that you admitted it. You didn't give me the fake yes. Kind of gave the fake yes, but then you quickly said no. Charles, held up Kenny's hotel room number.
Oh, great.
Yeah, on television. Kenny's at this number at the Ritz. Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Anyone who's interested.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to pull that. The reason I'm giving you the address is because this upcoming Tuesday, it's a hot stove night where Josh Sports, Josh Smith, Jared Sandler, and the station are going to be here in the Odyssey showroom downstairs. First hot stove show of the year. And we're going to have the World Series trophy for you, the Tolo, to stop by and get your picture with. 4131 North Central Expressway next Tuesday downstairs. Free autographs as well. The trophy will be here starting at 6 p.m. So more details. Yes, holy smokes. More details on that throughout the week. All right. Yesterday, I was managed to catch. I don't watch McAfee and Aaron Rodgers all the time live. But I'll wake up. I'll put on. I guess McAfee's on 24/7.
Basically is. I mean, he's on all the college game days. He's on YouTubes. He's got sometimes he's on First Take and get ups and all that stuff.
And they just replay it nonstop. So you're always going to catch a piece of it. And I was watching live as they were talking about the Dallas Cowboys, Detroit Lions fiasco, and Aaron Rodgers had some revenge to get on Jimmy Kimmel on the McAfee show.
Super Bowl 58.
You'll see it.
The emblem, put on the screen. And then bring up 57 and 56.
Okay, stop right there.
Conspiracy theory.
Yeah, this is the conspiracy theory that we talked about with the colors in the Super Bowl logo.
In the logo. So if you look at the Super Bowl logo this year, it's a purple and red. All right. Who are the 1 seeds? Purple, Baltimore, red, San Francisco. And if you go back to previous years, you're going to see a Super Bowl logo that is very similar in terms of the colors of the teams that were in the game on those years. Very odd. Very. You had green and red last year with Philadelphia and Kansas City.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very creepy.
So Aaron Rodgers starts off with that, and then we get into Kimmel and Epstein.
Does that have something to do with the Epstein list that came out?
Feels like That's supposed to be coming out soon.
Look, this guy's been waiting in his wine cellar. Yeah. I've been waiting in my wine cellar for this thing.
A lot of people, including Jimmy Kimmel, are really hoping that doesn't.
All right. Obviously, a clip from this particular program was run on Jimmy Kimmel's show whenever Aaron brought up the list, and then Jimmy mocked him for it. Mm-hmm. Aaron has not forgotten about that, but here we are sitting right in front of that nice bottle of scotch. Mm-hmm. What do you say? I'm waiting to celebrate something.
Oh, yeah.
He's been waiting
That's
for
the one.
You've been waiting for
Hey, I'll tell you what, if that list comes out, I definitely will be popping some sort of bottle.
So, of course, this is the Epstein list that everybody is waiting for. I guess fake lists have been circulating. RJ and I were going through the fake list yesterday.
Oh, my God.
I'm like, check this guy, check that person, check this. And I was like, no way. There's no way that can actually be real.
If that list is real, the world's turned upside down immediately.
Yeah.
It's wild if that list is real.
So Jimmy Kimmel responds.
Yeah.
Dear a-hole, for the record, I have not met, flown with, visited, or had any contact whatsoever with Epstein, nor will you find my name on any list other than the clearly phony nonsense that soft-brained wackos like yourself can't seem to distinguish from reality. Your reckless words put my family in danger. Keep it up, and we will debate the facts further in court. And he tagged Aaron Rodgers on Twitter. Woo!
Yeah, this is going to get juicy, man. This is going to get juicy. I wonder what the courts would say. Because, Aaron did go there, but Jimmy played his clip first. So it's like, okay, is he allowed to just go back and forth? Wild. I don't care. I don't care what happens. I want this list to come out. I can't wait.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is, and
I would go through it live on air if it was during our show.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Great idea. And I wonder, who would...
But Kimmel saying so strongly he's not on there made me believe that list we were looking through was fake. Because that was a pretty strong rebuttal. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna assume Jimmy Kimmel was not involved in this, but Aaron Rodgers keeping score and throwing him right under the bus. And then I did not realize the amount of Jimmy Kimmel hate that was out there.
I saw those replies.
Man.
Yeah.
Karl Malone was trending. Of course, blackface, back from the Man Show. Some of Kimmel's bits that are out there. People are like, oh, look what you did with Trump and Russia. He should feel the exact same. You're crying about putting your family, virtue signaling. I had to go try to remember what that was again. All these things. And Jimmy Kimmel was getting attacked.
Yeah, he was. He was getting attacked, man. And Twitter's a vicious spot anyway.
Oh, yeah.
It's if you want to post something like that, put it on Instagram. It's much more civil over there. You want to post that on Twitter, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get the bottom of the barrel. This goes for if you're going after Rodgers, go to Kimmel. You get the bottom of the barrel over there. That's what you're getting on Twitter.
So there's A-Rod keeping score. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up. A baseball Hall of Famer giving all of us a future pass when it comes to gender reveals.
David Ortiz. Poppy. Big Poppy had his gender reveal the other day.
By the way, man card violation. A-Rod commits it. I don't think Derek Jeter did during the baseball coverage. Can't be calling him Poppy when he's there. In person, can't do it.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Can't do it.
I agree. I don't.
Poppy.
Hey, yeah.
Hey, Big Poppy.
I know. I don't think you can. You can maybe
that's a turn-on thing.
Maybe Big Poppy, but not just Poppy. Like that. I think there's a different connotation there because Big Poppy is his actual nickname. Poppy could be anybody. Could be me. You never know. But he did a gender reveal, and they lobbed up the little gender reveal baseball to Poppy for him to swing at, and he whiffed.
Lobbed up.
Oh my God, I didn't expect that one.
Post-show meeting joke.
Lobbed up the gender reveal ball for David Ortiz, a Hall of Famer. Mm-hmm. Swings and misses, whiffs, and I think it was a boy. They still hit it.
It's like they threw powder at the time when they thought the contact was going to be made.
Right. They threw powder. The confetti went off. He still swung and missed at this thing. Anybody who's ever been embarrassed at a gender reveal, vindicated, embarrassed no more. A Hall of Famer can't even hit a 3-mile-an-hour pitch.
I think Amanda's been hinting, I don't know, that she wanted to do like some type of reveal. Like it wasn't a strong hint, but I was completely against.
Yeah, you can get those poppers, right? You pop it off.
Well, now you got to do something original. You got people that sumo wrestle. You got the sports ball exploding and all that stuff. What are you guys gonna do?
Yeah, Peyton. What are you gonna
do? I do like the cake idea. What if you just did the cake where you get like the wine glass and you have to like scoop it out and then you wait till you get a color in the middle. You serve because you serve the cake. You know what you following me here?
I don't believe I've heard that.
I don't know about a wine glass.
Scoop layers of cake until you get in the middle.
Instead of cutting it, you scoop it, and like the outside layer is just plain white cake, and then you have to wait till you get into the inside, and then you get the color.
I have never seen that.
I've never seen that.
Why would you take a glass and keep scooping?
It's just for the because instead of just cutting, you put the glass in there. I know it's just for the Instagram, I guess. It's just the younger generation.
All right.
Okay. I promise it's popular.
The younger generation.
It's an age thing.
Right,
He always tries to age us.
You wouldn't
with
do
that.
it, Sean. No.
Wine glass scoop baby reveal. So
there you go.
That was David Ortiz striking out big time. Dry January or old calendar? Which one?
Old calendar. Old calendar. We got. We can save the dry January. So this is the year 2024, right? Well, you can use your calendar from 1996 if you happen to have one. If you have a heartthrob calendar of Pam Anderson back in 1996 sitting around your house, you could break that out and use it in every single day, holidays included, Peyton, for Valentine's Day. Matches.
On a Wednesday this year.
Yes, maybe it is. Matches 1996. Happens like every 30 years or so. The leap year, all the things. Every single day, every single holiday, the start of Hanukkah, matches 1996.
Really?
So bust out your tacky, Saved by the Bell 1996 calendars, dust it off, get one on eBay, hang up Pam Anderson and Jenny McCarthy in your bedroom.
It feels like back when the world was that was going on.
Right.
This was happening.
Braveheart.
This was $1. What do you have?
Braveheart was the movie, the number one movie. Clueless came out in 1996. Kylie Minogue was one of the superstars of music. Everybody had Jonathan Taylor Thomas. All the girls did. Who was not even a star yet? Pam Anderson was still on Home Improvement back in 1996.
Yeah.
You could, and by the way, you can get a calendar, a Home Improvement calendar of hers for $149. And gas was like 99 cents.
99 cents. I think it was 2-something yesterday. I was getting ready to stop for the Powerball.
Yeah.
I was getting hyped up, and then I realized it was already won.
But by the way,
Michigan.
Yeah. By the way, save your 2024 calendars because you can use it again in 2052.
2052. All right. The more you know. From Ralph James Choppy Hoppy. If you're in a beer mood with the Hump Day edition.
Hey.
That's what I was trying to get to here on DFW Sports Station. Leo Collins is back. Do the Cowboys need to go and add Dalvin Cook? We will ask. Our insider Bobby Bell joins us next on The Fan.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Entire squad is here for the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's go inside the star on your home of America's team, where an old familiar face is coming back. Bobby, tell us about La'el Collins.
Yep, La'el Collins is on his way back. He's on the practice squad. This is very low risk, high reward type of thing. We look at the injuries that the Cowboys have had along the offensive line, and I know some people suggested near the end of why would you get rid of La'el Collins instead of just trying him inside at guard? If you feel like you've got tackle, why isn't he playing guard? Cowboys felt like when they let him go that he didn't have really the ability to bend anymore. And so they thought that was something that was necessary for him to play inside a guard. So this move is still not about playing any sort of guard. This is tackle depth. This is them having concern, I think, about Chuma Edoga having to go back out there potentially at some point.
So who's going to play left guard if Tyler Smith cannot?
TJ Bass, who has done a decent job when he's been asked to step in. He's played both sides. But yeah, this will be La'el Collins. This is something where I think they view it as he's been out of the league this year. He did not play very well the last couple of years against Cincinnati. Them moving on from him early and going with Terrence Steele had proven to be a good call for the most part. But again, this is something where it's in a league where offensive line depth is so scarce. You can get the extra elevation with the offensive lineman from the practice squad. He's not taking up a roster spot. This is about as low risk a move as you can make, and it's always worthy gamble to go when you go and talk about adding depth on the offensive line.
TJ Bass, I was looking him up. He's a 0-star recruit. 0-star.
Like Josh Allen.
Yeah, basically. Like Josh Allen, but I just thought that was an interesting
Jags or Bills, Josh Allen?
Bills Josh Allen.
Josh Allen was a 0-star recruit.
Yep. Wyoming was the only offer he had.
And Bass had nothing. He had to go to like Butte, and then he finally went on over to Oregon. But I don't have a problem. Obviously, it's a flyer, right? It's a very low risk move, and you can never have too much depth on the offensive line. You just can't have too much depth, and because it's practice squad, they don't have to make any roster moves, and eventually they may have to. But because he's on the practice squad, would that not mean he gets three ups and downs?
I think and I think that this is something where if Tyron were to go down, I think there's a good chance they just put Steele on the left side, and then they would have La'el play right tackle.
Does that make anybody feel good?
Well,
Better than Doga at this point.
Terrence Steele obviously has been a disappointment. You went and looked at LC's PFF number.
Yeah, he wasn't bad. Obviously, his final 2 years here, and then he had a really down year in Cincinnati, and that was the problem, right? Because if you look at his PFF grade, he had an 86 and an 80 the last 2 years with the Cowboys, and then straight downhill with a 58 in Cincy, which was the second time in his career he was below a 63. So was that an off year? Was it age? Was it injuries? It's the most recent year.
Was it PFF just not knowing what they were looking at, which is often the case, and they get roundly criticized around the league for not understanding offensive line assignments?
Well, then that's what the agents use, so I don't even tell you.
They don't. Front offices use it.
That's what the front office
pisses off agents.
Well, tough.
The
agents can deal with it. The NFL front offices can't say it sucks, then use it against the players.
Sure they can. They're hypocrites, massive hypocrites.
Well, I guess so are we. So am I. What the hell? But be that as it may, you don't go from an 86 to an 80 to a 58 just because of randomness. Something happened. Either he was hurt or maybe it's age. Maybe he couldn't bend.
He had trouble. He's had trouble moving for 4 years. He's been severely banged up. Remember, he lost an entire year due to hip surgery. There was always, he had reached a point at the end here at Dallas where he was an it's always something guy.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people forget the whole situation where he had really, stuck in the craw of the Cowboys when he didn't take the 2-game suspension, tried to fight it, tried to screw with the league on it. And the league said, okay, no more 2, here's 6. And that's something that really upset them. And that was a divorce. That was a little bit of a messy divorce when it came, but there's nothing you can't smooth over when both of you need something.
Yeah. Oh, I was just reminiscing. I don't really care about this right now. As you said, it's just for tackle depth. He's not going to be on the field, I wouldn't think, anytime soon. So I was just reminiscing, and I was like, I had higher hopes for LC's Cowboy career. I'd have to go back, and I am going back as we speak and looking, so I could be proven wrong by some of the accolades and the All-Pros and the Pro Bowls. But I was hoping for a little bit more. So I think La'el Collins is a little bit of a Cowboy disappointment because I was so excited. Remember, it was like the greatest press conference, and he's sitting in Jerry's house with the gold cups and whatever else they serve at the palace and the castle. And he was supposed to be a top 10 pick, top 15 pick, and the Cowboys stole him after he was proven innocent of those crazy allegations. And I was expecting like a possible all-world tackle. And I think he fell short of that. So a little bit of a Cowboy disappointment for me overall for Collins' career.
Yeah, and I mean, he's somebody who consistently throughout his career, he's been banged up. 2015 was his first year. He's had 2 seasons where he didn't miss time. And so he's had injury issues. That was a big problem. There were times where his conditioning wasn't always the best, but I think he was a good player. I never thought of him as being, you know, I mean, he never made a Pro Bowl in his career. Has not made a Pro Bowl in his career.
Forget all pro. There it is. I'm looking. Never made a Pro Bowl.
Yeah, never made a Pro Bowl. But he was I think he was one of the better right tackles in the NFL for a 2-3 year stretch. But yeah, this is something where if you can get him to play right tackle for you in a pinch, if you can get better, you know, more consistent play at your tackle spots than what Edoga did, who just was flat out blowing assignments, not realizing, I'm supposed to block Bradley Chubb over here. I think you need to figure that out.
I mean, let's be fair. Like, you know, we're at week 17, week 18. Anybody who's available is not like, you're not getting Anthony Munoz available in week 18.
I mean, you might be getting present day Anthony Munoz.
Maybe present day, but not prime. So like these are flyers. Anybody you're getting today is a hope and a prayer.
They also worked out Damian Wilson.
Damian Wilson, old friend of the team. That was also the first year, 2015. Damian Wilson got drafted in 2015. That was La'el Collins' first year. So they were dipping back into Damian Wilson has not played this year. He was last with the Panthers last year. But he was somebody who Jerry always liked Damian Wilson. Damian Wilson always liked being here. He had went to Kansas City for a couple of years, played linebacker. But again, you're just kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel, checking out guys who could potentially work for you. They did not sign him, just gave him workout, but did not sign him.
And then Choppy, Tolo Chris, Des Bryant, and everyone else is going crazy. The latest big name that the Metroplex wants is Dalvin Cook, who was granted his release by the New York Jets so he could go and join a contender.
This feels like a Dan Snyder move. You know, if somebody says, "Oh man, you got to get him," why? Like, what? You know, so when Dez says you got to get Dalvin Cook, is that because he knows Dalvin Cook's name, or because he watched Dalvin Cook play this year,
or because the state of the running game is pretty crappy?
Well, so is the state of Dalvin Cook. All 3.2 yards a carry. I don't know. It's you want to bring him in, see what he has, see what kind of burst he might have. You know, fine. But I mean, like, I'd rather have Malik Davis out there at this point.
I'm gonna spoil something for you. There is no burst left. None of it.
I'm sure that
he is not the same football player at all. It's a similar drop off to what Zeke went through. He's not the same football player. He's not good in pass protection. Never really has been. He can catch the football. That's about all he can do. John Oning over at PFF had said Dalvin Cook has long thrived in outside zone heavy offenses, struggling when forced to run more gap style runs. The Cowboys ranked 28th in outside zone rate this season. Even if Cook had something left in the tank, please explain to me how this is a good fit. And that's kind of what you're looking at. Dallas has stopped running outside zone this year, and it's been more, you know, running gap stuff in between the tackles, but he does not have much left at all. Like I think what he can contribute is very narrow and very limited.
That makes sense, by the way, with Tony Pollard. We're gonna run inside the tackles versus outside.
Yeah, that's probably some of what you're looking at there, is that he's been better in outside zone because Pollard's had a lot of success doing outside zone. That was something that I had heard from somebody in the league earlier this year, is that they were confused as to why the run blocking scheme had changed so much.
Yeah,
that was something that shouldn't have shifted like it did.
I wonder if Dalvin, you know,
he's 28.
It's not, which is not old, but in the running back world, it's
50.
It might as well be 50. World. You know, I wonder where he goes. You know, who really does he go play with his brother? in Buffalo? Like, is that where he goes?
Do they need him?
I don't even know if they need him. Does he just go and hang out?
I mean, it felt like he was washed a little bit. Like, was there a ton of excitement about Dalvin Cook even when he went to the Jets? I mean, obviously there was the hard knocks. Ooh, Dalvin Cook joining up with Aaron Rodgers. But even at the time, people were like, how much does Dalvin Cook have left? And now when you watched him this year, you go, oh, he doesn't have anything.
Look, I missed on Dalvin Cook in the offseason. I wanted the Cowboys to go get him. He couldn't even break through with the Jets to any degree, so I'm not going to bang the table and advocate for Dalvin a second time. 1.5 yards below his career mark.
Yeah, and it's not like the Jets' offensive line is great, but Breece Hall's doing 4.5 a carry. So it's like, I mean, we're talking about a full yard plus difference per carry between the two, and that just goes to show you the age and what's left.
He's handled the ball a lot in his career. Going back to Florida State, into Minnesota, he has had a workload for a 28-year-old.
Dez, Cowboys gotta grab Dalvin. It makes too much sense. K-Mess, Diehard Tolo said a great block by La'el Collins to spring Dalvin, who takes it 23 yards to the house. Cowboys take a 7-0 lead in the NFC Championship. What year is this? So LC
2017
opening it up for Dalvin Cook. You and Broadus cover any of this?
Yeah, we both said there's 0 point in going and getting Dalvin Cook at this point, just because I understand the question, but my mentions blew up yesterday. I had probably 24 questions about, do they go get Dalvin Cook? Should they get Dalvin Cook? No, they should not get Dalvin Cook. It doesn't improve your run game at all. What would improve your run game is just the offensive line playing better. The offensive line having cohesion and everything else. You mentioned the Dez tweet there. Cowboys got to grab Dalvin Cook. It makes too much sense. Chiafalo had to reply to that and said, it makes sense in the sense that it makes no sense.
Oh wow.
So Chiafalo taking shots at Dez Bryant.
Looking to break out in 2024. Out of the Wolchuk beard shadow.
He wants the Dez Bryant quote tweet going after him. He's looking for it.
That's right.
Oh, no.
The NFL sent a memo to clubs. Man, well, the first thing that stuck out to me, the National Football League has the same type of graphics in their
That's Tom Amansky.
The default graphic package.
Oh my God,
from
it's so bad.
PowerPoint or Windows.
all the things we have to fill out with Odyssey. Excuse me. All the graphics and everything that you have to go through for HR. The NFL is the same corny generic ones. And they sent a memo with a reminder on how to check in for eligibility after the Detroit Lions fiasco, and they had video and everything of the Cowboys game.
Boy, it felt like they were going really out of their way to be like, see, the ref was totally right, guys. Look at this guy. He kind of signaled like this earlier in the game, and here he is 50 feet away doing it again. That's clearly signaling. You know, you got to just deal with the repercussions.
I love that they're still they're acting like he actually reported. Like they're putting that video out, saying like this is he reported. That's why we called the penalty. But no, he didn't report, guys. That's the thing you got to worry about.
Well, it says in the video, it says that a player needs to physically and verbally report, and Skipper on that last play only could have physically reported. He couldn't have verbally done it because he runs over too late by the time the ref has acknowledged it.
And they're not bearing the Brad Allen crew. They're on ESPN.
Yeah, they're on ESPN this week.
Saturday, Steelers, Ravens, national television.
Yep, and their hope is that the Ravens already have everything. They do have everything locked up, and the Steelers are, they are what they are. But they're downgraded for the playoffs. I guess that's where the downgrade really hits.
Yeah, and I mean honestly, the Ravens may not play anybody, so it could be Pittsburgh just going against some backups, and they may just be like, Brad Allen, just focus on this.
What is y'all's feeling of the overall national narrative as to whether this call was right or wrong? What's your feeling in any of the other coverage?
I think most people think they got the call wrong.
I do think the larger narrative is Lions got screwed, probably. Yeah. And to be fair, like what the Lions communicated was not interpreted correctly. But to me, it's just there's too much focus on that, not enough focus on the fact that was what very well could have happened. You were trying to do to the Cowboys what you ended up doing to the referee, and that's the risk that you run. You just got to live with that. That's the thing I think is that they're so stunned that their attempt to confuse things confused people. They're really upset by that.
All right, it's another day and more drama in Philadelphia. I need it like a cup of coffee. We'll bring you that. We have a punishment for the Panthers owner throwing drinks. What should the Bears do with the number 1 pick? But more filthy drama next on the Home of the Boys with Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. But
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
How did Bobby get fixed in his second therapy session? We'll talk about that at 6:40 this morning. Because you did not get a chance to recap the first one.
No, I did not. I was very disappointed about that one. Big proponent of therapy. BetterHelp.com/Sean and RJ.
Yeah, we had a lot of clarity about just how right I'd been about the Eagles recently. She had a lot to say about that. She was very clear that, like, hey, don't listen to Sean about the whole Lamar Jackson thing because ultimately you were right about the Ravens themselves. And I was like, good point, Doc.
Okay, so deflection and redirecting.
Sounds like therapy's really working out for me.
Session number 3. I will speak tomorrow. That's not me trying to recover from my voice. That's AJ freaking Brown. What a self-important douchebag diva statement. He tweeted that yesterday. I will speak tomorrow. And that will be today, as the Philadelphia Inquirer reported that the Eagles locker room is fractured. And star A.J. Brown is at the center of it. His frustration is tearing the team apart, according to the report. Anytime you have bad body language from a leader like that, other guys see it, and it's not good. But Jordan Mailata, whose big mouth I cannot stand either, he came out and said, hey, guys, stop attacking A.J. We had a whole team like exercise and escape room thing just to build camaraderie, and that was A.J. All this talk about A.J. not being a real leader, you guys don't know him like we do. A.J. orchestrated that escape room exercise to build team chemistry. So A.J. Brown at the center of it all, did not speak after the Cardinals debacle, but he will speak today.
He orchestrated it, mate. I'm disappointed you didn't go with the Jordan Mailata Australian accent as you.
Well, I can't go with my own accent right now. So.
That's true. No, this is, man, he is, and we've talked about this a little bit recently. He is just a total diva. Now, I do kind of wonder if he's got like some of that satire a little bit, like he knows clearly all the discussion about him talking. So he goes on Twitter and goes like, I will speak tomorrow. Like, are we losing any sense of irony that he's just putting out there or any sense of sarcasm with the way that he's tweeting like, all right, don't worry, everybody, I'll talk tomorrow? Or is this him being just a massive egomaniac, a massive Shohei Ohtani and saying, I will speak?
Was he like that always? Has he always been like that?
I think it's just we didn't know because he was at Tennessee.
Yeah.
Like, I think he probably was. Because, I mean, I don't think you just flip like this overnight, go to Philadelphia. It's just magnified now.
And you were bringing up AJ beginning of the year as one of your unlikable guys. Like, it was the primetime game. I think it was the game where he was fighting with Jalen Hurts on the
Minnesota game, the second game of the year.
Was it Thursday night? I think it was a Thursday night game.
I think it was whatever the second game of the year was. That was he didn't complain about the Thursday night games, of course. He complained a couple weeks ago about the Monday night game and the quick turnaround. Oh my gosh, I get a day less. How awful. We need to get rid of these Monday night games.
Brian Baldinger destroyed Jordan Davis. Remember, when the draft comes around, we all get jealous of a few teams. We get jealous of the Baltimore Ravens. We get jealous of the Philadelphia Eagles when they go and just draft the Georgia Bulldog NFL rosters that haven't played out so far, right? Nakobe Dean, oh my God, steal. How'd he fall to him? Jordan Davis, monster, the first Jalen Carter. Well, Brian Baldinger, weekly guest of the G-Bag Nation, destroyed him yesterday. It's clear he's out of shape. I got to believe they find him every week. He's overweight, and it shows. He's not pursuing the ball. He's nothing in the pass rush. I'm not sure why he keeps dressing. When plays are going on, he's basically walking on the field. Damn!
Boy, he is, and then you have the Eagles postgame show. We played that yesterday. They were just flat out saying he's a bust. He's not a good football player. He's a total bust. This is just
I love it.
Rapidly collapsing. Because, I mean, 6 weeks ago, people were talking about, like, Peyton Russell surely was talking about how Jalen Hurts was the MVP of the NFL after his mid-performance against the Buffalo Bills. But, I mean, man, they are just the rapid decline and collapse of not only what they're doing on the football field, but seemingly their culture, which was supposed to be one of the big Nick Sirianni hallmarks, is, the culture and what he builds there. And we're like a potted plant where we're growing up or whatever the hell his old analogy was.
Look, it's wintertime. Plants don't survive the winter.
That's the good news. The bad news is RJ Choppy says the Philadelphia Eagles are still very much alive.
Yeah, they are.
I cannot wait to hear this one.
All right, so they have a 50% chance of going to the Super Bowl this year.
They do not.
They do, according to the history of the National Football League. All right, the Eagles lost at home. They're the 5th team ever to lose a home game to a team with 8 or more fewer wins than they have at the time of the game.
This is off to a great start, Chap.
Okay, so the Eagles had 11 wins. The Cardinals had 3.
Yeah.
Those are 8, right? So it's an 8-win discrepancy. They're the 5th team ever to lose a home game in that situation.
Sure,
Okay.
the 8-win differential home game rule. We
The
know this.
8-win
Yeah.
differential home game rule. Of the 4 prior, 2 of them made the Super Bowl. Chiefs in 2020 and the Saints in 2009.
So 2 great quarterbacks, Mahomes
Hey,
and Breeze.
listen.
I think this is where gambling could get people in trouble. Like when they take these stats.
Oh, this is, you would never use this for gambling.
Oh, you would?
You would never use this for gambling.
Okay.
I
You just
use
take a
this
flyer.
This is just to fill up my email.
Oh, okay.
That's all this was. Okay.
Yeah, you're filling up the essay with junk words.
I am fully admitted here. This was thrown in here just to fill up the email. Okay.
Are you at the point we had talked about this a couple weeks ago, and we haven't brought it up since the Cardinals game though? The 6 other teams that are in the playoffs right now for the NFC, would you pick all of them to beat Philly right now today?
No.
You wouldn't pick, because right now it's Green Bay, the Rams.
Are we talking in Philly or on the road, neutral site?
Top 4 teams above them on the road, the 2 teams behind them at Philly.
All right, so name the teams.
So behind them, it'd be ahead of them, it'd be San Francisco on the road, Dallas on the road, Detroit and Tampa on the road.
I would take San Fran and the Cowboys for sure. I would take the Eagles over Tampa.
Agreed.
No. Eagles and Tampa versus Philly specifically.
I would take Eagles to beat Tampa.
You would?
Yes.
Okay, I wouldn't take the Eagles to beat anybody right now.
You wouldn't pick the Eagles to beat the Green Bay Packers.
Nope.
I would take them to beat Green Bay. I would take them.
I mean, they are a 3rd and 20 miracle against the Giants from losing 5 in a row against some really bad teams.
Yeah, but so the Rams. I mean, the Rams had.
And I mean, they
Rams
just lost to
Giants,
Arizona.
too.
They just lost to Arizona at the lake.
I know. I get it. I'm not positive.
Cowboys lost to Arizona too. I know we all forget that. But.
I know
we did lose to Arizona.
No, I get it. But when you take it in the totality of what the Eagles have been for 6 weeks and the fact that it was at home, not in Arizona.
Oh, I know, but it's like, we all know, like the playoffs, like it is literally a switch. We saw with the Rangers this year. Like you can't, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I get it. Generally, teams that go into the playoffs losing 4 or 5 or one and done. Absolutely. I would absolutely pick San Fran. I would absolutely pick the Cowboys. I have no idea what to make of Detroit. I could see Detroit losing in the first round. I have no idea what they're going to be like in the postseason. So I would say I would pick maybe the Rams is the other team.
What do you think the betting line is on Eagles Giants right now? It's in New York.
Isn't the Eagles by 5?
Yeah, 5.5.
Oh, I wouldn't touch it.
Vegas should not give them another double-digit spread for the next 2 years. the way they've blown these.
The NFL has fined David Tepper $1.77 because that's the equivalent of fining the average American what Tepper got yesterday, according to Darren Ravel. He did the math. David Tepper got fined $300,000 for throwing the drink on the fan. The league called his behavior unacceptable conduct. And this jackass released a statement. Man, talk about the fake apology. Said he's passionate, but he regrets his behavior. I should have let NFL stadium security handle any issues that arose. I respect the NFL's code of conduct and accept the league's discipline for my behavior, as Jerry Jones, of course, did not want to touch this topic with us yesterday. Second richest owner in the league, with a net worth of $20.6 billion, so the fine represents less than 1% of his wealth.
I have to say, Darren Ravel did not use the Apple calculator because you cannot get to $20 billion on the calculator. So I don't know what he used. It was a TI 94 or whatever, 92.
Probably an Android, something that has the capacity to do everything that you need it to do.
It's possible, except for text.
Yeah.
Either one, but that's it.
Is the Android calculator different?
I have no idea.
I have no clue.
Okay.
I just assumed the fact that it was able to do something and Apple fell short. That sounds kind of like the standard MO. This is you mentioned it. What a fake apology that is. There's no apology in there. There's no apology in what he said.
He just says he's passionate.
Andrew Brandt.
That's like that guy said. I'm just what he was. Who's that? Was it the news guy?
Brian Williams.
Just said I'm Italian. I just kiss people. It's the same thing. I'm just passionate.
Chris Cuomo?
Yeah, maybe it was the brother.
Oh, the
governor's. I'm just Italian. I just go around hugging and kissing people. That's what I do. I just kiss them on the lips all the time. Just Italian. This is it. I'm just passionate. I'm sorry. I'm just passionate.
Andrew Brandt, the old Packers executive, who now he does like the Business of Sports podcast and different things. He had written out the statement from Tepper.
Not on an iPhone.
No, clearly not.
Business of Sports.
He had written out the Tepper statement, and then he went translation. My lawyer wrote this. I can't believe this cost me $300,000. That's exactly the tone and tenor that's there. This dude is he's got a bad reputation in that city right now. It's just and within the walls of that organization is just a difficult jackass to work with.
And Bud Adams got a 6-figure fine. The former Titans owner. Remember, he made the obscene gesture at a Bills fan? $250K. So this is much worse, right? Throwing the drink, he got $50,000 more.
And it's your own fans. It's not even an opposing fan. It's your own fan.
Yeah.
And I mean one is assault. Like by the legal definition, that would be assault.
I know.
Florio, I know it's not, but I'm just saying, legal definition, Chop, it is assault.
It is. I know Florio's tweet and say this is no different than punching somebody. Obviously, the law has never been punched. If you think that throwing a drink on somebody is the same as punching them, you've never been punched. They are not the same.
Denver Broncos lawsuit for Russell Wilson tied into Bill Belichick cheating his players out of a bonus. I was just thinking of NFL PA issues.
So here we go. The NFL PA might be looking into suing the Denver Broncos. They sent a letter last month, like end of November, early December, to the Broncos, letting them know that what they said to Russ after the bye week and after the win against Kansas City, where they said they wanted him to, they were trying to force him into removing his injury clause in his contract.
What did you guys say about this last week, by the way, when I was out?
The PA should get involved. That's what I mean. I understand what the Broncos are trying to do, but it's his contract. Now, there was a strong split where a lot of people said this is no different than what people do to skip performance bonuses or whatever else. They're trying to ensure, they say, hey, we want you to be here under a certain context, but if you're not going to accept this, we're going to cut you at the end of the year, so we don't want the injury risk.
Right. I just think you can't take it to him and say you have to change it. It's just like, we're benching you, right?
Yeah, it can't be the threat.
Right. Can't be the threat.
It can't be the threat. And they said in this letter that the threat, if he did not agree to adjust his contract, was illegal and violated the CBA, creating the possibility that the union would initiate arbitration hearings or litigation against the team and the league. Quote, if the Broncos follow through with the threat, the club will violate, among other things, the CBA. We're particularly concerned they still intend to commit these violations under the guise of, quote, coaching decisions, which is what they did at the end. You know, they benched him. They said, it gives us the best chance to win, yada, yada, yada. And
he was right. They won.
Man,
with 16 points.
The star of Sean Payton, dude.
Dude, the quote, you would have loved the quote last week where they asked about, like, okay, but why are you going after us? And he's like, well, I can't bench the whole offensive line. I can't bench all the receivers.
Killed the rest of the team.
He basically was just like, I can't bench everyone else. I got to bench this guy.
So that's I have no idea what's going to wind up happening here. I mean, the grievance still obviously is going to be in play, and Russ will be somewhere else next year.
What did we learn in Bobby's second therapy session? Can't wait to go ahead and hear all this and why Dan Orlovsky's nose may have put Bobby in therapy yesterday itself. That's next. Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on The Fan. But are you...
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
And this is exactly why the TruckWreck.com text line exists, helping out RJ Choppy with his iPhone feature.
Man, this is pretty cool. You know, and Bobby thought I was an idiot when I talked about this in the break here, but, you know, I was doing the David Tepper. I was trying to do the David Tepper math here on 300,000 into 20 billion and seeing what percentage of income it was. And I could only get to like 20 million or 200 million and not the 20 billion because they didn't have enough zeros. And they said if you turn your phone sideways, you can do it. What?
I did not know that either. But, y'all, I got to tell you, first off, my phone has stopped the feature where if I turn it sideways, it adjusts. So I don't know what that setting is.
It's in, yeah, I can help you with that.
Cool.
Right.
But y'all, the level of excitement that RJ gets over this type of stupid little small crap, it's amazing. This is a guy who loves and really enjoys life. He was so giddy in the commercial break that his phone, like you're ever going to calculate that number, that level of number
Absolutely
ever again.
Never.
It's never going to happen. And Bobby's just holding up.
I don't have to turn it sideways to get 200 trillion, Chop, because the Android is a real piece of
I'm not disputing
hardware.
that the overall scope of the Samsung phone is better. But
the Colt experience is just so nice.
Texting sucks. Okay? It stinks.
Wasn't there a study done that you sent that women would prefer to date us?
Yeah. I mean, they did. So, yeah, this is great news for you, Bobby. But study finds that women say Android users are less attractive than iPhone users.
A lot of shallow women out there. I agree.
RJ couldn't even say that with a straight face. This is an actual study.
This is an actual study done. They hit the streets, back in October, asking about Android devices. And if I can't text you in green, like, no, you're less attractive because of the Android. Sorry to burst your blue bubble. But as one Google spokesperson said, sorry to burst your blue bubble, but green is so in right now, which I don't know about that. It's science, man.
Peyton, what do you have?
iPhone. Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, he's a full-fledged
A
Colt
2020 survey found owning an a 2020 survey found that owning an iPhone makes you 76% more likely to succeed in the online dating world. Having a Google phone lessens that chance by 10%. I don't recommend a Google phone. I would go Samsung. I'm going to go for the Android. By the way,
I mean, Google, when people say Google phone, they do mean Samsung a lot of times. Samsung is like you got to have a Google account.
All right. Let's just break. I'll be the bad guy. Let's break down the station. This is talking about like looks or just cooler personality.
I think it's just cooler. It's not cooler personality because
what is it exactly?
It's literally the blue bubbles. It's the ability to text.
No. But what is the title of the survey?
Women find Android users less attractive.
Okay, we're gonna say attractive. So let's go person by person in the station, and let's talk about who has what phone, and we'll see if this is true.
Who
okay?
has them?
Well,
Hagelin has
green. He has
Dawson has Android.
Okay, well, so far the study is working.
Is Reggie Android? Reggie is Android.
We should know by the group text that we all have. We should be able to break it down by that. So, Apple, myself, Choppy, Peyton, Bobby.
Tough for y'all.
Other category. Dawson, Android.
Yeah, Hagelin
Android.
Reggie Android.
Reggie's an Android.
Reggie hurts the cause. Reggie hurts our cause a little bit.
Lucius Android.
We have
Lucius is Android.
No, he's not.
Well, if you just type in his
Lucius
name at the
is
top,
Android.
if you text them, it'll show if it's green or blue.
All right, Reggie and Lucius are hurt. Where's Eric?
Eric's on Apple.
Oh, that's a big win for us. That's a big win. How about Wolchuk?
Wolchuk's iPhone.
Wolchuk is on our side as well.
Broadus is iPhone.
Broadus is yeah. Mm-hmm. Who's Bassick?
Bassick is now iPhone.
Spittle's Android.
Win. Dominant. We won.
We got Tim Collins.
Blowout. Tim Collins, what's he?
He's Apple. Bassick is Apple now.
Okay. Well, and Corey?
Corey's Apple.
Yeah, Corey's Apple. No,
if we, man.
Joel Embiid got kicked out of the team's group chat because he had an Android. They wouldn't let him back in until he got an iPhone.
The group chat really
Because it kills the whole group chat.
It really does.
Like I just hope you guys realize what
so
like
stupid.
psycho cult members you sound like when you talk about that. It's so effing stupid. They make the phone cases with the cutout just so you can see the damn logo. You guys are
marketing.
Apple should be named after Marshall Applewhite, the leader of the Heaven's Gate cult, because that's what you guys are.
Listen, again, I've said it a million times. The Samsung phone overall, from
it
top to bottom, is a better
the
phone.
iPhone.
Okay.
It's one thing. It's the text ability, which is what the phone is really used for.
All right, Roberto. Second therapy session yesterday. Second and final
We
one.
just had it. We just had the therapy session.
That's right.
Get him an apple.
Second and final one that Bobby was going to complete just to appease his wife. What did we learn?
There was a lot more note taking in this one from her. She was scribbling down a lot more, and she was even saying, she's like, hold on, let me. She's like, I got to write down that last thing you said. I was like, oh, okay, that doesn't seem good. I think I'm scaring her a little bit, like just with the way my brain works.
Yeah,
because or not scaring her. I think she's I think she's a little.
By the way, recap for Choppy, just like the final sentence of what the first one was all about. What was the term that I wrote down? That you are
strategically vulnerable. She said that
great therapy
where I present a lot of vulnerability or give off the appearance as if I'm an open book, so that then I can safely keep the things that I don't want to share over here without anybody questioning whether or not I'd be concealing something, because look, he's such an open book. Look at all these other things he talks about.
I love it.
I fell for that.
I don't think that's totally accurate.
Oh, okay.
I mean, maybe in some ways, but I mean, still, strategically vulnerable is the phrase that she used. And then yesterday, I think it was startling to her how negative I think in general. like with like the hoops I will jump through to kind of get to a negative place where it's like, oh yeah, well, this happened over here, so naturally I would think that I'm filling in the gaps of how someone might be reading the situation, and I'm filling in all this information that I don't have, and naturally coming to a negative conclusion. I think she was kind of startled at how frequently I do that.
So my wife is, I don't know whether these are all synonyms, but she's cynical. She thinks I'm naive. So where I'm like, oh my gosh, look at that person. Oh, what a nice individual. She's like, don't be a sucker. They're not that. Like, so I'm like, are you negative? Or are you more realistic? Or are you more accurate than I am? Like, whereas you just assume, she's going to assume more negative about people than I am initially. Now, I'll initially assume positive, but like the microsecond that you prove me wrong, I'm like trying to go scorched earth on you and will be the most negative person. But initially, no reason for me to put the hate on you. And my wife thinks it's naive.
One of the things she said, we were starting to talk about how negative I am just in general. She was writing something down, and then she goes, let me ask you a question. She's like, who was so mean to you in your childhood that you think this way? I was like, I don't think anybody was. I think this is just
not your
brain.
Your mom wasn't there.
I didn't. No, she was not. Maybe that's part of it.
Way to top my dead mom joke,
nobody ever taught me. But that's the thought process is, she's like, yeah, we gotta work on this negativity. She's like, what would people
like? Well, give me an example of how you think negative or what you said. Where she was like, whoa.
So we had talked last week about how I don't have a lot of like photos. We talked about the whole photo thing with my cousin and other people. How I just don't like taking photos.
And then you can't take a regular photo without sticking your tongue out.
Right. So a lot of the time that early on started with the reason why I didn't want to take photos was because I figured
because you used the Android ugly.
No, somebody
not
just
attractive.
Somebody just was polite and didn't want to tell me they didn't want me in the photo. And so I would just default to, I'm going to go ahead and remove myself from the situation so that...
From the rejection.
That I don't... Well, not the rejection, that I don't... Like, that's rude of me to tarnish their memory when they don't want me in the photo to begin with. Oh. And she's like, why would you think like
Very
that?
Self-defeating.
Very self-defeating.
I don't know. I naturally assume that either they're being polite and they don't want me in the photo, or if they genuinely want me in the photo, that's because they've misevaluated who I am, and if they had the rest of the details on who I am, they wouldn't want me in the photo, so I'm looking out for them by getting ahead of it.
Holy crap. That is some deep.
Yes, this is very deep.
That's some deep thinking.
That's where so those sorts of conclusions I tend to jump to. And she was like, that's incredibly negative. She's like, we need to work on that. There was one point where she's like, I think we need to talk about how people can best reach you and work on identifying that and then being able to help communicate that to the people who want to love you, like how they can reach you. I was like, that sounds really emotionally lazy. Like for me to just be like, hey, here's how you reach me. I'm going to sit over here. I'm going to let you know. So you guys come over here, reach me this way.
Right.
And so we're working on it. So that's the next session.
Oh, the next.
Another one.
I thought it was
already committing to a third.
I thought it was done and over after number 2. This is good.
No, she's very nice. She's very good. She's very smart. I should ask her if I can actually say her name on the air. I will. She said I could talk. Like I told her we were talking about it. That I did the hilarious bit of like basically the epiphany I had last week. About that you guys, basically all my therapy comes back to I just carry you guys.
Kristen happy?
There.
Yeah, I think so. She was taking muscle relaxers last night, so I don't know how much she is. Nah, she's been having back issues.
Wait, hang on.
She recently got diagnosed with spondylosis. It's basically what is it? Arthritis of the spine.
Oh.
No, it's basically spine arthritis. And so they're like, yeah, basically if you don't start taking these muscle relaxers at night and these anti-inflammatories in the morning and night, you're going to, as they said, become like a candy cane. Like you're going to become just hunched over.
And you said there was nothing that came. Jason Kidd. And you said there was nothing that came out of the session.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I had told her.
How negative you are.
No, and I had said, we were talking about one of the ways to like, if people, because she had asked me, she's like, what would people say if you? She's like, not like people like your wife or your friends, like people who just only kind of know you on a surface level. How do you think they describe you? I was like, probably like loud and in your face and arrogant, I would guess is what they would say. And she's like, that's really interesting. She's like, because nothing you say here sounds very positive.
Sounds positive.
She's like, it sounds pretty insecure, to be honest.
But you're being negative in your overall recap of what people would say about you.
Sure. But I mean, that's the reality of like, I mean, I don't think that, and she asked that, she's like, do the people you work with like have any idea about how negative you tend to think about things? I was like, I think so. I mean, we whenever we talk about things during the break, or I tend to way overthink and think negatively about things. It's the default. And the thing I told her, I was like, I'll be honest, I was like, none of this like makes me sad. Like I just operate under like a fact of like, okay, well that person probably doesn't like me or whatever else. And like, I just operate under, this is an objective reality. And she's like, yeah, you've probably just been doing that so long. You're just like, okay, I guess this is how I proceed forward.
Wow. The growth. I love it.
You know, this is good. I mean, maybe you'll be smiling in photos by the end of the first month of the year.
I'd have to take a photo.
That's right.
You're going to take all the photos at the Super Bowl. You're going to be in every photo.
Lamar is your no doubt MV at the buffet. At Wilchuck's buffet.
At the buffet.
That we all talked about on the Android.
He's so excited about it.
He's so excited. That's a separate segment. Lamar, what are y'all doing? Spittle like, now, yesterday in the post-show meeting, he's like, as the veterans,
don't get anybody in trouble.
Don't get anyone in trouble. You guide the young guys. I said, well, the big plan right now is Wilchuck and Broadus' buffet. He goes, oh, never mind. You guys are going to be lighting up the town as we're talking about how many cocktail shrimp we can get. All right, Lamar.
Crab legs.
Lamar's your no doubt MVP. The Browns can win the AFC. Justin Fields should stay as the Bears QB, and the Steelers should get Mike Tomlin coach of the NFL. Overreactions or not, next on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station, your home of the Cowboys and the World Series champion Texas Rangers. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt to talk about the return of La'el Collins to the Cowboys O-line.
Your quarterback's best friend, essentially. If you're friends with the quarterback, that also helps. But La'el Collins signed to the practice squad. It's very low risk. I don't know how likely the reward is, but there is a high upside here of a guy who has been a good tackle in the NFL for several years now. And I think that given the issues you had with Chuma Edoga, the Cowboys felt like they had to go out and do something as a contingency plan. And they just, it does not sound like they want to move Tyler Smith outside to tackle if something happens to Tyron Smith. And so because of that, La'el Collins is here on the practice squad. He'll have a few elevations so he doesn't cost a roster spot. But ultimately, I don't think there's a big problem with this. This is a tackle move in mind. I know some people asked yesterday, well, could he play guard? Could he play inside? Nope. They don't view him as a guard. It doesn't sound like. This is specifically to play tackle if they run into injuries.
Jerry Jones yesterday with us would not dismiss Tyler Smith's chances of playing against the Commanders. And the latest big name that all the Tolos want in DFW is Dalvin Cook. You and Brian Broaddus watch the tape and say absolutely not.
Washed, much like other New York Jet teammates of his, completely washed and not really a legitimate football player to have on your team anymore. The popular thing I saw yesterday, though, was either let's go get Dalvin Cook or do you think the Patriots might release Zeke at the end of the season so we can sign Zeke for the playoff run? That's what I was getting a lot of yesterday.
Goodness.
I mean, they might. And you know what would happen here with that? They'd probably want to bring them in.
I mean, they worked out Damian Wilson yesterday, former Cowboys linebacker. They're getting the band back together.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line if you are interested in Dalvin Cook and if you care about LC making his backup tackle return to the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas Stars in action last night.
They ranked second in goals per game as Bunahan across, score! Birthday boy, Cole Caulfield. He lights the lamp. It's 4-1 Montreal power play goal.
The Canadiens making their only trip to Dallas pay off, ending a 3-game losing streak. They hang on. That was 4-1 on Montreal TV. They hang on to win 4-3. The Stars scored just 11 seconds into the game, but then were blanked until late in the third period. After the first goal, Dallas just struggled, especially in the first, at putting something together. They came on late, scoring 2 quick goals in the third period. Almost tied the game at 4. Spits and Suds with the recap. Fresh episode is out wherever you get your favorite podcast. And the Stars have a big game tomorrow at the AAC as they take on the Colorado Avalanche, who they are fighting for the Central Division lead with.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's they spent basically the first half of the third period on the power play kill, on the penalty kill, not on the power play, on the penalty kill, and it finally got to them, and that was wound up being the game winner because the Stars were able to score 2 more in the last 10 or so minutes, and Montreal's not bad, a 500 team, but not a team the Stars should lose to.
All right, we've been talking about the Cowboys and the Commanders, Philadelphia's downfall, but RJ Choppy here with the Hump Day edition of NFL overreactions or not around the rest of the league.
All right, here we go. Started off a couple of Ravens ones right off the bat. First, the Ravens are what we think the 49ers are.
Ooh, that's interesting because to me, my mind immediately asks, so is San Francisco not who I think they are? Here's the thing that impressed me the most about Baltimore. Like, San Francisco has been Debo, and they never had it into their mind that they could get their ass beat, like physically beat up. And the Baltimore Ravens were Craig at the end of the movie. And it's like, whoa, will this have a domino effect like when Tyson lost
to Buster Douglas?
People are like, he's not invincible. He can be had.
He's not a man. He's a machine. He's not a machine. He's a man. He bleeds.
Yeah, that he bleeds. And the Baltimore Ravens, and this is what I grew up around with those Ray Lewis teams, speaking of bleeding, the Baltimore Ravens said, no, we're actually the bad boys on the block. and we're going to beat your ass. And that's what happened in that game. They beat San Francisco up. Wow.
Overreaction based on the language you used. Because like Sean says there, when it's what we think San Francisco is, I know what San Francisco is. And San Francisco and Baltimore are the two best teams in the NFL. And I think Baltimore is, I think if you play 10 games between those two on a neutral field, it's a 5-5 split. I think those two are clearly the best, most physical teams in football. Daniel Jeremiah pointed out yesterday, I know I sent it over to you guys, that it was interesting that he said in a league that's really, he said the thing that stands out to me about them is in a league
Cover your ears, Choppy.
that's devalued the off-ball linebacker. This is two teams that have really invested in making sure they have two really good ones.
Yeah, they have.
And look at our linebackers.
You what?
Look at our linebacking situation.
Our safeties that are hybrids and whatever else.
Yes, they're Ravens are first in defensive efficiency, and the Niners are fourth. Cleveland's 2.
So how did you phrase the question?
The Ravens are what we think the Niners are. So we think the Niners are the big bad bullies on the block, but it's actually the Ravens that really
They
are.
both are.
They both are.
So whatever the answer is to that overreaction, they're both the big bad bullies.
All right, next one. Lamar, no doubt the MVP.
That's not an overreaction at all. I mean, he's the MVP. Now, I don't think in a normal year, if you've got a Mahomes-like season where he's throwing for 48 touchdowns and 8 interceptions or something like that, if there's an obvious candidate, I don't think that he's a slam dunk MVP. Dak is leading the NFL in touchdowns right now with 32, which is way off the pace of what we've typically seen. I just think that in this current landscape, he's the obvious candidate.
All right, so I have the odds actually from Bet Online.
Well,
Lamar is what? 1 to what to win it?
1 to 5.
10.
Not even close.
1 to 100.
1 to 100. He was 4 to 1 on December 19th. He's now 1 to 100. Second,
Dak.
Yes.
Okay.
16 to 1.
Josh Allen next.
Josh Allen fell off the mat last 2 weeks. 16 to 1 for Dak. Brock Purdy is third, then Josh Allen, then McCaffrey, then Mahomes, then Tua, and Tyreek. Yes, Lamar is going to win it, but this is a really watered down MVP.
If Dak plays really well against Buffalo, let's say he plays the normal way he did against Miami, but if Dak plays really well against Buffalo and they win that game, and that's the only difference, is he the MVP right now, or did what Lamar did on primetime against San Francisco win it for him?
San Fran one kind of throws a wrench into everything.
Because Dallas is in line to win the division now, and that's been one of the big hangups we had in Dak's MVP candidacy was like, well, you got to win the division. Well, now they're going to.
Yeah, they're going to.
But how many? He had 5 touchdowns against Miami.
Lamar? Mm-hmm. Yeah, and a perfect pass
after San Fran. So Lamar would still be the leader, but not to this degree. 1 to 100? That's crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Okay, next one. The Browns can win the AFC.
That's an overreaction. I mean, they can win it in the sense of like, oh, any given Sunday, anybody can win, and you can have like a Giants miracle run. But it is only exists in the possibility of, well, anything's possible. In legitimate chances, they're not better than Baltimore. They're not better than Buffalo. They're not better than Miami.
Overreaction.
I'm going to say it's an overreaction, but
screw you, Derek Holland.
They are going to make the AFC Championship game.
Whoa!
It will be Cleveland at Buffalo.
Cleveland at
Buffalo.
I love
the AFC Championship game.
Love the hot take.
Cleveland will beat Jacksonville, Houston, or Indy in the first round. And they will go to Baltimore, and they will beat the Ravens.
Have we had?
Oh my gosh!
Because they've already beat the Ravens once this year.
Have we had a similar story to Joe Flacco that someone has thrown out there? At this age, coming back like this, 311, 374, 368, and 309.
Somebody had
fallen asleep on the bench after throwing 3 touchdowns.
That was funny. Past his nap time.
Yeah,
Joe's got sleep apnea. 100% chance. You don't just fall asleep like that without sleep apnea.
And they don't have Chubb either.
No.
Like Amari Cooper going crazy, but yes, overreaction. I'm not going to fully buy it.
The only one that I can kind of think of, and he didn't make the same impact, so it's a little bit different, but when Charles Haley was called out of retirement to jump on with the Niners for the playoff run in 98, and then he came back and played the 99 season, but he didn't even have the same impact. There's nothing like this that I can remember.
This is pretty cool.
It is
pretty cool. Yeah, he's given new meaning to the term Flacco round and find out.
Oh, gosh.
I never heard that.
Lyle Collins is about to pull the Joe Flacco. That's what I think.
Yeah, right.
There you go. If the Steelers get to 10 wins, Mike Tomlin should win Coach of the Year.
No. Overreaction.
No, but you know the one that I threw out to you last week, Chop, and Sean, the one that I've been throwing out recently is, man, Kevin O'Connell needs to be in the discussion because it's a miracle that team's in position for a playoff spot after losing their quarterback, playing without Justin Jefferson most of the season. Now they've lost TJ Hawkinson for the year. I do think that there's an argument for one of these around 500 coaches who have just done miracle work, like O'Connell, Tomlin, DeMeco Ryans. Like it's
no.
Who is it then?
Well, John Harbaugh's going to win.
You say Mike McCarthy?
Steichen.
Steichen is great.
Steichen. You talk about all those mid teams. Shane Steichen's name is at the very top of the list, and you could throw LaFleur in there too.
Sure,
but man,
I think
if
DeMeco
he
Ryans
wins 10
has done
wins with that team. Oh God.
I mean,
who? Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Green Bay has a worse team than them. Green
They have a better quarterback.
Green Bay's 8-8.
I know, but I'm saying like he could be 10. He could wind up being 10-7, and winning the final 3 games with a backup quarterback, and then also he threw Trubisky out there this year.
I'd give it to Todd Bowles over Tomlin. I would give it to Steichen over Tomlin, but
I would give it to DeMeco Ryans right now because I thought the Texans were going to win 3 games, and so they've been absolutely
DeMeco.
You know what? How many touchdown passes do you think Kenny Pickett has over his last 7 starts?
4.
2. Mike Tomlin winning 10 games with a quarterback who had 2 wins or 2 touchdowns over 7 games.
And yesterday, Kenny Pickett had to come out and deny the report that he refused to be Mason Rudolph's backup in Seattle.
I saw reports out there that I feel like we're attacking, my character and how I am as a person, not even getting into a player standpoint of it. There was no talk of me being a backup quarterback this week in terms of being a 2. If I was healthy enough to play and the trainers and coaches felt like I would look good enough to play, I was going to start and play. If they believed that I was not, which they believed I was not going to dress and suit up for the game. So whoever reported that, I don't know where it started. It's kind of crazy what people will write and put out there to try to, prove their point or help their standpoint or their careers and what you guys do. But disappointed to see that without any proof or basis of it. So this week I'm now the 2. They feel good 4 weeks out of the surgery for me to dress and be the 2. So I will be the 2 and do what I have to do to be ready to go for Baltimore. So if there's any other questions about that, I feel like I answered it pretty good there. If there's anything else, is there any Baltimore questions that we get on to Baltimore?
What's going on at the background?
Who the hell is talking?
Yeah, that took over.
It did. It
took over.
But man, if whoever reported that, like that's way worse than getting hey, this guy's signing here or this guy's hurt. This is like this is somebody's character.
What if it's true though?
Well, if it's true, then it's true. But if it's not true, and Kenny Pickett saying it's not true, then like that is way worse than any misreporting on a signing or a trade. It's far worse than anything else because that is something that no matter whether it's true or not, it's out there, and Pickett can never recover from that. He can never recover from that, regardless if it's true or not.
These Gen Z quarterbacks, man. These Gen Z quarterbacks, Zach Wilson, Kenny Pickett, they just refuse to play.
The Expressway is coming up. Commercial free for the next 40 minutes. RJ believes that the Dallas Cowboys may be a Texas Rangers type team of destiny, and the rest of the media is asking, are the Cowboys actually good or just lucky? You answer it next.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
Now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Spores kicks and fires. He struck him out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming. The Rangers are the World Series champions. After 52 years in Texas, 63 years of the franchise. The wait is over, and the celebration has begun.
2 reasons to play that. Number 1, Josh Spores and Josh Smith and the World Series trophy will be in this building next Tuesday with you. All the Tolos are invited for the first Hot Stove Show of the year, starting at 6 o'clock here in the Odyssey Showroom, 4131 North Central Expressway. Get your picture taken with the trophy, and all of us from the lineups will be in the building at the same time. So we'll be BSing and chopping it up downstairs. So that's the Hot Stove Show on Tuesday, Odyssey Showroom, live edition with the trophy and autographs with Josh Spores and Josh Smith. The second reason to play that is RJ Choppy is thinking that the Dallas Cowboys may finally be a team of destiny with the curse of Jimmy broken.
Yes, the curse of Jimmy is broken, and perhaps that this is a sign that things could be turning the corner. Here's what happened. This happened on First Take. All right. This happened on First Take where Stephen A. Smith and company were lamenting that things are just starting to get a little bit lucky. The Cowboys are starting to get the breaks.
I mean, I'm just disgusted with what happened. Dallas with their lucky selves or what have you. But, I mean, it was appropriate because Jimmy Johnston was inducted into the Ring of Honor finally. Yeah. And maybe that's something that's going to contribute to this curse being lifted. Where they'll finally get to a conference. Good karma. It's the first time I felt that the Dallas Cowboys got good karma coming their way in the last 28 years. I mean, that's just how I feel about it. Lucky them. But luck is definitely a significant part of the equation. I don't want to hear what anybody everybody says their schedule, the teams they beat, and then this call when you lose the game and it's given to you, and now you end the season with a gimme, which is the Washington, not the Commodores with Lionel Richie, not the Commodores, the Washington Commanders. That's how you ended your season. I mean, my Lord, how lucky can you be? Please.
So, got me thinking, because they were asking, are they lucky or good? And I'm like, well, maybe this thing's actually finally turning the corner here. So, just go back to the last few weeks and how many things had to break right for the Cowboys to be in this position. They had to hit their worst stretch of the season, Buffalo, Miami, against AFC teams, which don't count towards any divisional tiebreakers. If they took those same two losses and put them against NFC teams, they don't win. They don't win. They don't have the tiebreaker with Detroit. Well, they do what they would with Detroit because they're head-to-head, but different with Philadelphia.
It's like the third or fourth tiebreaker because it can be common opponents, but
right.
it's down the list a little.
So it's down the list. They needed to lose AFC games on NFC. Then they needed the Eagles to lose games they were favored by 5.5, 6.5, and 12.5.
Great job, Vegas.
That was Seattle, Arizona, and who else?
It was.
Come on, Bobby. I know you got Philly's losses tattooed on your lower back. What is it?
They lost to San Francisco, Dallas, Seattle, and Arizona.
Yeah, they were 6.5 to San Fran.
Favorite?
No, I'm sorry. There was one of the.
They beat the Giants. They
beat the
had
Giants.
that game. They beat the Giants.
It was the Jets game. The Jets game. 6.5. They were Jets. Right. They needed a crazy finish to their game with the Lions. A gift by the officials, and then for the Lions to fail and continue the 2-point conversion attempt on from the 7-yard line, and then continue it again from the 3.5-yard line. And they also had to avoid overtime in case Campbell elected to kick, which the game could have ended in a tie. It could have ended in a loss. I mean, any number of things could have happened that would have impacted that. They also needed Detroit to miss out on 3 points earlier in the game by going for it from the 5-yard line on 4th down instead of kicking the field goal, which if they did, they would have won the game. It's all shaping up. Now they're the 2 seed. Now they avoid San Fran until the NFC Championship game. They ain't losing at home. This team's not going to lose a game at home. They're in. Mike McCarthy's job is safe.
They're safe.
They're in the NFC Championship. Woo! Their job is safe. They don't have to worry about it. I mean, they're not going to lose to Green Bay at home. I mean, that's a.
Could you imagine if they did?
The curse.
Oh my God!
And that ends McCarthy.
That would end it. But
his former team.
If you go look, you need to get favorable scheduling breaks in the postseason. Yeah. You need to get the NFC South or the AFC South winner versus the Miami. Whatever. You know what I mean? Like you got to get if you're the
Rangers run.
Rangers run. You go up against you miss out on Houston until the ALCS instead of having to play them in a 5-game series.
No Dodgers.
Play them in a 3.
No Phillies.
No Dodgers. No Phillies. No Braves.
But they had a tough run early on. They did not get breaks with Baltimore and Tampa, and then Houston.
Yeah, but you're facing a Tampa team that doesn't necessarily ever win in the postseason, and Baltimore, who had never been there either, just like you, but they were even younger because at least you had Seager, who had been in that position. At least you had Evaldi and Montgomery, who had been in the postseason. Baltimore was a whole team full of guys who had never been there, and Detroit is that team. Now Goff's been there. But, I mean, who else of that team has ever sniffed a play?
Not without McVay in his ear, he hasn't.
Yeah.
Sure, I know. And he's actually better now without that little twerp in his ear.
So the question is, Cowboys been more lucky than good at 877-881-1053. Tolo Trey. Stephen A. didn't mention luck one time when the Eagles won versus Kansas City with the Chiefs wideouts dropping everything, or Buffalo miscommunication, or the Eagles finishing the season with the Giants twice in Arizona. Emoji. Question. So that's Tolo Trey. Roberto, what do you say to this?
I think that the Cowboys are 11-5, and they should be exactly 11-5. I think there's actually such little luck with the Cowboys in either direction. They've been real bad victims of bad luck, or they've gotten really fortunate in this area. They are exactly I think if you look at the outcomes of the games, maybe you flip a loss here and say that should have been a win. You should have beat that team, or you flip this one and say that shouldn't have been a victory. That should have been a loss. But either way, it comes out to 11-5. I think the margins are so I don't think there are these like really narrow margins that say, man, this team's just a couple bounces away from being 500, or this team's a couple bounces away from being undefeated. Like you talk about with Baltimore. Baltimore is a few bounces away from being 16-0 right now.
Yeah.
Dallas is 11-5. They're an 11-5 football team. So I think there's very little luck involved with them.
Maybe obviously the Arizona game. I mean, it could be a 13-4 team, but I mean,
they deserve to lose against Arizona.
They did. But I think they pretty much are where they should be.
They deserve to beat Philly. They deserve to lose to Detroit. That's how I look at it.
Fair.
They got lucky with the Lions game, and they got lucky that the Eagles lost to Arizona. That's it. Nothing within the Cowboys season has been lucky. I totally agree. They are an 11-5 team. So you're going to get out of 16 games another team having a surprise win or a surprise loss. That's what took place with the Eagles in Arizona. The Seattle game was maybe a little bit lucky as well, although a lot of people had the Eagles losing that game because of the tornado of crap that they have been building up. So that's Stephen A. doing part of his bit. I'm so sick that they got lucky, blah, blah, blah. The Dallas Cowboys have not gotten lucky this year. They have dominated inferior opponents. That is part of, and that's a sign of a good team. The question remains, are they a great team after they almost just lost 3 in a row against opponents that are 500 or better? And we can have this discussion again once we see exactly how the playoff schedule breaks. If they get Green Bay in round 1, and then how would it be lining up for round 2?
It would be winner of Rams Detroit.
Oh, my God. Yeah. So if we get that leading up to San Fran, yes, that is some playoff schedule luck. That would be fantastic. But nothing about the Cowboys.
Well, I shouldn't say that. It would be Detroit if they win. It would be probably Philly or Tampa if the Rams win.
Yeah, if Detroit wins, they get the Lions. If the Rams win, then they get the 4
Cowboys.
5.
Hang on a second. If Detroit wins, the Cowboys get the Lions.
Yep.
If the Rams win,
then the Rams would go play the 49ers, and the Cowboys would get the winner of Philly Tampa.
Okay. So we can have that discussion down the road, but nothing about 11-5 and their record has been lucky.
Bring on Philly. Bring on Philly in the second round.
Bring on Tampa. Bring on Tampa.
Why? Tampa's a better football team right now.
Speaking of Lions fallout, anyone else in this room think of Mike McCarthy on Fridays while this clip was being played? This was Dan Campbell on 97.1 in Detroit, a sports station, 97.1. Not one who just conveniently talks about it when they need ratings and it benefits their narrative. This is Dan Campbell being asked and calling out these hosts when they asked him, you got any major regret going for 2 against the Cowboys?
I told our offense, I think I said this before, and we're going for the win. And we're going to go down, we're going to score, and we're going for 2. And I wasn't coming off of that.
So if it was like 10 or 15, like a holding penalty, you still would have gone for it?
No, if we're getting outside the 10, no.
Okay, that's why I'm asking.
Outside the 10 every week, good on good. We do it every week, O versus D.
Yeah, like when you got the penalty and moved it to
Go ahead and say it. Say it. Both of you.
What?
Say it. Say what you want to say.
I think from the 7, it's a low percentage play. I think your chances of winning are lower than if you kick the extra point.
I would like you would say it to anybody else. I'm on the radio. Say it like you want to say it.
Yeah. I thought it was a reckless decision.
Thank you.
Okay, but you don't regret it?
No.
Yeah. Man Campbell.
We'll play for him any day. Like, you gotta be kidding me. That's amazing.
That's great, man. That is a secure individual. That's a real individual. And just saying, just tell me. Just tell me. Now, a lot of times, we're going to see this now on the Detroit.com text line. Why don't you all just tell McCarthy? The way that there's a couple ways to approach the interview, in my opinion. You can say your opinion in the question, or just you're there to ask questions, and that's it. Your job isn't to give your opinion to the interview subject. Jerry Jones, it's much more comfortable than Mike McCarthy being like, Jerry, I was doubting. Jerry, we thought it was a crazy decision. What do you say about that? Jerry, we did not agree. Jerry, this was the narrative. And you can say that stuff, in my opinion, much more comfortably to Jerry than McCarthy on Fridays. But I got a lot of respect for Dan Campbell saying, just go ahead and tell me. And he didn't fight back and challenge it back. He just said, I'm a dude who's secure. I understand it. I can take it. You're not going to change my mind. I still believe we made the right decision. But go ahead and just say what you want to say. I can take it. And okay, we can agree to disagree.
And I think like
mature.
That it's mature, and I think it buys him like credibility with the fan base, with the team, with the media. Like, look, I mean, if you disagree, that's fine. Like, I disagree with what you're saying, but just tell me. Like, be honest with me. If you don't like it, tell me you don't like it. And then I love the fact that he's telling the fans, don't fall into this trap that you think the NFL is against us.
Yep.
He didn't say that in that clip.
No, it was. I looked for it. I mean, I don't know.
It was, he said it with media on Monday, where they had asked him, like, does it feel like the NFL's against you a little bit? And he immediately like shut them down. He's like, don't do that. Stop it. He's like, nope.
Yeah.
He said, look, the reality is the NFL's against all 32 teams. Like they're here to penalize you, and they're here to enforce rules. And he's like, I was in New Orleans when that pass interference no call happened in the NFC title game. So I know what that feels like. But no, you cannot live in that headspace where you think the NFL's against you, which would be nice to hear from the Cowboys, because at times the Cowboys will tell you, there's been quotes this year, I can't remember who said it. Somebody said, we're the Cowboys. We're used to them being against us.
Right.
That's the thought process. There's the difference in the mentality.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line, but all this Jimmy Curse stuff and Destiny, you are going to get at least 50% of the audience believing that a curse has definitely been listed. You were writing that over the weekend in your email.
Of course. And it's over.
Lunatics.
Yeah. And look, you gotta believe in curses. Derek Holland.
Why did the Cubs curse end?
They sacrificed that Billy Goat.
No, because it was 108 years after, and there are 108 stitches on the baseball.
Is that what they say?
That's true. It's very true.
Why did the Red Sox curse end?
A-Rod.
What, the A-Rod left or what?
That the Red Sox lost out on A-Rod.
Yeah.
Because the Rangers had traded him to the Red Sox. And the Major League Baseball's Players Union said, no, you cannot change your contract. Red Sox said no, and then they go there.
So that cleansed them. It was like a sage.
Yeah, you was the A-Rod sage.
Yeah, all you idiots with your sage too. Like, I watch these reality shows and these
crystals.
These idiots, with their Spencer Pratt and their crystals and the sage, and I'm like, well, so when the negative thing happens to you in the next hour or in the next month, and you get your 13th divorce, what happened to your sage? And you just bring it out again for you lunatics. Just one to have hope, one to have belief.
Sounds like I need some sage.
I mean, you probably could use some. There's no doubt.
Is that in the medicine ball, sage? Is that in the medicine ball drink?
It's not.
I thought you were going to bring me that this morning.
I was driving in and I heard you say you were anti-Starbucks, so I didn't pick it up.
Yeah. Well, not a they sponsor. Final power rankings of the year coming up at 8 o'clock. It's a hump day edition.
Hump day?
What?
It's just going to be a bad power rankings review for Peyton back there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
He got torched?
I just know of one that he really screwed up at number 5. That's all I know.
Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Will you finally be watching the Olympic Games, Sean Sharif?
God, you start with this.
The Olympics?
You got to start with sports, Sean.
Oh, God.
You got to start with sports. Okay? Snoop is joining NBC's coverage of the 2024 Olympic Summer Games. Will this help you tune in at all?
What is he doing? Because he called a... All right, don't look. How old is Snoop?
Oh, he's got to be 55.
No, he's 50.
He's 52. I was going to guess older.
1971. No, yeah, him, Tupac.
Snoop is 6 years older than Choppy.
Early,
That's it.
Oh, hang on, I'm 44.
Oh wait, 8.
I got a second.
71. Yeah, that makes sense. Mid 90s rap. They were all like early mid 20s, so it was their early 70s.
But this guy, work does not slow down for him.
No, it doesn't.
That smokeless thing, that was a genius commercial.
It was very smart.
Yeah.
Very smart. So he's going to be doing stuff for NBC. He's not.
If you told me that Snoop was calling like the figure skating, I would tune in.
Well, that'd be great.
I don't think that they would mess up the prestige of that.
No, probably not. Now this is the Summer Olympics, so it's going to be obviously your track and field, your basketballs, your all the marathons and all that stuff, right?
I mean, look, Planet Earth, which is the old bit that Jimmy Kimmel used to have him do, where they'd play clips of the Planet Earth documentary, and Snoop would just narrate over it like his reaction to the animals. That was a hilarious
That was
bit.
funny.
If he's allowed to do that during the Olympics,
That'd be great.
I'd love it. But
I would give him his own, NBC subsidiary channel, like NBC, something on cable where he could maybe curse or whatever. They'll maybe not put him on.
Give him a McAfee broadcast
over the network TV, but yeah, give him a McAfee type broadcast where it's like a Mystery Science Theater 3000.
When do these start?
When we're in Oxnard, it'd be late July into August.
Okay.
So
I think we'll have to do another RJ Olympic update. Bobby, this will be your first time experiencing this.
Can't wait.
Now, I could do an Olympic update on the Winter Games without even going to the internet.
Yeah.
'Cause I love figure skating. I love the biathlon.
Big Torval and Dean guy, are you?
Yes. But Summer Games, I'll do some actual research on this.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
But I'll be good. I'll be able to do this. So there's Snoop. Maybe this will make you watch a little bit more. Maybe you won't.
Snoop.
More than the Peyton Manning bread commercials for this. Like where there is a big Subway piece of bread or something, or is it a croissant? No, it's a baguette.
A baguette.
Baguette for the blimp. I think that's been for the Olympics.
Yeah, it has been. Why do men date younger women? This is on social media. This is on the Twitters, and this girl has Twitter up in arms over her explanation to the real reason why men date younger women, and she could not be more wrong.
The real reason why men date younger women is not because of their physical appearance, their bodies. No, because today with plastic surgery and everything else, you barely know who is 40 and who is 18. Guys date younger women because they're easily manipulated. They're going to be very happy with a few crumbs because maybe they didn't experience much in the world. They're going to be just easily impressed. And it's way cheaper to date a younger girl.
Oh.
Cheaper. Ooh. Are you aware of society, man? Listen.
You tell us about this.
Okay. Now, Sarah's 10 years younger than me. All right. Men don't date younger women because...
She's 34?
She's 34. Yeah. Men don't date young women.
She's younger than Kristen.
Because they're cheaper. Is she?
Mm-hmm.
I thought she was 32. But I have my ages mixed up here in this segment.
Yeah, I'm 44. She's 34. Men don't date younger women because they're cheaper or we can manipulate them. We date younger women because women like older men. And men date what they can. And women date what they want. And that's not the same thing. We don't date younger women because we're just naturally attracted to them. Sometimes we are.
Well,
we date them because we can date them. And women date older men because that's who women want to date, because older men are on the same maturity level as the younger women.
That's the theory I've always had, is that generally, now I'm going to say something that may ruffle some feathers, but in the early 20s age, right? Like in the 20s when a lot of times people get married in their 20s or whatever else, I do think that relationships match up because a 25-year-old guy may have the similar maturity of a 21-year-old woman, whatever else.
Yeah.
When you're teenagers, girls are usually more mature than the guys, and then as you get older, I think it starts to reverse a little bit, and then when you get to the 30s and 40s, I think that generally men become more rational, emotionally stable thinkers.
What's your age difference over there?
So technically it's a full 2 years, but a little over 2 years.
And who's older?
Me.
Okay. Now, before Mackenzie,
Cradle robber.
we had tried to tell you to up the age, right? You were like, okay, maybe I'm willing to date 25 or something. You were, I don't want to say targeting, but you were...
I was 3 years up, 3 years below, I think, my age. It was 30 is the max, and then 24 was the minimum.
Okay. And what did you find in the younger demographic? Obviously nothing, but what did you find in their personalities and maturity?
Well, some have kids, so I found that. But
God, Peyton, not a fan of Teen Mom.
Wow.
No, but I mean like the ones that are
Farrah.
a year or so
I
in college.
Spencer Pratt reference.
It's what RJ and Bobby said. The maturity level, it just seemed like we clicked more that way. Because girls my age, it's like they've moved on. Because it's what RJ said. They want older guys. So if I'm the same age as someone, it doesn't really click that way. So that's how me and Mackenzie really clicked. It's just her being younger than I am, but us sharing similarities.
And who's more mature?
Oh, me. Yeah, she's immature. She's so.
Whoa!
Yeah, she is.
God, this kid's...
All right, we're gonna be able to set Peyton up on a date again.
No, she'd agree. I tell her because she still acts immature. She's still in her college phase.
Really?
Yeah.
More immature than you.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. All right, here are the reasons I wrote
We
down.
should ask Spittle if he agrees with that.
That's right. Man, Spittle's we should make Spittle's text a segment. If he'd be willing to do that, and he came in here once a week or once every 2 weeks, Spittle text, it'd be amazing. Because we hear in the post-show meetings, and it's gold. It really is. Here's the reason that men date younger women, in my opinion. Ego. Yes, we want the young, hot 21, 22. Not we.
Absolutely.
You all do.
I'm taken spoken for.
Yes, look / body. Come on. Let's stop being fake. Like, I know you can get plastic surgery and all that, but some people have, their 21, 22-year-old fetish. What's I'm not going to say the
Her
terms.
parts are in the same place they were in college.
Exactly. Thank you.
Where's your parts?
Well, money. She may think that you have some money. Daddy issues. And the easily manipulated. I don't know. I don't know about that. And then that they're cheaper. I don't know that they're cheaper.
They're not cheaper.
Dates.
Go on TikTok. I mean, all these girls are in Turks and Greece.
I definitely, I totally agree with you. Remember when what was the town in Arizona? That was just a thing for all
Scottsdale.
For all these uptown slaters. I'm just Scottsdaling this weekend.
Yes, we're Scottsdaling.
Yeah. When you're older, you come to the agreements with your significant other. We're not getting each other birthday gifts. We're not getting each other Christmas gifts. We're saving money.
We're getting ourselves trips. We're going on trips for,
or
right?
not even that.
Or not even that, yeah. You save money. You're
save
planning
money.
for retirement,
Yes.
whatever.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, to me, it's like, I think a big part of it is, like, guys mature at a different age and all that stuff, or a different rate than women do. So there's that. Does dry January actually work?
Let's ask your cardiologist in a couple weeks.
Yeah, I got to put
How's
on
that been going?
January 18th. It's fine. I drank over like a New Year's, Christmas, any day that ends in a weekend.
Yeah, because your liver doesn't count those.
It doesn't. No. But like, Cowboy game, right? But now we're into January. The holidays are over, and now we are on the straight and narrow right now.
You are.
So
she's gonna do it with you.
I didn't say that.
You said we are on the straight and narrow.
Oh, me, the royal we,
Oh,
me.
them.
I, just them. Me, I am on the.
Them.
I am on the straight and narrow. But how many Americans are participating in dry January? About 50% of Americans they say. Hang on.
No way.
Participating. I didn't say finishing. Okay, I said participating. Started. About 50% of U.S. adults surveyed said they will take part in a entirely sober January during 2024. However, history shows about 16% of those will stick with it. So of the 200 million Americans, or however many 50% of drinking age Americans is, so let's just say 150 million, only 16% will actually make it through. Actually make it through the entire month of January. But it is a huge thing. The amount of people that do this, the younger crowd, they are leading the charge. Gen Z is shooting down shots in staggering numbers, where they have already canceled happy hour. And going out for drinks as a first date is totally poo-pooed. It's your people, Peyton.
Wait, happy hour and going out for drinks on the first date is poo-pooed?
Yes, happy hour has been canceled by Gen Z. This is one of those things. They think it's cliche. And also, like, after work drinks, they're like, well, we don't want to hang out with our work friends because, I don't want to talk about work when I'm outside of work. So it's like the work-life balance.
They want you
thing.
to be so creative nowadays.
Your generation, honestly, man,
Hold on, I'm not
Gen Z. I'm not Gen Z.
Y'all are the same generation according to
We're
these.
the same, Sean.
I don't care. The people who define it are stupid too. But your age group and younger, with the exception of some Tolos, and I'm trying not to be an old man on the lawn, where every generation says this about the younger one. Y'all really do suck. You really do. I mean, the entitlement, the brattiness, the laziness. It's sickening.
You know what?
But my father's would say that about our generation and everyone else.
Oh, every generation has said that about.
We all walked the newspaper on our feet.
Absolutely. We all walked uphill to school in the snow, both directions, home and two.
Yep.
Not me. I was homeschooled.
It's absolutely.
Have you
for
told your therapist that yet?
Yeah, it actually did come up yesterday.
But, when we have a 4-day work week, we have Gen Z to thank. The moment that happens, the moment it's 4 days,
they're too lazy to get enacted.
Right, absolutely.
You
full
know,
time.
Blake, when I was hosting with the fan phenom Blake on Monday, he had said he's 24. He's really young. I felt completely disconnected. That's the oldest I felt. He referred to mid-30s when talking about New Year's Eve as middle age. He's like, well, I think that's kind of a middle age thing, like for like guys in their mid-30s.
Good.
I'm like, what?
Good. Now
that's middle age now?
I mean, listen, my first midlife crisis, I was your age.
What was it?
What was it?
Yeah.
Became a snowboarder, and I got like a sports car and a guitar.
Is that where you got those? Is that where you got those? Those champagne goggles.
Did you get 2 guitars?
Yeah, I got an acoustic and a bass guitar. I don't know how to play either one of them.
Okay.
Never touched them.
Chopping it up, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
During the Expressway, commercial free every Wednesday.
Real quick on this dry January, 71% report better sleep, 67% more energy, 58% weight loss, 54% better skin. All those things.
Yeah.
From simply a month of not drinking.
Yeah.
Let's see. Do you want big butts for men? A bride charging admission to her wedding? Or do you want to go shoegate with the nose? Or do you want to save that?
Let's save that. Butts or bride?
Let's go bride.
Okay. How close do you have to be to the person to pay to go to their wedding? This bride is charging $65 for guests to attend her wedding.
Sounds like a Wolchuk move.
Sounds definitely like a Wolchuk move.
What
Now,
are you insinuating?
more so if you actually plan to eat. The $65 is just a get in the door fee. If you plan to eat, it's going to be in excess of $100 per person to go to this person's wedding. Would you even attend your sibling's wedding if they try to charge you $100 to go there and eat?
I barely attended my brother's wedding.
Yeah.
So
we saw the way you dressed.
Right.
Yeah.
Man.
We had a falling out anyway after that.
Did you? What happened?
Long story.
Was the fact that you were wearing ripped jeans?
You know the story.
Oh, is this about over the dancing?
Yeah, this is over all that.
All right, that was your fault. You didn't instruct him enough. So this is an interesting question. The easy, quick answer is no, but you got to be realistic about it. Let's just say that your sibling is really struggling, hurting financially, and was like, look, I don't want to do this. I know it's a terrible look, but I can't afford this, but I do want my friends and family around, so I need to charge $50. I need to charge you $50. It's $100 a plate, but $50, and it's your sibling. What would you really do? Would enough people in your circle feel bad and understand, or feel insulted and refuse? Oh, really? Not just like, hell no, I would never. Like, it's your sibling.
Yeah.
Or someone really, really close to you, you know?
Yeah.
Wolchuk's like, I'm hitting all these bonuses, but my bonus structure isn't that great. And, I'm sitting here and what do we know about Wolchuk publicly? Is everything out there?
Yeah.
Okay. And I got a kid on the way and, guys, like, I know it's a bad look, but $50 per person. What would we do? You would pay and attend. Would we understand? I think
circumstances matter. Now they're saying that this bridegroom is especially they cover money.
Okay, well then no.
Yeah, this just sounds like snobby behavior.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
hey, this is a hot ticket. You got to pay to get in.
Hot
here.
ticket.
That's
Hot
what
ticket.
that's. Whereas, like, if this was an issue with my siblings, I feel like they don't even have to talk about charging. We would know the financial situation, and my siblings would like pitch in and help pay for the wedding.
Has there ever been? Okay, what would have to be at a wedding that you feel like it was enough of a fire festival type event you could not miss out on? If I told you someone was performing and it was all you can eat lobster, okay. What else would have to be? Has there ever been a wedding where you're like, this is going to be epic? This is going to be a can't miss event. I've never had one.
My buddy Chris's wedding in Canada was pretty amazing. He had like 3 of those ice sculpture shot slides.
Okay.
Oh, it's like those things are just fantastic. And I mean,
It doesn't sound that great.
You give me a good M&M bar.
Not Sailor's mashed potato bar.
I don't know. I wasn't invited. He figured that he had already stole my job with the Legends.
That was RJ's contribution.
He couldn't rub it in. Couldn't rub. He couldn't risk it.
Honestly, open bar is a big sell for me. If I'm
there's an open bar, I'll be
on
there.
the fence with going and then they're like,
No,
it's
but
an open bar. It's like,
but
that'll
I'm
be a
talking
good
about
time.
something you consider paying for. Like,
No.
If I have to travel to it, I'm not paying for it.
Right.
Right. If I had to travel to it, and I have no problem. Like, I would much rather you put on a no-show fee there. Right.
No-show.
If you don't show up to the wedding and you've already
You've gotta
RSVP'd
pay for your
to it,
plate or
you gotta
whatever.
pay. I have no problem with that. That's just rude not to show up. But yeah, I mean, I would pay for a family member or maybe one of you guys. Not Peyton though. Not Peyton.
All right,
I'll be married in a year.
How many?
You probably
I'm
will.
joking.
He will. He's joking. He will.
Who will get married? Has Wilchuk set a date?
I don't know.
Okay, who will get married first? Definitely Zach. How many weddings do we have left here in the building?
I don't know. We still got to go to Vegas.
Don't stop. We're getting married this year. We just don't know when.
Oh yeah, you.
We don't know when, and we're not gonna have a wedding. We're just gonna go to the courthouse.
Okay.
But we'll have a party, I'm sure, at some point. Who knows where, but we'll have a party.
Is that who knows where because you're not going to tell us where the party is,
Yeah,
or
like all your house parties?
If we have a party, you guys will be there.
or like when you blow through Flower Mound one of the dozens of times and don't say you're around?
Final power rankings of the year, 1 through 5, 5 through 1. Next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to Zero Res. Get that carpet clean, the clean way, the green way.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Enjoy the final annoying moans and screams of the 2023-24 regular season. The end.
Standing Ryan
of NFL Power Rankings.
Standing
here
Ryan
on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. This is the guys telling the video guy they're standing up. Doesn't really work on radio. Thank you for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. I don't know why you're getting excited like we're competing for something.
Yeah, we are.
What are you looking at?
I was looking for one of those notepads over there.
We're competing for football intellectual supremacy,
Okay.
which Peyton's already lost because he had Detroit at 5 last week.
It'd be great if we actually graded this throughout the entire year. We should have done that, or someone kept tally.
I would crush you guys because I had Baltimore at number 1 all the way back in week 6. So,
well, I'm pretty sure that other people had them in their top 5 as well.
Nope.
And you continued to discount Philly while they were actually winning games. So,
and I was
I'm
right
pretty
long
sure.
arm.
I would put money that I actually won. That's what I would think, but. No one kept score, so...
Well, when the Chiefs win the Super Bowl, I'm going to pretty much say that I won.
Yeah. Well, you just put Buffalo and Cleveland in the AFC title game, so that would be tough. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. What happened last week here on the show?
I have no idea. I didn't keep tally.
I had we all had very similar power rankings. I know that. So I had Baltimore, San Francisco, Miami, Buffalo, Dallas. I believe Peyton had...
I had the same 4, but I had Detroit.
He had Detroit at 5, and he was wrong because he didn't have the Cowboys in there. He had Detroit, so he missed on that. I went a perfect 5 for 5, and then I think Choppy had Baltimore, San Francisco, Buffalo, Miami, Cleveland. Did you?
Cleveland. Right, I had Cleveland. Yeah.
All right. 1 through 5 or 5 through 1? How should we make the final rankings go?
I think 1 through 5.
1 through 5. 2 guys didn't have Dallas in it last week.
Okay. Start us off, Ralph.
All right. So, at number 1, no surprise, the Baltimore Ravens. They are second in offense, first in defense, second in special teams per play efficiency. That is amazing. You are without a doubt the best team in the National Football League. They are 7 points better than any team in the NFL outside of San Francisco right now. That doesn't mean they're going to win because crazy things happen in the postseason, but I cannot see a situation where they are not at least a 6.5 point favorite in any of the playoff games in the AFC.
Number 1 is the Baltimore Ravens. I mean, they've just been completely dominant. What was the number we had from Opta Stats last week? Like the Ravens have now 8 double-digit victories, and they're all over teams that have winning records. That nobody's ever had more than 5 in a season.
Yeah.
So they're completely dominant. They're the number 1 team in the NFL. They very easily, with a couple different bounces, could be 16-0. Number 1 is the Baltimore Ravens.
Same thing, Baltimore. I mean, they're not just beating teams, they're crushing teams, and they're crushing really, really good teams. They destroyed the 49ers, destroyed the Dolphins, like we've said, and they're 7-1 away from Baltimore. They're dominating on the road.
Who do y'all feel better about putting in the Super Bowl, Baltimore or San Fran?
San
Francisco.
Yep.
I think Baltimore's a tougher road. As much as we've kind of up and down in the AFC, like Buffalo's a nightmare. You don't want to go up against Mahomes. Cleveland defense is a nightmare. Miami can score. I don't know.
Baltimore 1 for everybody. Number 2, RJ.
San Fran. See, everything I said about Baltimore, see that. They're just the NFC's bully on the block. Is Purdy 100%? Like, no. And they're going to have 20 days off. They're about to have 20 days off.
What is he hurt with?
I mean, he was banged up a couple of weeks back, a little shoulder-ish.
We're making Brock Purdy excuses now?
He's had he's had a shoulder thing. He had a concussion in the middle of the year. Honestly, they need the 20 days off, though, because you've got McCaffrey's calf strain now.
And, I mean, Trent Williams could always use time off.
He threw 4 touchdowns against Arizona.
And think about that. He was limited. My goodness.
Right.
Yeah.
But
get that crap
20 days off is a lot. That is a lot of time off, man.
It's like a Bassick schedule, man.
Which, I don't know. That can't be good to have 20. I mean, certainly that could be a nightmare if you're facing a team that's crisp. But you'd be facing a team that is somebody that you should be able to be beating very, very easily. That's San Fran 2.
The San Francisco 49ers are number 2. The 49ers would beat any team in the NFC playoff picture right now by 2 touchdowns on the road or otherwise. San Francisco's just better than anybody else in the NFC. It's not particularly close. The 2 top teams, I've been saying for a few weeks now, I feel like we're just collision course Ravens, 49ers, and I think it's going to be difficult to stop that. So 49ers are number 2.
Same thing, San Francisco. I mean, it's going to be pretty easy, I think, for them to make it through the NFC playoffs. I mean, unless you have some kind of crazy injury that takes place. But, I mean, in San Francisco, I don't think they're losing a game to any NFC opponent.
You know they're going to play the Cowboys in the NFC Championship game, right?
Yeah, and I'll pick the Cowboys.
Oh,
wow.
Homer it up at the very end.
Yep.
Of course, San Francisco, too. Very easy. Now
it gets dicey.
Let's get a little dicey.
At number 3, I have the Buffalo Bills. My 40-1 ticket, baby.
Looking good.
40-1. About to be the 2 seed. They won like 8 or 9 against Miami overall. About to be the 2 seed in the AFC playoffs.
I met a dude New Year's Eve who also bet your Buffalo ticket, and he had also put down money to have the Rangers win the World Series. He walked away with $25K.
Whoa!
So you got that good juju on your side. He took the Bills too.
Yeah, buddy. Only San Fran and Baltimore have a higher per play efficiency than they do, so give me Buffalo at 3.
Number 3. Nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. Buffalo, and I honestly don't feel great about how they played the last couple of weeks. I think that this has been a ripe opportunity for them to step up and show themselves as the legitimate outside wild card type of contender to what, the supremacy that the Ravens and the 49ers have. But I've been a little disappointed in the way they played the last couple of weeks, but ultimately they are one of the more talented teams in the NFL, and things are starting to come together for them. It's the 9/11 McDermott effect. They're rallying around their guy. Buffalo Bills, number 3.
I am just built different. I have Miami at number 3. They lost last week, I know, to Baltimore, but this week they play Buffalo at home. Miami's 7-1 at home. The Bills 3-4 away from Buffalo. I think the Miami Dolphins win this weekend. They win convincingly, and they win the East.
Wow. So no spot drop for losing by 40.
No, because that's not how the system works, apparently, to you.
Not yours.
You kept Dallas at number 5 for 3 weeks now.
Buffalo could still miss the playoffs, right? If they lose this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
This game is where?
In
Miami.
And winner takes the East, and Buffalo could miss out completely.
Yeah, their things have to fall a certain way, but
It's
yeah,
not likely. They'd have to have a bunch of different results go a bunch of different ways.
I also looked at, Bills versus Dolphins, and all I have to go off of course, is earlier in the season when I believe Buffalo dropped 48 on Miami.
Buffalo is a 3-point favorite, by the way, in Miami.
In Miami.
Yep.
Ooh, 48-20. Bills won the first matchup. I also have the Bills at number 3.
All right.
I don't know if that's good. Buffalo, number 3 for me. Number 4, I'll also get yours in on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053.
I'm going to switch this up. I had somebody else here at 4, but I am going to put the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys at 4. Look.
You need to play that Gallup drop while we can.
Yeah. That was a dog fight.
A lot.
That was a dog fight. It was hard to separate. Hard to separate those two teams from Saturday. There was a lot. That was a dog fight, but the game has to matter. Sooner or later, the game matters, and the result has to matter at some point. And they will have the home game and a better chance to reach the NFC title game than Detroit will. So give me the Cowboys at 4.
I don't feel great about 4 or 5, and I went back and forth, and ultimately number 4 is going to be the Dallas Cowboys. But Dallas still, to me, the biggest problem is, like I said yesterday, Dallas is one of the top 5 rosters in the NFL. They are bottom 3rd when it comes to being disciplined and attention to detail, and this is such a watered-down league right now that I don't think number 4 means what it would normally mean. But they are incredibly talented, and things are setting up really nicely for them. So I've got the Cowboys at number 4.
I have Buffalo at number 4, mainly because I want to win the Bobby system of the power rankings. I have Miami 3, Buffalo 4. So if Miami wins, I get 2 points there, right? Correct, Bobby?
Yep, correct.
So I have Buffalo at 4. I mean, they're just the hot team right now, but they do play a tough Miami team. Buffalo at 4.
I'm going to put the Cowboys at 4 as well. Should Miami be above them for beating them? I think the Cowboys should have won that game. If they rematch, I would pick Dallas, especially on a neutral field. But I'm going to have the Cowboys sitting here at number 4, right behind Buffalo. Let's wrap it up with number 5.
All right, number 5. Believeland.
Oh.
The Cleveland Browns.
What has Derek Holland given you recently?
Nothing.
Bought this pick.
What are you about to ask for?
Nothing. Nothing. I do have to pick something up from him, though. Okay, he does have something for me. I have to pick it up.
What is it?
I can't say because it was a present for my son. And I'm going to pass it off as I gave it to him myself.
God.
But that's neither here nor there. It is the Cleveland Browns. They are the team nobody wants to face. Absolutely nobody. You want to flack around and find out, you're going to flack around and find out, okay? And that's what's going to happen. And they are right for the AFC Championship game. And they will face the Buffalo Bills in a battle of Lake Erie. And that's what's going to happen, Sean Sharif. Or maybe Buffalo's on Ontario. I don't know. It's one of those two lakes. But it's the shallowest of the bunch. Give me those two teams in the AFC Championship game. Woo! I root for Cleveland. I know it's a 40-1 ticket. But I'm going to root for Cleveland to make their first Super Bowl. Okay, I love this Browns team. With or without Amari Cooper. I hope they wear the whites. The all whites. The Marion Motley Brown uniforms.
I hate that I'm going to mirror RJ Choppy for all five. So, number 5, I have the Cleveland Browns because just Miami, the way that they have been throttled every single time, essentially, against good teams. I mean, we've seen how difficult it is for Philadelphia to beat anybody, and the fact that that's one of the few teams they could, like, manhandle and beat by double digits should say something. They got whooped by 38 or whatever it was by the Bills earlier in the year. Now they lose by 37 to Baltimore. I mean, honestly, it felt like other than just that, miracle drive where the Cowboys defense breaks down at the end, they very easily could have lost that game at home a couple weeks ago. But Cleveland's been really impressive. They're top 10 in points and yards on both sides of the ball or right on the cusp of it. And Flacco's been really, really amazing. And so I've got the Cleveland Browns at number 5.
I had Detroit at number 5 last week. I had the Cowboys at 6, so I'm going to flip the 2. I'm going to put Dallas at 5, Detroit at 6. Dallas being the 2 seed is just they're a different animal there. I mean, and they're now promised the possibility of the first 2 rounds being home games. I have the Cowboys at number 5.
3-team race for me at 5 between Miami, Cleveland, and my number 5 team is going to be the Detroit Lions.
Oh.
I'm going to keep them there. They probably should have beaten the Cowboys.
Nothing, Bobby? Nothing?
At the very least, it's a coin flip. I'm waiting for the Flacco bubble to pop. A good story. That's fine. Miami can't trust them. A little soft moniker. I'm a barely. I don't feel great about it. I'm a barely keep the Lions at 5. What's he supposed to say to me?
Yeah, I don't.
Well, he gave me crap for a whole 7 days about it for putting Detroit.
Because you were saying the Lions are better than the Cowboys, right?
He had Detroit above the Cowboys, and then
who won?
He had Detroit above the Cowboys, and then he picked the Cowboys, and he's like, "Well, the Cowboys." he picked the Cowboys to win, and yet he had Detroit above them in the power rankings. Like he said it within the same segment, and I was like, "That doesn't make any sense." Yeah. He's like, "What? So we're just supposed to pick who we think would win in a game?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's exactly what we're supposed to do.
Basically.
Pick who's the best team."
But I had Miami at 3 last week, and the Cowboys outside the top 5, so I should have gotten credit for that.
You don't get credit for not having somebody in the top 5.
Baltimore, San Fran, Buffalo, Dallas, Detroit for me.
Baltimore, San Fran, Buffalo, Dallas, Cleveland for me.
Ditto, and I really wish that Houston had been more impressive in recent weeks, and I had the stones to put them at number 5.
Baltimore, San Fran, Miami, Buffalo, Dallas.
Let us know yours on the truckwreck.com text line.
Terrible, Peyton.
At 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on your home of America's team. We'll go below the belt with our Cowboys Insider at 8:40. RJ's college football kegger coming up at 9 o'clock as well. But the Jason Whitlock comedy and controversy. What would pop up on your web search? What would pop up with the aggregate, with the algorithm? What's the thing you've been searching? How would you get exposed? And Dan Orlovsky, really that much different from Bobby Belt?
Shut the F up.
Next on The Fan. But let me go ahead. I don't think that was definitely.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
I need to bring back the Aaron Rodgers, Jimmy Kimmel just for Bobby. Since, of course, he shows up to the show 30 minutes late every day. He will have Below the Belt coming up at 8:40 here on Sean and RJ. But yesterday, this was Aaron Rodgers on McAfee talking about, well, he was asked about the Jeffrey Epstein list that is circulating, widely believed to be a fake list. But the names are coming out of those who were chilling with Epstein and apparently took the private plane to his islands over and over and over again, or even one time. And Aaron Rodgers was on McAfee discussing the Super Bowl logo conspiracy, that the colors of the Super Bowl logo show that it's going to be Baltimore and who?
Well, and a red. So it's both San Fran and Baltimore colors this year. Last year, it was red and green, which was Eagles and Chiefs. And the year before that, it was yellow and red, which could be Bucks and Chiefs. The Chiefs kind of have that yellowish as well.
So the script is in.
The script is in. And, he is like, well, next year, it better be some kind of,
green.
Jets green for the Super Bowl logo colors.
That fool thinks he's going to make another Super Bowl or even play quarterback again.
Here's Aaron Rodgers with shots fired at Jimmy Kimmel while talking about the Super Bowl and eventually Epstein.
Super Bowl 58.
You'll see it.
The emblem, put it on the screen. And then bring up 57 and 56.
This has something to do with the Epstein list that came out?
Feels like
That's supposed to be coming out soon.
Look, this guy's been waiting in his wine cellar.
Yeah.
I've been waiting in my wine cellar for this thing.
A lot of people, including Jimmy Kimmel, are really hoping that doesn't.
All right. Obviously, a clip from this particular program was run on Jimmy Kimmel's show whenever Aaron brought up the list, and then Jimmy mocked him for it. Mm-hmm. Aaron has not forgotten about that, but here we are sitting right in front of that nice bottle of scotch. Mm-hmm. What do you say? I'm waiting to celebrate something.
Oh, yeah.
He's been waiting
That's
for
the one.
You've been waiting for
Hey, I'll tell you what, if that list comes out, I definitely will be popping some sort of bottle.
That video and Jimmy Kimmel's response has 53 million interactions.
That's a lot.
53 million because Jimmy Kimmel wrote this back to Rodgers and tagged him on Twitter. Dear a-hole, for the record, that would be dumped, Peyton, if I said the real word.
I did it yesterday.
Dear Ed,
No, Sean dumped it.
For the record, I have not met, flown with, visited, or had any contact whatsoever with Epstein, nor will you find my name on any list other than the clearly phony nonsense that soft-brained wackos like yourself cannot seem to distinguish from reality. Your reckless words put my family in danger. Keep it up, and we will debate the facts further in court at Aaron Rodgers 12.
I find Jimmy Kimmel to be incredibly unlikable.
Really?
Yes.
I don't think he's so
I used to think he was really good, and then over
the Man Show, he was great.
Yeah,
he was great in the Man Show. Back when he didn't take himself too seriously, and he was great in the Man Show. Who was the other guy? Adam Carolla, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to like without getting.
Wait. We like Kimmel or dislike Kimmel more than Fallon.
I think Kimmel's a more naturally talented individual than Fallon. I think Kimmel's more irritating to me.
Really?
Yeah, because
he's like social, political.
No, I hate it. Like, he's one of these ones who in 2016 became so much more social commentator than just like tell your jokes, dude. Like, just tell your jokes like anybody. Like, I hated anybody who like went into that shift where it's like they just started to feel like, well, I've got to. This is bigger than my jokes and bigger than what my show is supposed to be. That's where it's like, all right, I don't have time for you. You're just
a lot of us wrestled with that.
Yeah, but I mean, like it's a reality of like that has existed. That sort of thing has existed for people for forever, and like people have continued to be Carson's continued to be Carson, Letterman's continued to be Letterman, whoever else. To me, it's just when it became like I've got to do something other than what my job is, or other than what the like whole tenor of the show is supposed to be. Anybody who made that flip, I was just irritated by. And so, to me,
Keep
I
it
was
to
straight
comedy.
That with it. Honestly, that's what you're there for.
Shut up and tell jokes.
It's not. I don't turn it on for like your like monologue to be that. Like I don't
mind
care.
political jokes at all.
I don't mind political jokes either. I'm talking about
saying that.
soapbox. I'm talking about soapbox, and he became a soapbox commentator in place of jokes a lot of nights. And it's like, I don't have any use for this. So he's irritating. Aaron Rodgers is also very irritating.
Shut up and improv.
But the fact that the fact that Kimmel like kind of started the back and forth, I think Aaron's clearly joking. And like just throwing her like, Kimmel doesn't want that list to come out.
Yeah, but
like,
Rodgers is a master at joking with daggers.
Sure.
Yeah, he is.
Like
he will cut. And
he's serious, but he delivers it in a joking
right.
manner.
And I think he's safe in this situation from the litigation because Kimmel started it.
I don't think that has anything to do with it. I don't think because I started and I don't think that holds up in court. Like you said this about me, so I say this about you. Like, what did Kimmel say about Rodgers with the vaccine? I don't know what he said. He said something. This is Aaron insinuating.
Yeah.
Well, first off,
the clip they played on Kimmel was about the list, like a couple of weeks back. It wasn't about Kimmel.
And Aaron Rodgers didn't technically say
that Jimmy's on it.
He didn't technically say that Jimmy Kimmel slept with underage people. He just said he could on the list. That's not. You don't get in trouble in court.
Aaron Rodgers did he even say that? I mean, if we're talking technicality chop, Aaron Rodgers could have said, the reason why Jimmy Kimmel's sweating is because those are a lot of his friends. He'll miss his guests. These are his buddies. That he doesn't want his buddies being exposed. That's what I meant by it. Like, I mean, Rodgers could say something like that. Rodgers is irritating. Kimmel is irritating. There's no winner in this for me. I think both of them are morons.
Morons?
Yeah, morons.
Like
objectively speaking.
stupid?
Yeah, objectively speaking.
The winner in this is Pat McAfee.
Yes.
That's the winner in this.
Absolutely.
He got 53 million views.
Yes.
He gets Rodgers on every week.
Yep.
And he is the number one media personality in the world.
For clapping.
Him or Rogan, right? Those are the two big dogs on the block. But he is absolutely the winner on this.
Totally agree. All right. You want Whitlock or Orlovsky fetish? Or which fetish do you want?
Well, I mean, I guess I could get down with either one if you really want to get down that road.
You big foot guy?
What's that?
You big foot guy?
I'm not into feet. I'm just not into feet. I mean,
Why haven't you guys? When are you starting the OnlyFans?
Yeah, we're thinking about doing Feet Finder.
You just said you weren't into it.
I'm not into it.
Which is why he wouldn't be bugged by it being
Do
content.
you have good-looking feet?
No, but she does.
Okay.
So it'll be her feet, not mine. I mean, my feet are fine. We got great, if you love a good callus. I got a great callus on my feet. But no, I mean,
wasn't there a guy you were telling us who eats his toe callus?
It was heel callus.
Eats his.
Oh yeah, the guy.
Callus.
This guy I worked with years ago would peel. He peeled a good inch of heel callus off.
He used it as a dip.
He
Put in
chewed
some
on that
dip.
thing like it was bubble gum.
There's no way.
Oh, the whole show.
There's
the
no
whole
way.
time.
You saw.
He chewed on that thing. It was disgusting.
Bobby just threw our breakfast trash at Choppy's head.
It was disgusting.
Okay, so which one you want?
Let's do the feet. Let's do the feet.
Okay, so this is Dan Orlovsky yesterday. I thought this got overblown. Bobby was freaking out about it.
He's a weirdo.
Our post-show meeting. Orlovsky had Molly Karam's heel, and he sniffed it. He smelled her shoe.
It's just a black pump. It's a pump, right?
Yeah.
It's a pump shoe.
And Shannon was like, "Oh, I need to keep my eye on you." And Stephen A. said, "Hey, maybe you have a foot fetish." I thought it was like funny TV. You know what I mean?
I go through a tube of toothpaste a week.
Stop it.
Tube of toothpaste.
If there was a woman in here and she had a heel on and like it somehow got thrown, maybe I'd do like a fake like your feet stink, like your feet smell. I didn't realize that this would blow up like this. That he smelled Molly's feet, but people thought that Dan had a fetish.
Yeah, and it's inappropriate. And
when he got home, like his wife would be upset. That's a good follow-up question.
Does he let his wife watch TV? Does she know?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Isn't he very? People have talked about him being domineering and do you let your wife travel or whatever else?
He's supposed to be domineering.
That was what he got accused of when his whole travel bag discussion had come up because there was something tied to his wife and people started insinuating like it sounds like you don't ever let your wife leave the house and so.
I know he didn't put her in first class. Stephen A's like, I'll pay for her first class.
Yeah, right.
But go ahead.
Look, I mean, if he's.
I don't think that means you have a fetish if you smelled the foot, smelled the shoe.
No, I don't think so. You may be just curious. Maybe he likes to smell leather, and he wanted to smell the leather.
Yeah.
So he's got a leather fetish.
But smelling someone's feet in general, like, that's a no-go for me.
No, it's a little
That is
weird.
awful.
It's a little weird, but I'm not
But
gonna.
a woman's foot.
I'm not gonna fetish shame, Dan.
Okay.
Kink shame is what we call
well,
it.
I didn't want to say that word.
It's fine. No, he's a weirdo just in general. So anything he does is magnified in weirdness.
Yeah.
So whereas if somebody else were to do it, that's one thing. When you throw into the fact, like Dan Orlovsky being like, I don't shower for 3 weeks and all the other weird habits he
Change the
has.
towel.
And
That's what it is, right?
yeah.
Change the
Then
towel,
when you have all of that and he does that, now you have to view everything he does in a weird context. So that makes him weird.
But you're almost as weird as him. You guys are basically the same
That
person, and it drives you insane
brothers. No.
for you not to take a shower 2 hours after you use the restroom. That's
Right,
weird.
It's over.
That's an
it's
Orlovsky
over.
thing.
It's over.
That's an Orlovsky thing.
It's cleanliness to a max. He's different. He won't shower at all. He's disgusting. I will not. I'm so clean that I will not shower within the realm of poo particles.
Though, if a lot of people would look at you and be like, "That guy."
It doesn't matter what they look
he's
at.
DeMarcus
The
Ware
reality
clean.
is, I'm taking showers like 2 times a day. Cleanest boy on the block.
You take showers, Bobby. You go to games in sweatshirts, sweat through them, and you're
And then
still
change.
keeping them on.
No, I'm not. What are you talking about? No, I'm not. I change out of them.
How would you rank the cleanliness on this show? Actually,
Yeah.
I want Ryan to list us.
Get Ryan to walk up to the mic real
I
quick.
want 1 through 4, Ryan, to guess the cleanliness on this show. 1 through 4 or 4 through 1. Ooh, let's see if he
We need to
does
get
it.
him. We were talking about this while you were gone. We need to swing a mic over there. Ryan needs to have a mic that he can pop on.
I wouldn't go that far.
He does.
I wouldn't go that far, but let's see. Let's see what he does here. 1 through 4, 4 through 1. Do you have the
RJ,
list?
me, 1 and 2.
What?
Ryan?
Sean is 3. Bobby, he would put Bobby at 10 if he could.
Wow.
Just looking at us. Just looking at us. That's what he says.
Look at that.
All right, Ryan.
Let's get him a mic.
Dude, he put me at 3. I was gonna speak at your school too.
Hey, I have no. I use.
All right, Ryan. I see how it is.
So RJ's the winner. Congrats.
I listen. I'm probably the only one here who I use a special beard wash. I use the women's lower body rinse.
I bet you do.
No. The women's rinse they use for their
what?
hoo-ha.
What
thing.
do you use it for?
I
What
use
is
it
that?
on my area.
What is that word? What do you? I don't even know what you're insinuating.
I
see
use
you're
it on
doing
my,
this.
It's the pH soap that the women use.
You don't
down-
shower on weekends because of the chlorine in the pool.
Yeah,
you're,
do.
You're out.
Hang on. That's
You-
not going anywhere.
You
All
don't. You when we stayed in the same hotel room, you wouldn't shower after your workouts.
Different RJ. That was single RJ. Single RJ didn't care. Relationship RJ cares. I
Whipped-
use that
whipped
women's
RJ.
pH soap down there. I got the
Bobby,
cleanest.
don't even think about it.
Why am I getting shut
Keep
down?
those
here?
hands down below.
I got the cleanest lower body region ever.
Anyway.
Okay? All that fungus I used to have, Bobby, gone. Gone. I got no more fungus. None.
And then Jason Whitlock appeared to not understand how cookies work. I know that sounds shocking, but internet cookies.
It's mean.
When he had a couple of different advertisements pop up on his computer. So if I stand over your shoulders, you're opening your Instagram, what possible embarrassment would pop up? What have you been searching? What would pop up on your ESPN.com, which got Whitlock, or your Instagram, or your Facebook ads? I wrote down. I just searched myself and opened up some pages. I have been searching pavilion colors and homestead exemptions.
Oh,
I've been trying to figure that out. That's what pops up on mine recently.
Mine is gambling golf. It is flying. It is fitness. And it is oh shoot, I just had it up here.
Alcohol.
No, it's not alcohol.
Fungus cream.
It was snakes. Snakes.
Why?
Because I have the snake thing now. Like I all I do is like watch videos of like snakes.
Oh my gosh.
My Google history, Braveheart, because I was trying to see with certainty that came out in 1995 instead of 96, like you were referencing earlier. Wheaties, Darius Rucker, Leave the World Behind trailer, and then my most recent one, How Do I Get Ryan Fired After His Awful Reign?
Why Wheaties?
Because Kristen was trying to say that Wheaties last night were shredded wheat, and I was like, no, that's not it at all. And she was like, yeah, it's like the thing when it's not frosted. I was like, nope, that's not what Wheaties
Those would
are.
be cornflakes, right?
No, Wheaties are better than cornflakes. Wheaties are like kind of like the brand version of cornflakes. But I was having to Google it to show her this is what Wheaties are.
And you, Peyton Whitlock?
Gambling, Olivia Dunn, and
damn,
just joking.
I hope your girlfriend.
Boy,
is
you
not
like.
listening.
Well, she's at work right now.
She's immature. She doesn't
But
know
then
how
the
to
other two
listen.
is Jory and Taylor Swift, mainly because I'm shopping for Mackenzie right now for her birthday coming up. So.
And what was the search? Taylor Swift and what?
Jewelry.
What gives it all away?
There's no. That's not on his
she's
search
not-
history.
What would you buy her that's Taylor Swift related?
Oh, I mean, they have like sweatshirts that are all Taylor Swifty, and they have.
Oh, she's a Swiftie?
Oh, yeah. That's all she listens to.
Oh, that's why.
So
she
what is the
didn't follow
budget
me
for the
a while.
birthday present?
We don't have time for this.
2, 1 to 2
dollars.
20,
Yeah, no queso.
2023 or 2018, a day of flashback headlines for the Cowboys. That's next and below the belt right here on the Fan.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls dealing with joint pain, knees, hips.
Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. The Brett Maher Revenge Tour is in full effect.
Oh, really?
Oh, it's going to get the
really?
Cowboys. It's the only poetic way that the season can end, is at the leg of Brett Maher.
You're so transparent now. After spending however long it's been. First, I got your troll face, and now I know how to determine what players you take up for and you like.
All the teases
Lose your journalistic integrity.
How did I? Whoa. Cut the music. Cut the music.
You're simp.
What am I a simp for?
You're simp for
He's a
Randy.
simp.
You're simp for, I think I'm using the term correctly.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
You know the cough button works, right?
You're a simp for Randy Gregory. I want people to know I'm sick in case I'm out tomorrow. You're a simp for Randy Gregory.
I'll wide when you're out like you wide when I call it sick.
Oh, wow. So, like, live on the show when you show up late, that's the same
That's
thing.
okay.
Right, that's
Boy,
okay.
I haven't pulled you off sides like
At
that
4
since
a.m.
the Sean load.
At 4 a.m. I've never texted. We and RJ would never do that to each other.
Never.
4 a.m. bail.
Never.
It's
I had late night diarrhea. I'm still here.
You can bring
we're
the music back
Like
up.
we're co-hosting with Alec Medford.
Hey, Alec does a great job back there, Alec.
That's not a shot at Alec. I said like we're co-hosting with Alec.
Yeah.
As Alec had to go solo.
He did.
Anyway,
Solo dolo.
You simp for Randy Gregory, and I'm like, why does he all this Brett Maher love? All this, he won't shut up about Maher.
Mm-hmm.
And then in your email the other day, I saw it.
What
I
is
saw
it?
You were basically just talking about what a great guy. You really like
No.
him.
I don't know Maher. I'm just talking about the way Maher carries himself is admirable after they really kind of tossed him to the side. It was,
and they were right.
No.
And they were proven correct.
No, like I mean, the Aubrey thing has worked out, but I think they rattled him going into San Francisco. They didn't back him. He had the Tampa Bay game. It was one game out of 18 weeks when he had been dominant for you last year. And then you bring in kicking competition the week of the San Francisco game. It
wasn't just one game, was it?
No, it was the Tampa game. He missed those extra points. He missed like 4 of them, and then they ended up bringing in kicking competition and ruined it.
So they destroyed him by being like,
that is the most.
We shouldn't totally rely on getting eliminated from the postseason again because this guy could be a head case.
You contribute
Get
to the
outta
head
here.
caseness when you do that. Aubrey couldn't make kicks until he was given the job. Training camp. Do y'all remember how bad Aubrey was early on?
Oh, sir, that was the Oxnard winds, the marine layer.
Yeah.
Okay, the ball does not compress in 60-degree weather and a slight breeze to the south.
Well,
I don't blame them.
The LA Rams have brought Brett Maher back. So 9 lives Maher rides again.
So how many teams did he play for this year? 7?
I think it's just the Rams. I think it was with the Broncos, in training camp or something like that. But it's just been the Rams that he's played with. He's been cut. Now he's been brought back. But could you imagine if the Cowboys get the Rams and it's a Brett Maher last-second field goal?
Shut up.
Could you imagine, Sean?
No, I'm not going to imagine it with your McCarthy voodoo doll.
He was.
You already have him losing to the Packers, his former team, and now you got
I don't.
Maher eliminating us.
I don't have them losing to the Packers. I think they'll beat the Packers. That was Brett Maher, of course, was the kicker for the Cowboys in 2018. There were a number of other 2018 Cowboys in the news yesterday. Damian Wilson, the former linebacker who most recently played for the Carolina Panthers. Cowboys bring him in for a workout. Ultimately, it looks like they're not signing him, but they clearly are in need of linebacker depth now that they've gone after Shaq Leonard and worked out Damian Wilson and continue to run 205-pound safeties out there to play linebacker for him. They're still in the market for that. That has not worked out for them yet, but they sign Lyle Collins to the practice squad.
Over the break, I had a football buddy of mine whose opinion I really, really trust. Watched some of the Cowboys tape, and I'm just like, tell me what you see. Give me the X's and O's breakdown. He could not have destroyed Jaron Kearse anymore. He took Jaron Kearse apart. He goes, you may as well play with 10 guys on the field. And this guy's got no rooting interest. I just said, give me the X's and O's, right? Because he's watching everything else that I'm not watching. I'm following the ball. I'm watching the quarterback. And he's like, watch Jaron Kearse for 10 straight plays defensively. Where is he going? Why isn't he running? Why is he over here? Why isn't he doing that? He destroyed Jaron Kearse. This was before the Lions game.
Kearse has...
It was really isolating on the Miami game.
Kearse has gotten some heavy criticism. And I think if you were to talk to people around the team about the way he's played this season, there's been a lot of disappointment in the way that he's played, which is tough because he's been good for you the last couple of years, and he has been such an emotional leader for them. I think his
PFF grade is a
53.
42.
Close.
What is that?
That's bad. Get out of the league.
We're all still trying to figure that out. What do their numbers mean? What is that? We don't know because PFF just makes up arbitrary numbers and slaps them on players and says, there you go, they're good.
I don't think it's arbitrary.
I mean, it's the very definition of arbitrary.
Anyway,
Lyle Collins, I'm going to just keep going to PFF. I cannot wait to see them at the Super Bowl. I'm going to leave a Trayvon Diggs printout on their little Radio Row setup and just be like, here you go. Here's what a real corner
He was bad. He was good last year. They said he was good last year.
And he was great in 2021 when he should have been in the running for Defensive Player of the Year, Chop. We don't have time for that, though. We got to talk about Lyle Collins. Lyle Collins is back. Lyle Collins is back. He is on the practice squad. This is an easy call here. Game day elevation. They don't have to keep him to the active roster. He can play tackle for him. What this signals, though, is they were really rattled, I think, by how bad Chuma Edoga was a couple weeks ago. Because it wasn't just how bad he was in terms of technically speaking, and his ability. It was low IQ stuff that it's like, man, Tyron Smith has not practiced on Wednesdays most of this season. You've been getting first-team reps at left tackle, Chuma Edoga. This should not be a communication issue. You should know your assignments. This isn't like lack of practice time. You've gotten more work than a normal backup tackle gets during the week, and yet you still had no idea who you were supposed to block on 4 or 5 plays against Miami. It was just absolutely awful. Lyle Collins, to his credit, for all of his physical limitations that exist now, he understands assignments. He understands what he's supposed to do, where he's supposed to be. I think that if you lose Tyron Smith, there's a good chance that Terrence Steele flips over to the left side, which might be its own adventure. A lot of people feel like he's better on the right than the left, but I think Steele would flip over to the left side if you lost Tyron, and Lyle Collins would step in and play right tackle because I just don't think they trust Chuma Edoga.
And Dr. Choppy, we're happy about the full tear for Tyler Smith versus the partial tear.
That's what they say. Full tear. You want to have a full tear, full rupture of the plantar fascia, as opposed to a partial. From a pain standpoint. Now, stability, I have no idea what that does. I'm sure they could put something on it, but they say from a pain standpoint, the full tear is way, way better than what he was dealing with.
Yeah, Stephen Jones told us on Monday that Nate Newton tore it fully and then played the next week, and that typically it is considered something where
it was different. It was the 90s. They were tougher.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, it's something where it is the pain gets a lot easier as soon as you fully tear it, because when it's just got that partial tear, you remember Amari Cooper struggled to play through that really bad. And I remember Amari Cooper telling us at the locker, he's like, we're kind of hoping it just fully tears at this point because then you can deal with it from a pain management standpoint better. There's some news relating to Daryl Johnston that I find interesting, and I don't want to go full Aaron Rodgers conspiracy theory here, but Moose Johnston is going to serve as the executive vice president of football operations with the newly formed UFL. Moose Johnston in the past has held personnel positions in the USFL. He did stuff with the AAF. He's been involved in these little spring leagues doing different things. He clearly shows an affinity for personnel and that he wants to be involved in this. My question is, why hasn't Moose Johnston been brought into the fold at all here? Like, if he wants to have a career in personnel, and the Cowboys have shown a willingness to help players along that track, they obviously brought in Josh Brent to do things at one point, Andre Gerard, Leon Lett. Like, they will create a pathway for you if you want to get involved in this. I think it's really interesting that Moose Johnston has now shown that he wants to be involved in player personnel. He wants to do this for the future, and he's never been given a crack here.
Same reason Troy Aikman hasn't.
Which is too critical?
No, Jerry.
Well,
I mean, he doesn't want, like,
Gerard. Let's exactly define the departments that those other guys were in. Were they all in scouting / personnel?
Moose Johnston on with the KNC Masterpiece at noon today, by the way.
Oh, look at
that. They can ask him for me.
Like, for example, like, you know, if Moose or Troy wants to be a GM, there's not an opportunity here.
No, I mean, they will put guys through the scouting department. So they had Chris McAllister, the former Ravens player. They had him come in here, do
Because he's
pathway.
not going to give up his Fox number 2 job to be a full-time
but he's
scout.
making 2 commas with Fox.
But he said in interviews before he'd like to do front office work eventually. And so if that's the way he wants to go, it strikes me as if he's shown a desire for this. It's just surprising to me that he hasn't been given an advisory role or step in and be part of, hey, let's have you do this thing in the personnel department. Because the Cowboys have shown a willingness, and maybe it's Moose. Maybe it's on Moose's end, like you mentioned. Maybe he just wants to stick to the broadcast thing. I just find it interesting that he's shown such an affinity for this, and the Cowboys have shown a willingness to bring back former players and foster that when it exists in them, and yet it's something where he's not ended up
like
here.
If to be in the USFL or the XFL or the UFL, whatever they want to call it, he doesn't have to leave his Fox job. To be an advisor with the Cowboys, he probably does.
Right.
But do you think
do you think he wants to give up? I assume he's making $1 million plus as the number 2, whatever.
High sixes.
Even if it's not and it's close, the Cowboys are going to pay him $1 million to go be an advisor.
No, but I mean, I don't think that also, like I mean, Moose had a successful playing career, has had a successful broadcasting career. He has said he wants to get involved in personnel today. Nobody's just going to give him a GM job, so he's going to have to find one of those jobs at some point. And I'm surprised when I see this headline again. This is like the 4th job he's had in personnel that ultimately has not been anything he's done with the Cowboys. I just find it surprising. And then really quickly before we wrap up here,
why don't you text your personnel guys?
Why don't you just snitch on me? Full. You've got the little shout out here. This is a little bit of a stretch of an NFL connection, but it is a local connection. Marcus High School, which I'm always in here running around with. Garrett Nussmeier, the son of Doug Nussmeier, the former Cowboys quarterback coach, now with the Los Angeles Chargers. Shout out to him. 31 of 45, 395 yards, 3 touchdowns in his first career start in the bowl game for LSU the other day. Absolutely crushed it. Brian Broaddus was a big fan of his. He was watching him. He's like, that kid can sling it around. Big Tony Romo fan. He grew up, plays a lot like him, very free and just kind of gunslinging it around.
Below the belt every single day, right here. Well, not every day. Whenever we don't have a better guest, like Laufenberg tomorrow. Here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Are the Michigan Wolverines cheating again? A hump day edition of the college football kegger to kick off the final hour next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, us Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up on that brand new Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, or Jeep Platinum, CDRJ, Texas.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
College football! Oh,
Did Michigan do it again? Did they cheat again? Did they?
Did they cheat the first time?
Yes.
Is there any evidence of that?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Plenty of it.
Probably then.
What do you think? First of all, do you remember the name Connor Stallions? He is the staffer.
Yes.
Who was parading around the United States.
What was the name of the Patriots guy? Who knows?
The fixer. The deflator.
Yeah. What was his name?
Tom.
Tom Curran.
Tom. One of those short names.
Dommy Cutlets.
Dom or Tom?
Do you know it, Peyton?
No.
Babe Laufenberg's not here to tell him.
I have no idea either.
Dom or Tom? One of those two. Had to be.
Fat Dom.
Yeah.
Philly.
Had to be.
By the way, Connor Stallions sounds like an adult film star
It
name.
very much does.
Yes.
It absolutely does. Well, they're cheating again. How do I know? Because he was at the Rose Bowl.
Oh.
You would think that the one place that Michigan would not dare put Connor Stallions would be in the player family section at the Rose Bowl with former player Chase Winovich.
Oh, whoa. Chase, you mean the one who played for the New England Patriots and their cheating ass?
Yes. That one. Okay. Why could they be any more stupid?
But did they put him there or didn't they fire him? So he went on his own?
He resigned.
He resigned.
Yeah.
Air quotes.
But he doesn't show up there without their assistance, I think.
You do not get into that section that low again on the field. I mean, he was like third row. You do not get there without the University of Michigan giving you those tickets because they gave them to Chase Winovich. Chase didn't buy those tickets. They were given to him by the school. We know that. That's happens. Former players, you get your allotment, all the things. They could not be so dumb as to let him go to that game.
Why? What is anybody going to do about it? At this point, they're just giving us all the middle finger.
Yes.
They're like,
well, yeah, it's an optics thing.
That's exactly. They don't care. This is them saying we're on the verge of just giving the middle finger to all of you guys after everything you've done. Suspended Harbaugh at the beginning of the season. Suspend him at the back end of the season. We're here. We're going to win the national title. We're going to be the best team in college football, and there's nothing you can do about it. And here's how much we want to rub it in your face. We're going to put him in the front row of the Rose Bowl for you to see that he's hanging out here.
Well, they're not going to win the national title. Washington is. They don't care about optics. They don't care about the rules. They don't care. They don't even think they did anything wrong, which they did. They cheated. It's a fact. Connor Stallions was at other games, scouting, illegal, cannot advance scout, and then he's helping out other teams to knock off teams that they thought as threats. And that's the problem. It's a total slap in the face. Total slap to anybody who watches any sport for competition. If you watch it for entertainment, it's not a slap. If you watch it for competition, it's a slap in the face. To have him remotely anywhere close. I'm not saying they did. I'm not saying they cheated. But you cannot have him there. That is a complete lack of understanding of what the problem was.
I mean, I almost kind of respect it.
I absolutely
I have no respect
it.
I don't respect it. I don't respect Jim Harbaugh. I don't like the way he wears his hat. I don't like his pants.
He's not wearing the khakis anymore, or I didn't see them on Saturday.
They still wearing pleats.
Monday.
They're still in pleats, okay? I have a problem. I don't like him. I don't like anything about him. He wears a headset from the 90s. I don't care about it.
But you got to love this. The interview with his parents. Bobby, how would you describe his father?
A cheater?
Jim Harbaugh, 30 years into the future. He looks just like him. It's terrifying.
It is terrible. It's frightening.
Like the mannerisms, the hat, everything.
And listen to the parents talking to a local TV station after Michigan won.
Your son talks about the two of you all the time. He's talked about this moment coming for this program for a long time. How do you put into words your emotions right now?
Are you kidding me? They won! What's better than that?
We have a thing in our family that we use for a long time. And it goes like this. Who's better than us? Nobody!
I know you get tense during these games. Were you on the edge of your seat throughout this one?
Well, of course, we were yelling and screaming. That's what we're supposed to do.
The biggest play in the game was right before the long drive. Jackie decided that we should switch seats.
Oh, my goodness.
And I moved to her seat. She moved to mine, and this is the result that we get.
All right, so you'll have to do that in the national championship at a certain time, maybe a little earlier in that game.
Yeah, for everybody's happiness.
They have kind of that same like Harbaugh, like innocence.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at that photo of him. That's Jim in
with the
40
hat,
years.
With the hat,
it's even more terrifying.
With the hat, it's even crazier. By the way,
I hope their next episode of Golden Girls gets preempted by something.
I love Jim Harbaugh. I would take Jim Harbaugh coaching my team in a second. He is one of my favorite coaches.
He might be next up on the Sean and RJ candidate of charlatans.
Jim Harbaugh?
I'm thinking about
it.
it.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna find a way to Dabo him real quick.
I'm thinking about it. By the way, Harbaugh hired Brian Broaddus' agent, Don Yee. Why would you hire Don Yee?
Because he's going to go be the coach of the Raiders.
To get Tom Brady. To get Tom Brady.
Wouldn't the Raiders make sense, though? Tom Brady's involved with the Raiders. Harbaugh played with the Raiders.
What does
Don Yee is Tom Brady's agent?
That's what I mean. Don Yee's Tom Brady's agent. So you got the connection there. You're about ready to get hired by Tom Brady's organization.
Or Chargers.
Oh, it'd fit, too. He'd fit the Raiders, I feel like. Jim Harbaugh would.
Yeah. Silver and
but
black.
He's honestly, you mentioned he's
going to
Dabo.
get out of there before the sanctions, if there are any sanctions.
I mean, who's going to sanction him? There's no governing body anymore.
It's already been addressed. It's done. They've already been punished the way they're going to be punished. It's interesting you say Jim Harbaugh is Dabo. Dabo, it took 9 years at Clemson for him to win a national title. This is year 9 for Jim Harbaugh.
Boy, it felt like Dabo won a lot faster than 9 years.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like it took 9, but it did. There was a time where they thought that they were going to run him out of town. But
I can't believe Harbaugh's been at Michigan for almost a decade.
I know. But I mean, look, he's put a really good team together. I think.
Yeah, but if we all would have
game.
said they would not have been in the national championship game in 9 years, we would have said that's a disappointment. The day he took that job,
Yeah,
they're not even going to play for it 9 years. Disappointment.
Yeah, especially the way that they started off. The recruiting was really solid. They had a good start to their year, but here they are in the Natty against Washington, and that is they're a 4.5 point favorite in that game. I already took Washington. In that one.
You did?
I did. Plus the 4.5. Now, this game will be at.
I hope you're right. I hope
you hear that, Mooney?
I hope Michigan loses.
You hear that, Mooney?
Tolo Mooney.
This game is at Houston.
I hope Dave Portnoy loses everything.
The last game was at the Rose Bowl. That was where the Michigan-Alabama played. Kirk Herbstreit with a suggestion on Twitters. I've been saying this for years, and I'll say it one more time. As the world of college football changes in so many ways, I wish the leaders and decision makers would just make the Rose Bowl the host for the national championship every year. The setting, beauty, field, and history. The setting, beauty, not Buden, beauty, field, and history of the place unparalleled. This is another chapter in its long and incredible history of memorable moments. Now, it is a great setting. The sunset, the parade, all that crap. And if that means they make this national championship game at 4 o'clock on New Year's Day every year, I'm all in on that one. It's a good time. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's not going to be too late. That was entirely too late. I have a much bigger problem with the time of the games. I think college football has to do this. The national championship game is next Monday. So, 5-6 days from now. That is the day after the NFL season's over. We are in NFL playoff mode at that time. I think college football needs to have their championship end before the NFL regular season ends, because we're still going to give it the attention it deserves. The moment Black Monday hits and all these coaches get fired and everybody's starting to look for their coach, and we're previewing, Cowboys against the Packers, we're out on college football at that point.
I disagree.
You don't think we're talking a lot of Michigan, Washington next Tuesday morning?
The Tuesday morning, yes.
Yeah.
But you won't get more than that.
You don't want it within the NFL season. It's better to happen after the NFL.
If you were to have it before week 7, if you were to have it this week, where a lot of these games are meaningless this coming weekend, I think it would get more attention, don't you?
No. I think the National Football League actually has a lot of. Now, it depends, right? I think they have a lot of interesting scenarios for this final weekend, don't they?
Yeah.
We got the AFC East. We got the South.
There's, everything with the NFC playoff pictures.
But it's not the playoffs. Although I guess you could say the playoffs, you're cutting a quarter of or 2/3 of the.
But what's more important for them though? The build up, the discussion leading up to Monday, and the attention, like trying to promote it, or the discussion afterwards. Like, does anybody care to discuss it after the title's over? Like, does the NCAA care about that?
I don't know. I mean, I just think that I think our attention generally gets shifted, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I just think that, they want to do it there. fine, but at the Rose Bowl, I would just have it on New Year's Day. Let college football season end on New Year's Day, and so you have your first week of December as your conference championship game. Go right next week into the first round of the playoffs, and then the week after into the next round of the playoffs, and then have it end on New Year's Day. Let's put this thing in a nice little bow together. But if you want to have it at the Rose Bowl, go ahead, have it at the Rose Bowl.
I don't care. Just don't have it end at 11:30, contributing to my sickness and
help.
lack of sleep. I don't give a crap where it's at. Do whatever you want. Just don't have the stupid thing end at midnight.
That's your kegger.
Oh, okay. Thought we were gonna go full.
I was just showing we had two things. There's just two things today on the kegger.
Okay, 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for being a Tolo. Nick Eatman is coming up in 10 minutes. He's going to tell us whether the Cowboys are going to have any interest in Dalvin Cook. We will talk about the return of Lyle Collins as well. I got Bradley Chubb, Mike McDaniel heat. I got Kelsey time. Which one are you more interested in? Mike McDaniel?
The Chubb McDaniel thing, because that's something you've been concerned with Micah Parsons in the past.
Yeah. So they left Bradley Chubb in a game in which they were getting smoked by Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
Bradley Chubb gets hurt. He is now out for the season. Aaron Rodgers kind of touched on this yesterday on McAfee, and he was like, anyone going to call out Mike McDaniel here? He said it's also different if you're in a game while winning by 17 to get your stats and some incentives. So Aaron did I'm a big stickler for this. I have no patience for it. I give coaches 0 passes for it. I brought it up to Jerry Jones. He's like, yeah, that's something we got to look at, leaving Micah in these games or some of the starters. I think it's reckless. I think it's idiotic, and you deserve to have your job at stake if you leave these guys in. These players don't tell you when they stay in. You get them off the field. Shouldn't be that much of a crazy psycho argument unless it's a $2 million, $1 million incentive, something like that. That did not happen in this Bradley Chubb situation.
No, it didn't. What happened here is that Miami was in the process, so they had the defense out, then they get the ball back.
What was the score?
It was 48 to 16.
Yeah.
They were getting destroyed. And they throw the second, they take the first team offense out. The defense comes off the field. They throw Mike White out there. First play, he fumbles. Baltimore recovers. Well, now you got to send the defense back out there. And they were in the process of trying to figure out exactly who to take out. So he was going through it with the defensive coaches on who to take out, who to put back in. But because it was one play, literally one play, McDaniel's like, well, shoot, we don't know yet. Just go on out here for this series, and then let's get through it. And first or second play, Chubb goes down.
You deserve it, Miami, and I love you, Mike McDaniel. This is what you get. I don't care. You were, oh my gosh, we were thinking about the next. You should have been prepared for it. You're already down 30. You were getting smoked. And now you've lost maybe your best defensive or one of your best defensive players, and you may not win the AFC East because of it or go far in the playoffs. 0 tolerance policy on my end. I have a problem with Mike McCarthy doing it. I can't stand when Micah Parsons wins the battle and he stays in. It's stupid. It's totally unnecessary. So you deserve it, Miami Dolphins.
And Peyton didn't even drop them really out of his power rankings. He was still like, nope, Miami, even without Bradley Chubb and their idiot decision making. So really just a big failure on Peyton's part.
What do you have in for this kid? What's going on?
I don't know.
New Year something? I don't know.
Love the star drama?
Oh, yeah. Has to be.
That's Bobby shows up late every time?
That's what.
Well,
I was the first one in there.
Love the Star was bad yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I did. When I got into Love of the Star, we always got to put our name there. I logged in with my name as A-hole, so that because Peyton's very familiar with that.
Now, a lot of people say there's not as many backups as we all think. You can't just get everyone off the field.
Warm bodies, though. Get prioritize Chubb at the very least. Prioritize the top guy. Get him off the field. Because we have run into that. You remember, that was almost a discussion in Minnesota. They thought Micah had gotten hurt at the end of a blowout against Minnesota last year. And they lucked out on it. But my gosh, if you have that happen.
Tom Thibodeau gets killed for that from Knicks fans. They're like leaving guys out there. Pray hard, try hard. Okay, there you go. Well, you're going to be trying hard for the next job. Nick Eatman. Are the Cowboys going to be trying hard for Dalvin Cook and the return of Lyle Collins? Let's talk about it with Nick next. But did Santa gift you that DIY security camera?
Here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
I feel like I haven't spoke to Nick Eatman in a month. So let's go, or actually, it probably has been a month. 2 months. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. What's up, Nicholas?
What's up? It's been a year.
I know.
I see what you did there.
Mike Bassick loves that joke.
It's a terrible joke. Sorry.
It is terrible. Thank you. Okay, what a way to start off 2024. La'el Collins returning. What are they planning on using him for? Is this strictly tackle depth?
I was kind of hoping. I was like, I wonder if they're going to ask me about La'el at all. Then it's like first question. I honestly, he's not signed, so they're not. I mean, I don't know if he will be signed before practice here today. So, if they bring him in at all, they're choosing not to announce this if you're at the moment here. So, if he does come in, I mean, I did talk to him yesterday. He said he was coming in. So, I think guard, tackle, depth, a locker room guy. Veteran experience. I mean, size, everything you want. Sounds like he had a really good workout yesterday as well. So if this happens and if they end up bringing him in, I think he's probably a practice squad guy you can elevate on game day, and just use him however you need and however he fits.
What do you think the starting offensive line will look like Sunday, left to right?
Oh man, good question. Can I start with the right?
Sure.
I think Terrence will be there and Zach and then Biotish. And then after that, I think Tyler has a shot, Tyler Smith, but it just wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't play.
Yeah.
I could see TJ Bass playing this game there at left guard. And then, I would imagine Tyron left tackle, unless there was any kind of setback. He did finish the game. I would imagine Tyron at left tackle.
Damian Wilson getting the tryout for linebackers.
He looked, got a chance to see him as well. He looks bigger than I remember. More of a defensive end like, but a big linebacker with size, kind of a thumper. I mean they could use that because they certainly don't have that. And the linebackers they do have are really more, undersized, and some of them are converted safety. So I think, if he can come in and provide something, I don't know if he would be ready to play right now. But if so, if they could bring him in and call him up, and, he's got more experience than a Buddy Johnston or somebody like that they used last week. And so if he can come up and help and play on special teams, it would be a big value.
Nick, is it concerning at all that here we are, it's week 18, you're leading into the playoffs, and they're going, all right, well, let's find some depth here. We need some linebacker depth. We need some offensive line depth. Or is this just the reality of, the attrition of the NFL, and they're looking for depth like they normally would, and this isn't any sort of a panic about where they are in terms of their depth?
I don't think it's a panic. I mean, I'm not trying to steal anyone's trademark, but, I mean, roster acquisition is 365 days a year. So, I mean, you're always bringing in players. Now, I mean,
obviously.
But it's true. I mean, like, I really don't think in this case, the way the rules are now, the NFL has created this, because they've allowed you to bring in, they've allowed the practice squad to be 17 players or 16 players, I guess. And they've allowed veterans that have been in the league as long as those two guys. 2015 is when they first got here. They've allowed them to be on the practice squad now, which I think is a good thing. So I just think it's the Cowboys and other teams just kind of using their resources. Sure, linebackers have been an issue. Offensive line depth has been an issue. So you have a chance to do this and bring them in. I mean, from what I was told, La'el Collins' workout looked really good. Like if they don't bring him in, somebody will. Because he looks good, and the players love him in here. And whatever happened back in the day. I don't think anyone cares about that stuff. I mean, obviously, this team has mended fences here. You saw that at halftime the other night.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Join us here 105 through the Fan. Dalvin Cook, are you in? Are you out? Are they in? Are they out?
I have not heard that one as an in. Obviously, that's one the fans are going to love. But, why did it? I don't know why it didn't work with the Jets. I mean, is Breece Hall that good? I just don't know. I don't know the situation there. But, I mean, could he be worse than what they have? I mean, I could see it happening. Now, I haven't heard this, but I could see it would be a Jerry type of move. And, better than Rico Dowdle, probably. And healthier, I think. So I would be in if they're in.
What's been wrong with the running game?
Man, we have this much time. I think a lot of things. I mean, they just don't push people off the ball, and I do think it starts at center. I don't think the Cowboys have a center that's actually moving people. And Zach Martin, Tyler Smith, I think they're really good, but I just don't think, and it could be you could say it's new offensive line coach. Maybe that hasn't worked as well this year, but you got to remember now, if all the people, and I don't think, and I know I wasn't one of them, but there's a lot of people that were like, for years, Zeke needs to sit, Pollard needs to start. And there's a lot of people that said that, and they're wrong, and they were wrong. And Skip Pete told you that for years. He kept saying, you can't run Pollard this way. You can't. He's not built this way. And we're seeing it now. He is not a lead back. I mean, you got to tell me, his longest run of the season is 31 yards, and he's had probably 100 more carries this year than he's had in, average of the other seasons. But he can't break out a long run.
That's
shocking. He's not built for this. And so I don't that the Cowboys tried to make it this way. It's not the case, and it's not working. So I think it's a combination of your offensive line, probably the scheme, the blocking scheme, and then the running back, to me, is not built for it.
Is the starting running back for the Dallas Cowboys in 2024 on the roster right now?
I don't think so.
No Dowdle, no
I do
Pollard?
not think he is.
Deuce?
I think no. I think the backups might be, and it might be Pollard, honestly. It might be Pollard. I mean, when you think about it, okay, he's going to go to free agency. Who's going to sign him? And for what? And they're probably going to say, all right, let's make him a second back, somebody that change the pace back. Well, I mean, the Cowboys should be in the market for that as well. I mean, I think if he had that role that he had last year, I think everyone would be okay with Pollard. Now he is up into his, sixth year now? Or I think this is his fifth year. That would be sixth year next year. But so, I mean, I think I wouldn't dismiss Pollard being on the team, but I do think they need a little bit more of a bell cow.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Did you have the hotter opinion with Lions fallout on the call or McCarthy's time management?
Ooh, probably the time management. I mean, we've seen it now twice. Seattle game and then Detroit. I mean, and the thing that I don't understand is I kind of thought that the Jacksonville game from last year, the one where they had the lead and they kind of passed it a little bit, and I thought that was the game that we were pointing to as McCarthy was like, we can't be cute. We got to run the ball. We have a chance to win this game. We got to run it. And I thought that was the game that was kind of pointed to as a reference. And then, and then we've seen they haven't had a lot of situations like this year where they've had to, had the lead like that, run out the clock. But in, these two times, I'm just a big fan of reducing the game with about 40%.
Yeah.
And when you're at 140, 150, and you can knock it down into the 110 range, I'm doing that every time. And so that's just the way I feel it. And, I say it all the time. People argue with me, but, to me, there's no difference between playing to win and playing not to lose. And if you play that way, you're really playing not to lose, because it's very hard to lose if you give them the ball with about a minute to go, needing 75 yards to go score, but no timeouts. But I also think the fallout, it's been comical, honestly. It's really been comical to watch national media and just see their hatred for the Cowboys. It really is there. It's funny, though, too. You just somebody like a Rex Ryan, it's like, We get it, Rex. We get who your dad was. You know, we get it. We get Phil Simms. We know where you played. You know, I mean, like, come on. It's just been comical, really. But, you know, it is what it is. Here's my point about that. Watch Marquise Bell and Damone Clark. Those two guys. They are all over Dan Skipper, number 70. He's not going anywhere because he's the eligible guy. They're standing right in front of him. So my point is, if 68 was the guy that was announced, they probably are going to be standing right in front of him. So you can't just assume that because 68 was the guy that caught the touchdown, that he would have caught it if that ref had actually announced it to the world like he should have.
Yeah, he may have gone somewhere else with the ball, but it wouldn't have gone to Decker because he would have been covered.
So it's hard to just say, oh, they blew. I mean, the Cowboys, I'd like to think, Dan Quinn and these guys are, better than that. And they are better than that. And they coached a pretty good game on defense. But that is a little bit of a troubling trend. This defense has been good. You look at Miami, Detroit, you look at these games, but when it's really time to, knock them out and put the foot, they haven't done that. Into the half, into the games, that's something that's been a problem here, and it'll bite you in the playoffs.
Excellent stuff. I was looking forward to the Washington preview, but we can do that on Friday. Yeah. But I have to point out the 10 storylines are up on DallasCowboys.com.
Yeah, they
are. Do you know the spread for this game?
12? I don't know. 11?
It was 13.5 as of yesterday. That's when I placed it.
Bovada's up to 14.
Up to 14 now. Okay. Well, it's good. That means that the public is against me.
Well, Washington can secure the number 2 pick with a loss.
Yeah.
Not that their head coach or players probably care about that. Head coach certainly doesn't, but I think they can go to 4 if they win. So it's probably going to be a little mixed feelings over there in Washington.
Thank you, Nick. We'll preview it Friday. Good stuff.
See you guys.
Nick Eatman on the DNM Leasing Hotline from DallasCowboys.com. Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece next.
Let's get you over to K.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece here on, wow, what a nice shirt, Bassick.
That is a nice shirt.
105.
You get that at the fan merch shop?
I guess so. I got it from, I think Gavin Spittle gave it to me.
1053thefan.com/merch.
What a great opportunity to plug that.
Where's your Mike and Casey and the masterpiece shirt?
You wore that
I wore
Friday.
that Friday at Buffalo Wild Wings.
I saw it. It was good.
What's coming up, Corey?
Guys, we have Daryl Moose Johnston joining us at noon today. And this is kind of weird for me because I've been talking so much trash about the UFL, and now
You want the first question? You're like, why are you associated with this garbage product?
I am not talking UFL with him. I'm just.
You're not?
Oh,
That's why he's coming on.
He's talking everything else with me. Trust me. I get to navigate this.
Why are you
interview.
dogging it?
Huh?
Why are you dogging
It's
it?
B-League football. It's not something that I'm interested in. I want to watch the best play the best.
Stoops' league.
I get it. That's congratulations, Stoops. You got a job.
I think the tough thing about that league is this. If you go watch the Frisco Rough Riders, last year you saw Evan Carter. I know Jack Leiter hasn't made the major leagues, but you're literally watching on each team in AA, there's going to be 5 to 6 guys on each team that end up making the major leagues, and a few of them will have a impact in the major leagues.
Yeah.
It's tough to go watch the Arlington Renegades and go, there's anybody here I'm watching that's going to impact the NFL.
It's
Cavante Turpin.
It's unrealized talent. Like there's a mystery. There's an intrigue to a prospect.
Yeah, there might be one.
Yeah, in Frisco.
Yeah, in Frisco.
Oh, okay.
Not someone that you already know is not an NFL player.
This is a bold move to take one league that failed, another league that failed, and say, what if we work together?
So I will ask Bobby's question though from this morning to Moose about personnel and the interest in that.
So why aren't you in the Ring of Honor? Why aren't you invited back to work in the personnel department?
Why are you trying to start trouble?
I'm just asking.
He's not giving up his number 2 job at Fox to go get Will McClay's coffee.
Yeah, he really wants to call that Bears-Cardinals game in December.
Well, he works, look at that lifestyle.
Yeah, he works 1 day a week.
Yeah, ask Broadus about it.
That's not 1 day a week work. They had to prepare
Well,
a week.
sorry.
It's a couple.
They got to watch film.
Compared to the Scouts' life?
You don't have to watch film. Ask Roma.
Spotter boards ready.
Dude, compared to the Scouts' life, dude, there's no comparison.
Dude.
And doing the XFL, I mean, you could dip your toe into the scouting world, see if you actually like it.
You know, Broadus said the Scouts travel so much and use their credit cards for so much travel and everything else that by the end of the year that most Scouts will take like a free trip to Hawaii because they've banked so many like credit card points over the year.
Sounds awesome.
I mean, that's pretty awesome.
What a great lifestyle.
I don't think you mean that.
I don't.
That's pretty awesome to go to Hawaii for free at the end, though.
Well, if you use your credit card and stop just giving the Cowboys and Odyssey free things, then you could maybe get a trip like that. Yeah, and also you get your wife a house.
Boy, Mike
Instead of
is
just giving away. No, let me continue. You want to be a smart ass, so let's go ahead.
Here we go.
Let's match it.
All right, hey, hit the Sean Load intro, Peyton.
See it in person.
What is he giving away?
I don't do the expense reports when
He's
I
like
go on the
Mike.
road.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, but yours is one time eating at Applebee's 5 days a week.
I don't expense the hotel.
His is hotels, cowboy trips.
Oh, like
nonstop.
during the season?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's
You
pretty
don't
dumb.
expense any of them?
I think I've expensed 2 trips in 2 years.
Yeah. Think about that amount of money.
That is crazy.
Right?
But your wife
I mean,
doesn't know?
the flight is free. Look, we have separate credit card statements. The flight is free. I'm just saying that my credit card statement is a digital one. It doesn't come to the place. But the flight is free. The flight is free. The hotel is really the only thing that's there, and it's a discounted rate because you're going with the team.
What else, Corey?
It's discounted rate of 5-star.
Right.
Mike asks all the football questions at 10:20, and we go through the entire All Pros list that we're getting ready to make here at right out the gate.
And when are we talking about? Have you already reviewed Bassick's highlights that you got?
Oh, no, I have not. I've got them right here, though. Nope, I got them right here. Duncanville basketball. We got them, and baseball. We got them going against SGP, South Grand Prairie.
DVDs.
And then, we got Duncanville baseball, 1994.
And luckily that my mom was like, oh, I transferred them from VHS to DVD because obviously they were There might have been DVDs in 1994 and 95,
Maybe
but
more like Laserdisc.
There was not.
Okay, there was not. So she got them transferred over to DVDs. I actually told her on Christmas Eve, I was like, we might need to put these on some sort of zip drive or something because I don't know how many people have DVD players anymore. The only reason I was able to watch them is we have a PlayStation.
Yeah.
So that's that's the only way to watch DVDs at our house. So then I'm not smart enough to put these on YouTube. But, you know, I don't think anybody's really going to want to watch this, but I think for my buddies who I played basketball with and for my buddies who I played baseball with, they'll want these on
Significantly
YouTube.
underestimate Bobby's downtime.
94.
Do you outduel Todd Van Poppel in this game?
There is, not on that one. I do have in 1995, which if this works out well, I do have the game where I pitch against Kerry Wood.
Oh.
Is 94, is that junior year?
Yeah, sophomore year. So on there, you have me throwing a historic game at College Station and throwing a no-hitter in the playoffs.
Yeah!
Ooh,
Damn!
Look
at that!
Where's the O for that?
Yeah!
For the will?
I was excited for him.
You guys want to talk wrestling?
Yeah.
I interrupted you in chopping.
Yeah.
Which is realer, wrestling or the UFL?
I mean, the ratings say wrestling.
I watched wrestling Monday night because I saw Seth Rollins defend his title.
Rollins.
It was actually, I didn't see the whole match, but I saw kind of the end of it, and it was entertaining.
Okay, good. Now, Choppy sends me a text yesterday, and he goes, I swear to God, this guy at my gym looks just like Kevin Sullivan. Now, you might be like, who the hell is Kevin Sullivan? That's fine. That's not as particularly relevant to the story as his realization while we're continuing to talk. And he goes, this guy's here like all the time. And I go, hey, you should get a picture. Then he texts back and he goes, oh my God, Kevin Sullivan was married to the lady who went on to get married to Chris Benoit and got murdered and all that. And I was like, yeah. That is true.
Didn't know that one. Didn't know that Nancy woman was eventually married to Chris Benoit. So I thought I saw Kevin Sullivan at the gym. Now he's doing a little yoga and he's very short. I don't think Kevin Sullivan's 5'4".
Kevin Sullivan is super short.
Is he? Okay, it might be him. Now, he didn't have long hair. No long hair. Very short. High and tight.
When's the last time you saw him, though?
Kevin Sullivan?
Yeah, people can get their hair cut. Okay, so it's been 30 years. Maybe he changed his hair up.
But pretty sure it was Kevin Sullivan. I was on a wrestling kick yesterday because, The Rock came out on Monday Night Raw.
Did he?
Yes. Oh, it's great.
Oh, he appeared on Monday Night Raw.
He has short hair.
Yeah, he does.
You were hanging out with Kevin Sullivan yesterday.
I don't know if Kevin Sullivan lives here. The guy was not that big.
Oh, Sully.
Sully, yeah.
the guy who
No, it's not
saved
the plane guy.
No, that's Sully.
So what did The Rock do?
Jinder Mahal, is that his name?
Yes.
He was out doing some promo, which is speaking in the ring, and then he starts going off and speaking in another language, and then The Rock comes out, and then he plays the music, and the crowd, oh my God, the crowd's going nuts! And then he comes out, and he's considerably bigger than he ever was.
He is humongous.
In the WWE.
The Rock is bigger?
Oh, my God. He is a massive human being. He's easily 50 pounds heavier. Easily.
Okay.
And he comes out, and he starts doing his, he starts doing his talking. And you can tell, he forgot that he was supposed to put some of the lines in. And he goes back and puts the lines. It's a 15-minute thing. This thing goes on forever. And, he at the end, he starts fighting with Jinder, and Jinder tries to attack him. And The Rock, after 3 swings, is completely out of breath.
He is so blown up.
He is not in wrestling shape.
It looked like he was smelling a lot.
Yeah. This is all setting up, Sean, for a big fight with him and Roman Reigns. Big fight. And they're like cousins, aren't they?
They are cousins in real life.
So, huge fight. This is going to be big. It's going to be bigger than the Super Bowl. It's setting up, and I'm back. I'm back, baby. I'm back in the WWE train.
The Rock only got 3,000 retweets off of this 12 hours ago. Surprise. Huh?
What a bum.
Has been washed up.
Wow.
Kevin, there is a study out.
Oh, no. Why is this directed at me?
It compares Apple phone users to Android phone users. And it says that Apple phone users are more attractive to the females out there, Choppy?
Yes, it says that Android users are less attractive.
20 billion times more attractive.
I don't know if it's a billion. I don't know what the number is.
Yeah, you can't get up to 20 billion on a calculator.
This seems so fake.
It does. Of course it does. Because all it is what happens is that you're 76% more likely if you're on a dating app with an Apple phone to be connected and matched.
Let's not mess up the topic.
Really?
Yeah. So we were trying to figure out, because we should be able to tell within our group text at the station who is what.
Sure.
So we wanted to break this down and divide to see whether this study is right on who's more attractive to the ladies.
Can I ask you a quick question? Do you also think you can ever tell by personality if you're an Apple or Android person?
Ooh, I think in some way.
How?
Because I think Android users are very, in a lot of ways, going to be stubborn and counterculture.
Fair.
And that's me.
That's
and
fair.
that's me and Hagelin.
But also,
Fair.
You can also tell by profession. If you're an IT user, like if you're an IT professional, almost exclusively Android.
And if you're an Apple user, you're an idiot. And so I think you can tell a lot from that.
What are these supercomputery people?
Yeah.
Almost exclusively Android, because you can do so much with it.
So nerds.
Yeah, you could customize the phone a lot easier. So
I
Bobby,
prefer the term genius, but sure.
Okay. So in here, Corey, what are you?
Apple.
Okay. Choppy?
Idiot.
I am now Apple. I am now Apple. Like Bassett. I am now Apple.
Reluctantly Apple.
Reluctantly Apple.
Okay, what was your reluctance? Like, I know his family peer pressured him. Same deal?
My kids, the fiance, it was just like, we're trying to send videos left and right.
The cult. You know,
and I was like,
they'll
okay,
get
I
you.
get it. It's whatever. It is what it is. I prefer the Samsung phone overall. I thought it was a better phone, but the text is terrible on it. It's awful.
I got the first one. The first Apple
Whoa.
iPhone. Not the very first one.
Do you still have it?
Yeah, not the yes, I
it's
do.
worth
Actually.
a lot of money.
I do.
Yeah.
It's gross looking, but yes, I do have the first one
I
still.
wonder if you could sell that.
It can't. I promise. It's not. It got stuck in some gum or something or Play-Doh.
You say it's good.
But yeah, I had the first one, so I just, for the sake of not wanting to
Stick
change,
it in water. I think
I'm
that'll
very
help.
conservative in that respect. Yeah.
Okay.
So I was like, I just don't want to change.
And
Never
then,
seen any reason to.
And then we'll set up for Bobby's third therapy session for next week.
Have you noticed a difference since he started going?
Well, I haven't been around him. He doesn't seem as trolly, but I think he might be out of his
I am out.
stuff.
Are you fixed
I'm out
yet?
of Adderall. Nope, not fixed yet.
You're out of Adderall?
No,
I don't think
her
you're- are
Jedi
you
mind
supposed to
tricks
say
haven't worked
fixed?
yet.
Who do you think have you seen a lot of change and growth in Bassett?
Yes, I've heard a lot of change in terms of the way he speaks about things.
Okay.
So, I mean, he still gets into his rant.
His
and he's like,
vocabulary is different.
I'm sorry, Kevin. Cured. Has he been cured yet? Is that what
I
it is?
don't think you're supposed to say
right.
that.
Yesterday,
I don't know.
the first session, you said that you were
She
strategically
said
vulnerable.
I'm strategically vulnerable.
And yesterday, she wanted to address all your negativity.
Yeah, she says I'm super negative.
All right, Bobby, here's the deal.
Uh-oh.
Because I just went to talking
She
doctor
specifically
yesterday.
said, who was so mean to you in your childhood that you think that way?
And you should just put it all on the table or else you're wasting your time. Like, tell them the good, the bad, everything.
Which I did. I looked at it very objectively. I say these are just things that I view them as objective facts. She's like, well, you shouldn't just coldly view negativity like that as like an objective fact because it's not.
Do you like your therapist?
Yeah, she's very nice. She's
He's
very
going
nice.
back
She's
for number
smart.
3.
Okay.
Whereas before he said he was 2 and done, over with. And now she's taking a lot of notes.
Yep. She's writing down a lot of different things. She's like, oh, I got to write that down, what you just said. I'm like, why are you writing that down, but not the other things I said for the
Yeah, that's
past 50
irritating.
minutes?
There's something that I feel like is really important, and they're just like, And then you say
feel like
something
it's-
off the cuff, and they're like, I gotta write that
I think
one
she's
down.
just writing it down like she's writing down like, damn, that was a good ass quote. I need to remember that.
That's
You're really
actually
smart.
sure. Yeah. All right, we're back tomorrow. The KMC Masterpiece is next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We will gladly. Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, fan text if you want to get in on any of our conversations. We got Corey, Mike, Alec, and me rolling with you today. I know we're going to talk about Cowboys All-Pro, but Corey, you've been talking about this the last 24 hours. How excited are you now that Lyle Collins is back in the practice squad to work himself back into shape?
Look, man, when it comes
the
to
real, I call him the real 71, Corey.
What? I think mine would be Mark Tuaney, but
who made more money?
I mean, probably Lyle Collins.
Is that your determination?
No, not at all. But
if
I'm trying to make a case for Lyle Collins over Mark Tuaney, that's about the only thing I have there.
That is pretty much it. Yeah, no, I think it's good that they have backup guy available. I'm not going to try and buy any spin that they put on of like he's going to be the savior of the season or anything like that. But you know, they need the depth, and this is at this point in the season. You're scraping the bottom of the barrel anyway. I mean, so much so that everybody wants Dalvin Cook. So yeah, so I'm sitting here
especially
saying,
Dez.
Yeah, so it's good to have the option in case something happens, because Tyron's been relatively healthy this year. I mean, like, to be honest, we thought probably he would miss even more this season than
This is the most healthy he's been in how long? 5 years?
I was going to say 6, yeah.
Probably.
But so, like, I mean, you have to have options just in case, especially with this last game. You have to win this last game, right?
Yes.
This isn't one of those last games where you can just say, let's rest everybody, even though Richard Sherman thinks that the Cowboys should. But this is one of those games. Yeah, he's like, yeah, they should go ahead and rest everybody on this thing. I say if you get up 14, 17, 20 points, then you do it.
That's fine. But at the beginning of the game, all right, Corey, quick question. At the beginning of the game, which opinion of Richard Sherman's do you think was more misinformed about the Cowboys? Not playing any of your starters in a game you have to win to get the number 2 seed, or CeeDee Lamb is not a number 1 wide receiver?
Ooh, CeeDee Lamb not being a number 1 wide receiver.
Okay.
But, I mean, it's a reality. You have to you need to win this game to achieve the goal that you've been trying to do all season. That is, separate yourself from San Francisco for as long as possible and host as many games as you can. So that's what the Cowboys need to do.
I'm with you. I can't imagine somebody saying you should sit out especially when you look at a team. Crazy. The only way that I would agree with it, and I still wouldn't, is if the Cowboys were 8-0 on the road and 3-5 at home. And then I'd go, well, you know what?
Yeah.
For some reason, they play way better on the road than at home. So maybe it's a little bit of oh no, they have to play 2 home games in the playoffs. They've stunk at home, and they're really perfect on the road. It's the opposite for the Cowboys. Not that they're perfect, but their record is undefeated at home. And so if you looked at it, I was getting worried before that Philadelphia debacle against Arizona. Thank you, Philadelphia, and thank you, Arizona. I thought, gosh, I really feel like the Cowboys are going to beat the NFC South winner, the division winner, but man, do we stink on the road.
Yes.
And so now you know that if you win against Washington, you get your first 2 games are at home. And then you don't know about the third game.
Win, of course.
Yeah, I mean, you have to win, but you can't go on the road until the NFC Championship game.
Yeah. Okay. So
do you think they would have brought in Collins and Wilson just to look at them had they not been in the position they are? Like if they didn't need to win and play their starters, and like they could go out there and say we're not playing nobody. If they didn't need to, do you think they would have said, we're still looking like this?
I think the company line you're going to get on this is
24/7.
Yeah, that, and also like, hey, we think we're built for a lengthy playoff run no matter what. Like I think you would have heard we're built for a lengthy playoff run even if the last week or I guess several days hadn't happened and you were still primed to be the number 5 seed. I still think they would give you that same, and you'd get the tired 24/7.
And the linebacker situation too, like, they are depleted. They are completely depleted there. So like that is something they still have to keep looking.
Now, Corey, I know you saw this list, and so actually you're the one who brought it up. And Mike, so I wanted to kick this over to you and get your thoughts. Is Bill Barnwell was putting out his all-pro team, because that's what really matters, especially since we don't even do the Pro Bowl game anymore, but with everyone like opting out, like it's the transfer portal in college, getting a Pro Bowl selection, like in terms of your resume, doesn't mean a lot. I'm sure to the player it means a whole lot, and more power to you. But all pro,
I do wonder if there are some incentives
that's
that
a good
are
point
with the Pro Bowl.
That's a good point. And also contractually, maybe making the Pro Bowl
Yeah.
games means a whole lot. But from an all-pro perspective, Mike, I wanted to kick it over to you first. How many all-pros do you think are on this Cowboys team right now?
They take 2 quarterbacks?
Yeah, okay. And so if you want to do first and second team, correct.
Dak? Second team to Lamar Jackson?
Ooh, interesting.
Okay.
I know Micah Parsons 100%. Like, that's easy. Like, I was just thinking. And then,
Okay, tell me your easy ones first.
all right, Micah Parsons, CD Lamb,
Yep.
Brandon Aubrey.
Nice.
Because they do take first and second.
Yes.
Isn't there another kicker who's perfect this year, too?
Let me go see Harrison Butker's numbers.
But still, I still think he would make it worse second team, but I do think he'll make first team. I'm going to assume Zach Martin's still one of the best guards in the NFL. Yep. And am I forgetting
maybe
Deron Bland?
Deron Bland.
That's a tough one because he does have unbelievable stats when it comes to pick sixes, but do people consider him a top? Well, you'd have to be top 10, right? You'd make it if you're top 10. Is that correct or
Harrison
no?
Butker has missed some
Or is it
this
top
year.
6?
So.
Okay, good. Yeah, it's top 6 because they take 3 cornerbacks first team.
Okay, I'll guess he goes
cornerbacks
second team, but he'll make second team. And then Dak's going to be interesting at quarterback. If Lamar Jackson is one of them for sure, who's the second?
Let me pause you right there then.
Sorry.
Because no, you're really onto something here. All right. Corey, CeeDee Lamb as a first teamer.
Easy.
We all agree?
Yep, easy.
Okay. Zach Martin.
He's a number 1 receiver in the NFL.
I agree. Zach Martin, first team.
I'm pretty sure.
Right guard.
Right? Not that I know all the guards in the NFL, but I feel like he is.
Who would you give the edge over?
Yeah.
Another guard.
That makes sense.
Damian Lillard.
No, that's a basketball guard.
But he does play guard, and you asked about the guard.
you know
You
what?
didn't specify football.
Fair point. Zach Martin, agree?
Yes.
Micah Parsons?
Yes.
Yes. Although is that the most stocked area for potential all pros with this season?
I could see that because wouldn't you make the argument that, and it's depending if you only take 2 edge rushers, wouldn't you make the argument that your top 3 defensive player of the year candidates are all at that
DeMarcus
spot?
Lawrence is a Pro Bowler. I don't know if he's an all pro.
I agree.
Okay. And then Brandon Aubrey.
I mean, he hasn't missed.
He's number 1 now
Yes,
that I know
agreed.
that the Butker guy has missed.
So Bill Barnwell, and just take this for what it is, but it does show a pretty impressive array of talent. CeeDee Lamb, first team All-Pro. Zach Martin, first team. Micah Parsons, first team. Brandon Aubrey, first team. And Deron Bland is listed.
Okay, good.
First team on there.
Good.
They have 2 second-team players. You had speculated about Dak. Would you like to go with that?
Yeah, but I do think this last game of the year means something to getting second team all pro, because there is a big game, which I'll discuss in about 15 minutes with you guys, is Miami Buffalo. And if somehow Dak goes out and they win 24-20 and it's another average game, even if it's a pretty good game, I could see where Josh Allen could jump him.
Ooh, interesting.
In the
somebody
second.
off that I'm fascinated by.
Brock Purdy?
Yeah. What about Brock Purdy?
His season's over. I'm just wondering. I don't think he's playing this week. So I do think Dak has the advantage of playing well this week and pushing himself over Brock Purdy and over Josh Allen.
Because keep in mind, this is a regular season. I don't want people to get it twisted and be like, oh, the 49ers are the best team. This is just for regular season. I'm not disputing that whatsoever.
I'm trying to think of, is it DeMarcus Lawrence? Is it Tyron Smith? Is it Tyler Smith?
Brian Anger is one of them.
Why do you hate punters so much, Mike?
I don't care about punters.
He's a really good punter.
Unfortunately, I know Brian Anger, and I know the punt god guy who's out of the NFL who never punted in the NFL. That's about the only 2 punters I know. And Reggie
White,
Roby,
back
I'm
in the
pretty
day.
sure, is out of the NFL.
And so is Danny White.
Yeah.
They have Brian Anger at second team. The other second teamer is Tyron Smith. So their second team, or Barnwell specifically, is second team quarterback,
is Brock Purdy.
That's amazing that Tyron Smith is an all-pro still at this point. Like, that is awesome because, look, 90% of Cowboy fans wrote him off. I'm one of them.
There is no way.
That there's no way he's making an all-pro or even a Pro Bowl team anymore because of his health.
I'll take the L on that as well. If you told me going into the season that Tyron Smith would be an all-pro, I don't think I would believe you.
Yeah,
and he's behind only Trent Williams, who clearly Trent Williams
right.
is pretty
I'd say
awesome.
if we're going off of a 7-game schedule and just the 7 games he's going to play in, I'd say there's a possibility. But unfortunately, you have to play 10 other games that he probably won't be a part of.
Just wanted to point out, Junior Fehoko has been activated from the injured reserve to the 53-man roster for the Cowboys. He was a defensive end linebacker kind of combo guy, pressure player, if you will. So
have we had multiple Fehokos recently?
Yes.
Isn't there a
Yes.
Simi Fehoko, the wide receiver
Junior.
that somebody said, was it John Lynch? He's like, dang it, you guys stole him from us. We really liked him. And
Yeah.
I'm like, well, you can have him if
he
you
didn't
want him.
quite live up. But they swapped Deuce Vaughn there. And and this dude is, if you watch his film from college, he is a violent player. Like, this dude just loves to run up into a place and just So there's something about it that reminded me of Palomalu and the way that he would just fly into a place. So just keep an eye on that.
Should I assume then the Dowdle is probably good to
Yeah,
go?
I would presume that. This is going off of a Nick Harris tweet, so I don't know any more than they just swapped the rookies.
And then how do you feel about Purdy going ahead of Prescott for second team quarterback? This is
I think there's a 3-team race. I mean, a 3-person race for this. And Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, and Josh Allen, I think, is the race for second team quarterback. I don't know. I do think this
but Dak's the only one that has an opportunity to do it, right?
Well,
he can change. He can change his view.
I think Josh Allen can, playing Miami.
Yeah, okay.
If he goes and wins that division,
Tua?
They go to the 2 seed.
Can Tua change it?
After
Baltimore
Tua's game against Baltimore,
Yeah, that's a good question.
Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't feel like Tua's in the category right now of Brock, Allen, and Dak, in whatever order you want to put those 3.
Now, this is interesting because we get a text that says then they should go to the Super Bowl, right? And I'm looking, I did a quick scan. I specifically focused in on the Ravens and the 49ers. And again, this is one person's opinion, but I think this goes to the idea that the Cowboys underachieve in the playoffs is if you're just going talent for talent, they have as many all-pros or potentially as many all-pros as any other team. And that would lend you to theoretically believe that you would make a Super Bowl run.
Yeah, you should be that talented team that, you get further into the playoffs and you have that opportunity. You said San Francisco doesn't have as many either?
I don't think first teamers.
Interesting. That's interesting because their entire team, you feel like it should be Pro Bowlers. I mean, you think about Deebo Samuel. I know his numbers.
Isn't Ayuk considered now better than him?
Yes, but Deebo is still, like, you fear him. Ayuk feeds off of those guys.
I have a quick question for both of you. I know I'm supposed to get into football questions in a minute. Here's your first football question from me. Is Deebo and Ayuk a better combo than CD and Cook?
Ooh. I think, man, that's interesting. Yes.
Who are you voting for?
I'm voting what you just said is Deebo and then
so you're voting San Francisco's 2 wide receivers versus Cowboys.
Yeah. But it's close.
Yeah,
dude.
and I'm going to say no, and this might be flawed thinking because I think there's a pronounced one that is a good bit better.
Yeah, I think it's a tough question.
That is a tough question.
I mean,
obviously,
then you
if you add tight end, then we're out.
Yeah, then you add in George Kittle, you add in McCaffrey, you add in the other side. We were talking about they should have 2 Pro Bowlers on the defensive side in Bosa and Warner.
Yep.
And so and then I think one of their cornerbacks is thrown in that mix, or maybe one of their safeties. They seem like they should be stacked like that. It just feels that way, especially with Purdy being in the conversation there.
So
and somebody did ask Kevin, is this 2023 stats or 2024? So if you need to clarify,
2020. We're still in 2023 in football.
Gotcha. It's weird. It is weird, Mike, to be in that place
because it'll be the 2023 Super Bowl champion.
This is weird too.
Which I have had so many arguments with people about that, and they're like, the Cowboys won the Super Bowl in 1996. I was like, no, they didn't. A game took place in January of 1996. I was like, that's great. It's for the 1995 season. So I joked yesterday about not having New Year's resolutions. I'm going to try to not get bogged down in semantical debate about dates. I don't know how well that will go.
All right,
but
okay.
we will.
I mean, look, to finish off this segment, Corey, it's the second time we've seen each other this year.
It is only the second time.
You know what? That's a fair and valid point.
And somebody says y'all are hilarious. That's not a tough question at all. San Francisco's wide receiver combo is definitely better. And I did say that was the group.
I think if you want to pick San Francisco,
CD changed my opinion on him by even this year.
Like if I put Brandon Ayuk as the best receiver on San Francisco, he's not a top 5 receiver in the NFL, and CeeDee Lamb easily is. You can put him 3rd, 4th, or 5th. You can even put him 2nd. Probably Tyreek Hill beats him no matter what, but
Ayuk's 6th in receiving yards, so just right outside of it.
But I do think there is to Kevin's point. I think there's a defined difference between the number one.
Yeah.
CD is better than Ayuk and Debo, and I don't want to say it's not even close, but there is a gap there.
Agreed.
But then when you go Brandon Cook to Debo Samuel, there's a gap there, probably in number 2 receiver.
I agree with that.
Favoring San Francisco. So then your kind of debate would be: do you want a better 1 and a lesser 2? Or a lesser 1 and a better 2.
Yeah, and even with the production there, Jake Ferguson's your number 2. So like Cook is still further down than
and
Debo
Ferguson
Samuel
is worse than Kittle.
Yeah. So it's just that trio. It's still good.
Yeah.
That's still a really good trio for you.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mike asks all the football questions right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for Mike to ask some of those football questions.
In 2024.
Right. My first time ever this year to ask football questions, except for last segment where I had a good question. All right, I know this is going to sound like a negative question, but it is the reality of the Cowboys' last 3 games. Here is the question. How unimpressed were you with the Cowboys' last 3 games? The reason I asked this to you guys first is I left right before the Buffalo game for vacation. Then I came back after the Miami game, but then you guys were on Christmas vacation for that. And then we all talked about the Detroit game, which the Cowboys did win on a technicality, but they won it. So you take the last 3 games that we haven't been together for, Buffalo, Miami, and Detroit was a big deal. How unimpressed, or hey, if you want to say I was really impressed with those 3 games, you tell me, Kevin.
I was not really impressed with those 3 games, and my biggest concern is the struggle of that offense. And the reason why I wanted to say offense, because I know we brought up the defense yesterday, specifically their inability to stop when the game is on the line. But this is an offense that was the best offense in the NFL for a big chunk of the season. Now you've seen them plateau out at best at 20 points the last 3 weeks. Dak has struggled. The offense in general has struggled. That's a real concern for me right now.
Yeah, having scored less than or equal to 20 points in the last 3 games is not what I expect out of this offense. The fact that they still, here we are late in the season, there have been moments where I've been like, oh, is Tony Pollard back? But the fact that you still can't get the running game going and you have to rely so much on CeeDee Lamb and doing all that, that's a struggle right there. So that's unimpressive too. You haven't gotten better there.
Can I ask a question inside that?
Ask your question.
Was Tony Pollard the worst Cowboy on Saturday night?
I will always say watch your blocking first.
Fair.
So if he's getting to the line of scrimmage and just getting stoned, then how much of that is him versus how much of the lane is there?
Okay, so
I've been unimpressed.
Here's my next question based off of your question, Kevin. Since you asked it to Corey, I'll ask you this back. Percentage. The run game stinks for the Cowboys. Tony Pollard is averaging 4 yards a carry on his 235 carries this year. If you want to look at Rico Dowdle, he has 80 carries for an average of 3.9 yards per carry. Percentage of blame. The running backs to the offensive line for having a running game that obviously Mike McCarthy thinks is complete and total trash, because when he needs to run the ball the last 2 possessions he has it, he's like, we ain't running. We stink at it. We're going nowhere with it. We are passing the ball every time, even though it's a bad decision most times in this situation. He thinks it's so pathetic you can't even run late in the game. Percentage. You blame the running backs to percentage. You blame the offensive line on this year's run game.
I'm going to give 60% of the blame to the running backs, and I will tell you this, because even though I think Rico Dowdle's looked good in spurts, you just hit us with the cold, hard numbers that it's 3.9 yards per carry. Tony Pollard, even himself, admitted that up until maybe a couple games after the bye, he still wasn't feeling like himself post-injury. So obviously some of that falls on Tony Pollard. So I'll go 60% running back, 40% offensive line.
This is interesting because I'm looking at Mike McCarthy's history of rushing yards, attempts, and all that. He's never been he's always both 15 or below in the league in attempts, yards. I mean, he had Aaron Rodgers for a lot of those times.
But sometimes you have a higher percentage of yards per carry if you run the ball less.
Yeah, and
this year
that's fair.
It's bad both,
down,
right?
Yeah.
They don't run as much, and every time they do run, it's trash anyways.
I'll say it's a good balance of Pollard having the blame, but I still think that the offensive line has to have an attitude that we can dominate, and I just haven't seen that from them.
Do you believe that then? I hear what you're saying about the attitude. Do you believe they have the, skill set to dominate?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure that their coach has asked them to do some different things this year too. So they are doing some different approaches to what they're used to. And I don't know if their technique is their favorite.
Yeah.
It's like, Mike, if they were like, hey, you need to throw a cutter, and you're like, I'm keep getting killed on this cutter.
It's not cutting.
Yeah.
It cuts about once every 4 times, and that means I'm going to get crushed by this pitch if it's only 25% effective when I throw it. So I look at the Cowboys run game and I say this. First of all, I think the Cowboys are making the NFC Championship game. But if you are playing the Cowboys in the playoffs, you can say, hey, even with 3 minutes to go, we're getting the ball back. They can't run out the clock. So I think that, like, if you're playing a team that's this bad at running, if the Cowboys were playing a team that's this bad at running the ball in the playoffs, and I know the Cowboys' run defense is a major weakness, but you'd say, hey, we can get the ball back. They literally can't run the ball 3 times for 10 yards. They just can't do it. And so I think the Cowboys are close to the point where most teams are going to say, if we are losing late in the game in a 1-possession game, this is the easiest team to stop and get a punt. Now, they can pass it for a first down, but they cannot run it for a first down. Okay, my next question is now the South Division in the AFC and the South Division in the NFC. These are very intriguing going into the last week of the season. Right now, who is going to win the NFC South and who is going to win the AFC South? Corey, you get to go first. Kevin, you go second.
I feel NFC South, I'm going to go Buccaneers. I think they play the Panthers this weekend, and that sets them up. Now, that being said, the Saints do play the Falcons. Kevin, we were looking at the schedule for football. Like every game seems to have some purpose here.
Yeah, I know the number 1 seeds are locked up, but other than the top line, there's a whole lot of moving parts here.
In the AFC, I'm going to go with the Colts. I think the Colts beat the Texans and the Jaguars fall to the Lions. I'm not the Lions, the Titans in a weird game. And then the Colts end up rocking that thing.
Okay.
Even though they give up a lot of points.
I am definitely going to agree with you on the NFC South. On the NFC South. Look, the Panthers have given up. Their owner has given up. By the way, in case you wanted a fun factoid of the day, that David Tepper fine, let's say you were worth $10,000. Do you know how much that fine would be to you?
$1.78.
15 cents.
Oh, okay.
15 cents. So, yeah, he's really feeling that. However, in the AFC South, I'm sorry, Mike, this is not against you. I'm going with one of the most magical stories of the season. I predict that the Houston Texans.
You pick the Colts?
Will figure out a way to get this done.
You're picking the Jags, aren't you?
I'm hoping for the Jags.
If you had to pick, though.
If I had to pick, if you made me bet, like, I'm not saying my life. I wouldn't want to do it. But, you know, like, bet my house. If you had to bet your house on it, I'll bet the Jaguars, but I'm not excited about it.
Okay.
The Jaguars are favored by 5 at Tennessee. As long as the Jaguars win that game, they are the AFC South champs.
Yep.
So I would say I think the Jaguars are going to go on the road and win, but I am not certain about it. They are a very inconsistent team. So that Texans-Colts game is Saturday night. For us, it's on ESPN because ABC has quit.
What?
Yeah, it's over. There's no more ABC.
We have no alphabet.
Out of all the channels that are kind of your CBS, NBC, and ABC are the 3 channels that started television, as far as I know.
That's what it is to me. Yes.
One of them is out.
They might have called something else back in the day, but I hear you.
They quit. ABC quit.
Well, you know what's weird is, depending on who you listen to, it's one fault or the other. Is some TV places are like, oh, ABC. They're just asking for so much money, we can't handle it.
So you guys are going against the Jags and both saying that obviously the Tampa Bay Bucks beat the Carolina Panthers and win that division. Okay, my next question goes back to the Cowboys, and it goes to the MVP of 2023. Like it or not, listeners, Lamar Jackson is the MVP of 2023, and he was the MVP of 2019. If you had to pick a quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys the next 5 years, would you pick Lamar Jackson or Dak Prescott, and why?
Okay.
This is fun.
Because you're probably about to get a 5-year kind of contract for Dak here.
Yeah,
I'm probably right.
I'm probably sticking with Dak. I love what he's doing with CeeDee Lamb. I feel like I've seen a passer that I haven't seen in his past. I know Dak's made some very pretty throws in his time, but there are other times I'm watching him, I'm like, dude, that's a throw I've never seen him make before. And I do believe whenever he's communicating with his team that the offense clicks like none other. It's a rhythm thing. Once he gets into a rhythm, it is awesome. And Lamar Jackson, I just haven't seen him, and maybe to the credit of Baltimore, never seen him dominate with one receiver other than Mark Andrews, his tight ends.
Yeah.
So I will say that I will continue to rock with Dak.
Okay, I
think it's a good question.
No, it is a good question because I think my answer is going to sound kind of stupid.
All right.
From the 214, Lamar, because he's better. All right. Here's the thing. I agree that Lamar Jackson is better than Dak Prescott. However, I'm going to stick with Dak Prescott just because I feel like you've catered an offense around Dak, whereas catering an offense around Lamar Jackson is going to need some personnel changes. So I'm going to stick with Dak.
I hear you. I think it's a tough question because I think you have to build a unique team around Lamar Jackson. And they've done a great job in Baltimore, and they have a chance to win it all this year. They have the best team.
Even when they lost their best receiver.
That's amazing.
By the way, when people are like, I don't think Lamar has the stats, one of the things is, and I can't quantify this, is he has played excellent since Mark Andrews went down. That's part of the deal. That team is Lamar Jackson and their defense.
And I'll give Dak this credit. I would have never thought he'd be this good with this crappy of a run game. Kind of combining this whole segment together.
Because you would have thought it would have gone 14.
Yeah, I would think he would have thrown another 12 interceptions with this run game. Because you're putting a lot of pressure on Dak to be the yard maker, and sometimes you have to be riskier in that if your run game is this crappy. And Dak has thrived even with a crappy run game. So the hope is in the offseason is that you draft a running back in the second, third round approximately. Right. That is the next DeMarco Murray or the next guy that I know Zeke was good early. So yeah, the next Zeke Elliott, but that is for the future. Okay. I guess I'll give my last question because it's very relevant to this week. Who are you picking to be the 2 seed in the AFC? It's going to be Buffalo or Miami. Whoever wins that game. It's at Miami, and Buffalo is favored by 3.
I'm going to take Buffalo.
That's the Sunday night game, by the way.
I'm going to take Buffalo. By the way, in Gridiron, I'll get the exact scenario. Do you know if Buffalo loses that game, they could miss the playoffs altogether?
So weird.
It's
weird.
Crazy.
Yeah, to have that kind of a record and possibly miss the playoffs.
Or you could be the number 2 seed still. I'm going to go with Buffalo.
I'm going Miami. I think Miami at home takes it. They're 7-1 at home. And Buffalo's 3-4 on the road. So I'm going to take Miami.
Miami, Buffalo. I'm going to go with Buffalo because maybe I'm getting way too biased on watching them play the Cowboys.
James Cook hadn't been the same running back since that Cowboys game.
I think Buffalo has a great chance to make it to the Super Bowl.
Against the Cowboys.
Well, Choppy,
Against the 49ers.
I think Choppy bet 40-1 odds that Buffalo wins the Super Bowl. So,
wow, really?
He got 40-1 a couple weeks ago.
We need, like
2023,
like it or not, people.
Last year,
I think the Cowboys need injuries to San Francisco to beat San Francisco, and that can happen.
Not rooting for it.
Not rooting for it. That would be the worst thing in the world. That. But I'm just saying that if the Cowboys have to go to San Francisco, and they better make it that far. They better make it that far. We're out of time, but the Cowboys are going to be jinxed forever if they can't in this crappy of an NFC besides San Francisco. There is a true curse on the Cowboys if they can't make it to the NFC Championship game this year.
Wow.
That's it.
Okay.
Mike believes in curses.
Well,
man,
you tell me if this Cowboys team can't make it to the NFC Championship game in 3 decades. And they have the 2 seed in this crappy of a conference, then they are cursed.
Side note, maybe relevant, maybe not. If you've seen the TV show with Emma Stone called The Curse, let me know.
That was called La La Land, right?
No, La La Land's a good movie, but I have not tried to watch it. I don't think I want to.
Rotten Tomatoes critics, 94%. Audience, 36%.
They think it's 94% rotten?
No, they think it's 94% great. Audience, 36% great. I've watched the first 2 episodes. I get both sides. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the return of Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
If you're not happy with Nate Lowe's offensive production, we look further into first basemen in Major League Baseball next.
Today, we're all looking for ways to cut our monthly spending.
want to thank you. It's your day with the World Series trophy. Join us in our Odyssey showroom at our fan offices Tuesday evening, January 9th for our first Rangers Hot Stove live show of the year. Get your picture taken with some of the Rangers and one of the most prestigious trophies in sports. January 9th with 105.3 The Fan. Players scheduled to appear at Josh Spores and Josh Smith.
Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Now 2 outs. Carter the batter with the runner at third. And that one is swung on and hit deep to right. Way back there. That ball is history. The kid has done it again. Evan Carter with a laser 2-run homer. The Rangers lead 4-0.
KSC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Passer.
Multiple things to start off. My son got me a Full Count Carter t-shirt for Christmas. So when that is in the laundry right now, once that gets cleaned, I'll be wearing my Full Count Carter t-shirt quite a bit.
Cool.
Second, today is Wednesday, 6 days from now, January 9th, here at the showroom. You can give the address 4131 North Central Expressway.
That is correct.
I know that because when I order food, I need to know. It's 4131 North Central Expressway in Dallas, Texas. It's 75204,
That is
I believe.
correct.
Is the zip code.
That is correct.
We will have the World Series trophy here for you to take pictures with. We will also have World Series pitcher who got the last out for the Texas Rangers, Josh Spores, will be here. Josh Smith, your utility infielder from LSU. He loves talking LSU baseball, too. You can ask him about LSU baseball. He will be here. So January 9th, I believe from 6 p.m. to approximately 8 p.m., you will be able to take a picture with the World Series trophy. You will be able to say hello to 2 of the 3 Joshes on the team.
But don't touch the trophy. Right?
Touch the trophy if you want. Obviously, Corey did. Nothing happened to him.
Supposed to say that.
Yeah,
Can you imagine if there was like some sort of, they make you put on a dog collar and then they put the invisible fence around the trophy? That's, if I got the job, that's what I would do. I'd be like, before you take the picture of the trophy, I put a shock collar on you. So if you try to touch it, you get shocked.
I'm still doing it. I'm still going to make it. And you know what? Now it might be your fault that I knock it over because I want
to get shocked. Your hand pushes it.
So to you, the shock would not be a deterrent. It would just be a reason for Mike to be
get
bad
through
at
the
his
shock.
job.
Okay. So I want to talk about here in Baseball Nuggets, I want to talk about first baseman in Major League Baseball in 2023. So as we head into 2024, I look specifically at the Rangers first baseman, and that would be one Nate Lowe. Now, Nate Lowe did not have his best offensive year last year. Obviously, the year before in 2022 was his best offensive year. He had 17 home runs. He had 82 RBIs. He had an OPS of 775. Now, I'd like to tell you that is below average in Major League Baseball in the majority of those stats for first baseman.
Okay.
I think he's going to be better next year. I think he could be like in between 22 and 23, if that makes sense. Like, will he become a Silver Slugger candidate? I really hope so. I hope he wins another Silver Slugger. Will he only have 17 home runs and 82 RBIs? I think he'll be more in kind of the low to mid 20s in home runs and maybe get up to 90 RBIs next year. So that's what I expect. But let's look around Major League Baseball. And around Major League Baseball last year, there were only 4 first basemen. I find this surprising being such a power position. There were only 4 first basemen last year that hit 30 or more home runs. Spencer Torkelson hit 31 home runs.
Can you say his first name for me?
Yeah.
Spencer?
There you go.
All right.
What did I say?
Now say the whole thing together.
Torkel.
No, say the whole name together.
Spencer Torkelson.
You did it.
Did I do it
That's
wrong?
the first time I've ever heard you say it right.
Usually you say Spencer Torkelson.
Torkers.
Fine. You know what?
I know who you meant, though.
He's the first overall pick from Arizona State. He needs to play better for me to get his name better. He strikes out a whole bunch. He had 171 strikeouts last year. Okay, but he did have 31 home runs. He had 94 RBIs. I'm concentrating on home runs here. Christian Walker, first baseman for the Arizona Diamondbacks, he had 33 home runs. Pete Alonso, big-time power hitter at first base, 46 home runs. Matt Olson had 54. There were only 4 first basemen in all of Major League Baseball last year who had 30 or more home runs. Only 4. Well, let me take it down to 25. I only add 3 first basemen in baseball that had 25 or more home runs. Freddie Freeman, future Hall of Famer, had 29 home runs. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who had a down year last year, had 26 home runs. And Paul Goldschmidt, I would say a borderline Hall of Famer at this point. He's got a few more years. Like, he could make it. He might not make it. He's kind of on that, like, he'll be on the ballot. He'll definitely get votes. He won't make it the first time, but he could make it. And maybe I need to dive more into Paul Goldschmidt numbers. But he had 25 home runs. Only 7 out of 30 first basemen last year had 25 or more home runs. So if you want to say Nate Lowe needs to hit 25 or more home runs, I agree. I want him to do that. But it's surprising when you look at around Major League Baseball, the low number of guys who are power hitters at that position now.
Is there a group of maybe it's shortstops that shift the balance, or a year range where you think that really changed?
That's a great question. I would need to go back in history.
Hanley Ramirez is, in my opinion, when it started. And I'm not saying that like first basemen weren't doing it, but whenever it's and the Ian Kinsler time too. Whenever,
how about this? I'm hearing
whenever shortstops and second basemen started hitting more home runs, I think that's when the first baseman became less of a thing.
I just clicked back to 2019. Okay. Because I can do that here. So 2019, how many guys do you think at first base hit 25 or more home runs? If I just told you 7 in 2023.
11.
In 2019, right before COVID. Okay, 11.
I'll go 9.
17 guys had 25 or more home runs.
Was that a different? Was that
a different time?
That's the
That was 4 years ago.
Angle.
All right. How about 30 or more home runs from 2019? Now that you know 17 hit 25 or more.
I'll stick with 9.
11 guys hit 31 is 31 or more. But you had Pete Alonso at 53. Now there was a big drop off from that. Then Freddie Freeman 38, Josh Bell from Jesuit 37. 36 from Matt Olson, 35 from Mike Moustakas, 35 from Trey Mancini, 34 from Carlos Santana, 34 from Paul Goldschmidt. You can keep going down the list. Isn't it interesting? So if I just go back to 2019, I couldn't click on 2020 because of the short season, but if I just go back to 2019, 17 guys had 25 or more home runs, and now only 7 last year had 25 or more home runs. You go to 11 had 30 or more, and last year 4 guys at first base had 30 or more home runs. The power numbers in 2023 just dropped off tremendously from just a few years ago of what first basemen were doing. So I understand maybe the frustration last year with Nate Lowe's power numbers based off of the history at first base. But in a weird way, last year, first base just lost a lot of offensive pop from where it had been just in, I'm looking at 2019.
Can I ask you I don't think it's a weird question. You might not think it connects at all. Do you think overall defense has gotten better at first base?
Nathaniel Lowe's did, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
His did, but I mean, Vlad is not good at it. Pete Alonso's not good at it. And those are premium, what you'd think of premium first base.
And that was one of the positions. Obviously, DH can be there as well.
Right.
Is where you would just stick somebody who hits a lot but is not great defensively. So I was just
you're
curious
right.
if first base got better defensively at all.
I think there's always been a big mix of defensive first basemen, if that makes sense. There's a mix of really bad defensive first basemen. To your point, I'm not saying he was really bad. I never thought Frank Thomas was a good first baseman.
Okay.
But he's one of the greatest first base hitters of all time.
There's nowhere else to put him.
Yeah, you could put him late in his career. He DH with Toronto or whatever. But when he was with the White Sox, he was their first baseman. And they're like, we'll live with his defense because of what he does offensively. But to your point, I do think there are some guys that have really great hands at first base. And then there's some guys that like Pete Alonso and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. come to mind of we can live with their defense because of their offense. So I just wanted to point that out for Nate Lowe. He needs to get better next year in 2000. Like out of all the things that happened, unbelievable year in 2023. We are the world champs. Nate Lowe was something at the end of the year. I think people were a little bit disappointed with his first base offensive numbers. And I'm telling you, yes, they were below average. If you look around Major League Baseball, they were below average. 17 home runs, 82 RBIs. I believe he had 89 runs scored. I'm trying to pick up his name real quick. Yes, 89. How about this? Only two guys, Matt Olson and Freddie Freeman, were only two. They're two first basemen who had 100 runs scored or more. Only two.
That's wild.
RBIs would, okay, well, they can't run. They're slow because they're first baseman. I get it. You usually put people at first base are usually slower guys. You take them, like, I can't put them in the outfield. They're too slow to play in the outfield. I'm putting them at first base. 4 guys last year had 100 or more RBIs. Out of all first basemen in baseball, 100 RBIs. If you think of Marcus Semien at second base, leading off had 100 RBIs in a leadoff spot. So he's relying on 7, 8, and 9 hole guys to get on base to drive in. Most first basemen are batting 2nd through 5th in your lineup. Somewhere in that, I know Nate Lowe doesn't consistently. He'll bat further down in your order, but only 4 guys, Freddie Freeman, Christian Walker, Pete Alonso, and Matt Olson, had 100 or more RBIs, and that's it. So, anyways, I wanted to point out Nate Lowe. I think he's going to get better for you in 2024. He didn't have a great year last year offensively, but first base really stunk offensively last year if you just look at what first base used to do in the game.
That is very fascinating. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit about those Dallas Stars. Plus, we'll catch up with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you guys today?
We're doing well. I want to get your take because maybe I'm just off base. I heard G-Bag talking about it. As soon as the news came out, 7 million people told us we have to go get Dalvin Cook. Do you think that the Cowboys need to go get Dalvin Cook while we're also picking up Lyle Collins, Damian Wilson? We went back and got Kelvin Joseph, I'm sure, while we're just picking up everybody along the way.
Can he, how's he at guard or tackle?
Probably not great. Probably not great.
Kelvin Joseph at guard or tackle?
No, I think he means Dalvin Cook.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
but either way,
Dalvin
not
Cook.
good.
Well, Mickey, let's do that real quick. How much? Mike asked this question earlier. How much of the Cowboys' running game have you blamed on Pollard versus the blocking in front of him?
Well, I don't know that the blocking has been what it needs to be. I mean, I don't see holes that he's missing. Now, he rushes himself at times. It's almost like he's so anxious to get to the line of scrimmage. But there's not much there. And teams, I think especially Detroit really loaded up on stopping the run. They wanted to make sure, and they were coming the way they played very aggressively. So, that could have been a reason why in this game it wasn't up to, what you wanted it to be. But maybe there's a trade-off when you're not running the ball, but you got a wide receiver catching the ball for 227 yards. I wonder if anybody will rethink that and say, well, maybe we need to cut off CeeDee Lamb and not play him in man coverage so much. So I just think, I don't know what he could bring. Obviously, the Jets didn't think he was worth keeping, right? And I know it's only one more game, but they could have kept his rights for next year, I would think. I just think at this point, everybody's just trying to do what they can to put things on their practice squad with some experience just in case. I think that's what everybody's trying to do. If you want to do that, fine, but I don't know he's going to come in and light up the Commanders on Sunday, do you?
Lyle or Kelvin Joseph?
No.
Oh, Dalvin Cook?
Dalvin Cook.
Yeah,
Kelvin
no,
Joseph is a cornerback.
I'm not relying on him, Mickey, this Sunday for sure because I need to win this game. I need my full team out there. And I know some people have been like, oh, you don't have to. No, they got to win this game.
Well, yeah, they got to win it.
Yeah, so I'm not putting anybody new in the position for that.
Well,
right
even for the first round of the playoffs, then.
Yeah, I don't know a way that you can personally find touches for Dalvin Cook right now. With you got to get him in the offense. Maybe it's like, hey, just hand him the ball and he's great. I don't know, but I wouldn't do it.
I mean, I don't know that this late in the season you can reinvent yourself. You're sort of. You are who you are, right? How much did he do for the Jets?
Yeah, no, nothing.
If you read their spin, the spin on it, I feel like it's agent spin. It is, hey, look, man, he's well rested. He's got great legs because the Jets didn't use him that often. And
that's a good point.
You got to
Can't argue with that.
That's right.
Have great legs.
I'm back in. Okay. So I had a question about
Emmett hasn't run in 22 years.
He's ready to go.
No, he turned it down in that commercial, right?
That's true.
And when we had him on, he was like, nope, I'm done, guys.
Whereas when we had Randy White on yesterday, he's like, yeah, I think I can still probably figure it out.
Give me my uniform.
I'm curious, does this feel like a quality season for Dorrance Armstrong? Because last year, I feel like we talked about him a lot. And this year, I'm not saying he can't, with 2 more sacks, he can match last year's sack total and everything like that. So I'm not saying it's a bad season, but I'm just curious your take on his season because it feels like it's been a quieter season.
I think it's been workmanlike. I think that's the way I would look at it. I think he's done a lot of dirty work. I think, at times they've used him inside maybe a little bit more than they did last year, trying to get more from maybe Fowler or Sam Williams or moving Micah Parsons around. And a lot of it, it has to do with opportunity too. Like how much opportunity do you get compared to last year? So, that's why when they re-signed him, they didn't re-sign him to something that they had to outbid other people by, right? So I think they knew what he was like. And like you said, okay, he had 8.5 sacks last year. He's got 6.5 with one regular season game to go. So what if he gets 7.5? It's similar, but I don't think he's had as many opportunities as he had last year.
I am kind of curious. I saw that Fehoko was moved on to the 53. Your thoughts on what he might do and implementing him and his style? Or is it just more like, hey, special teams depth?
And a lot of these moves, some of these moves, and I'm not saying a lot of them, that's where they're for, right? Special teams help. I think they think he can probably help there. And then the rest of these guys, they're going to the practice squad, right?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, they're taking the place of, I don't know, Buddy Johnson. You familiar with his work?
Hardly knew.
I feel like you mentioned him
yesterday.
Once. Yeah,
I should quit picking on him, right?
Why has he become your focus of
it's a
all
fun name.
things?
You know
it's a fun name to say.
Only because there was a possibility, or maybe they did. I don't even remember. They were going to elevate him because they needed another active linebacker body, right? And he was really the only other one.
Yeah, and I didn't know if Fehoko could play linebacker. If he was
no,
he's more of an end guy.
Lineman.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and so maybe it's a fresh legs theory. I don't know, but he had been on the injured reserve list, right? And if they don't activate him, then they actually lose him for the remainder of the season. So a lot of these moves are for just how to keep guys available, I should say, since they had started his 21-day practice period.
I know we all are aware that Brandon Aubrey is having an incredible season. I don't think it was until I was looking through, I think it was the game notes, that he's now tied for second all-time for most field goals in a season made without missing one at all.
39?
35.
30, he's at 35, and I think the record is 37.
And that's Mike Vanderjagt, who,
Yeah, we saw what happened to him after that.
Peyton Manning just destroyed his career with one sentence, and it all spiraled from there. Is it weird? Like, I know you just need to win the game, and that's the primary focus. Is it weird that I'm really hoping that Brandon Aubrey also makes 3 field goals to set the record along the way?
If he makes 3 field goals, then that means you're not scoring touchdowns, and you could be in trouble.
Okay, so that would be. What if we've already scored like 4 touchdowns?
Then you just want to stop at the 10-yard line and kick a field goal.
Yeah, get him the record. We got CeeDee Lamb a record earlier this year by just throwing him back out there in a game that didn't matter anymore.
Well, he's got a couple records, right?
He does.
Most, and this one goes without much notice, I think. Most touchbacks in a season.
Yes.
I mean, that's significant. You don't have to cover kickoffs.
And who hits the crossbar more than him?
Yeah, right.
Nobody.
And the fact that he's been awfully accurate and with his kicks and extra points for the most part. So. I don't know about worrying about records. I think they just need to worry about winning a game and making sure that they get that number 2 seed in the NFC. I think that's what's ultimately important. And then, these moves, they're just trying to stack the practice squad. That way you can elevate guys. And I think you get some extra elevations once you get into the playoffs for guys. So I mean, La'el Collins is not going to come here and set the world on fire.
Sure. Well, he might. I don't know about from a football perspective.
Yeah, right. I mean, I know he started 15 games in 2022 for the Bengals before He tore his ACL, and he has spent basically the majority of this year rehabbing. Now I heard he looked like he was in good shape, but again, he hadn't played any football.
Right.
And there's a reason why they let him go. I mean, Terrence Steele had outplayed him the year before, and to get rid of him, they had to eat this year $8.1 million in dead money.
And
so you don't just do those things cavalierly, right? Well, yeah, let's just get rid of this guy. It costs. So maybe they thought, well, heck, he's still costing us. Why don't we see if we can squeeze something out of him if we get in a pinch?
We've tried to bring this up with Jerry and Steven, so I don't know if you have another tactic that can help us out with this. Since you mentioned Terrence Steele, whether it's Steele or Gallup or Pollard, though I realize that's just the franchise tag, do you think we can convince the Cowboys to stop giving market or above market value contracts for players coming off of major injuries?
I think you need to go and look at those contracts and see if they are what you think they are.
Okay.
Because sometimes the way they're structured, it's not all that money that's at market value.
Sure.
And a lot of times when they make those types of deals, they're getting them on the cheap. And it's like, okay, this guy's going to take a little less maybe, because if he gets in free agency and plays the way he has, he's going to price himself off our roster.
Right.
So you structure it where it looks like he's getting all that money, but in a year or two, if he doesn't hit, then you can get out of the contract. And you're probably getting less guaranteed money than what the total package is that you would get if you were a Pro Bowl offensive tackle.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, and Michael Gallup is probably an interesting case study in that the last 2 years his actual cap hit's been 2 years for $11 million, which doesn't sound bad, but then you still face next year with a $13 million and everything, which might still be below maybe market value. I hear what you're saying.
And depending on how much upfront money you gave him, like guaranteed money, you can get out of it.
For Gallup in particular, you're right about that as a theory. For Gallup in particular, I use him as an example because you're still stuck with $13 million one way or another after this year, and I know they could split it up over 2 years.
Right. But again, when you're the third receiver, and he kind of is, right? The Cowboys won a Super Bowl in '95 with the third receiver catching like 10 passes.
There you go.
You ever heard of Corey Fleming?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but I haven't thought about him since probably
95.
28 years ago.
So that's my point. You can't, and I understand what you're saying. And of course, Michael Gallup hasn't, done what he did prior to the injury. I get it. But you also got a receiver that's caught 120 passes. So there's only so many,
There's only one football.
No,
and here's the other thing, too. And even Brandon Cooks, because everybody's worried about, his total catches. But look at the catches he's made that are huge. And I think the 7 touchdowns, did I read that's like a single season high for quite some times.
For Cooks?
It's the most since he had 7 touchdowns in 2017 with New England. So, again, sometimes it's the plays you make, not the volume, but when you make the critical plays that count. And, somebody's got to cover him. I bet they're not ignoring him, and that helps out the rest of the guys, too. So I just think we have to be careful about judging money along with performance like that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
I'll be here.
All
See
right.
you guys.
Coming up next, the perfect player for the Mavs is available. Could they possibly make it happen?
Giannis?
Okay. A perfect player for the Mavericks.
Jokic, yeah.
Hey.
Shaq.
He probably is available.
Dude, can you imagine him and Luka?
A good player
We haven't guessed it,
that
I
would
don't think.
fit well with the Mavs is available. Can they make it happen?
Jalen Brunson.
We'll do it. We had the chance.
Yeah, he's
we
not
could have gotten him.
You got to go to break, Kevin.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Raptors by 2. Pascal, his second made 3 and a smile. It's 2024.
KNC, man, it's not Chris Bosh.
Kawhi played for Toronto.
He did.
KNC masterpiece. Back here on
Trying to guess who
105.3
we
The
want.
Fan, where I learned a lesson because the text people are ruining my day as well.
Did they follow our lead?
Is Dirk coming out of retirement?
Yes.
Is it Steve DeBerg? No. I made the mistake of saying the perfect player is available for the Mavs. Could they possibly make it happen? I regret that decision. And we may or may not hear from Mike McCarthy in this segment. You know how that goes.
Kyle Lowry.
At least, you know what? Thank you, Corey.
I don't either.
Thank you for giving an answer that could conceivably be the correct answer. It's not, but I appreciate you giving an answer that could have been the right answer.
He might be our third best rebounder on this team.
Pascal Siakam.
Oh, I'm in.
Yeah, let's get him.
Okay, well, hold on.
We'll take him.
Yeah, I'll trade Cuban for him.
He's not even part of the organization, barely.
Oh my!
I think Cuban would make that deal if he's like, "Hold on, you'll take me?
No
All right,
chance.
deal. I'll give."
No
You don't think Mark Cuban would trade?
There's casinos.
himself?
Are there casinos in Canada?
I don't know.
No
I've never been
That's
there.
what he wants.
Is he's available?
Yeah.
He would be an amazing fit for this Dallas Mavericks team.
I agree because the Mavericks are one of the smallest teams in the NBA. When you look at their closing lineups that they have to go with, yes, Derek Lively is a long guy. He's our one long, tall guy that we have on the team. Literally everybody else on the court. Luka's your second biggest player on the court at the end of games. Kyrie, now that he's healthy, is back. And then you look at the two other guys that you're throwing out there. Sometimes it's Derek Jones Jr. It has been Dante Exum, deservedly so, when he's been healthy. And now you're looking at Grant Williams, Tim Hardaway Jr., right? I mean, you're a very small team at the end of the game trying to put out your best five guys. And Siakam at 6'8" would be your second biggest guy on this team that would play, good minutes.
And the thing that I like that can work in cooperation with Lively is, I'll admit, Siakam's not a rim protector.
Right.
Like, fair enough. But he can switch off 1 to 4.
Yeah.
And he's a good help defender.
Yeah.
And so,
He can
look,
score.
I know, and you had me at good defender probably, right? But
Right.
if you can go through that many different positions and you're a good help defender, I'm in on that. But then, Corey, will you repeat what you just said?
And he can score.
And he can score. He cannot shoot the 3. He'll try on you, but he can't shoot the 3. But he can score a lot of
What are you
points.
talking about, dude? Against Detroit, he was 2 for 2 for 3.
That's fair.
That's 100%.
That's a good point. What is he shooting from 3?
There was
for the
also a
year?
game against Atlanta where he was 5 for 6.
Okay, I'm pretty sure he's like 30% for the year.
36.8.
3-point shooting?
It's only 2.8% lower than
He
Tim
is?
Hardaway Jr.
Oh, hold on.
in
That was in the
December.
month of December.
I'm pretty sure it's lower than that.
Yeah, let me go look at the whole
Okay.
year.
All right,
So we all agree
100% Pascal Siakam would help out this team tremendously, the Dallas Mavericks.
And he's
I've wanted him for like 2 or 3 years now.
And he
which is
still has
usually
a,
the time we strike.
He should have 5 years left of still being a premium player. He's 29 years old. I would give him till 34 until there would probably be a drop off where you'd go like, oh crap.
And I know
he's not as good anymore.
28.5%.
Okay, I thought it was pretty bad. And I know people will bring this up. One of the reasons he's available is he will be a free agent after this year. So
Right.
the hope is you bring him in and you're able to keep him. But what will it take to bring him in? And then I don't know if you think it would be contingent on re-signing and all of that stuff.
You brought it up yesterday, because our show was just too loaded with
It was
great stuff.
packed,
So we
man.
get to it
Maybe
today.
the best show of the year.
Unfortunately, I did see an NBA reporter, and I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. It was a woman who I follow on Twitter who follows the NBA and said, this is what Toronto wants. They want 2 rotational players, young rotational players that can play right now, and 2 first-round picks.
Josh Green and Jaden Hardy. Oh, hold on,
that
we're
doesn't
out of
make
picks.
sense. That doesn't make sense financially, like doing it.
Gotcha.
But I'm
Timmy
with you.
would have
That's
to be-
about the best we can do with young players that could maybe play on a redeveloping Toronto team. They don't want to go into tank mode because they do have still a decent team up there. They got Scotty Barnes and now Emmanuel Quickly. RJ Barrett's had a bad year this year, but he's he's probably getting overpaid at this point in his career.
Agreed.
But he's a good player. He's just not at all considered a potential all-star or anything like that. So they want to put together 2 guys in their kind of mid to early 20s that they think can really help them become a good team a year or 2 from now. And the Mavs struggle with that on their roster besides Derek Lively, who you know, and then you only have 1 first-round pick to trade.
I wonder if they would sub in a pick swap for that. I want to get to more of that in just a second.
They did say 2 first-round picks.
Okay. I wonder about...
It doesn't mean that they get that, though, right?
Sure,
That's what they want. They
sure.
want 2 first-round picks and 2 good young players.
I know Toronto in the past has been interested in Josh Green. I'm not saying, they're like, Josh Green, we definitely got to do it.
Oh, because he's Australian.
Don't know if...
I was about to say Canadian. He's not. Maybe they're interested in Dwight Powell. Please, Toronto, be interested in Dwight Powell. If there's anything that I want somebody else to be interested more in Dwight Powell than the Mavericks.
Looking.
This is what Hoops Hype projected as a Mavs offer. So want to see if you think this is doable and if this would move the needle for Toronto. Tim Hardaway Jr., Rashawn Holmes, because remember, you got to match some of the money. Omax, Jaden Hardy, a first-round pick, and a first-round pick swap. I get it.
I want the player.
I would do that in a heartbeat.
I want the player.
Wouldn't even. I would say yes, done. Sign the paper now before they change their mind.
Yeah.
Rashawn Holmes does absolutely nothing for you,
agreed.
and he's not an expiring contract. He has money on the books next year. Tim Hardaway Jr., not an expiring contract, has about $16.5 to $17.5 million on the books next year. Jaden Hardy has no place in this organization for the next 2 to 3 years, as in like a really valued, solid role.
Is Omax valuable to them?
Maybe. It just matters what they valued him in the draft. We don't know where he was on their draft board.
That is a very good point.
Because the Mavericks took him, was it 21 overall, if I have the pick right, but is in the early 20s, let's just say. So it just matters what they thought of him in the draft. And then it would be your 2026 or 2027 pick swap with that year too, most likely.
Okay, you said do it in a heartbeat. I also add, I know this makes it more complicated because you can't trade him for like 3 more weeks and then salary cap. It's a nightmare. They have professionals to figure that out as well. They say you got to add Josh Green to that mix as well.
Done in a heartbeat.
Wow, still okay.
I'm not a fan of Josh Green.
I've noticed that.
And I've lost the love for Josh Green. I'm kind of curious as his place with this group.
Okay. So I'm not saying it's the best group, but when we talk about young players to offer, Jaden Hardy, Josh Green, Omax, that's better than I would have thought 2 years ago that you had available that you were really willing to trade. So those 3 as the linchpin of young players and draft picks.
Because here's my thinking on this. If this were to happen and I'm unloading, I'm unloading, I would say more quantity than quality. That's the thing that I worry about is the rest of the league might offer better quality, but we would offer more quantity here. Is I'm looking at the Mavs. For the next, let's just say you sign Pascal Siakam to a 4-year contract extension at the end of the year. You don't max him out, but you give him a big salary at like
4 for 160 or I don't know.
Yeah, a big contract. If I have a healthy Kyrie, Luka, Pascal Siakam, Derek Lively, I might be able to win it all in the next 3 years. I might be able to. I can't even win a playoff series with the team I have now. They will make the playoffs. I do think the Mavs are going to make the playoffs.
Play-in game?
And I do think at this point they would maybe win one of those play-in games to make the real playoffs, then get hammered in the real playoffs because they can't play defense and they can't rebound on a consistent basis.
Like
but
if
I get Siakam there, and I have Siakam, Lively, my 2 superstars, and then I fill in the last spot with Grant Williams, Maxi Kleba. If I need a big-time shooter out there, I still have Seth Curry. I just look at how can I fill in the rest of this team and the rest of this roster? I go like, I will take a chance with that situation rather than what I have now. Now, I know that you're kind of out of assets. The rest of the way, you have made the decision for the next 4 years. You are locked into this team. There's nothing else you can do.
You better hope that Lively continues on the track that you think he is going to be.
Well, I guess in my opinion, he's been so much better. Even his offense, I can't believe how good he is. I'm not saying he's a great offensive player. I just can't believe how coordinated he is around the basket. Like we're used to Sagana Diop, Eric Dampier, Sean Bradley. Tyson Chandler was not this coordinated and athletic around the basket to make these kind of shots. I'm not saying Tyson. I love
not
Tyson
while he was
Chandler.
here. Early in his career with Chris Paul, he was Lob City, but then later on he became a elbow guy. He could shoot from the elbow.
The way that he's able to kind of have some post moves, he does have some post moves at 19 years old. And look, I've also been used to watching Dwight Powell for a decade.
Right.
So
somebody asked this. Can we keep Hardy and move Green? The reason why I would say probably not is because it would depend on Toronto's valuations of those players. But also, Hardy is significantly cheaper just because the Green extension got done. And then you wouldn't pull the trigger on that for 3 weeks. I'm not saying the trade would get done in the next 3 weeks anyway. And he just costs more for, I don't know how they evaluate him as a player.
Green is in his 4th year, averaging 6 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and can't stay healthy for an NBA schedule. Like that's what he is in his 4th year in the NBA on a team that needs him to be more than that.
Yeah.
He had that good 2-week stretch last year.
He did.
In 2 weeks, he got paid $55 million. That's the amazing thing about Josh Green, and good for him, man. He's set for life because he had 2 weeks of good basketball in the NBA where we thought he was taking a step to definitely another level and has regressed back to the guy that you're not sure can play consistent minutes in the NBA. I would love to move Josh Green for a valued asset. His contract's weird when it comes to trading because of the new extension. But look, if you can get Pascal Siakam, because I don't think you're going to be able to make a trade for, I don't know who you would be in love with, Kevin Durant. If he falls out of love with Phoenix, whatever it is, I don't know if you're going to be able to do this. This might be doable. And then you hope that your casino money lady says, all right, 4 years, $160 million. We're going into luxury tax, and I don't care. And when Derek Lively becomes a free agent, 5 years and $220 million. I don't care. Like, we are not allowing a Jalen Brunson to ever happen on our watch again. And that's where I'd be happy with the casino money. I just don't know. The thing about Pascal Siakam, Kevin, reading about it, and I'm sure you have too, there's a good 6 teams that really want him right now.
And that is, and
the Mavericks are one of them.
Yeah.
Which is always the situation, it feels like, whenever a player that seems attainable for the Mavericks is interested, everybody else that has more assets is.
He doesn't have a super choice here. He is kind of from here. He's not really from here, but he did go to high school here.
If that's the case, then about all the teams chasing him, if it's not the Mavs, I want to see a deal that I'm like, well, that makes sense. Yeah. I feel like there have been a couple times and I'm like, what?
We could have done that.
Yes. I just want a deal that I'm like, well, you never.
And we couldn't have won the OG Anunoby trade.
Yeah.
The Mavericks wanted him. They really liked him. They just didn't have the assets that the New York Knicks have. In fact, the New York Knicks still have more assets. They have 2 first-round picks this year. One of them being the Mavericks for the Porzingis trade. If you're wondering, hey, could the Mavs get another Derek Lively this year in the draft? No, they can't because Kristaps Porzingis trade still isn't paid off yet.
How long do we have to pay that off?
1 more year. If you could be really terrible again.
Yeah, if Dwight Powell wanted to body slam all of our ankles, we could keep our pick.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is this going to be the most high-pressure game of Week 18? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Campers, for a limited time, get the all-new 2023 King Sport.
Goods, more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The push, and second down and goal. Josh Allen has his second touchdown today. And again, it's from a yard away. And the Bills extend their lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to tell you on Friday, things have changed. The Friday football feast remains. However, we're going to be in Arlington at the Collins location for Buffalo Wild Wings Friday football feast.
Okay, if eyes can change and you can change, then
everybody can change.
And so we're changing to Arlington. Buffalo Wild Wings.
That's when they fixed communism.
But never change the station.
That's when Miguel Gorbachev got choked by Von Drago.
By the way, McCarthy did confirm, looks great regarding Collins, but we're still working through some things. We can revisit it tomorrow.
I really wish that McCarthy could confirm what time he actually shows up to these press conferences.
Don't worry about it, man.
That'd be great. All right.
I actually love that he doesn't show up on time.
877-881-1053. Would you rather hear McCarthy or us?
Fair point. Right now, let's go and round the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Commanders defensive tackle Jonathan Allen did not practice because of injury, per sources.
Oh.
So maybe
Look.
Tony Pollard has 100 yards.
They have given up on this season.
Yeah, who cares? We're going to win four. I'm picking 41-0.
Are you really?
Yeah.
That's what you said the score was going to be against Arizona, Mike.
Okay, same score.
They don't score against the Giants.
They don't have Dabalina.
It was 40-0.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm adding an extra
has me
point.
really concerned now.
They're
All right.
horrible.
If Buffalo wins against Miami, they get the number 2 seed. However, if Buffalo loses against Miami, the Steelers win, the Jags win, and the Texans-Colts game does not end in a tie, the Bills won't be in the playoffs at all. That's some pretty damn high pressure right there. You could finish the weekend out of the playoffs or the number 2 seed.
Yeah, and like you'll look back at the entire season and go, what was that moment? And that whole team, that whole team will start going, all right, was it McDermott that was the problem? We still won this many games. How can we be that bad? It's not that bad of a thing, except for it's that close, right? Like we were that close to not. So the best thing is they need to win, right? Like they need to win.
Okay, here's a good sign for them to win, Corey. At least I interpret it as a good sign. The Dolphins have given up 104 points in their 2 games against the Ravens and the Bills. You could probably guess they're 0-2 in those games.
All right.
So they played the Ravens and they already played the Bills once. They've given up 104 points total in those games. So
it's a lot of points.
that could be advantage Buffalo, but I know you point out Miami's good at home.
Buffalo
Okay.
wins.
That's right. I mean, except for I don't agree. I agree that I think Miami wins this one because it's at home.
Okay, we'll see.
And I think it also benefits Miami to not have to go up north, to play this game. They get to play in their weather rather than go up there and play in potential.
Hey, didn't they have a major injury late in that game to a defensive player, Miami? Am I crazy about that?
Bradley Chubb.
Yeah, he's done, right?
He's out for the year.
Yeah, that stinks.
Did you just say that?
No, I think it was yesterday.
So Buffalo wins.
All right, let's talk about the Eagles. Now, Jordan Mailata pointed out that A.J. Brown put together a bonding activity for the team by going to an escape room. However, there was also a report that the Eagles' locker room is fractured because of A.J. Brown, and he put out on his Twitter, "I will speak tomorrow," which is today. Still haven't seen
him speak
or what he has spoken about. So
I did bring that up, Kevin, last year when we were discussing this with Bobby, and I was like, I thought I saw a report that he was causing problems in there, and they were like, well, that's still it's unknown if that report's real or not. And it's kind of like a Dove Kleiman thing. But if that's a reality that he's calling out Jalen Hurts or he's the reason, man, I'm looking forward to seeing what he has to say here. That's exactly what I've been pulling for this whole time. Is not for injuries to anybody, but for internally, for them to just fall apart, like their friendships.
This isn't fair, but how bad they've played here at the end of the year, I almost feel like the Eagles aren't a threat next year. I know that's stupid and not fair. You can kind of, after you go home, go to your family, and you have plenty of time to kind of reassess what went right, what went so wrong, that you can come back and have a good year the next year, even though it went so bad at the end. But it does feel like to me that this is not like Jalen Hurts is starting to regress back to the Jalen Hurts I thought he was out of the draft. And then A.J. Brown, and I haven't heard from Devontae Smith like complaining, but I feel like they're starting to get very frustrated going, we're really talented and maybe we are getting open, or these plays are workable if our quarterback could get us the ball. And so I don't know. It just feels like to me I shouldn't be this, I guess, non-scared of the Eagles now future.
Yeah.
But it just feels like to me like this is the beginning of the end. Like as much as they went to the Super Bowl, they had a great start to this year. It feels like all of a sudden the Jalen Hurts era is coming to an end. And did they already give him the huge extension?
Yes.
Yeah. So they're stuck for like the next 2 or 3 years. They could be stuck with a guy that people there don't believe in.
Okay. That is an interesting point. Now, you asked for some feedback, Corey. People do not want to hear the Mike McCarthy presser, but more importantly, from the 832 and the 214, do you think Mike McCarthy's inability to show up on time for his press conference is why he struggles so much at time management?
He doesn't know how to clock works.
That is a great point.
He thought it said 12:41 left when we got the interception.
He's like, he doesn't know how a digital clock works. He only understands the hands on a clock. That's got to be it. Whenever he started learning clocks, they didn't have digital clocks. And so now all he knows is how the hands work on a clock.
And then this is another suggestion. It all made sense.
Do you think quarterbacks love passing so much? Dak gets the play and he's like, hell yeah, we're passing. Because wouldn't you think, I'm just throwing this out here because he is my favorite quarterback. If Norv Turner, for instance, would have called in the packages of plays in that situation, and I know it was a very different team with Emmitt Smith and the offensive line, don't you think Troy would have been like, up your rear, we're running the ball? I'm not running this play.
Yeah.
This is a stupid play to run right here. We are not throwing the ball 40 yards deep right now when we need to get a first down. And if we don't, they waste all of their timeouts.
I don't think Mike's wrong about this. I think that
I think Dak saw it as like, hey man, Pat, I love Dak. Don't get me wrong. I don't love Dak, but
I wonder if Dak.
Don't get me wrong. I like him.
Don't question coach. I wonder if he's just like, no, I don't want to question coach. I want to do.
According to Bobby Belt, he questions them all the time.
But then the other part of it is, I wonder if he's just like, if McCarthy has explained, look, this is what we're trying to accomplish. We're doing it this way. We're trying to put a dagger in this team. I think that's what McCarthy wants the most, is put a dagger in them. I don't trust certain things about my team right now.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
And the clock thing.
Yeah. I know they haven't looked good making it happen, but the Chiefs have now won the AFC 8 straight seasons. How impressive is that? I know this latest iteration of the Chiefs is limping their way to the finish.
In a way, it's impressive because you're doing it with literally people who shouldn't be in the NFL running routes. Even the dude Rice the other day, I mentioned this off the air. He, with 3 minutes and 4 seconds to go, Patrick Mahomes throws a ball out to the left for about a 5 to 7 yard gain, and he runs out of bounds. He doesn't get knocked out of bounds. He decides, I'm going to try to get some more yards, but as I get to the sideline, I'm going to go out of bounds. They scan immediately back to Patrick Mahomes. He looks like up into the sky and is like, what the crap, man? Like, we are struggling to win. This is a very close game against Cincinnati. I threw a completed pass. Instead of running, we threw the ball, and we had a very easy completion that I knew I was going to complete. How did you not know not to run out of? That's their best. And I'm not saying he's not a future like number 2 receiver in the NFL. I think he's like a solid second receiver for a good decade of his career. Solid. The only receiver that belongs in the NFL on their team is him. And he didn't even know not to run out of bounds with 3:04 left.
Well, he gets a week off, Mahomes does, to stay away from his wide receivers. As Andy Reid has said He is not playing against the Chargers.
Oh, interesting.
Along with some other starters.
Now, I'm going to read you a sentence, Corey.
Put Sky Moore at quarterback. Maybe that's his position because it ain't wide receiver.
Blaine Gabbert is going to be their quarterback.
I'm going to read you guys a sentence, and I'll let you decide where you think the factual error is.
All right.
This is an actual press release that got put out. The Dallas Cowboys' 2019 victory over the Detroit Lions averaged 25.7 million viewers, the third largest audience for a Monday Night Football game since 1997. Go.
You said 2019?
Yeah, I'm trying to go back. My computer's slow right now.
Okay, let's try this again. Everybody lock in.
That's what you did say. You did say 2019 because I was thinking the same thing.
The Dallas Cowboys 20-19 win over the Detroit Lions.
I heard it the same way Corey heard it too. I was trying to go back and look at the 2019 schedule. I thought you were comparing a 2019 Detroit-Dallas game to this 2023 Detroit-Dallas.
The Dallas Cowboys 20-19 win over the Lions.
Yeah.
Averaged 25.7 million viewers, which is the third largest audience for Monday Night Football since 1997. Tell me the issue that you have with that statement.
It's not Monday night, was it?
It's a great point, Mike.
It was
the
Saturday
game was
night.
on Saturday.
But it was Monday Night Football.
If you recall,
we played Detroit in 2019, Week 11, November 17th.
How do you think that's what I was talking about?
Cowboys
You said
win
2019.
35-27 in 2019 on November 17th. It's a Sunday, though.
Did they win the game?
Yeah, 35-27 at Detroit. Prescott threw for 444 yards. He loved the number 4.
Yeah, it's Monday Night Football. Kevin, it was Troy Aikman and Joe Buck, Monday Night Football's team on a Saturday.
Michael Gallup
it doesn't
in that
matter
game
anymore.
In 2019, when Michael Gallup had 2 working legs.
No, I don't care about that game, Mike.
He had 148 yards. That shows he used to be good when his legs worked.
And that's why we gave him the contract. Do you think it's weird, though, that they said this special edition of Monday Night Football on Saturday night, and then when they put out the press release, they say, this is the third highest rated Monday Night Football game since 97.
Yes, it is weird because isn't Thursday Night Football to start the year actually Sunday Night Football? It's Collinsworth.
Oh, my God.
On
and
Thursday night.
Tirico.
How am I pass?
And Amazon gets week 2.
Yeah, it's like the first game of the year is Thursday Night Football, and they call it Sunday Night Football.
Do they think that there's people out there who are like, Saturday football, the hell with this? They're like, okay.
So
Monday
it's the
Night
highest
Football is
rated
on a Saturday.
So it's the highest rated
The third
Monday
highest
Night
rated.
Football game on Saturday.
Is that Do
That
we know
has
the
to be
answer to
it.
that?
No.
Are there other Saturday Night Football
games
games
from Monday night that
are
did
2
better?
and 1?
No, there's not. It's the best. Oh my God. Yes,
In
it's the best
2019.
Saturday Monday Night Football game. It's the third best Monday Night Football game since 1997, even though it didn't take place on a Monday. That was the release that they put out.
That's impressive.
Did you think when you started this segment that me
No.
and Corey would get confused on 2019 that you were talking about?
All the things I thought we might stop on, that was not one of them.
And I wasn't joking. We try to irritate you.
Yeah.
We weren't trying to irritate you there, and we did.
From the 903, thought I heard it the way Mike and Corey heard it. So
That's
they're
one
with us.
person, though.
No, 877-881-1053.
Don't do this to
Text
spite
in
me,
right
though.
now and ask if you heard it the same, or say that you heard it the same way as we did.
Only if it's the truth. Don't just do it to irritate me.
Or do what you want.
Fair point. Lamar Jackson, AFC Offensive Player of the Week. Jordan Love, NFC Offensive Player of the Week. We'll talk about him more tomorrow.
S. Dawkins 7 says K-Dog is going to GD Mike by Friday.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. We're the KNC masterpiece.
Kevin needs a raise.
Right here.
By day 3, Kevin breaks his headphones. Happy 2024.
Wait, Gallup's legs don't work?
Coming up next, God help us all.
They worked in 2019.
Power ranking the NFL power rankings. We'll do it next, right here on The Fan.
Through your phone. studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, one of our bosses in the past has told us, you never look back. You always move forward.
In radio.
We know that rule, which means we can break it right here, all right? Usually we follow that rule. However, we are going to take a step back. In the meantime, truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. Text us where you would put the Cowboys in the power rankings, and then we'll get to that in just 1 second. But what has broken out here is in the last segment, and I have not heard this audio back. I said 2019 in my brain. I don't know if I thought I said 20-19 or if I was just like, clearly they'll understand the score of the game that just happened that we were talking about. I don't know. But Mike thought it was the year. So did Corey. So did Alec. So did Carter. So did Spittle. So it feels as though, and now a whole bunch of people have texted in. Let's play this one more time and see if you also were confused or if you understood what I was referencing. The Dallas Cowboys 2019 victory over the Detroit Lions. See, that to me is clear as day. That was the score of the game that just happened. But a lot of people disagree with
Let's play it again. Play it one more time.
The Dallas Cowboys 2019 victory over the... Why would I be bringing up the ratings for a game in 2019?
Oh, no, you said one in 1997.
Yeah, you brought up 97.
Was
Monday
the
Night
score
Football.
19-97 in one of the games?
It was the third largest game. 25.7 million viewers.
I guarantee you scoregami'd
Right.
that
2019 victory.
Yeah, 2019. That was a year.
So
in the past.
The people have spoken.
Mm-hmm.
I accept the results because I'm a grown-up.
And because it's the truth.
But it's just a message that some people need to hear. You need to accept the results and be a grown-up.
There are...
Is that I have lost. I have lost this debate. My apologies. 20-19.
Badass mofo Lady T agrees with you. So far, that's the only person on Twitch that agrees with you.
I concede. I have lost this argument.
Hey, can I give you an update on something else from the last segment?
I swear to God, if it was about that 2019 Lions game, I might have lost my mind.
AJ Brown said, I didn't speak to the media because I didn't want to be negative. We were already going through a tough time. Like I said, I was raised, if I had nothing nice to say, I'm not going to say anything. Everything I do or say, I'm classified as a monster when it's the opposite. So that's where he is right now with what he's saying is, I didn't talk to y'all before because I was probably going to say some rude things and then and be critical of our team.
And I will say, not all the way, but I do kind of get his point. When you're in a level of frustration and maybe the media doesn't love you to begin with, if you're like, all right, if I tell them my frustrations, they're going to be like, oh, he's throwing his team under the bus. But instead he didn't talk. And he's like, oh, see, he won't talk. I do feel like in that moment, if you're frustrated, it feels like a no-win situation.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And you said earlier that AJ Brown, he's putting together things with his teammates, like bondage things with his teammates.
What are you doing, Mike? Why are you trying to do this to him? He's already flustered. He made
try to bring the team together.
He made his one mistake per year in the second day of the year.
Don't you remember when he was talking about AJ Brown and the bondage
outing at an escape room?
Oh, do we need to go back to the audio again?
No, you better not have. And if you somehow change that, I probably will smash my headphones today. I probably.
You got Kevin's voice going, he went to bondage.
I would be on tilt for sure if that happened. It's okay.
Oh, this is good times, man.
We're gonna shut up. You shut up most of all, Mike.
I just heard bondage and the Eagles, and they're trying to get together.
How do you function in life sometimes only picking out weird keywords that you heard a variation of and live your life?
Why do you think Mike's world is so zany, dude?
God. I'm going to do everything I can to sabotage Mike Lexon coming up.
Will we have Mike Lexon?
Yes, it'll be next. And then we'll talk with Daryl Moose Johnston at 1240-ish.
All right. Run a professional radio.
Yeah, all right. What's our topic here?
Like you care. Power ranking.
Oh, I have it up. I have the QBs up.
Okay. Power ranking, the NFL power rankings. Thank you very much from the person from the 214. I'm definitely in the minority, but I appreciate you supporting me. If you were making your power rankings, where would you put the Dallas Cowboys right now?
I think 5. I'll give you mine real quick, Corey. Baltimore 1, San Francisco 2. I feel like that's very easy for me. I am going to go Buffalo 3, Miami 4, Dallas 5.
Okay.
Because I think in the kind of to win the Super Bowl right now, I think Baltimore has the best chance. San Francisco has the second best chance. And then I do think there's a line. But then I think Buffalo has the third best chance to win the Super Bowl. Then Miami, but that's because this game hasn't happened. Obviously, one's going to drop in my power rankings. And then I think Dallas has the second best chance to make the Super Bowl in the NFC. But I saw them play Miami. I saw them play Buffalo. I'm not ranking them ahead of teams that they've just recently lost to.
I think I'll go ahead and rank them above Miami, but I'll put them at 4, and then I'll put Miami at 5. And I agree with Mike on that front, but I still think that was a close game, and at home, maybe that's a different game. So,
I hear you.
Yeah, I could say that both Miami and Dallas are 4A and B if I really wanted to do that.
All right, now you guys, Mike, you're right about this. The Baltimore Ravens are 1, and the San Francisco 49ers are 2 in all the power rankings. From there, do you guys want to go ESPN, NFL, or The Athletic?
I go NFL.
Yeah, let's go NFL.
Okay.
And from the 469, this show just replaced yesterday's show as the best show of the year.
Oh, we should rank them as we go.
Yeah. Today's number 1.
There's more time.
You don't keep track of the masterpiece of the week entrants as they happen. What makes you think you would keep track of these
There's
shows?
only going to be 4 shows this year in the first week.
Uh-huh.
I think I can keep track of that.
Okay. I can't wait to see it. All right. Baltimore's 1. San Francisco's 2. Who do you have as 3?
I have Baltimore. I'm sorry. I have Buffalo.
Okay.
I didn't mean to mess up there.
Don't. I saw that look in your face.
Yeah, I feel like Buffalo's in that mix.
NFL.com has Buffalo at 6.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right.
But mostly, I mean, I do wonder how much like James Cook has not been the same dude.
Right.
He looks different since the Cowboys
like prime
game.
Jim Brown against us.
So I wonder how much of all that mixed in with it. So what was the next? So who do
you have? Buffalo, Miami, Dallas.
Since I went with the Cowboys above Miami, I'll say they're at 3.
They have the Cowboys at 3.
I have no problem with that. I think there's a group there. So
okay,
and
now,
they're the highest of the second group, if that makes sense.
Yes, and so because the top group is just 2 teams.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So Dallas is 3, Miami's 4, Detroit is 5, and Buffalo is 6. This is where you start to see some more variation, though, because the Athletic is totally different.
Okay.
They have the Cleveland Browns at 3.
They've been playing great.
The Lions at 4, the Cowboys at 5, the Dolphins at 6, and the Bills at 7. And then ESPN also goes Cowboys 3. So the Cowboys are 3, 3, and 5. Detroit 4, Buffalo 5, Miami 6.
You know, it matters the matchups. After, obviously, this weekend, we'll know the wild card matchups. I think Kansas City's going to lose in the first round. I think, let's just say Jacksonville does win. Jacksonville's going to lose in the first round. Cleveland's going to advance. Cleveland's going to beat the winner of the AFC South. I can't see how Jacksonville or Houston beats what this Cleveland team is doing right now. So I understand ranking Cleveland up there because I think they're going to make the Final Four of the AFC pretty easily.
Yeah. Okay. So those are your power rankings. And I think 3 to 5 is very fair. But this is where I get frustrated. I'm not saying the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl by any means. But when people are like, you guys are so delusional, I'm like, literally everybody. Their betting odds, they're 3rd along with Buffalo to win the Super Bowl. All the power rankings have them 3 to 5. We're not wrong about this.
I just think, Corey, it's crazy. And it is what it is, what the NFL's been the last 3 weeks. They got blown out by Buffalo. They lose in Miami in a
Barely,
close game,
yeah.
but they lost. And then they won at home against Detroit by a point in a very weird finishing game. And they never lost any ground in the NFL. They gained ground by going 1-2 and playing okay football.
Yep.
They gained ground in the NFL in power rankings and also in home field advantage.
Yeah, they got the team they needed to in the Lions by, gaining ground on them.
They did.
And then the Eagles continuing to fall apart helps.
Okay. You guys ready for quarterback power rankings?
Yes.
I'll give you a hint here. This is
Gotta
going
be Lamar 1.
Yes, but this is going to be very similar to team power rankings. So, honestly, there's not much separation between team power rankings and quarterback power rankings.
Purdy
is number 2. Number 3 is Josh Allen.
Okay.
And number 4 is Dak Prescott. If you were ranking the quarterbacks, those 4 guys for their 2023 year, how would you rank Lamar, Purdy, Allen, and Prescott? I think that's a line right there. I get that Lamar's MVP and it's not close, and they even say it on here. But like if you were to rank those 4 quarterbacks, because I do think there's a drop-off after Dak in these quarterback rankings, my opinion.
I think I'm going Lamar, Purdy, Dak, Allen. Like I realized what happened in that head-to-head game, but that's where I'm going.
That's my rankings too. And when it comes to Josh Allen, there's so much about him that like his whole team relies on him just as much as Lamar's team relies on him, right? Because
I could see
it's
that.
him, dude.
Yeah.
It's him scoring points,
That's a
whether
good
he's
point.
running the ball in or whether he's putting it up in the air. But it's all on Josh Allen, and I still think he's worth a lot more. But the turnovers are a huge factor.
It's
in wins
interesting
and
what
losses.
it says about Josh Allen. It says he's had some duds, as in the 16 picks would indicate. But most of the time, he's a human wrecking ball with a rocket arm for the better. He's up to 44 plus 100 total yards, 42 touchdowns, and that's just 3 fewer touchdowns than Patrick Mahomes' MVP season last year. So if he runs / throws for 3 or more touchdowns Sunday night, then he has more touchdowns than MVP Patrick Mahomes had last year in the 17 game schedule. Number 5, this is interesting because he's been hurt, but man, do they rank him high. CJ Stroud, number 5.
Do you think his value has been showcased when he's been out? Maybe
I guess so. That's a good point. Like when you in a weird way, Dak got knocked pretty hard for when Cooper Rush went 4-1.
Sure.
Right? That was kind of a hurtful thing in the national spotlight for, well, hell, if they're 4-1 and Dak's not even there, he should do, it's really tough to do better than 4-1. Jordan Love, who the Cowboys might play in round 1, is number 6 right now.
He's playing phenomenally right now.
Number 7, he's back in the top 10. He was out of the top 10 last week. Patrick Mahomes is number 7.
Wow.
Jalen Hurts, I have no clue how he's still this high, is number 8. Tua T is number 9, and Matthew Stafford is number 10. Those are your top 10 quarterbacks, by the way, just out. Jared Goff is 11.
Okay.
Yeah. Played very well.
I don't know how Tua T last week was number 5. I don't know how. I get it wasn't a good game. But, man, that is a bombshell of a drop. And
that feels like too
why
much.
would you go under Jalen Hurts for the year that Tua T's having versus the year Jalen Hurts is having?
Yeah, I guess I'd have to look at his last few weeks because I feel like that's where a lot of these rankings are, Mike, is recency bias on that. And I'd have to look at Tua's last few weeks to see if he's been at that same level that he was to start the season. I think it's been fine, but he did throw a couple interceptions against Baltimore, right? And, he threw, in the last 3 games, 1 touchdown against the Jets, 1 against the Cowboys, 2 against Baltimore, but 2 interceptions as well.
It'll be interesting because obviously next week will be the end of the power rankings. Is Lamar Jackson and Brock Purdy aren't even playing.
Yeah.
So, they're 1
Is that
and 2.
official on Lamar? I know he had said maybe not.
I guess we need to recheck.
Joe Flacco's not playing. That's just been released.
I think it would be. I get they get a bye, so maybe you don't want him to have 2 weeks off. I just think it would be silly at this point. You've put yourself in position to go to the Super Bowl, home field advantage, to play Lamar Jackson in a game that means nothing. And if somebody cuts his knee or something, I just wouldn't. I'd be like 2 weeks off. You're having 2 weeks off. We'll be just fine.
Do you have the worst quarterback poll, though?
Okay, there are going to be a lot of kind of backup quarterbacks here real quick.
I still want
Trevor
to know
Siemian, the worst.
Okay.
Second worst, 5'3" quarterback Bryce Young. Third worst, Aiden O'Connell, Raiders. Fourth worst, Chris Mullins' son, Nick Mullins. He's fourth worst.
That is correct.
And the next one, we call him the little stick. Easton Stick, the quarterback for the Los Angeles Chargers. I'm going to be honest, I had no clue who Easton Stick was until I just read his name.
Two things. I think they call him Duck. But two things
Duck
there.
Stick?
Go back to, who was the one you named before Easton Stick?
Cedric, Nick, Chris Mullins.
Nick Mullins. I heard Chris Collinsworth on the broadcast the other night compare him to Brett Favre in some ways, and I was like, come on, man, what are we doing here? Are you trying to push this on me?
Drink a lot?
And then Jeff Driscoll should be added to that, Kevin, as he is replacing Joe Flacco.
So while there's a lot on the line in these last games, there's also a lot not on the line for some of these teams. And they're like, yeah, we're not playing our quarterback.
We ain't doing nothing.
Boy, there's a lot of backup quarterbacks in the NFL right now.
K&C right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll do some Mike Likes It. Plus, we will talk with Daryl Moose Johnston. All of that coming at you in the Expressway right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you ready for some?
experts.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have Daryl Moose Johnston on in about 15 minutes. So we've shifted the schedule around a little bit, and it's time for some Mike Likes It.
Okay, so my first... Oh, go ahead.
Mike, before we get into your first thing.
Yeah, it's okay.
We do have another cut from Kevin, if you would like to hear.
Where he's talking about the year 2019 all the time?
Where he's talking about the Eagles and their...
I swear to God, Alec.
Their bondage situation.
Yeah.
Here is the cut from Kevin.
Now, Jordan Mailata pointed out that A.J. Brown put together a bondage activity for the team by going to the safety.
Wow.
That is clearly edited.
That was
That
wild.
is clearly
Sounds real to me.
edited.
Wow, that is Kevin.
It's edited well, but you've chosen a side, Alec.
877-881-1053.
I don't want to be a part of their team.
Yeah, you text in
I would
and
ask
let
to
us
be
know what you
traded.
heard.
I would just say that, Kevin. If I
understand
was on
that.
the Eagles, I would say, look, I know we made it to the Super Bowl last year, but I don't want to do this.
I get it, Mike. Sometimes you're part of a team that you wish you weren't, but you're stuck.
What team is that? I'm trying to think. Oh, when the Cleveland Indians sent me back to A-ball. I was mad about that.
Talk about this show.
Yeah.
Oh.
he's really
I
upset
love
with us
this
today.
show.
I bet you do.
I love Corey. We love
this show,
doing
man.
this show.
We love this show.
All right, so
back to you, Mike.
My first Mike Likes It is sports/non-sports, and then I will get a little bit into sports. After that, we'll get to Daryl Moose Johnston. So, parents, you're working right now, I assume, even though the traffic is lighter out there, and I get because there's no school right now. I'm working. If you're listening, maybe you're working. Maybe you have a spouse that is working too. I find this interesting. So in about 30 minutes, my son has basketball practice for 9th grade basketball. So 9th graders, the majority of them, like 99%, cannot drive. They're 14 to 15 years old, so they're not able to drive yet. My other son is in 8th grade, and he had practice, I believe, starting at 10:30 this morning, and then that went till noon or whatever. So my question is why are coaches scheduling practice during the holiday in the middle of the day when parents I have to work? We luckily, my wife kind of took off a 1 hour block and is going to try to make it up as much as she can later today. She might be driving right now to Bishop Lynch as we speak, but it's one of those things where I've just wondered. I get why the coaches want to do it. It's middle of the day. Don't want to get in 5 o'clock traffic.
Right. All
kinds of different things. The gym is open right now. Maybe varsity has practice later. But varsity practice is usually 16 to 18-year-olds that the majority of them are driving, and then they kind of can pick up their friends if some of them don't drive or don't have a car. I just find it interesting during this holiday time. Has been a very challenging time, especially a day like today where you're like, as soon as this is over, I'm picking up my son from basketball practice as it ends at 2:15. I'm lucky enough that my job ends at 2 o'clock. Sure. But for a lot of parents, I'm just wondering, how are we supposed to do this easily?
So the way that I was always able to make it work for Brandon is luckily he had a big group of friends, and not all of his friends' parents worked. You know, like some of them did, and so we were able to get like a carpool situation. And they're people that you've like gotten to know for years and years. And so I knew them well and trusted them with the kiddo.
We live very close to our school. And so Avery can walk or ride a bike or whatever. He is now 16, so I've got to figure that out at some point. But yeah, I remember whenever I was in high school, if we had spring break and we had tournaments or whatever, I was riding with my buddy Pat. And so he was the dude that gave everybody on the team a ride. Like he had a huge Suburban, so all of us just rode with that.
Yeah.
But right now, it's tougher than ever to get Lucy and Carter things to do because Adrian and I are both working too.
Yeah, I guess obviously most of the time practice is just after school.
Yeah.
So you're fine. Like you're
already at
they've
school.
already been to school, then you change into your athletic gear, you do your practice, and somewhere between 4:30 and 6 p.m. practice ends. Parents are usually getting off work around then or can adjust a schedule to either stay at work a little bit longer or get out of work 30 minutes or an hour early so they can go pick up their kids. I just find it right now during this holiday break, they go back. Do your kids go back on Monday? Mine kids go back on Monday.
Yeah, they
school.
go back Monday. Yeah, right now.
So then it becomes,
your kid is not in school. No,
my youngest kid's not in school. The older one doesn't go back for like 2 more weeks.
Yeah.
So anyways, that's a little bit of an issue that the Bassick family is having that I was assuming a lot of other parents must have this issue too, especially if your kids are in middle school. I think next year,
middle school's tough.
Jake will be 16 years old as a sophomore and he will be able to drive, and then his younger brother will be going to Bishop Lynch with him. And so he can drive him to the school too. So it won't be, as big of an issue, but I feel like that kind of 6th through 9th grade, it can be an issue with holiday practices. Okay, my next thing. I'd like to apologize to not Brian Adams, the person. I'd like to apologize to Brian Adams, the high school. Very close to Bishop Lynch.
Yes.
My mom gave me some DVDs of games that I played in high school. My kids were asking me if I was any good at basketball, and I would say, yes, I was. Here's the yearbook that says I was 2nd team all district at Duncanville my junior year of basketball. Didn't play my senior year. But I'm like, that only is a word. It doesn't show me playing. And I'm like, Mom, I don't remember you videoing. She videoed tons of my like 2nd grade through like 7th grade games or 6th grade games. So I have those, but high school I don't really have. So my junior year, I played varsity basketball at Duncanville. And so I was like, Mom, during Christmas Eve, I said, do you have any videos like VHSs, which I have no clue how I was going to watch a VHS, but I know that that's what everything was done on. That was VHS was back in the 90s. And she said, yeah, you know what? She goes, I have some DVDs that I've taken VHSs and had somebody put them on DVDs. She's like, I have no clue. I documented some of them, like just to have a name on it. And she's like, I think they're right. She was like about 60% right on putting the right kind of title on it. But luckily there was a game of me playing basketball against South Grand Prairie. So I showed my kids and that's fine. They said I was very slow and I get it. I was.
Did you have fun? Did they have fun watching it with you though?
Yeah. And they were like, how can you tell who your teammates are? Because it's not the best quality, right?
Okay.
I mean,
but you knew where everybody was,
it's
though, right?
1995 quality, but I'm like, no, I can tell that's Chris Owens or that's Sterling Davis or whatever. Like I can tell by where they're playing. You can kind of tell by their height, but
did you have to look just real quick, Mike? I'm sorry. Did you have to look those names up, or did you just know who everybody was?
Those are my. I have no clue who's playing for South Grand Prairie.
You
like I don't
still
know
talk to them, right?
Yeah,
like all the time.
Yeah, so I know all my teammates and everything like that. But in 1995, my junior year, we did play Brian Adams in the playoffs, and I've always said they had a left-handed catcher, and Corey has
disputed that every time.
Me tremendously. Corey was right.
There you go.
They had a right-handed catcher. My brain messed up.
He was really tall too, by the way.
Because Brian Adams had a left-handed third baseman in the game. So that's where I was like, oh my God, Brian Adams. They had like a left-handed catcher. They didn't. So I saw the video of like a 2-minute highlight or 3-minute highlight of that game. Oh and so they did have a bigger left-handed third baseman in the game. I can't remember the final score. We blew you out, but
yes,
you know who that left-handed third baseman supposedly was.
Yeah, I think that's Dave, because I think that's my freshman year.
The guy who started Wendy's.
No, a different Dave. Okay. And Dave was awesome. One of the coolest dudes ever. Huh?
The rapper?
Nahara was his last name. I believe that's him. And we had 2 other first basemen that were pitchers. And so he eventually went to first base.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know why they had him playing third base, but yes, I think that was him.
Okay. So my apologies to the 1995 Brian Adams baseball team. You had a right-handed catcher and a left-handed third baseman who got hammered by Duncanville in the playoffs.
Yeah, well.
Okay. So before we get here in about 5 minutes to Daryl Moose Johnston, I saw this on Twitter. I'm not engaging on Twitter with the Dallas Mavericks all year. That is not a New Year's resolution, but I decided this year in Dallas Mavericks basketball, I do not want the hate of the Dallas Maverick fan on me on Twitter when I get frustrated with their play. So this is coming from Dallas Mavericks Twitter, and I did not engage in the conversation, but I thought it was interesting. Last night, the Oklahoma City Thunder beat the Boston Celtics in a very good game. I believe that both of those teams are NBA championship contenders. Would you agree with that statement?
I think so.
Yes.
Oklahoma City has the second best record in the Western Conference. Last I looked, Boston had the best record in all of the NBA.
Yeah, I think I agree.
So two very good teams. I'm not saying they're going to meet in the NBA Finals, but they have a chance. Both of them have the talent and depth to have a chance. So a Dallas Maverick person on Twitter said, so I'm looking at our role players, and they said, what players on the Mavericks would actually play on the Oklahoma City Thunder or the Boston Celtics? One, they said, who would start if they were to get all of our players for free, taking out Luka and taking out Kyrie? What players would actually start for Oklahoma City and Boston, and then what players would play significant minutes if they came off the bench? And I thought it was a good question on how great of a year Luka is having right now, missing Kyrie for half of the season almost, is that my quick opinion is we already know Grant Williams wouldn't play a second.
Right.
They decided last year. Boston was like, you're not good enough to be on our team.
I think he might play a little bit, but you're right. They had phased him way.
Is Lively a 10-minute guy?
I think Lively coming off the bench for valuable minutes on both teams. I don't think he would start, but I think he'd play valuable minutes on both teams. So I do think him.
Timmy? 7-8 man, maybe?
I mean, you'd have to really look at it and go, how much do we want this gunner taking the ball away from some of our depth that we have?
Yeah.
But I'm not saying he wouldn't play it. To your point, I think he'd play about 15 minutes a night and just see how hot he can get in those 15 minutes.
I mean, obviously, Exum, he's going to start.
Exum has, to my, he wouldn't start, but I will say this.
He'd get some
Yes, he will get minutes.
Exum is getting himself a 4-year contract extension type of deal with how he's
if you go off of just expectation versus reality, him and Lively have just been off.
Because the expectation was nil.
Yes, fair.
When he signed him, I was like, Mike, are you excited? He was like,
not at all.
Not at all. And I don't think anybody else was either. Even Reggie was like, he has a lot of work to do.
Right? Whether it's Ryan Brunikoff or whatever we sign. I'm like, great, we signed another foreign guy who can't play basketball. Awesome. But looking at Derek Jones Jr., I don't think he would play on either one of those teams. I'm not saying he hasn't been good for the Mavs. He's been good for the Mavs, but would he play on Oklahoma City or would he play on Boston?
This version, I think, would just... we're talking about an 8 to 10 guy.
I'm just wondering about this. Is he only valuable for the Mavs? Is he the perfect fit for Luka? Because look, Dorian Finney-Smith stinks this year. His value is going down in the NBA. And I think Derek Jones Jr.'s, as much as whether you love Luka or don't love him, Derek Jones Jr.'s and Dorian Finney-Smith are kind of valuable pieces on Luka teams.
Yeah.
They're not valuable pieces around the NBA. Josh Green should play a second for the Mavs, to be honest. So
we'll have to dive back into Josh Green because I think that deserves some more time. But right now, somebody who deserves all of the time on this show is former Dallas Cowboy, 3-time Super Bowl champion, and now the executive vice president of the newly merged UFL. It is Daryl Johnston. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So I was curious your interest in staying involved with the merged league, because obviously both leagues had their own levels of struggle. So what was your thought about staying involved in the new combo league?
Well, I think the big thing is we kind of set the template for spring football moving forward. I really felt that with two individual leagues, it was going to be kind of a scenario where who's going to be the last league standing, and then you would move on from that point and see what the landscape was going to look like. We've been able to accelerate that process by creating the merger. It hasn't been easy. We had to lose 4 teams on each side, and that's players and staffs and support staff and business people. So it was a pretty tough holiday season, making some pretty hard phone calls. But in the end, I think it's going to be the best thing for spring football moving forward. And I think what we've seen over the last several years from the NFL standpoint, there is a developmental element that's needed We don't want to be considered a developmental league or a feeder league. We want to be a standalone spring football league, but we understand the opportunity for us to hopefully create a relationship with the NFL where we could have their players coming down to our league, elevate the talent that's playing in the spring, that's preparing to get ready for training camp and a fall NFL season. So I think the merger and that whole process has accelerated the potential for those types of conversations to start to commence.
And maybe that kind of partially answers this question. Not asking to be difficult. I really am curious, how likely do you think it is that the UFL can realistically not be a feeder league, can be like its own thing?
Well, I think it's because we've got guys doing it for different reasons. We still got guys that are chasing their NFL dream. The big thing about the players in our league, it's not the fact that they can't make it to the NFL; they can't stay in the NFL. So, our real charge is, okay, let's spend the time and find out why each individual player is not being able to get a consistent performance at the NFL level and have an opportunity to have a 3, 4, potentially 5-year career up there. So. That we've got that type of player, but then we've also got the type of player who knows that window is closed, and he loves playing the game. He's got a work schedule that allows him. We've had guys who were firefighters, we've had guys who were police officers, but their people will let them step away and continue to play the game of football. So we've got kind of a unique combination, and so that's why I think that there's an opportunity for us, to be able to sustain this. And continue to grow and expand because it's a mix of guys, and it's a hard business model, right? You're hopefully functioning in an environment where you're going to have 25, 30, 35% turnover every year, and getting back and getting that consistency reestablished is going to be challenging. But I really do feel that it's not just about having guys come in and develop and fix their issues and create an opportunity for them to get to the NFL. We've got a completely different set of players in for different reasons that will continue to be a part of our league moving forward.
Moose, I think we all know around here what Arlington provides, why it gives, so many opportunities for the Cowboys stadium there. You got so much other, Six Flags and Hurricane Harbor and all that. Why is Arlington so important to be the hub of this league?
I think there's a number of different reasons. We did the same thing in year one in the USFL with Birmingham, and I think people wondered why we chose Birmingham, and I think that there's just it's right in the middle of SEC country. It's a community that really embraces the game of football on every level. High school and collegiate predominantly, and then being a city that doesn't have professional football and has had spring football in their communities in the past, it was an opportunity to try and get back there and build their trust and show that this can be successful. And I think that Arlington is similar there. We had the team in 2020 in Arlington. Everything happened that time, down in Houston. We had our training camp down in Houston in 2020. But I think it's smart to come into a hub-type model because you're reducing your expenses. You're not trying to do this in 8 separate locations. You're trying to do this in one location 8 times, and that's a little bit more controllable. You can work with a leaner support staff around you because you've got multiple people in the same community that can pitch in and help out, and will definitely be an all hands on deck type environment for us as we function through it. But I just think it's the smart way to start out. And even though the 2 leagues are going to come together and we hope to be able to not miss a beat and keep functioning down the road, you are starting over again in a sense. And to do that in a smart and financially viable way, I think is a great choice by the league.
Now, the season's going to start March 30th with the reigning XFL champion Arlington Renegades against the reigning USFL champion Birmingham Stallions. Was there ever a discussion, even if it was briefly, of having this be a winner-take-all game and all of those teams from the winning team in their league get to stay?
There was never that conversation. I think the big thing is, the uniqueness of the markets that we had in both leagues, and it was hard. There was probably a little bit more geographic spread in the XFL, obviously, when you look at Washington to Seattle. But when you're hubbing out of the central part of the country, you're trying to minimize those costs of flying across country. If they had a similar model to what we ran last year in the XFL, but from a geographic standpoint, the ability to be able to bus to San Antonio, to bus to Houston, which we did in the USFL, we bus from Birmingham to Memphis, we bus from Canton to Detroit. Those are the things that you look at. What are the markets that give us the best opportunity? Obviously, the model that the XFL utilized and kind of the footprint that they were able to create and sustain in the local markets is something that was impressive to us on the USFL side. You look at the attendance, with the Battlehawks. You look at the attendance and out of Choctaw, consistent with what we did back in 2020. For us, it was kind of a growth process we were going through. Birmingham, was a team in year one that we had great attendance from time to time. We probably didn't match that in year two and needed to work on why. Michigan was great, having an opportunity for our guys and our coaches to be able to play at Ford Field, the home of the Detroit Lions, and could kind of continue that. There was an energy in Michigan last year because of what Detroit did, back in 2022, that we were able to kind of pick up on, and then they had another great season again this year, still going. So hopefully, that plays in our favor next year as well. But it was really kind of looking at the uniqueness of each market and what do they bring to the table? What's the history of spring football in these communities? How have they supported it? So there's a lot of things that go into it. So we wanted to make sure that we had, exactly the right group that we needed to have success in the first year of the UFL.
Daryl Moose Johnston joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. One of our morning show hosts, Moose, this morning was kind of posing the question of, have you ever been interested in getting involved with the Cowboys personnel? Because you seem to have some interest in personnel and building that kind of, and players and what they're doing in the league. Have you ever posed that question to Jerry or Steven?
I haven't, but they've been great. They've allowed me to come out, and utilize the facilities that they have there and the technology that they have there. When I worked for the Alliance of American Football down in San Antonio, Will McClay has been a great friend, has been a great mentor and helped me out a ton. It's invaluable when you can walk out to the Star and go in and do your research and have access, to the film that they have with the Dallas Cowboys. But yeah, they've got all their people in place out there. Will's done a fantastic job, got a great staff there that supports him. So we just, for me, it's interesting because it's a little bit different because it's a blend this year of, being affiliated with the team, but then being a part of the league. And we kind of saw this in year one in the USFL. And I'm sure we'll kind of have that same environment here this year because all 8 teams are going to be there. It is kind of cool that you get to go visit all the different teams and kind of watch how they're doing different things. But you still have that connection back to the league that's unique. So it's been interesting. But yeah, Dallas is doing great. They got Will McClay, Alex Loomis. They've got some really, really good people out there. They've got their personnel department down.
Well, and I mean, it does continue to sound like you just really love the game. And yesterday we had a chance to talk with Randy White, and hearing him talk about how much he loved the game and still loves the game and how much he put into it. It was really special to hear the way he explained it all. And you played an extremely physical position, and you committed so much to the game. Are you romantic about the game and the nostalgia of your playing days, even still?
Without a doubt, I think we all become that person. I'm sure Randy feels like his era, was one of the golden eras of professional football. When you talk about the NFL, I know that all of our guys believe that. I believe that the '90s were a very, very unique decade in the NFL, and a lot of that is driven by the quarterbacks who were playing in the league at that time. I still think it's an unmatched decade when you talk about quarterback play. If you go back and look at the teams during the 90s and how many of the great quarterbacks were playing at that time. So I think we're all I think romantic is a great word. It's beyond nostalgic. There's a passion, there's a connection there. I've always felt like, the game has provided a ton for me. And then I've always kind of looked at as kind of returning that favor, being an ambassador for the game and trying to help these young men experience what I got to experience through the game of football. And I've been able to do that for a couple of guys. We had a game this year in Atlanta, and, we have one of our quarterbacks from our San Antonio Commanders team who's down there. It's the third quarterback for Atlanta. So that's 4 years where he's been, up in the NFL and having opportunity to have those.
Sorry, Moose, we're starting to lose you right there. Let's see if we can reconnect real quick on that. Alec is starting to cut out just a little bit. He's about to tell a neat story about Atlanta.
Yeah, lots of clouds today, Kevin. And then
does that impact phone call ability? I'm seriously asking.
877-881-1053 if you think that. I don't know, man. I don't know the answer. I'm just assuming. But you know what happens when you assume, Mike? That those things can happen. So I don't want that to happen.
All right, real quick. In the meantime,
Johnston.
Okay, we've got him back. Sorry, we lost you there. You were about to tell us about Atlanta, and then it started getting choppy on us.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, our side was our quarterback in San Antonio, and
all right, it might be our phones.
Yeah,
this seems very similar to what happened with Jerry Jones.
Yeah, that stinks
a couple weeks ago.
He's the best, man.
I know. I was really enjoying talking to him. I will tell you this: if you're interested, and I know Carter is the website, theufl.com. If you want to get tickets, theufl.com/tickets. And like I told you, the Arlington Renegades, the XFL champions, are going to open up against the Birmingham, I keep messing that up, Stallions from the USFL. They were their champion, so champion.
Okay.
But they never thought about just taking the winner take all. It's not like a wrestling type situation or anything like that.
Dude, that always does sound fun, though, just having that kind of tournament and saying winner take all and just go after it that way. I do love that, but it was never discussed.
I was just going to ask him how he was going to fix the Cowboys' road woes, but it's probably best that the phone started breaking up because he's going to be like...
He was going to be honest. That's what he would do. He would be honest, and he would have his thoughts on that. So that's the way it goes sometimes.
All right, real quick, I wanted to throw it out there because we didn't get an opportunity to talk about them earlier. Mike, did you watch the Stars yesterday?
I know they play the Avalanche tomorrow. How about that?
Are you sure about that?
Isn't tomorrow 1-4?
Yeah, they do play it.
Okay.
I wanted to find out. I need to see how confident you are in these hockey abilities.
So I know that I have a new hoodie, Hockey Mike hoodie.
Nice.
Yes, you do.
I would like to be honest and say I've fallen off of watching Stars hockey through the holidays, and I need to get back to watching Stars hockey. I do know they've won like 6 out of their last 8 or so. Like I know
they scored 8-1.
Yes.
I know they're playing, I assume, pretty good hockey, but right now I'm just going to the NHL app that I have and like checking the score. I just through holiday time just haven't had the time to really sit down and keep watching. So I'm just being honest. I need to get back to it, but I've had a good 2 to 3 week lull of Stars hockey that I need to get back on.
They have been playing significantly better in close games than perhaps what you're used to over the last maybe 2 seasons. You're right. They beat the brakes off of Chicago on New Year's Eve, but the game before that, it was a 1-goal win. They beat the Predators, Canucks. They've been winning close games, these 1-goal games. And then yesterday, I would have thought that this was going to be a win for the Stars because they scored, I was going to joke and say like 5 seconds into the game, but I think they scored like 11 seconds into the game.
I feel like tomorrow would be a great game. I have not been to a Stars game this year. I feel like the Avalanche would be a great game to go to, but obviously I don't have tickets, but I might need to I'm probably just late. I'm probably, the way that I could maybe get comped. I'm just 24 hours out.
Just buy a ticket.
I like getting comped.
Okay, fair enough. The Stars lose to the Canadians 4-3.
They took on a whole country.
They remain in third place in
There's more Stars than Canadians, though, right?
Yes, that's a fact.
Like stars in the sky?
Yeah.
Fact.
There's more stars than grains of sand.
Oh, my gosh. I can't handle that kind of intense info right there.
Count them.
So the Stars, third in their division. However, Colorado's played a couple extra games, so this will be a big one.
What if it was your job to count grains of sand?
And stars.
Either one. Even though I have the Star app on my phone now where you put your phone up to the stars, that is really cool. There are a lot of stars we can't see.
Jamie Benn ever in your phone? He's a star.
I don't have. I do have Brian Ray.
Okay, Corey, we might have to cut into your time a little bit, but Moose is calling from his phone right now.
Okay, all right.
All right, Moose, I want to warn you. We had issues with our phone system like 2 weeks ago, so if this is our fault, I'm really, really sorry about that.
That's all right. That's all right. No worries. Sounds better?
I'm not super optimistic about how it sounds thus far. I appreciate all your effort. Can you help us solve the Cowboys' road woes?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I don't know if anybody's going to be able to figure that out. Those guys themselves, it's part of the process that you go through.
All right,
man.
I want to say this one more time. As hopefully we'll get our phones checked. Is Moose went out of his way to call back, and then he called on his own cell phone, and he's like, I need to make this happen.
Why he's the
UFL.com, UFL.com/tickets if you want to check it out. Remember, champion versus champion to kick off the league March 30th, 2024 with the Arlington Renegades.
Yeah. I love one of my mentors, Norm Hitchkiss, and hopefully I can have a career anywhere close to his, right?
Oh, my gosh.
I feel like at this point I should do the Norm, go there, take the phones, rip them out of the wall, and then slam them down, and then we have to buy new ones.
That's a good idea, actually.
Yeah, this
if
is the second time.
Slam them on the ground. What else is going to happen?
Like, I think if we break all the phones, they have to buy new ones.
That's true, man. That is true.
Coming up next, thankfully, it's just over the mic. It's Corey Majors with the C Block, and I pray no one's calling in.
What's in your corner today?
When was the last time you went to Six Flags? And have you seen the darts next to the fans?
The Friday.
Fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, no phones needed. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much. I have no
That's
clue.
the phone.
That was our phone.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So we did have this discussion during the break, and I wanted to bring this to light.
God help us.
Because it is a good question from Mike.
It's a good way to say it.
How, if you had to be the person that was going to count all the grains of sand on the planet, what would that number be? And Kevin, I looked it up.
Can I take a guess?
Yes.
Because you said after a trillion comes what?
I'm not sure if it's directly after, but I know a quadrillion is after that. So
I would say 100 quadrillion.
All right.
That sounds.
Kevin?
I think it's going to be some weird number that I've never heard of, or you're going to be like, it's
infinity.
E to the 9th power, or I don't know, something like that.
You must have hit something because his eyes lit up when you said that.
7.5 sextillion sand grains. That is 75 followed by 17 zeros. And I can't fathom that.
That's a lot.
That's like how long the Earth has been around, according to
How many
random
times
people.
Chuck Norris has counted to infinity? Back to you,
It's a lot of sand.
It is a lot of sand.
Thank you, Mike. That is a lot of sand.
In the C Block today, we're asking.
There's more sand grains than stars, right? How many stars are there?
I think there is more sand than stars.
Okay. You know what I like? I
How
don't
do
know
they
if
count-
everyone saw it on the fan cam. He looked up at the sky before he made that definitive statement.
Because right now, if I was at a beach, I could see a lot of sand. But if I was at a beach, I couldn't see any stars.
200 billion trillion stars.
What?
That's
200
less.
billion trillion stars, according to
Is it?
astronomy.com.
How
I
many
never even
zeros-
heard of sextillion.
How many?
And you times it. He
Yeah.
times the sextillion.
How many zeros is that? Do we know?
200 billion trillion?
Yeah. Because it feels like.
Isn't that Shohei's contract? It's a baseball joke.
Billion trillion. That is weird.
Just real quick while you're looking that up, have you seen the salty billboards that are up around Detroit right now?
Yes.
It says Decker reported.
Oh, well, too bad. It doesn't matter if Brett Hull was in the crease or not. You lost Buffalo and you lost Detroit.
And plus, even if he did report, they did not report that correctly to the Cowboys.
Yeah.
So that play wouldn't have stood either way. They'd have been like, do over. I don't know
Don't
if
make
that's
it.
how it would have gone.
I will say this: if
12
you're
zeros.
Okay.
so less,
You win.
So
Man.
if you are Detroit, real quick on this,
Oh.
you have to do a better job of reporting the guy. You can't send 3 linemen to the referee. Because like the way Troy Aikman explained it, hey, offensive linemen wouldn't be going to the referee unless he's reporting. Yes, they would. 3 guys went to the guy. Only 1 reported. They just got the wrong number. So yeah, offensive linemen go talk to the head ref a lot when 1 guy is reporting. They all report to the ref to try to confuse the defense according to the way Detroit does it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Corey. I feel like we've really thrown you off track.
You still got 11 minutes. Make the most of it.
All right. So would y'all rather talk darts
Like the
or
bus.
Six Flags?
I loved
Flags.
Six Flags, but my brain doesn't work well there anymore.
Okay. I understand that. I really do, actually.
What's that?
Going that fast and curvy and everything and loop-de-loops, it messes up my brain.
All right,
now.
so both
I'm too old for it.
My middle son Carter, who also has a basketball goal on his door, he wanted to go to Six Flags for his birthday. He's born on December 30th. Avery is
Holiday
born
in the park.
Avery is born on January 1st. So on January 31st, we decided New Year's Eve we were heading to Six Flags. That was Sunday.
December 31st. I got you.
Yeah, somewhere in March, Mike. He's trying to
God.
figure out.
Just keep going. Just keep going.
So we get to Six Flags. We each have, or both of the boys have a friend, and
He
then
likes spring break.
and then Lucy is with us as well. And we told the boys, just go. Y'all go do your thing. Y'all go have fun. We're gonna rock with Lucy. Y'all come. We'll meet every hour at certain places. We'll text back and forth. And so Lucy, she's never been to Six Flags before. I haven't been since
Really?
middle school. Yeah, I haven't
Wow.
been since middle school. That was
Really?
the last time I believe I went. Yes. And I'm not a huge roller coaster guy.
I haven't been to Holiday in the Park in a long time. Maybe I've never been, but I tried to go on one of these kind of random, whatever, Fright Fest, whatever, when it's not really time for Six Flags. And I didn't want to go back there again because it was so crowded and there's not many rides open.
New Year's Eve, there weren't very many people there. Like it was, and most of the rides were open. There were still seasonal rides that weren't, but most of the rides were open.
Is it that they don't have, I know you guys don't have this answer. Maybe it's somebody who works at Six Flags. Is it because you don't have the staff to open up the rides? The rides are broken? Huh? Why is it during Holiday in the Park, Fright Fest, that half of, at least, if not half, 2/3 of the rides aren't even available to ride?
The first ride we go on, because Mike, as you pointed out yesterday, you walk in, you might go left, and you go to the Sombrero. Yeah. The Sombrero was the first ride that Lucy got to go on. She loved it. All right. The next ride Lucy goes on is the Teacups. She loves it. All right.
That can get dangerous if you spin them too fast.
Yeah. Yes, it can. Yes,
is that the one where you control
you
with
control
the wheel
it,
and okay, yeah.
And I was trying to spin us off of that thing, but it didn't work. Then we go on the bobsled. I hurt my back, and I was like,
That's the snake ride now.
Yeah, the snake ride, El Vibrio or whatever like that.
Which means the snake ride.
And Lucy loved it, and she's like, again. And I was like, that was a long line. We're not going to do that. So the next one Lucy wants to go on is El Diablo, which is basically the circle. And you go upside down and hang upside down for a few seconds.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
And she gets off the ride and she's like, I want to do that 3 more times. I loved it so much. And I was like,
was there a long line for that?
Not at all.
Yeah, because nobody wants to hang upside down for it's like 10 seconds of hanging upside down, and then you just go in a circle. That just seems like throw up.
She got a gymnastics bar for Christmas, and so she has been hanging upside down a lot. So she was prepared.
So she was ready for it.
She was very prepared.
I let my kids do that one. I do not go on El Diablo.
Okay. And like Shockwave, I did it a couple times back in the day. I'm good. I experienced it. And then they go on the pirate ship, and then she's like, all right, I'm ready for lunch. All right.
Shockwave is double loop-de-loop.
Yep. Yes, sir.
And then you go backwards through it?
No, that was the flashback, which is no longer in existence.
That's
I think
gone.
it was replaced by Mr. Freeze.
They sold that. It's somewhere else.
Do they just
they do.
They sell it?
So lesser theme parks buy Six Flags roller coasters.
What?
So when they become a little bit too old here, then lesser places buy them and then reconstruct them at their smaller Six Flags. Obviously not Six Flags, but a smaller version of a theme park.
Now, have y'all ever purchased the Zip Pass? The Speed Pass?
No.
I don't believe so.
Okay. All right.
We just limp around and act like we're hurt.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, good.
I'm just kidding.
Lucy
We
goes
did
on.
at Disney World push our grandmother in a wheelchair, even though she really didn't need it, so we could cut.
They actually, you can sign up for, anyway, that's a different story. Lucy ends up going on the Pandemonium as well. And then Adrian's like, hey, let's go on a nice, easy ride. Let's go on the Mine Train. And Mine Train's...
That's really... It kills your knees, though. You're almost 6'3".
So here's what happens.
But it's the mini Mine Train that's the kid one.
Yeah, that's
the
one.
The mini... Both of them kill
I'm still too tall for the Mine Train.
They're both very small rides.
So I'm like, I will ride this with Lucy. Let's go. So we go, and we're in the line. We're going back and forth. One dude leaned back up against me like he was my girlfriend at one point. And I was like, hey, man, I'm sorry. I don't know why I apologize. But... we finally get to the front, and they open the gates for everybody, and we get there, and we look over, and a group from the Speed Pass walks up and gets right where we are. So we aren't allowed to go to the next ones because it's just all file in. So we have to wait now.
Yeah.
And Adrian's doing that right in front of them. Adrian and the lady next to us are like, oh, somebody just walks up and takes it because they get the Speed Pass. I was like, yeah, they paid for it.
They're rich.
And that's what they get to do.
Plano kids.
So there's two carts.
Bishop Arts kids.
There's 2 carts, right, on the Mine Train. One that goes, and then another one pulls back into the station.
Right. Yeah.
Well, as it pulls back into the station, this little girl gets off of it, and she runs to the front. And I go to stop her, and I'm like, oh, no. She goes to the very front and goes past the yellow line, which is considered the danger zone.
Highway to the danger zone.
Exactly. And she starts crying, and we're like, no, just come back. And we get her to walk through. Well, at that point, the lady tells us, once you go into the danger zone, we have to shut the ride down for however long. So I'm sitting in the ride. I'm like, oh man. But the people that got in front of us on the speed pass are now stuck somewhere.
They're right behind you, just waiting.
They're stuck like way
seeing the murky pond.
Yeah, exactly.
That is a murky pond, isn't it?
I feel bad for those turtles. I'm like, there's better water for you somewhere, but they don't know any better.
And so while we're standing there, the lady next to us is like, yeah, this happened to me 3 times at Disney World where we were next in line to get onto a ride and the ride stopped and they had to shut it down. She said, I was bawling. I spent 2 hours in each one of these lines to ride it. And then all of a sudden, in all this money to get to the place, and now we can't even ride any of the rides.
A few years ago when I took Jake to Oxnard for training camp, one of the off days, one of the weekend days, we went to Disneyland. And he decided Six Flags Over Texas here in Arlington, he liked it way better. He said, 1, the rides are bigger, 2, the lines are shorter.
Yeah.
So he felt like
Avery loved it.
He did not really care for Disneyland. He liked Six Flags Over Texas way more because the rides were bigger, faster, more rides, and quicker lines.
Yeah, there's just more. I think there's more attraction to Disneyland and better rides by far. Yeah, Avery and the boys. Carter was a little upset. His friend did not go on as many rides with him, and Carter should have run off with his brother. And because they went and did Titan, they went Superman, they did everything, and they loved it all. But Lucy starts crying. She's standing in line. She's like, I wanted to ride this mine train. I want to do it.
They said you had to go.
We waited for like 20 minutes, and they were, as somebody would like look like they're about to turn a key, another guy would show up and they'd start talking, and I was like, oh my, they have to go reprogram the whole thing. We were told, so we left. As soon as we walked off.
Did you berate the girl?
No, she was nice.
You should have.
As soon as we walked off,
Would you have done that?
Yeah, I said, what's your deal?
Hey, what's your deal?
Do you realize what you've done to my daughter?
Look at her face.
We can't ride the mine train because of you, because you can't follow simple instructions.
That little girl just
see
walked
the
off.
yellow line? Stay behind it next time.
Yeah, I almost grabbed that little girl too and stopped her.
We're leaving. You sit in my spot.
Stay here.
And then when they say it's ready to go, you scream.
Yes.
And then we will come back and get in our spot and ride the mine train.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly
the
what I
mine
should
train
have.
kind of hurts too.
Yeah,
It is.
I didn't get to go on it.
Jankety.
I only
It is
rode
old.
teacups and the sombrero.
Jankety?
But then
Janky?
Janky.
That's what the kid
Jankety.
kept saying too. The Carter's friend kept going, "This one's janky. I like it." And I was like,
Yeah.
"What?" He loved that part.
I'll tell you what.
Okay.
Whoever Roy Scream is, that thing
Judge Roy
needs to be
Scream. It's
redone.
closed.
He's a judge.
It's closed
Oh.
during the season. But that's the one I was like, that does not look scary, but I'd ride it 1,000
not,
times.
but it is jankety.
Yeah, jankety. So Lucy didn't get to go on it, but I promised her ice cream, and then she got ice cream, and everything was better. And then we went home.
I'm scared of Mr. Freeze. I've rode it one time. I don't want to ride it.
It looks
again.
amazing. I'm not a huge roller coaster fan,
You,
but I can
you start off
appreciate
by
it.
them shooting you backwards like a speeding bullet. And then you hang there for about a couple seconds.
And you go straight down.
And then you go straight down.
Straight
and then
down.
you start the ride. Kevin, we should go to Six Flags, me and you, and ride all the rides together.
You know what? I would do that.
Really?
Oh,
Do you
yes.
you like roller coasters?
I like them okay. I would just be curious about the experience.
My favorite one's the Texas Giant.
I got leery when that lady got like her head chopped off or whatever happened.
She
on
fell
that
out.
one.
She fell out
Oh
on
my
the Texas
gosh.
Giant. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I got
unfortunate.
leery a little bit for a while after that, but otherwise, I'd go do that.
I also rode the carousel twice. So
Because Lucy or because you love
You
her?
can do
we
that
were
at
just
the
trying to
zoo.
start with Lucy to like give her an opportunity to do something, and she just was like, "No, give me the big rides." And we were like, "Oh my gosh!" So
That's awesome.
We got to go back next time. And Carter wants
You
to go big.
don't get at this point my head I get a headache doing those.
Oh yeah.
I think the equilibrium and everything.
I could see that.
And Kevin, we'll talk about the darts next time.
Okay.
Because there is a 16-year-old that does not look like a 16-year-old who's about to win the dart championship.
Oh, okay. I look forward to that.
The
That's a
Greg
tease
Oden
right
of
there.
darts.
Yes. Look him up. Look him up. I'm dead serious.
Coming up next, around the NFC East is the craziest stat in all of sports about to continue. Let's talk about it next, right here on The Fan.
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Shotgun is empty. Back to throw. They blitz him from the safety spot, and Prescott escapes that. Runs to his right. Throws on the run to the middle of the field. Lamb at the 50. No one will get anywhere near him. Lamb could crawl in if he wanted to. C.D. Lamb, 92 yards.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And it is time for our daily trek across the NFC East. Always choose your own adventure.
Cowboys are in first, Corey.
Yes, they are.
That means they go first.
Indeed, they are. So Brandon Aubrey, we talked about it. All the records he's been setting. Previous record for most field goals to start an NFL career without a miss, 18. He's now at 35.
Wow.
With the 2 he made on Saturday, that is a single season franchise record for the Cowboys, surpassing 2 kickers who had 34. Can you guess who they were?
For Cowboys history?
For the Cowboys history.
Dan Bailey? No.
Incorrect.
Lynn Elliott.
Raphael Septien.
Incorrect.
Chris Boniol.
Ooh, incorrect.
Nick Folk.
Man, I'm impressed at how many of these that you
Mike
know.
Vanderjack.
Eddie Murray.
Incorrect. You guys know a
Billy
lot of...
Cudniff.
Incorrect.
No, that is a good one. Mike Saxton's a punter. I don't know at this point.
Danny White.
He was a punter too.
Greg Zuerlein just a few years
What?
ago.
He missed everything.
Nobody remembers
Richie
him.
Cunningham.
Oh yeah,
in
Richie
1997.
Yeah.
Not that guy.
Monday, Tuesday, happy days. I don't know what comes after that.
I mean, Wednesday and
Do you
Thursday,
really not?
Mike, or the next 2 days.
Monday, Tuesday, happy days. And that's where you're stumped? What are you, Charlie?
Today is
playing
Wednesday,
Simon?
Mike. Tomorrow's Thursday.
Happy days.
Is it Sunday, Monday, happy days? Tuesday, Wednesday,
Maybe
Thursday,
that's why
Friday?
I got off to start with. He's like, no. He got the wrong.
Saturday, the modern day. I don't know what Saturday is.
Here with you.
I forget what Saturday is.
You know what I would like?
It's not a happy day.
Alec, maybe this might be for tomorrow. If you could take pieces of what just happened, we could compare them directly to the actual Happy Days intro song. I think that would be something.
How many of our listeners have ever seen Happy Days? 877.
That's where
it's the same guy who made Saving Private Ryan, right?
105.3.
That is not correct.
Ron Howard was Richie Cunningham. Yes.
He is not the person who directed Saving Private Ryan, nor did he make Happy Days. He was just in Happy Days.
And then he was on the Whistle
directed some
Show. He was
episodes.
on the Whistling Show.
of Happy Days.
Okay. But he didn't make the show. Like, he didn't create it.
He was on the
I think
Archie
Matlock-
Griffin Show.
Matlock created it.
All in the Family? Was he?
Wait, what's the one? The whistling song where he's walking?
With Mayberry. Oh, my, Andy Griffith.
Andy,
Not
yeah.
Archie Griffith. I was thinking Archie Bunker.
Gary Marshall created
I think
Happy
that's a
Days.
running back for Ohio State.
Penny Marshall's dad.
Also, Happy Days is where the term jump the shark came from.
Yes, it is, which was brilliantly done in Arrested Development when, I don't want to give it away. A lot of people out there
It's
might
been
want to
like
see it.
so long since that show came out.
So
Fair
Richie
enough.
Cunningham kicked field goals.
Wow, that's impressive.
Also, he is 2 away from matching the NFL record for most makes in a season without a
Jason
He's gonna do it.
Elam.
He's going to do it.
That's about
Mike
Brandon
Vanderjack.
Aubrey. I could see how you might have forgotten what we were talking about because we've taken quite a turn from there. All right.
Now we're talking about the bondage team.
No.
In the 469, Ron Howard has red hair, so he was in Harry Potter.
He's not a Weasley in Harry Potter. Incorrect.
I don't think there's any weasels in there, but
The Cowboys finished the regular season 8-0 at AT&T Stadium. That was only the 3rd time.
Where else would they play home games?
You know, Mike, sometimes I've made assumptions about things on this very show
Like
that
today?
have proven incorrect. So I'm trying to be as specific as possible. They went 8-0 at home.
Uh-huh.
This is only the 3rd time they've ever gone 8-0. Just turn your mic off. This is only the 3rd time they've ever gone 8-0 in a season at home. The other 2 times, 1980 and 1981. Both of those years they made the NFC Championship.
And lost to the 49ers.
And the Eagles.
They
did go undefeated in 1969, but there weren't 8 home games.
Nice.
All right, Jake Ferguson.
He's on the Cowboys.
That is true. He has the second most receiving yards for a tight end in their first 2 seasons for the Cowboys.
Awesome.
Who do you think has the first most?
Jason Witten.
Who do you think has the third most?
Doug Crosby.
Nope.
Dalton Schultz.
Mike Ditka.
It's closer to that era than your era.
Dupree? Something.
That is correct.
Billy Joe Dupree.
Billy Joe Dupree.
Wow.
There's no way I thought you were going to get that.
Ho! I used to collect old-time Cowboy cards.
Billy Joe Dupree is correct. So
You didn't think Mike could do that, did you?
Absolutely not.
Proud of you, Mike.
Literally 0% of me thought that was going to be correct. All right. So Jake Ferguson, second behind Jason Witten, but now ahead of Billy Joe Dupree. You want to go to the Eagles, the Giants, the Commanders, or some other old TV show that I can't stop?
Well, Corey, the Philadelphia Bondage Eagles are in the playoffs.
What Kevin said earlier.
All right. The Philadelphia Eagles were up in the Jets 14-3. They were ahead of the Seahawks 10-0 and ahead of the Cardinals just this past weekend 21-6. They lost all 3 of those games. Now, for the Ravens, it doesn't hurt as much because you've already secured the number 1 seed, but they've lost some fourth quarter leads. How concerned should the Eagles be about not just the losses, but they've had enormous leads in these games?
They should be concerned about a lot of things, and that's one of them. Now, that being said, I have to watch myself, Corey, because as I'm saying, they stink down the stretch. The Cowboys aren't playing much better their last 3 games.
Right.
So that's the thing that I'm like, okay, I can make fun of the Eagles, and I am here. They are playing so bad that I don't know if they can beat Tampa Bay. Let's just say Tampa Bay beats Carolina. They would play Tampa Bay. I don't know if Philadelphia can go to Tampa Bay and win. That's how bad they're playing. But then I have to watch myself and go, now, wait a second. If I'm going to take shots about how bad a team is playing now it's more than 3 weeks for Philadelphia. I have to watch myself because the Cowboys aren't playing very good the last 3 weeks either. And I do think the Cowboys are going to the NFC Championship game, then getting hammered.
I am kind of interested, if they were to play Tampa specifically, I'm interested in what's going to go on there because of Baker Mayfield's injury right now. So I am kind of curious whether Tampa can finish the game against them to knock them out. But Philly hasn't been finishing very well at all. And like that's a huge factor. So I do think that they're going to struggle in the playoffs. Now here's the next quote from AJ Brown if you want to hear it. We're right there. All this freaking adversity, ? We're right there. That's what happens when you're trying to get to the next step. Gravity pulls against you. Everything pulls against you. And I think we're going to fight through it, push through it, and be fine. We got the right people in this locker room. We're going to get it right.
If you're trying to lay down like it looks like the Eagles are, gravity actually helps you in that. If you're trying to rise,
Just one
if you're
second
trying
ago,
to,
you said that you're going to be careful about what you said there.
Am I right? I'm right. Gravity pushes you down.
They're already there. Yeah.
And yet they're laying down. Mm-hmm. They've laid down the last month of this season.
He
so
makes it sound like
helping.
they aren't trying to lay down.
Okay.
Although they actually look like they have.
If you're
tried
trying to jump, gravity hurts you tremendously. All you got to do is watch my elevation.
Uh-huh. That's true.
There is way more gravity on me than most human beings.
I
mean?
I blame gravity for me not being able to dunk on a 10-foot rim.
Thanks a lot, Sandra Bullock.
Could you imagine if gravity just all went away?
We'd be done. We would literally just
No,
fly
Mike, I can't
away.
imagine that.
Everything would go.
Would things stuck into the ground stay? We would
For a little
float.
bit. For a little bit.
We would float away unless we're inside. Then we'd be on a ceiling.
That's true. But
hold on. So you think if you're in this building and gravity no longer exists, you'll be fine?
just
Yeah, because
Okay.
I think
Okay.
the building stuck to the ground
for a little while
with cement and
Where?
poles into the ground.
Yeah, concrete is what he said.
I don't know if the building would float away. We would.
I wonder how long it would take. Back to you, Kevin.
Are you going to look into this? Is that Mike Likes It tomorrow?
Nah.
You can find a video that
too
will break
confusing.
this down.
Oh man, I had an argument with Avery over the holiday about helium and how it's a
non-renewable resource.
God, it was a weird conversation.
What was his counterpoint?
We won. He was like, it can be recreated. And I was like, nope.
So
we've done the research.
Potentially good news. It's gonna be a long year. Potentially good news for the Eagles. It looks like Devontae Smith only has a mild ankle sprain. I know there was concern when people saw him walking around in a boot. So we'll see how that goes.
But, I mean, really the question is, how are those New York Giants doing with Daniel Jones?
Well, as you know, he has not been playing
Tyrod Taylor is
for a
their
while.
starter now.
Hell, they might be worse if Daniel Jones was playing.
And they did say that they're going to stick with Tyrod Taylor for the last game of the season. I know they came up close and they lost to the Rams and he previously supplanted Tommy DeVito.
Steve DeBerg was our quarterback.
Steve DeBerg was the quarterback.
So they're going to stick with Tyrod Taylor for Week 18 against the Eagles.
To me, it's just going to be interesting. I know we're not to Washington yet, but it'll be interesting with Washington and New York what they try to do. Because if I'm the Giants, I try to trade up to 1.
I think that option will be probably available to them.
Yeah.
Now, in the Giants' loss to the Rams, did you get a chance to talk about this? Did you see Kyren Williams' mom have to wrestle a football away from somebody?
Oh, no, I didn't see this.
All right, so Kyren Williams and a teammate, sorry, I forgot who the teammate was, threw the ball up there, and somebody else tried to cut in and grab the football, and Kyren Williams' mom, man, she got in there, was like, hell no. She ripped that ball away while the Rams players were like, no, not you, give it to her. And she ripped the ball away from that other person and then stared them down. It was pretty damn impressive.
And did they have a conversation afterwards?
It looked like they just looked at each other and went their separate ways.
Oh, yeah.
Was gravity working against her or for her in this situation?
I think it was working more in favor of the other person, and yet Williams' mom got the job done.
I just want to have a conversation with A.J. Brown about gravity.
What would be your first thought or question?
I would want him to list all the things that gravity helps him with.
Okay.
The ball coming back to him while he's running out to catch a pass.
Not floating away.
Staying on the ground.
Yeah.
I feel like he said gravity works against him.
Yeah.
But I think it works for him more than it works against him. That would be my conversation.
That's a fair point. Now, the Commanders currently are set up to have the second overall pick in the draft. Now, this could get tricky because of strength of schedule. They could get overtaken, or I guess undertaken, I don't know, by the Patriots for the number 2 pick, even if they lose, since they're playing Dallas.
Does the Cardinals losing and Washington losing do anything? They're all 4-12. Those are the 3 4-12 teams.
I think there's enough separation on strength of schedule from the Arizona Cardinals that
I didn't know they had to play each other, so I didn't know that Washington had to beat them, right?
I don't believe they are in the mix for the number 2 pick, unless Washington and New England were both to win. So obviously
we know that's impossible for Washington.
Feels like you're probably right. In fact, the biggest favorite of the weekend is the Cowboys over the Commanders, 13.5 points. So
I would set it at 40.
What would you really like if I said I'll give you the Cowboys minus 22?
That's the number. In my head, I was thinking 20.
Okay.
I think the real spread should be 20. The Cowboys destroy bad teams.
Would you take?
If it was minus 19.5, I'd still take the Cowboys.
Okay.
Sam Howell is starting. So
At 20, I would work. At 20, I would go, dang it. That's a lot of points.
He loves to give the football to
I
the
don't
other
even know
team.
what Washington's just horrible.
I'm not disputing that.
Aren't you embarrassed if you're a former Washington player that played in the 70s and 80s and early 90s when they were good at football? Once they got Heath Schuler, that ended everything. Wouldn't you be embarrassed about your franchise? Like, really embarrassed. Like, if you're Darryl Green, how embarrassed are you that you're part of this organization?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan right now. Brought to you by D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. I was curious y'all's take on this. Bernie Williams, the former Yankees great, is going to make his debut in the New York Orchestra in a few months. Wow. I believe he is going to be playing guitar.
I know he plays electric guitar, but that doesn't feel like an orchestra instrument. Am I wrong?
But this is the new Orchestra, so it's got a little twist on it.
I guess that is a good point.
Thank you.
Did you ever aspire to be in the orchestra?
Carter plays cello right now. Cello. And
Does
so
he have big orchestra
He wants to quit and play football. So
no.
we're dealing with that right now. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun to hear it because me and my buddy were just kind of jamming with the guitars one day, and then he comes and sits down with his cello, and it sounded like he was playing bass with us. I was like,
That's
this
cool.
is good.
That's awesome.
So
at some point this year, the rapper Common will also make his debut with the orchestra. So
I like that.
They got stuff going on.
Common's awesome.
I had musical aspirations, not necessarily the orchestra.
What happened to them?
I tried, but I was bad. I was really bad at first the clarinet and then the saxophone.
Did you pick the clarinet because it was similar to the recorder and you thought, like, I played the clarinet too because I was like, hey, this looks like the recorder.
No, I was on the path. They told me I needed to play the clarinet before I could learn the saxophone because they were similar.
Same.
And so I was like, okay, I'm willing to do a year of the clarinet, then I'll move on to the saxophone. Parents got me a saxophone and I was just terrible.
Is there a reason with is one cheaper than the other? Sometimes if you're like
clarinet's cheaper than sax.
Yeah, you don't want to be a trombone player or you don't want to be a tuba player because it's a little bit more expensive than being like one of the.
And they can rust on you a little bit.
Yeah.
No, that's not you're not wrong. My clarinet, I was able to get one for like $60, but a sax was gonna be like $600.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't want to be a hockey goalie because the equipment's a lot more.
A lot of
you
stuff.
You just want to be a regular hockey player. You don't want to buy all the other gear that goes along with it.
Now, I was going to ask you something else, but Corey, what is happening? Tyreek Hill's house is on fire?
Yeah, firefighters are currently trying to extinguish a fire at Miami Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill's home.
And David Njoku was there?
I don't think that's not.
We're sure about that?
I'm not sure, actually.
Left Eye Lopes, man. No, she's not with us anymore, right? She's not with us, right?
You can't talk about
David Njoku is, though.
What was the name of that group? Why am I drawing a blank?
TLC.
She was cool. She used to hang out with us in Green Bay.
What?
Yeah, she was dating Andre
Rison.
Yeah, Rison
she burned his house down, right?
She was a blast to hang out with. She really, really was.
Right up until that one night.
Well, she had to make a decision. Yeah.
Of all the people at the station, who do you think
would burn a house down?
No. Who do you think would create enough anger and jealousy in their significant other that person would burn their residence
Choppy.
down? Choppy? Oh, that's a great answer. Especially in the before time.
I was thinking it had to be from the morning show.
Yeah. I don't know about now, but there's in the past, Choppy as a fact.
They're all capable, highly capable individuals in the morning show.
Okay.
Just impressive folks. I think it's Bobby.
Woolchuck's on a run right now where he might be that guy coming up.
Oh no, is that why he's not here?
Where's that?
No, he's this is his first ever honeydew experience.
Yeah.
So now he worked all through the holidays. And now he gets to spend his week off just saying yes to his fiance and mother of his child. And he's hanging things, or at least attempting to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think he's already resulted in he's got to find a way. There's got to be a kid locally in his community that is cheap enough that is willing to mow his grass for him.
Oh, I got a kid.
He's already there.
I got a kid. We just need a lawnmower. But I think that's not a bad idea.
Feels like there's still a lot to
go ahead and invest in a lawnmower. But I did see
we're halfway home
from Red Army Hooligan on Twitter. He said he saw him at Home Depot. That's my Home Depot. We're both Home Depot famous over there. So
he saw Wolchuk there.
Yeah, Wolchuk's there probably getting hanger stuff.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question.
Of that.
If you guys go to Home Depot or Lowe's, do you carry the item you need with you to compare or to have to ask a question?
In the pocket all the time. Yeah.
I've carried those lights, those
Those fluorescent lights.
Yeah.
Yes.
I need one just like this, sir.
You let them know when you're walking in. You're
I did that last weekend.
This is paid for. This is a paid for one. Yeah, you're not walking out. No, but I carry the item I need in, so I don't have to describe it.
I tried to do that with the propane tank.
Oh.
They tackled me at the door.
No, you can't bring,
that in, sir. So I didn't.
By the
know
way,
that.
propane tanks now really expensive to get. It used to be like $19 refill, almost $30 now. Crawfish season's around the corner here. This is not good.
Who do you blame that on, Corey?
It's weird how if you walk in with propane, they think you're holding a bomb, though.
Yeah.
It's like they must have got training somewhere. Like, you need to be terrified of this.
Yeah.
Because I walked into a grocery store once, like, hey, I need to exchange this. I was just like in their entryway. I had no intention of walking around with it. I was just trying to get somebody's attention.
Oh, sir.
Yeah, like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm walking with my propane tank, sir. Relax.
You just turn around, throw it in the parking lot.
If you've ever played Left 4 Dead, you know that option's
you know
on the table. Here's something terrifying. There's millions in garages right now across DFW.
Yeah.
Can you
just
do
sitting there?
Crawfish with the wood fire? No, it's impossible.
Pellets.
I'm not going to say it's not impossible, but you definitely need the gas.
It's a lot more work. For sure.
Keep it at the right temperature.
Yeah.
You got to be
And Broadus' setup is awesome. Like he's got it done the right way, man.
I'm trying to get a bigger one. A bigger
We all
one.
are. Join the club.
We all are.
See, Broadus, that wasn't my fault. They all did it from your
You were
show.
thinking about it, though. You were a little slow today.
Fair enough.
Maybe the second best show you guys have had this year.
I
don't know.
That's interesting.
Could be the
we've heard
worst.
It's the best.
I think that people are not right about this. I think I've listened to your show. This is actually the second best show. Yeah.
Because Kevin was talking about 2019 and Detroit.
He was drawing
Did you
people
hear
off.
that?
2 days in a row.
Did you hear that, Eric?
I didn't hear it.
Alec?
I agree with you. I do agree
Get
with
both
you.
pieces of
You
audio
load-
ready, Alec.
Please load that audio. All right. We were talking about, my point was the absurdity of this being the third highest rated Monday Night Football game since 1997 because it took place on Saturday. But remember, they called it Monday Night Football Special Edition on Saturday.
Yes.
So this is what I said, and a lot of people are against me on this.
Oh, he said no. He
gave you the finger.
Oh,
Yeah, he gave you the middle finger and
Oh,
stop
Kind of like
talking
we did
to
to
me.
Daryl Johnston and the phones.
Is the internet down right now?
Dude,
The internet's down, he says. So yeah.
The Monday night, Sunday night football fiasco, I was confused. I mean, the whole holiday week, I was confused, and then that made it even worse. It's like we're doing a pregame show on Saturday.
Thank you.
We got the voice of Monday Night Football. It's Monday Night Football on a Saturday.
Is it back off? The Dallas Cowboys 2019 victory over the Detroit Lions.
That to me sounds like 2019.
Yeah, so me and him
That
are
was
rushing on our computer to try to look up what happened in 2019.
Yeah, that made the ratings so
just
good.
And Kevin got mad at us because we are assuming, all right, we're going back to 2019. What happened in 2019 in this Detroit game?
It's a
We
great
won.
game. Yeah, what does it mean? What kind of clues are we taking from the 2019 game and applying them to today, Heggie?
I think there's
I'm
lots
playing along at home.
lots of
You
tendencies.
too. Don't let him do this to you, Heggie.
Lots of
He's
tendencies.
stronger than
You have
this.
to come to grips with your past before you can really,
Cowboys
move
did play
on.
him in 2019 on November 17th. They won 35-27. Michael Gallup had 2 legs at the time that worked and had 148 yards.
That's amazing.
Was Matt Stafford still the quarterback there?
I think
Yeah.
so, yeah.
Not answering any.
Was that the Romo Bobby Carpenter pick year?
It
No,
was the
That was 2011.
444 yards for Dak Prescott in that game.
it was a big day right there.
He was dealing.
I think it was the bondage comment though that really confused us.
That
the most.
this is a fake comment. This is
you.
Yeah, we heard it.
Now, Jordan Mailata pointed out that A.J. Brown put together a bondage activity for the team by going to an escape room.
I'm sorry, Heggie. I think that's real. I think that's real.
You gotta trust Broadus. He was like second best show. That's real.
That's what made it the second best show right there.
The Eagles
that
are
is
really
an
trying to
ender.
come together.
We're adjusting our top stories of the day here, Heggie, right out of the gate.
All right. Well, aside from that adjustment at 2 p.m., what else do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the textures. These people talking about how I'm walking around with a bomb that's a propane tank. Then why can I go buy one? Why can I put it in the backseat of my car and drive around in traffic if it's so dangerous?
Offsides.
Why does the danger
defense.
only start once I cross the threshold into a grocery store or Home Depot?
I'm
And
always
people
freaking
are
out.
tackling me.
Can I put it in the trunk or not? Like, do I
Yes.
just have to? Like, where do I put
Yes,
it?
put it in the trunk.
No, you could take down a city block, actually.
I am
with
kinda
that.
concerned.
You're supposed to But you hold
can
it.
cook
with it. It's fine.
With your left
Go ahead and
hand.
keep it 18 inches from an open flame. So I don't know what we have coming coming up on the show, Hagee. I don't know. We're mailing it in.
Yes! That's a tease!
I guarantee it'll be better than your show.
Sounds like it's going to be
So
a
it'll be
good
your
one.
second best show this year.
It'll be our first best show. Yeah,
Roll
first best show.
home with the G-Bag Nation, whether you like it or not.
Just so I can remember, was this a better show today or worse?
Rank it.
Better.
No, I'm going to say
All right,
worse.
second best show.
Come back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Maybe
right
our
here
third best show tomorrow.
on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
He's putting together things with his teammates, like bondage things with his teammates.
You can hear Kevin, Corey, and Mike anytime. our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service, Eddies. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Emmy Award winner, the #1 influencer on Cowboy social media. He's at Brian Broaddus on Twitter X. There's Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup, ready for 5 hours of flawless radio, producing, engineering, and hosting. Eric Chiafalo is in. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Zach Wolchuk still out. Send that man some prayers, some well wishes there on the social media. He's on a similar family plan that I was, and that you're kind of feeling everything out while she's with child. Okay, and that's a glorious time. It's a very glorious time.
Special,
and he deserves your well wishes and support there on social media. So reach out to him. I'm very happy for that. 2024 is going to be a big year for the Wolfchucks.
It is, man. He was talking to me about just how good it felt to put hammer to nail.
Yeah,
just that feeling.
Yes.
He finally had that yesterday at 32 years old.
Special.
With
be transformative.
With the undewy fingers, does he have to worry about hitting his fingers with the hammer?
There's always the concern, the fat finger situation. I mean, it's happened to many of us, but for Wolchuk there as a rookie, I was surprised he came out of there unscathed there on that thumb.
I mean, as big of a threat as the Anduis are, I think it'd probably be the lack of coordination to be the biggest threat.
I could see him hitting his fingers.
There's some hand-eye issues there for sure.
And then kind of wave it off and then come right back and do it again.
Okay.
Same thing happening. Like, damn, and then come right back, hit it again.
Double doink.
Just double doink, yeah.
Well, if he can keep those curtains in, he's more of a handyman than I am. Now, that bar is low, okay? I can do some things. I can assemble stuff.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, the curtains have been a bugaboo of mine for a long time. It's the anchoring into and finding the
studs.
Finding the studs.
Yeah.
And I did not do that, and because of that, I moved into this house over 6 years ago, and in my office above the doors where there should be curtains are 12 holes in the sheetrock where I kept trying and trying and trying. Yeah. And then a couple of times I thought I had it, and the cat was a year and a half old in the prime of its athleticism and would climb the curtains. And in the middle of the night, you would hear them bang, 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 bang.
And that's when you knew, they weren't in the stud.
Yeah, they were not. Once again, well, I would get the anchors, and that's how I knew those anchors are a trap. Those are crap. And then I got some good ones, actually. The ones that go in and then open up on the other side of the sheetrock and tighten down.
Yeah,
those are nice, but I never did install those. But it's that's a rite of passage there, getting some curtains in. That's the one level up from where I'm at.
Well, I do think it's pretty impressive you and fiance wife have that in common, the inability to find a stud.
Screw you, Chiafalo.
It's okay. I was asking my wife last night, so what is it? Is it the bag, then the funny, then the fixer? Is it the fixer?
Yeah, okay. That was a good conversation.
She was like, well, obviously I didn't care about being with the fixer.
Yeah.
And then she just left it there, and I was like, okay, all right. We're taking punches here.
Yeah.
At least I am.
Yeah. We were discussing last night, it must have been the 5 or 6 o'clock hour, money, fixer, or funny. Which one is the most attractive? Other than physical looks, what are the traits that you can bring to the table? Is it the wealth? Is it the ability to fix stuff? Or is it being funny? And we got a lot of interesting replies on the text messages to that, but I'm in a tough spot here, Chief, and I appreciate it if you wouldn't kick me while I'm down anymore, because I'm staring down the barrel of 3 bet payoffs.
Oh, my gosh. I know. I'm feeling for you guys. We're over here workshopping ways. I mean, don't get me wrong. I got 2. I ain't far behind. I mean, Wolchuk's the one that's only dealing with a one-and-done situation. The rest of us are trying to figure out ways to, go 2-for-1 specials and, how can we nip this in the bud as quickly as possible. But I think we have some good stuff in store. I mean, it feels like we do.
Yes. I'm trying to get greenlit, emphasis on the green, like a Delta 8 THC payoff. They got these THC products that are in the smoke shops now that aren't really weed, but they have a similar feeling, I think that'd be fun. Like a bag of edibles. Would you willing to do that, Brian? Like maybe halfway through the show, just eat them all. Like more.
Eat them all?
Yeah.
Overdose on Delta.
Yeah, overdose on a synthetic THC.
What could happen to me? I mean,
Go to sleep.
Oh, would I?
Maybe panic.
Well, yeah,
panic?
right after you're feeling the blood course through your veins in a way that you didn't think humans were able to.
Could feel my heart beating.
See, I can't do the nitro gummy thing because we've determined I might die.
Okay, well, you get to choose which gummy. This is a choose your own destiny gummy situation. I like the idea of mystery gummy. You know, we're workshopping this in real time right now, but is it an edible or is it a little nitro? We'll find out.
Oh, no. Because seriously, though, we've determined, though, we've done the legwork. By the way, Dawson, thanks for doing the legwork on the 40-year-old Coca-Cola that I drank yesterday.
That was a good bet payoff. It was quite spontaneous.
Yeah. Dawson did the legwork like, you're not going to die. You're not going to die. If you drink this, you're not going to die. And,
when Eric
and I
said,
drank it.
When Eric said a guy in the 90s drank a clear Pepsi
and
threw up.
Yeah.
No, a guy on YouTube drank a clear Pepsi from the 90s.
From the 90s.
Yeah.
And then Brian's drinking a 1980 Georgia National Championship Coca-Cola.
Yes.
And about halfway down, I was like, "Dear God, what has he done to himself?"
Yeah.
So I Googled it real quick, and not too bad. Just a horrible tasting Coca-Cola.
Very flat. Very flat, you know, and I've been very fortunate with these things that you guys think are horrible to consume. I've been very fortunate.
Well, I gotta be honest. When we got that open and it wafted in my direction, I thought it smelled spoiled in some way because it was strong and it wasn't appetizing at all.
No.
I think a lot of people would.
Good,
I think a lot of people would throw up as a result of these things that Brian just does. Like it's nothing. You know?
Broadus is built different when it comes to just consuming disgusting things, and so we've learned that about him. But now there's other things on the table. We did go through the list of things, and he meets every qualification for like be frightened of the little nitro gummy.
Yes.
He's at the right age. He's at the wrong level of heart health.
Yeah, heart health.
All those different things.
Yeah. The nitro gummy is a record breaking for the amount of Scovilles that's packed into it. I just don't think it'd be a good health decision, Brian, for you to try to take that down. But if you do, make sure you're highly hydrated.
Yeah, what chance is that? You guys drink like tons of water. Moose, everybody in here drinks water but me.
Well, it sounds like it's either going to be Wolchuk or Dawson that ultimately consumes a little nitro gummy.
I'd like to see Wolchuk come back into the building on Friday and ask Stephen Jones that question. Your long minute 6 question.
To me, that's my favorite payoff. That is on the table right now is the transcription of 66
Mark
seconds
Lane helped
worth
us out
of.
there, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mark Lane, from a few years ago. My meandering, terrible question to Stephen Jones. One of these schmoes has to read it verbatim to Stephen on Friday when he joins us. At 66 seconds of awkward, discomfort, but then boom, you're ripping the Band-Aid off. You're done. And we get to, Stephen Jones gets to be mixed into the bit here. I think it's perfect.
I think I might do that one on Friday. Actually, I might get a couple out of the way. Eating a sandwich in the bathroom, in the men's room, is disgusting.
Bathroom sandwiches on the table.
Oh, I could get you. I could say that Jersey Mike's, that Italian you like. No tomatoes, no onions, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Mike's way, no onions, no tomatoes.
Yeah.
Salute to Jeff up there at the location off of 75 in Knox. He's our guy, by the way.
He is our guy.
Broadus is our guy when it comes to film, and he has his first look at the Commanders coming up at 2:40.
Yeah.
I don't know what the film is going to say. I do think this game's a legitimate cause for concern for a couple of reasons. And the fan base and the team is obsessed with beating the Cowboys, and they have a chance to play spoiler here. And you never know.
Sam Howell starting, by the way.
Okay, Sam Howell starting. He's the kind of guy that if he gets hot, he could really make you pay with big plays. They have good wide receivers,
or he could help you get big plays on the
absolutely.
defense.
Yeah. He could very well lose the game for them. But we're just talking about the chances that things go well enough for them. I don't know how many points the Cowboys are going to score. How's their secondary? How's the Washington secondary?
So I got to look at them tonight.
Okay, look at them tonight.
Look at them
Report
tonight.
on the defense tomorrow.
Defense tomorrow, offense today.
This is a team playing for their coach, though, and Ron Rivera is a guy that the players love playing for. The Cowboys on the road, I don't know what to make of that. And it's a scrambling quarterback who takes shots as well. I think the Commanders have been tanking all year. It just doesn't make sense that Eric Bieniemy would suddenly stop running.
He hasn't. It's strange, and we'll get into that at 2:40 even further.
He won the Super Bowl with running while having Patrick Mahomes.
They are 32nd.
They just don't try to run.
32nd in the league in number of attempts.
But if he decides, you know what, I'm going out with a dub, with Ron, and we're going to run the ball, and there's no film of Washington running the ball all year. If they're good at it, they could open you up. And if Sam Howell's willing to say, hey, I'm going to put on a show for all these teams because I don't know if Washington wants me, and watch me scramble for a couple of first downs. The Cowboys are struggling offensively. I don't know if they're going to get to 20, So I could see it happening. I think Vegas has made a huge mistake putting the line at 13.5.
That's a lot of points.
I think I put it at 6.5, Chief. How about you?
Dude, yeah. When I saw the line, I'm going, my gosh, I thought that would be moving considerably because 13.5 going on the road is a 13.5 point favorite. That seems crazy, man. I know Washington, they are bad. I mean, they're definitely bad, but a divisional opponent at home with nothing to lose, final game of the year mentality, and a little bit to gain of just the pride of playing spoiler a little bit to the Cowboys. Like there might be something there, but it's the high volatility of Sam Howell. Is he just in one of these weird zones where he's throwing darts, and at the start of the season you're going, man, there might be something with this dude, but then for his highs can become extreme lows, and he's been sacked a million times. So ultimately, you would think this would be something where the Cowboys defense and especially the pass rush will be able to nullify anything that he is attempting.
Yeah, this game scares me for a couple of reasons, again, because of things. I really, the Commanders have nothing to lose. If Ron Rivera wants to go out and try and win this game, he could go for it on every fourth down.
But you already gave him the game plan, right? As the owner, Josh Harris?
Yeah, if I'm the owner, I would have walked in there and I would have told him. I would have said, listen, I appreciate everything you did for this organization, Ron. We're going to make a change at the end. We're not going to win this game today. And if he has any kind of pushback on that,
you play to lose the game.
I would tell him then you're fired. And I would name the special teams coach, linebacker coach, whoever you want to name is the interim coach for that game.
The closest loser, the guy who's willing to lose.
Yeah, the guy that's willing to lose in that situation. Because this to me, they're sitting right now in the 2-hole in this NFL draft, needing a quarterback desperately. You don't want to fall any further down that board. There's some good quarterbacks, but maybe the one you want is right there at 2. And if you win this game and it costs me that opportunity to draft that guy, now what are we going to do?
Now you're going to have to get physical.
There's a couple of ways. Like I say, Rivera could say, yeah, I'm fine. But I think by him starting Sam Howell in this game, and we'll know Jacoby Brissett has a hamstring problem. Brissett wouldn't turn the ball over, not like Howell will. So that's what you got. That's what you're playing with right now.
Yeah,
Howell, he's thrown more passes than anybody in the league this year, by far. So he'll also throw you interceptions as well.
If you missed it yesterday, the NFL releasing a statement reminding teams of the procedure of lineman reporting as eligible. Yeah. It's just so embarrassing, I think, for Detroit and for Dan Campbell. I think going for the 2 on with 7 yards to go was strike 1. Yeah. This being released yesterday, if I'm ownership in front office there, I'm like, Danny, this is just not good, man. We like your passion. Let's make sure it's just a little bit more wheels on, a little bit more buttoned up.
Oh, we actually have some pretty good sound from Dan Campbell doing local Detroit radio and talking about it. We'll get to that in NFL News of the Day.
Awesome. Okay. I heard this earlier.
It's a great exchange.
What an exchange, really.
Okay, coming up at 3 o'clock, you'll hear from Danny himself. 2 days after his team finished the season with a dub over Wisconsin in the ReliaQuest Bowl, Coach Brian Kelly cleaning house at LSU. Brian, a lot of your assistants are out of there.
Which assistants they let go? I was trying to kind of keep an eye on this. The defensive coordinator gone.
Matt House is gone. Yeah. Safeties coach Kerry Cooks, cornerbacks coach Robert Steeples, and defensive line coach Jimmy Lindsay. They had a great offense, didn't they? Just bad defense.
They were ranked 101 in the nation in defense.
Ouchie.
Salute to him, man. So this is what you do. This is not what Lincoln Riley would do. Lincoln Riley would look at his terrible defensive staff and his terrible defense and say, you deserve another chance. Yeah. And, in fact, I'm going to take your crappy defense from Oklahoma and I'm going to pack it in my bags with me to Los Angeles. And we're going to run it like this. So salute to you, Brian Kelly. Identify the problem, eradicate it.
How are we doing eradicating that fire at Tyreek Hill's house? Is it raging? Where can we keep an update on it? Is it on webcam somewhere?
We got to have helicopter views of this.
We do know everyone is out of the house and safe. That's one thing that has been confirmed. Apparently, Tyreek was at practice and then notified, and then got to the house as quickly as possible. But there is video evidence of this house completely covered.
No way.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a total loss.
Well, there's so much smoke coming from it. I would say at least half the house is on fire.
Yeah.
If he had been home, I would have thought it was caused by him running routes on carpet. Maybe some dry grass in the backyard. But with him being gone, who knows what could be the cause of it?
Is Tyreek Hill the guy you most want with you in the middle of the woods with no resources? He could start a fire with his bare feet.
He's a spark guy for sure. Spark.
Stars fall to Montreal 4-3. Tough one.
Yeah,
they
tough.
score in the first minute and then the last 2 minutes. But the Canadians put in a 4 in between there.
Yeah, Dallas came back. I mean, Dallas was down, and then they got 2 goals when they went with extra attackers, and really at the end had a chance to tie the game, just could not. They had some really, really good opportunities, but the Canadians were able to hang in there and get the victory for them.
Mavs host the Trailblazers tonight, and then again on Friday, little 2-for-1 type of situation with Portland in town. I'm going to be at Friday's game, thanks to the great Derek Holland.
There you go.
So I'm taking Abby there, and she's really excited. If you see us, say hi.
Dude, you capitalized. You were like, okay, this is the height of excitement here and sports pleasure for Derek Holland. His Michigan Wolverines are going to the Natty, and Joe Flacco is going to be remembered more as a Brown than a Raven. This is incredible.
Well, the Browns are likely going to win a road playoff game. They're going to go to whoever the AFC South is and find a way to win.
They're likely to get to the gosh darn Super Bowl. Yeah. There, I said it.
All righty, here we go, G-Bag Nation. G-Bag of the day is coming up at 2:30. What are we going to do next, Chief?
The game that will stand the test of time has officially met its match, and it comes in the form of
Welcome back, Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 7 minutes. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. And here's Eric Chiafalo with that sports hodgepodge.
All right. Are you guys familiar with the term boat raced?
Yeah.
Got boat raced?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yesterday, a texter in the 281, after one of us said that cliche, asked what the origins of that were. Are you guys familiar with the origins of that? No. You guys know why we say that?
Would that have be something to do with back in the day, crew, rowing? You got boat raced?
Ding, ding, ding. No, I believe this is the legit one because I saw a couple that involve potentially like Australian beer chugging.
Oh.
Which, hey, maybe. But I do believe the boat racing, to be beaten very badly at something.
Yes.
Comes from the boat race, an annual rowing competition between Oxford and Cambridge.
Okay.
And the first side to get ahead can move to the middle of the river where the current is fastest and is almost never overtaken thereafter.
Oh, okay.
So it's like basically, yeah, you start this thing, and once you can get ahead of them initially, then you just pretty much ride the current, and it's tough for them to ever beat you. Yeah. And then so that's what they consider the boat race. That's why we call it boat race. So thank you 281 for asking us that yesterday. We know the origins now.
Thank you.
Now, history has been made. You guys are obviously familiar. I believe this is one of the games, maybe the symbol for game that will stand the test of time.
Really?
Tetris.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Tetris is a game to me. I mean, I was introduced to Tetris, honestly, like in high school when they give us those little laptop mini little like netbook things. Mm-hmm. And it was before they found ways to just block you off of every game known to man. You could sit there and just play Tetris. And I'm like, this is an incredible game. Obviously, I was extremely late to the party. But it's still just like it's very self-explanatory, explanatory, and everybody understands how to play it. Well, this game has been around for 34 years, and apparently a 13-year-old kid named Blue Scooty became the first player to beat it. The Nintendo classic video game Tetris.
Really?
Yes, this is on YouTube. He reached level 157, causing the game to crash.
Okay.
13-year-old fell back into his chair declaring, I'm going to pass out. I can't feel my fingers. Of course he couldn't. 38 minutes. Took him 38 minutes to beat the game. And obviously it just gets faster and faster and faster at every level. So until a few years ago, actually, players believed it was only possible to play up to level 29.
What? 129?
No, 29.
29.
And the game, which these players arrange falling blocks into the the horizontal lines, and it gets faster and faster and faster. Basically, it came out in 1989, or it was created in 1984, but then it started getting on the Game Boys and stuff like that and different consoles by 1989. But they thought it would everybody would get to level 29, and then I guess nobody could beat it. Now this dude, 13-year-old kid, took it to level 157, and he didn't even die. The game just sort of combusted on itself.
Is this kid like some kind of an alien? Or
that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like the
next level.
The ability. I mean, he looks like the kind of kid that would be playing Tetris at an extremely high rate.
Okay.
But I mean, that's really it. He's just a 13-year-old kid who I guess
emaciated, glasses, really nerdy, bad haircut. Hasn't showered in 4 days. Did I nail it?
You painted the picture beautifully. Shout out to Blue Scooty who beat the game Tetris. I mean, I'm very, very impressed. That game things get moving on you extremely quickly. I don't understand how fast. I don't even see the ability to go from level 20, which is super fast, to level 157. I just can't even fathom how the brain and the hand-eye, maybe that's the ultimate S2 test for the quarterbacks.
That's what I was going to say, man. I think his brain is wired in a pretty dang freakish way. I played Tetris maybe for a couple of weeks, I think, in the early 90s or maybe mid 90s or something. And it's strange how addicting it can be, and how satisfying it is because it's such a simple game.
Yes.
But there's something incredible about it.
It's a phenomenal game. It really is a phenomenal game. And I think any kid, even though it's a 40-year-old game almost, would look at that and go, okay, yeah, this is pretty fun. You quickly get the hang of it, and then you're trying to just keep one-upping yourself with the scores. But this dude beat it, 157. Congratulations to Blue Scooty. He will be, he'll be a forever legend. I would imagine in the gaming world. Like, I mean, what does that do in this day and age? What does that do for a kid? That propels him into a different stratosphere with the streaming and the gaming and stuff. He's about to probably take over.
Does he get credit for taking down a game that's that old?
I think so.
To be the first,
people have had a shot.
You're still the first.
Yeah. And it's enjoyed a resurgence. Like there was a movie that was all about it a couple of years back.
Kind of feel like though that it is as great as it does sound, that his buddies around him would go, nah, that's an old game. Anybody could, I shouldn't say anybody because he's the only one.
Nobody's done it.
Nobody's done it.
Probably billions of attempts at that game.
Trillions, they said.
Wow.
Oh, really?
They said there's been trillions of attempts over the years, over the course of almost 40 years.
So has Tetris released any statement as far as that's in the code that it shuts down if anybody makes it that far, or why did it collapse?
Why did it collapse at that number?
Yeah,
I don't know that we know the answer to that question. I'll have to look and see if they've actually put out a statement of sorts here. Tetris is like, wait, what?
I would have appreciated that on the original Nintendo game Xenophobe. You were an earthbound hero attacking an alien spaceship, and I thought it was pretty cool until I realized there was no end. They just kept like sending you on this never-ending loop. So I got so good at the game I couldn't die. And I kept playing it thinking the end was approaching.
Oh, that's torture.
They used to have this Nintendo Power magazine, right? And they'd have tips and tricks and like a hotline you could call into to talk to somebody if you were that confused. So I'm like, what's going on with this game? I can't beat it. They're like, there's no end. It just keeps going to a similar difficulty level.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Well, this is a sports hodgepodge, and I will let you know that Josina Anderson is reporting that Baltimore is a team to keep an eye on with Dalvin Cook, and that the Cowboys will also consider potentially adding him as well. They're still evaluating that from Josina Anderson just a few moments ago.
Well, I feel like the Ravens kind of know what to do when it comes to winning a championship. Maybe we should have some interest in Dalvin Cook. I don't think Dalvin Cook's an impressive profile in any way. The film isn't there. The stats aren't there. I just don't think it's difficult to help this Cowboys running game right now. And I don't think Tony Pollard's going to get it figured out. He's had like 10 nice runs all year.
It's really funny because they elevate a edge rusher. They brought up an edge rusher.
Fahoko.
Yeah, Fahoko. And then what did they do? They put Deuce Vaughn down.
Yeah, Deuce Vaughn's on IR now.
So, I mean, you're thinking, what's their level of really wanting a running back then?
Yeah, maybe not at all.
Not at all.
Maybe the best idea is just to give it to CD Lamb. Here's Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup with the G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. Hey, so my brother had those same magazines, those Nintendo magazines.
Yes.
Yeah, a whole bunch of those. Thrasher magazines.
Yes.
Yeah, he used to get them
That
joints.
was our internet. We had to like read the same web pages every day.
Yep.
For a month.
I used to play that Game Boy when it comes to Tetris, dog. And I didn't know the game ever ended. I just thought they go faster and faster and faster and faster and faster. So I want to see that kid play.
I know.
Because he can go fast. He's going to get the falling. Wow, 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 wow.
Yeah, we need to go watch the YouTube video, honestly.
Yeah, I want to see it.
I think he might be an X-Men. He might be the first mutant.
He might be. All right, our winner of G Back of the Day so far, we're going to go to College Game Day right here as they explain what Bama QB's Jalen Milrose, his merch says Lank on it, L-A-N-K. That is an acronym for something. L-A-N-K. Let somebody know.
Jalen Milroe often wears his own branded apparel reading LANK across the front. It's an acronym that stands for Let a Naysayer Know. Being told by his former offensive coordinator, Bill O'Brien.
That is not what I thought.
Is that not what you thought?
Boy, let a naysayer know.
Let a naysayer know.
Of course.
The professional's right in the middle of his lead. That's all right. I just keep going.
You almost lost me. It got real tight up here as you were.
Reese, you was too smooth with that. I thought it was going down. I thought it was going down out here.
Oh, sorry about it. Let a naysayer know.
Let a
naysayer know. That's what we thought the whole time.
I think it's intentional now hearing it back that time because the producer cuts the audio to get it clean.
Yeah, you think?
Like right as it's segueing into Reese Davis, it cues it up for it to just ring perfectly through the silence.
You wow, bro.
Branded.
We're doing this on purpose. You know the N-word?
Branded apparel.
You're trying to go viral.
LANK across the front. It's an acronym that stands for Let a Naysayer Know.
That is all over my timeline, bro. That is all over my timeline.
The memes are just through the roof.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I know. Been called naysayer too many times. You better relax out here.
Better relax.
Yeah. This is not your way of doing it. This is not your get out of jail free pass right now. Let me get some vibes going, bro. Yeah.
He's looking for some touch.
Some tush.
Some tush.
Some tush. Some
Wow.
booty cheeks.
He went there.
Hey.
I've been down, take my word, my way around.
Hey. I ain't asking for much. I said, Lord, take me downtown. I'm just looking for some tush. Yeah. Wow. And that filter on the voice?
Yeah.
That's cocaine stuff, bro. You hear that filter?
Yeah.
Oh, I can hear that filter. I know what it is, bro. That's disco stuff right there, bro. I know what it is.
Is that Jalen Hurts' pregame music?
Now I don't know anything anymore. All right, how's my driving? You ever seen those signs on the back of people's cars that say, how's my driving, their business or whatever?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, well, this guy was driving bad, so an
call
individual,
in?
he wanted a call, so he
Yeah,
called the
gotta call
number.
in, yeah.
So happened that he called the business owner that was the one driving the car. So they had a good conversation, and then the business owner brake checked him like my old lady does sometime in traffic, and the guy hit him. It's crazy. Listen to this.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Troy.
Hi. One of your drivers just ran me off the road. Not checking.
Yeah, that would actually be me that just tried to. I did not run you off the road.
Did.
There was cones in the way.
Yes,
and
and
you
you
knew
just-
that they were there.
You knew they
and
were
you
there.
pulled up beside me, so I couldn't get over.
Well, you shouldn't have gotten in that lane. You should have looked at the signs that say, "Hey, look, the road's closing. You need to stay in this lane." You got out of your lane.
Okay, but you
I
also
was
have to give
in
room,
lane.
my friend.
I was in my lane. You could have hit the brakes.
You
and
have
gotten
to
behind
give
me.
room, my friend.
You had plenty of room.
Oh, when you have a road that lane that
When someone
changes
is already
and runs
in
back
the proper
over,
lane,
it is the law.
when someone is already in the
Know
proper
your
lane,
law.
I know my law, mother. I will find
No,
your
you
business.
don't, dumbass.
I will find your business.
Come on.
Brake check.
And that is recorded, my friend. So, what we're going to do now is call 911, and they will deal with this. So, yeah.
My lord, dude.
Yeah.
You are ridiculous.
Wow.
I didn't know that when you call the number, it's just calling the driver.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought it was a third party.
I thought it was
lucky.
third party too.
Yeah, he pulled the bull that time, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh well, I was going to tell on you actually, but I'm talking to you now.
That guy wants the smoke. How's my driving?
Yeah.
Call me.
Call
we'll talk
me.
about it.
Kirby Smart on Georgia Radio Network before the Orange Bowl. Listen to this man.
How was the warm-up? Warm-up was good. Team got a lot of energy. The practices have been great. I think there's a lot of passion and love for each other on this team. So it wouldn't matter whether there was nobody in this bitch today. These kids want to play.
Nobody in this bitch today. These kids want to play. You hear me? I tell you what.
Welcome to the SEC.
Clearly, he's on Georgia Radio just letting it fly, man.
Yeah, I want more B word on the radio like it was in the early days.
Lucius, you would appreciate Georgia Radio. They will homer it up.
Oh, I love a good Homer radio.
They will homer it up
yeah, I
the
love it.
whole day. Yeah.
I want to hear the guy in the background clapping.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get him! Get
That's
him!
what I like.
I love these boys.
Yeah. It's my dogs. I love them. I love these dogs. We have enough time. No, I guess we got to vote.
Yeah, go ahead. Go for it, man.
Okay.
It's commander offense.
Okay. I'm from Texas. We got a store employee that makes an announcement at the store the classical way. He pulls his phone out and he plays some classical music. And then he gets in this little classical voice here.
Ready? Here we go. Good evening, customers. As the time is now 8:50 p.m., this store will close in 10 minutes' time. And as the sun must set on a beautiful horizon, so must you make your way to the front of the store to finalize your purchases. Do note, tomorrow morning we reopen at 8 a.m. for your shopping convenience. Good morrow, customers.
Good morrow.
Good morrow.
Awesome. He put the little R in there, bro.
That's a great bit.
That's a great send off.
8 a.m.'s not that convenient though. If you're a grocery store, I'm gonna need 5:30, maybe 6.
Yeah.
You know, I need to get there, get some eggs, and get back to the house, make these omelets before the kids wake up. 8 a.m. That's unacceptable. I don't think you're serving the community very good. But that's neither here nor there. It's neither here nor there. I like the bit. You know, and that's always an awkward time when you got to tell the people to get their stuff and get in front. You know, so you want to make that a little bit fun if you can.
I'd like to have an intercom in my house.
Yeah,
that just notifies when it's time for everybody to go home. I don't even have to worry about it.
Wait till we reopen.
From back in your bedroom, you just hit the button. All right, folks. I'm going to come out of this door in 10 minutes, and I better not see any of you anymore.
That's right.
Reese Davis, College Game Day. How's my driving guy? Kirby Smart on the pregame. Store employee classic announcement. I like all these, Lucius.
I do too.
I don't know who I'm going to. I'll go with the Kirby Smart pregame.
I'll go with the champ.
Okay, Lucius.
How's my driving?
We're tied at 1, Brian.
Kirby Smart.
At 2-1-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's the Georgia pregame there with your head coach. Krusty's Corners coming up next. Where are we going, sir?
Yes, let's talk about this Commanders offense you'll see this weekend. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to talk to you a bit about
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference, y'all.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Congrats to the Longhorns defensive lineman Alfred Collins, expected to return in 2024. Here's Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner.
Well, that's some good news for the Longhorns.
Yeah.
Good player. Good player. About, by the way, about 26 players into my draft coverage stuff. So getting that together, that's exciting.
What's your goal this year? 250?
I try to get right at 200. Probably end up about 210 is probably what I'll do. But just depending on time and how much time you have. And, I like to at least try and get 200 of those guys done. But, man, I'll tell you this, if you're a team that needs offensive tackle help, this draft is going to be for you. I think there are going to be probably 6-7 offensive tackles taken in the first round. And then, with the quarterbacks, I looked at the J.J. McCarthy kid from Michigan last night. I don't know if he's going to come out or not, but I was told I need to look. So that's what I did. But exciting to look at these quarterbacks and then look at these offensive tackles. Haven't seen done a linebacker yet. I know the Cowboys are kind of hunting them linebackers right now, right?
Yeah, I could see them going a lot of ways. It'd be interesting to see what they think of tackle right now.
Yeah.
We've thought they should maybe move on for a couple of years now, but when Tyron's playing well and Steele is playing well, you can kind of just keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah.
So I think it kind of depends on how the year ends.
How the year ends, absolutely. All right, let's talk about this Commanders offense. And these two teams did meet in Week 11 during Thanksgiving. And here we are at the very end. There's some of the things that the Commanders, that the first time around, they were primarily 11 personnel teams. So it's the 3 wide receivers. That hasn't changed much. They've attempted the most passes in the league at the time. They had attempted 442 passes when they met the first time. The Commanders still hold that honor. They've thrown the ball 608 times this year, all right, which is most in the league. But the biggest problems they have is they've also thrown 19 interceptions, which is the second most in the National Football League. That's tied with the Patriots.
Yeah.
So if you look at their situation,
cost me a bet payoff.
Yeah.
I think that's why it appeared as Mike Maddox, some of those Washington picks.
Watch those picks. They've also struggled with sacks and pressures, which has been a big problem for them. They've been sacked 61 times, which is the 4th most in the league. And they've been pressured a league high 267 times. That's the worst in the league. And so their offensive line is different from where you faced them the first time around. There's a couple of starters that are no longer starters for them. This group's changed, like I said, a little bit. Charles Leno and Chris Paul were the 2 starters, and they're no longer in the lineup. It's Cornelius Lucas and Shadiq Charles are the 2 starters, and Sam Cosme, and then Trent Scott is playing the tackle. Now, Trent Scott is filling in for Andrew Wiley, who they got from Kansas City, and he is an injured elbow. He hurt his elbow in Week 16 against the Jets, so there's some question whether he will be available at right tackle. But Trent Scott is the guy that the Dallas Cowboys need to go after in this football game, the right tackle. He and Nick Gates, the center, are the 2 players that I feel like that along that offensive line struggle for these Commanders. So if you could get some of those one-on-one matchups, this is where I feel like you can do some good with some of those pressures. And we talked about the number of pressures that they faced. Ron Rivera's come out and he said that in fact that Sam Howell is going to start, and so that, in my opinion, is a break for Cowboy fans.
Good sign of the tank.
I would say that's
the message got across.
Message got across because Brissett does a better job of protecting the football. He's not going to throw it into harm's way, and he's also dealing with a hamstring injury, so that might be a little bit of something going on there. But Howell's not afraid to throw the ball to the other team. And we talked about that with the 19 interceptions that he's had this year. Brissett can make all the throws. Howe can make all the throws. But the thing about Brissett is he really does a good job of extending the play, using his legs. He can keep his eyes down the field and find the open man. When he got snaps, their offense was different. And their offense is different because, he's just not going to throw it into harm's way. Now, their wide receivers are really, really, really good, in my opinion. I know that I say this about Terry McLaurin a lot. If he played anywhere else, he would be an all-pro. He's just that kind of receiver. But also last time that these two teams met, and Curtis Samuel had a really big day. And he's continued to be that guy. When these teams met the first time, Samuel was not the second most targeted player on the team. That was their tight end, Logan Thomas. Now Samuel has become the second most targeted player on the squad and also in receptions. And he's only had one drop this season. So he's super reliable. We all got a glimpse of him when he played Thanksgiving. But the thing that makes him difficult to defend is now they're moving him around all over the place. And so if you're going to try and say, okay, well, how would you handle Samuel? I think it's a difficult ask just for the fact of how they move him. We see with CeeDee Lamb what they do with CD to prevent him from getting bracketed in coverage. You move him around and you line him up in different spots and you can't get a beat of where he's going to be. Plus you can't bracket him. And the Commanders are doing the same thing with Samuel. So he continues to be the hot hand for them. But we're going to need to be able to get a body on him and then also get that body on McLaurin as well. I think those are two, and they've also got Jaheim Dotson, the rookie from Penn State. But I think that they've kind of felt like that he's the third, fourth guy there right now. So they're going to ride with McLaurin and they're going to ride with Samuel.
Robinson's a good weapon in the pass game too, isn't he?
He is, yeah. And that's what I was going to say about the running backs here in my last bit of time is I really do like this running back group that the Commanders have. I think Brian Robinson and Antonio Gibson are quality players. And it is a mystery to me why the Commanders don't run the ball more. It really, really is. I said this in week 11. I do like this group, but they just don't get the opportunities that others do. And the unit is last in the league in the number of attempts. And they're first in the league in number of pressures they've given up. It seems to be that if you were giving up a bunch of pressures and sacks, that you would try and run the ball more. But they just don't. I think you have to be ready, like you're saying, Gavin, is that you have to be ready for the screen pass with this group.
I just have so much respect for Eric Bieniemy's ability to win games and come up with good game plans coming from Kansas City, having the Super Bowl success. Those things make me feel like they're doing it on purpose to lose games. I think this is how you tank in the NFL. You just drop a game plan that's good for development. We're trying to develop a quarterback. Let's pass it all the time against defenses that are expecting to pass. Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
We're not going to run while we're giving up all these pressures and throwing interceptions. To me, that means Eric Bieniemy knows this is a developmental year, and this is a year where there's going to be a lot of good quarterbacks. And if we want to put our organization in a good place, we got to lose these games. The NFL's at war with tanking, though. Yeah. That's what we know. If you even have an internal email about it and they find out, they're going to fine your ass. They're going to, they take it so seriously. Not NBA serious, we're going to dock you a couple mil, but it's like a threat to their existence if they find evidence that you're tanking.
I think that if he is in fact tanking games, then he had better had the assurance that he is going to be the coach of this football team when Ron Rivera is gone.
Yeah.
I'm not really interested in ruining my relationship of
and this is a coach in Ron Rivera who's run the ball his entire career.
Yeah. What's interesting though about, what team in the league is second in the least amount of carries for their running backs? Do you guys have a guess? It's a very prominent football team. It's been offensively very good throughout.
Miami?
No, Kansas City.
Yeah.
Kansas City is a team that has not handed the ball. They're the second when it comes
this
to
year?
Number of carries, for their running backs. I wonder if that's just a fundamental thing that you think about, Kansas City, that maybe Eric Bieniemy's brought with him to Washington as well. And he's convinced Ron Rivera that throwing the ball is the best thing with a second-year quarterback.
Yeah, because my thought was, especially if you look back on the Super Bowl last year, is Bieniemy is not an offensive coordinator who's afraid to run.
Yeah.
He's going to try to do what you suck at defending.
Yeah.
And, last year in the Super Bowl, it was, a lot of the running back and Patrick Mahomes.
Mahomes was hurt, and they did run the ball pretty effectively in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But right to this day, Washington is number 1 for the least amount of carries, and Kansas City's number 2. I would not be surprised if Bieniemy comes in this game and tries to challenge Dallas running the football just to see if, in fact, that they can. They
were right at 25 attempts per game last year.
Yeah.
In Kansas City, they were 24th in the NFL, but that was just 2 attempts away from being dead average.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be it's going to be a fascinating game because I worry about the fact, like I've said, I've worried about them going out and trying to win a game.
Well, there's 2 ways I think there's a number of ways Washington can beat you, but I think in order to get the best of the Cowboys defensively, you have to be able to run the ball.
Yeah.
And if you can run the ball and they have bad discipline, now you got something going against the Cowboys. If you're planning on passing, you better have
plays right into
legends.
Their strength. Yeah.
You better have legends going up against them.
Yeah. Their offensive line will struggle with the pass block and stuff. So that's why I kind of feel like that maybe we might see a shift in what maybe the Commanders do in this football.
I like the way you slowed down when you said shift.
I did. I made sure I pronounced it correctly. Yes.
Where are we going next, Eric?
NFL news of the day: Campbell's feet to the fire, NFL Bleed Poll of the Week nominee, and the Micah Parsons problem. Next here in the nation.
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and time now for Eric Chiafalo, this NFL News of the Day, and the Dan Campbell audio that he teased last hour. It was a wonderful broadcasting, and here's the payoff.
Yes, sir. Here we go. Now, we know that there are salty Detroit Lions fans that have put up billboards in Detroit that says he was eligible. He was eligible. So there's some Detroit Lions fans right now that are trying to make their voices be heard that their team, they feel like, got bleeped on Saturday night's Monday Night Football.
Man, they just keep getting bleeped against the Cowboys. I mean, the Anthony Hitchens PI in 2014.
Yeah.
You're right.
It was 9 years ago, but it seems like yesterday to me. It's hilarious.
It was a playoff game, too.
Yeah.
It was. Yeah, that was important. Well, this was pretty important. This was basically a playoff game the other night. Here is Dan Campbell himself on local radio in Detroit, 97.1 The Ticket, and he does not have much of a regret. See if you sense any lies in here from Dan Campbell.
Yeah, I told our offense, I think I said this before, and we're going for the win. And we're going to go down, we're going to score, and we're going for 2. And I wasn't coming off of that.
So if it was like 10 or 15, like a holding penalty, you still would have gone for it?
No, if we're getting outside the 10, no.
Okay, that's why I'm asking.
Outside the 10 every week, good on good. We do it every week, O versus D.
Yeah, like when you got the penalty and moved it to
Go ahead and say it. Say it. Both of you.
What?
Say it. Say what you want to say.
I think from the 7, it's a low percentage play. I think your chances of winning are lower than if you kick the extra point.
I would like you would say it to anybody else. I'm on the radio. Say it like you want to say it.
Yeah. I thought it was a reckless decision.
Thank you.
Okay, but you don't regret it?
No.
Nice. Okay, it's a great interaction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He held his own. He was not a surefire bleep hole. It was just say what you need to say. Okay, cool. And he was able to eat it. Yeah. I thought it was a great back and forth.
Yeah.
But he was lying.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, it's funny that they kind of danced around it. You know, and we all walk that line.
Yeah, you're trying not to be overtly disrespectful.
Right. You're trying not to be a guy like, like when you have Jerry or Steven or anybody on, and you're trying to be like, if they make a McCarthy and you make a critical decision, you're not trying to be a jerk about it. But honestly, yeah, you want to just come out and say, hey, that was really a stupid decision that you made to go for 2. If you knew anything about analytics, after you didn't get it the first time, there's a greater chance of you not winning that game the second time you did it, and the third time you completely effed yourself. That kind of thing.
Yeah, that's what the fans want you to do. They want you to crash out.
Exactly.
They want you to crash out, cuss him out, tell him how stupid he is, and then go to the next caller.
Yeah. And it sounds like that's what Dan Campbell wanted there.
And that's what, I'm here for it, buddy. Let's go.
That's what,
what's on your mind?
Gets him going. This is fuel for me. Tell me how much I suck.
Yeah. Exactly. That's the whole thing. Like, those guys wanted to tell him he was an idiot for doing that. And, and he drew them into that. But it's their responsibility to try and be respectful. You want to be respectful of your guests and trying to, not ruin a total relationship.
Yeah, and he handled it well. I do think he is lying though when they question him about 10 if there was 10 yards, if it was a 15-yard penalty. I think Dan Campbell at that point had looked his team in the eyeballs, and he's a man of his word. We're going for damn 2. I don't care if we get on the other goal line.
No question.
I don't care if we got to get into the press box here due to stupid penalties, ineligible or not. Yeah. We're going for 2 no matter, hell or high water here.
He was. If that ball would have placed at the 28, he was still calling a 2-point play.
What color are you uniformed, boys? Yeah. Blue and silver. That's right, these colors.
He sure ain't yeller.
Honolulu blue. But yeah, you do. You walk that line.
Yeah, he's a true alpha though, and I love it that he is that comfortable with confrontation. It's entertaining as hell.
It is.
To me, it's a trade-off. Do you want a more cerebral guy who might be more clever, might have higher emotional intelligence, or it's football? Is this the way? Is Ed Orgeron on the way? Obviously you don't want to be trying to start a relationship with the chancellor's wife at a gas station on the side of the road just outside Baton Rouge. You don't want to go. You don't want to go full Ed Orgeron.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. I'm going back and forth as the owner or front office today in Detroit. Like, we're about to make the playoffs. This is great. Is this the guy we want to take us into 2024? I mean, that was a badass interaction that he had. Did you see how he slapped those talk radio dudes?
It was great.
That was awesome. He's all man.
And he told them to slap him, and he just ate the slap and basically said thank you.
Yeah.
But damn it, he's an idiot, isn't he? Yes, he is. But he's our idiot.
He's a man of his word.
Well, the next time
we're going for two boys, we're going for damn two.
The next time there's any kind of controversy, and I'm interviewing Dan Campbell, if I'm those guys, I go right to the point. Dan, that everything will tell us that was a stupid decision right there. You shouldn't have made that decision. You cost your team a chance to win. You probably cost your team the second seed in the upcoming playoffs.
I think he appreciated it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he would appreciate
that.
I
think right now you just open that door for those guys to ask any question they want.
Yeah.
And not feel one bit of like anxiety about it. And that's cool if you can get to that point.
It was cool. I really enjoyed listening to that. So shout out to Dan Campbell and those fellas there in Detroit.
I think they were way more respectful though, than what it really was, when he was not there. What an idiot. Can you believe this guy? That's really what it is. I'd say they need to more shove all in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go after it.
It looks like so the billboard in Detroit off a random highway there just reads Decker reported. Decker reported. Yeah. And it's obviously in the Detroit Lions colors there, but yeah, so they're salty, and I totally understand. The NFL is just going to bat for the referees. They're just saying this is not anybody else's fault other than, I guess, the players involved because the refs did it by the book.
Yeah, I don't like it when the Cowboys get this distracted by the refs' decisions. I don't think it's good, but it's a misunderstanding of the rule, and that's on Dan Campbell's ledger as well.
A player that reports eligible has to line up in an eligible position.
Yeah,
that's the rule. That is the rule.
And I think that's fair.
Yeah, and the league is very clear about that.
Well, it looks like, are you guys comfortable at least nominating, potentially handing over? I think there's a handful of bleep holes that we could, that are deserving here. But Bill Belichick holding out a healthy Trent Brown, offensive lineman, healthy scratch, so that he wouldn't get a single dollar of playtime incentives.
Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah,
$750K. Trent Brown has a total of almost $7 million of playtime incentives due to injuries and stuff throughout the year. He was only he could max meet his 65% playtime, which was going to be $750K. He wasn't going to sniff anything else, but he's hovering very closely to 65%. Had he played on Sunday, he would have been right there, but they healthy scratched him, and Bill Belichick saved Robert Kraft $750K because of it.
That's weird because if I'm getting fired, I'm getting all the bad incentive guy players out here.
I was thinking the same thing. Why would Bill Belichick care about Robert Kraft's money, especially if what we understand to be true, Bill Belichick is one game away from no longer being the coach of the Patriots?
Maybe Kraft needs the extra $750 to pay Belichick to leave.
Oh, this is part of his buyout or something?
Yeah, just listen, hey, you can either give the money to the player or you can take it. I'm just kidding. I'm not really. That's not serious.
I think any idea is a good idea at this point. I can't for the life of me understand what's going on here. Bill Belichick. I think he likes to be a bleep hole.
It makes me feel like it was petty. He didn't like the way Trent Brown practiced or something. So he's gonna.
Yeah, for sure.
Tyron Smith's gonna miss some incentive things for him. Todd Archer kind of laid that all out because of the game he missed against the Dolphins. So
every game he misses now is another $750,000 or something.
So you wonder if the Cowboys are gonna somehow, some way make that up. Hey, listen, Tyron, thanks for making it for 7 straight weeks. You went a lot longer than we thought you probably were going to go.
Yeah, so 7 weeks longer.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown is now officially speaking to the media, and he's kind of got one of those irrefutable arguments because after the game on Sunday where the Eagles collapsed versus the Cardinals, he refused to speak to the media.
Didn't want to say anything bad.
But now he's speaking to the media and just saying, sorry, I didn't want to be negative. I was taught, if you don't have anything nice to say, you don't say anything at all. And so I think that's pretty much open shut case there. I mean, we were all taught that.
Yes.
Not me.
I was told that many times.
Yeah,
I don't know if
I just continually say bad things about people.
You may not have actually abided by it, but you were taught it.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
And A.J. Brown is also being noted as the guy who was trying to galvanize the troops and do the camaraderie thing or the bondage thing, as Mike Baskey would put it. He had the whole team doing an escape room. He gets the whole team together. They go to an escape room and, they compete together. They work together. And this is a form of leadership. So
when it comes to couples right there, that can start arguments. So the escape room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen couples fall out over that joint.
Just asking for a fight.
I told you to look at this. I've seen them. Like, man, you are yelling at your husband in front of all of us, lady. You know this, right?
See, that is crazy. Honestly, that's a great point, Lucius. I've never done the escape room, but it does seem like, especially if you're doing it with your significant other, you're just inviting the same arguments you have in the car with the maps and where to go.
Yeah.
And those are some of the worst. Those are some of the most knockout, drag out fights between me and my wife, or when I'm trying to drive and I don't want to hear from you right now.
Get on the show, The Great Race.
Yeah, The Amazing Race or whatever it's called.
Whatever the thing's called.
Those couples fall apart.
You want to divorce somebody? You go on that thing.
So you think that's what he's doing there? This is AJ Brown disguised as leadership, but he's like, I'm hopeful that this will just fracture everything and I can get the trade that I need to get away from Jalen
Y'all ain't got
Hurts.
that camaraderie.
Tyreek Hill, by the way, who we just heard from there, is going through
He's got marshmallows out now.
World of
you need to chill out.
World of trouble.
Y'all was tripping during that crosstalk too. Y'all were joking too fast. Y'all got that information and started joking too fast.
You're right.
You need to know if somebody's safe first. And then once they're all safe, then you go ahead and crack your jokes.
Then we can start finding out if
then you
David
go ahead and
Njoku was
fire
actually there or not.
Do you think there were some fish that caught the end in a tank?
Oh, no.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, that house is big enough. He definitely has a fish tank in there.
Got to have a fish tank.
You don't have a house that big in Miami, Florida without a fish tank.
Yeah. Saltwater tank.
And we don't have any reports on whether or not the fish made it out alive.
No.
We know the humans did.
The humans did.
Did I ever tell you guys I once had 13 fish tanks?
What?
Yeah.
You were balling like that?
Aquaman.
It wasn't really balling. It was just hobbying on steroids. Yeah.
Aquaman.
I had some piranhas.
Talking to some seal.
It was cool.
What flipper? Nuclear sub at the bottom of the ocean. Take me there.
Did you have them all on at the same time?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Your house was fire, bro.
Yeah, it was down in the basement.
He was walking around with food, talking to him.
Oh, yeah.
All high and stuff.
Yeah.
Good morning, my friends.
Hi, fish.
I was trying to get these ones to breed.
Oh, my gosh.
And they finally did.
Jump from tank to tank.
Yeah.
How did you encourage them?
Well, you would actually
get involved yourself.
You would lower the water level and turn the temperature of the water up, and then simulate the rainy season by filling the tank back with water and turning the temperature down. So they were like, "Oh, it's the rainy season, time to get it on." And when that would happen, the female, which was much smaller than the male, she could go over to his side of the tank and hold her own in a scrap. At any other time, he would kill her within like a minute or two. Right?
Rightfully so.
So this is like my prize cichlid, this gal who would, and she would turn bright red when it was breeding season. It was amazing.
Sounds like a smoke show.
Could totally kick his ass. But I left her in there after the breeding for 2 long ones.
When he got her.
And I woke up and she was floating.
It's hard.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
As soon as those eggs hatched and they were moving around on their own or something, she was done for. She lost her heart.
Oh. Yeah. So that was homicide? The husband killed her?
He did. Yeah. He was a homicidal maniac. Yep.
That is an incredible story. The 2 Dawson revelations today about having upwards of 13 fish tanks at any given time.
Yeah.
Not because he lived in a South Florida mansion like Tyreek Hill does, but then also to find out that he took his nerd gaming to the extreme level of calling hotlines in the 80s to figure out how to beat video games.
Yes.
The fact he knew about creating the rain season thing was even fun. That was amazing.
That's pre-internet.
I was doing a lot of research on it.
Yeah.
That makes it even weirder.
Just
I got a book off the internet, I think.
I thought you was going to the library and getting like fish breeding books.
Yeah.
A whole stack of fish breeding books, boy.
Yeah.
You a wild boy.
He couldn't even Google that. He had to actually put clothes on, get in his car, go to the library.
Yeah, you had to get that signed off for.
Only for the young poor ladyfish to get eaten alive after she gave herself up for the
Sacrificed her.
That was terrible.
Couldn't just play Barry White for him, could you?
The name of the male cichlid was the Great Stromboli. And he was a bad man, dude. You did not mess with him.
Great Stromboli.
That was my dad's nickname in high school.
The Great Stromboli?
You gullible bastard. My dad's Italian. That's the only part of the
Thank
joke.
you, Chief. There's your NFL news of the day and some fish tank talk, thanks to Tyreek Hill. Okay, around the Mavs, would you be willing to deal this guy to make a move for a star player? It's next right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from 2-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig.
The Kissable journey starts today.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back, Nation. We got around the Mavs here, and why I have big hopes going into this new year of 2024. And the biggest question around the Mavs here as we go into the next 5 weeks here, okay? Before we get to that, I got to tell you, segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Before we get to that, there's a Mark Stein item. Isn't that right, Eric?
Yeah, because the Siakam stuff has been kicked around quite a bit over the course of the last few days. I mean, Woj was actually talking about it on ESPN earlier today about how Siakam is probably going to be made available. He's got an expiring contract, though, so that's part of the thing that teams are trying to deal with right now is, you know, whenever we do trade for him, are we going to have assurances that we're going to be able to lock him up long-term here? Or is this just going to be a rental? So he has some leverage in where he goes, because he could just say, yeah, if you trade for me, I'm not going to re-up with you, so you'll just be renting me for the second half of the season. So he's got a little bit of leverage that way. But when it comes to Mark Stein, he reported the other day that the Mavericks have indeed registered some exploratory trade interest in Siakam. But one source over the weekend described their interest as overstated. Yeah. And the Mavericks are indeed hoping to upgrade at the 4 spot, but the sense that Stein gets is that Siakam is not atop their wish list.
Well, there's a lot to unpack from there. You know, I could see how, you know, they wouldn't have the level of interest to give Toronto what they want, especially if Siakam's not willing to give any assurances of an extension. And I kind of like that, because that should bring the offers, that should drive the offers low. That should eat up demand significantly. I mean, Toronto is probably thinking at this point, with 5 weeks to go to the trade deadline, let's get some premium assets for, you know, a guy who's still 29 years old, probably has 3 or 4 years left at his current level. But I think the Mavs and all teams need to be careful, because Siakam is a really good player, but on a championship team, I think he's your third best guy, isn't he? He's not your second best guy on a championship team, Siakam.
No, I don't believe so. And especially on this team, he would be playing third fiddle to Luka and Kyrie.
Okay, so the big question, and Brian, I'd love your thoughts on this as well. I can't believe how much I've turned since draft night. I've eaten crow already on the Derek Lively pick. I just think, you know, college doesn't use big men the same that the NBA does, and sometimes there are players who are barely productive in college who are going to show up in the NBA and be significantly more productive, and Lively is a great example of that. Congratulations to him and his success, his hard work, his skill level, basketball IQ. It's all there. And he appears to me, obviously you would want a Wembanyama, but acknowledging that as a generational type talent, Lively's the template for the modern big man. You know, still tall, rim protector, but mobile enough to defend multiple positions, a good outside shooter, and a great pick and roll player who can, be a factor in the transition game on both offense and defense. Like, this is the guy. So the question is, would you be willing to entertain including Lively in a trade package? You know, you got to think of the Roddy Boubois situation, famously from 15 years ago.
Yeah.
When the Mavs wouldn't deal him for anything. And then
him and Profar have been the two I could think of in the history of DFW sport.
I mean, what could you have gotten for Josh Green this time last year, or Jaden Hardy last year at the trade deadline? Now their value has significantly decreased. I think Lively's a better prospect than any of the names that I've mentioned. And on top of that, big men mature in their early to mid 20s. They don't ever arrive ready. It's going to take to 25 years old before this guy's even scratching what his prime is going to be, and maybe 28, 29 years old, he's a completed project. So he's already really good and really effective, and he's only going to get significantly better. What would your approach be as the trade deadline is coming up? You have two superstars in their prime with Luka and Kyrie. You have some decent role players around, but dang it, you need a veteran big and a veteran wing, I think, that is ready to go out there and help you win playoff series. What would you do?
Well, I certainly want to, I want to give this team a chance, and that means trading for something, bringing some level of talent here. But moving off of Lively seems like that would be pretty brash, unless you're getting something ridiculous in return. I don't know that I would throw Lively in the mix for a Siakam. I don't think I would want to do that, because now you're going to become super, super top heavy. Because if you're trading for Siakam, you're either renting him or you're going to give him a monster deal so that he stays with you. Now you got like 3 max contracts. Now what are you doing? Now you're the Phoenix Suns and you're just going to the clearance rack and hoping you get veteran guys to jump on with you. And you're really trying it now. All of a sudden it's immediate pressure. That's like a swing for the fences move. We got to win a championship ASAP. Otherwise Luka's going to get, like, what are we doing here? Yeah. Whereas with Lively, there's hope for, hey, he's going to keep getting better and better. We don't feel like we have to win a championship right now, but Luka clearly likes him a lot. I mean, I think Luka would be rubbed the wrong way if they decided to punt on Derek Lively right now, unless they got something ridiculous in return.
Yeah, I anticipated your question there, Dawson.
Okay.
And I reached out to a couple of different people in the organization, and I got both of them were saying highly doubt that they would do anything to move Lively with any type of deal that would bring somebody back.
Yeah, so, with Siakam, I don't think I would want to deal Lively for him. But there's a player out there above that level.
Yeah.
I like Vucevic with the Bulls, their center. You start talking to me about guys who you can play through, who can also stretch the floor. I think he's around $20 million a year. For a player like Siakam, I'm probably, trying to deal, Josh Green plus Tim Hardaway Jr., something like that, especially if I'm getting no assurance. I'm not looking to deal with the Lively situation at all. But I do think there are players out there, because we're in championship mode right now. And if, Lively is my key, I don't feel like Lively is going to be that much of a deciding factor in playoff series now or the next couple of years. And I feel like with Luka and Kyrie, we have the chance to win a championship now if we get the right supporting cast.
Could it be something as he develops in the next couple of years? You're right. Probably not going to be a part of the championship picture now. But is it something that could keep Luka here? Is that the guy that you look at and you say, young player, Luka likes working with him? It seems
there's value there for sure.
And then okay, but does it
and he's cheap, man.
But does that keep Luka in place? Does that keep Luka wanting to be here to continue to work with a guy that might not at 19, but at 22 years old?
I like it, and here's how that works: is you're talking to Luka's agent about the future.
Yeah.
And if you have Lively here,
yes,
then the potential for growth is there.
Yes.
If you trade Lively for a 31-year-old veteran and you're out in round 1,
then you've
now your future. But we're building with something, and Luka's still young enough that we're putting a young core around him. If that's the model, if that's the narrative, and you say, hey, Lively is untradeable because of that, I'd be okay with that.
Yes, it's big picture. You're looking for more sustained success. You're not trying to snap your fingers and just bring a title to town, and then you're dealing with the wreckage afterwards. Oh, but we got the title. When you have a guy like Luka, you're trying to set up a foundational team here that you feel like can really go do something for a long run.
Right.
Luka's not the type of guy, not at this point in his age, maybe in 10 years you haven't won anything. You go, okay, we'll snap our fingers and try and just go get us one.
Yeah.
But you're trying to build for, let's go, we want to be competing for conference titles at the minimum year in, year out here. And you do that with young, cheap guys that are continuously improving, like a Derek Lively, whom Luka seems to already really like, not only on the court, but off.
And you have other ways of improving your team. I mean, all your draft picks are going to be available coming up this summer. Hardy and Green, I think those guys can
those are
play
move-ons.
better.
Those are move-ons to me. If you really want to trade, and maybe you can find somebody that's just willing to move on from a guy. They're like, listen, we'll take this, and we'll take a couple of players, we'll take the pick, and we'll call it a day. I'm Hardy, Green. Go ahead, fine, move on. But I kind of agree with the guys in the organization here, and I think it's a way to kind of keep Luka in place. He's young enough too. It's not like bringing if you brought Lively in like towards the end of like Dirk's career, something like that. Then because you're kind of looking at it going, well, Dirk's not going to be here for long. It's we gotta do something to help Dirk. We maybe we have to move on, that kind of thing. But with young Luka, young Lively, that might be cornerstone pieces for you right there.
You'll have Mavs and Trailblazers tonight. The things I love about the Mavs right now, going into the deadline, and I want to say this now because of how much they've lost lately. Luka's playing incredible. He's taken huge steps as a pro. He's came in shape and stayed in shape. He has not fallen off. He's not going back to the bad habits. The 2-star model, if you can put two guys on the court like this, you make some pretty below average players average, and you make average players good. You remember what we were thinking about the Mavs in the first 15 games of the season, and I know the schedule has made a turn for the more difficult since then. But taking Kyrie Irving out of the rotation has had a dramatic impact on a lot of players. You put him back in there. You work for the next 5 weeks. The trade deadline is coming up. I think we could still be very much on the doorstep to some special times right around the corner this year for these Dallas Mavericks. So I'm very excited to see, those dynamics start to get reset. And you have a great chance against a young, inexperienced, disconnected Trailblazers team twice at home this week. You got to take advantage.
Yeah, and the Mavs have to take advantage just over the course of the next, this month they get a lot of home games. I think they're on a 7-game homestand right now. They're about to start. So they're going to have some opportunities here at home. They've been really, really good on the road this year.
They have.
Yeah.
But now they're going to have their own version of, a residency here. You don't see that much. 7 straight home games in NBA. I don't think so.
214, bro. You want to trade lively, SMH? You know nothing about basketball. Please stick to soccer. I appreciate, the feedback. The truckwreck.com fan text is open. Go ahead and leave your name and city you're texting from. Go ahead, build you a brand. You'll be the guy that says, I know nothing about basketball. I just talked about how many players have come into the league and, Mark Cuban or another team has looked at us. Oh, this guy's young. He's got all this potential. Yeah. You fall in love with the potential, and it's so rare that young guys who show promise become a superstar. Like right now, Lively is going to get crushed by championship level front courts. It'd be like, wow, what happened to Lively tonight? It's like he was barely out there. He fouled out, and that's what happens to young big men. I'm talking about I'd be willing to trade Lively for a player better than Siakam who can help you win the championship right now. I absolutely would be willing to do that. Anything short of that, I'm keeping Lively for the long term. Mark Cuban sold a chunk of land to the new Mavericks owners. It's right across from the AAC, apparently worth $49 million.
Is that where the current building is, or is it on the...
It's in that area by the community beer place.
Okay.
Yes, on that side of the highway, on the south side of the highway, closer to the Trinity. But yeah, could be a site for a new practice facility. I know he's been talking about, building over there in the design district for time to come, but more assets, $50 million. Mark Cuban's picking up some cash. The more I look at this, the more it looks like a savvy investor exiting a bubble, liquidating assets for fear of what's to come in this market. I just don't know why he would sell something that he loved so much. But I do know that the one thing Mark Cuban has shown more love for than the Mavericks is money.
Yeah.
It's money. It's investment. He is a venture capitalist. He is a businessman. He's an entrepreneur. He's a guy that buys things low and sells them high and overvalued. I think that's exactly what he's doing right here. I'm just fascinated to see him talk right now as this whole process is played out. And at some point, I think we get a biography. But right now, if your reason for selling is the pro sports market is a bubble that's about to collapse because the cable TV golden windfall is going away, you can't say that while you're selling.
Yeah.
Because that's D'ing over the new buyers. You just sit there with a grin on your face, selling these hyperinflated assets to the next group of people that are dying to get involved in American sports because they want to bring a casino to Texas. But you don't talk bad about the business model. That would make you a jerky partner. Hey, we got to run.
No, this is a guy who knows he's not funny guy or fixer guy, and so he's got to maintain his bad guy status. This is self-awareness at the highest level from Cuban.
That's absolutely right. We got baseball stuff coming up. Why there are more good players than usual left in the market? What can we expect the Rangers to do to make the team better before pitchers and catchers report that is not right around the corner and it's next here in the G-Bag Nation? I want to talk about my friends at D&M Leasing before we do anything else, though, because we are off into a new year. Holidays in the rearview mirror. They're doing nothing down, no payments for 60.
Fall Feast is back in Arlington this Friday. We'll be live at Buffalo Wild Wings, 1301 North Collins.
Plus all sorts of cool Cowboy swag courtesy of Miller Lite. It's 10 to 2 with the KNC Masterpiece on The Fan.
Yeah. Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
All right, signings are expected to resume here in Major League Baseball. It's rare this many good players are available this late in the year. And we have what the Rangers are most likely expected to do here in about, the 6 weeks until pitchers and catchers report. Here we go on your home of not only your first place Texas Rangers, but also your first place Dallas Cowboys. It's not often we get to say that, but we can right now. And it's a new year. With spring training approaching, there's a lot of signings to be done. So far, it's been about the Dodgers and everybody else. I did not realize to the extent at which that statement is true, though. The Dodgers' free agent spending this winter, $1.043 billion. The free agent spending of the next 19 highest spending teams this winter, $1.04 billion. So they've spent more than the next 19 spending teams in all of Major League Baseball. They're just on a mission now. It's crazy that you see a team that's gotten to the top and already has a good team get this frustrated with not having done it yet. But, they feel like they're really close, and apparently they got a ton of money to spend. Ohtani did that incredible deferred deal for them that makes it easier. But man, that's crazy, especially because the other huge spending possible teams, Yankees and Cubs, are yet to spend a single dollar. So who's left? Top names out there: Blake Snell, Cody Bellinger, Jordan Montgomery, all represented by Scott Boras, who has no problem taking this thing into spring training. So if you're waiting for a resolution on Montgomery, Eric, you might have to wait until we're already boots on the ground in Surprise, Arizona for him to come sauntering back through that door.
Yes. That's the beauty of dealing with Scott Boras clients right there. And with the weird financial stuff too, I wonder how much of it is the teams as well, where they're like, from the Rangers standpoint, with the TV money uncertainty, they're trying to get all their ducks in the line as best they can. I did see John Heyman report that the Rangers are still the most likely team to sign Jordan Montgomery.
Yeah.
So
cool.
That's encouraging. I think that would be a nice way to round out the offseason here, to feel like, okay, they're not just fully going like hands off, blaming the Bally Sports TV deal. Bringing back a guy like Jordan Montgomery, I think, would go a long way with the fans.
Yeah, and it really, we're yet to see what his value is going to be, But if you take the balance of Jordan Montgomery's career, he's, a pretty good starting pitcher. If you take what he just did in the World Series, you're thinking, wow, is this guy a winner? Does he have clutch gene? Did you see what he did throughout the playoffs and making it happen? And guys that go win a championship get overpaid. And nobody's in a rush to go be the Warriors giving Jordan Poole $35 million. That's how giant mistakes are made, I think, on championship recent winners. So I want to see the Rangers bring him back, and I'm hoping the report from John Heyman means Major League Baseball is looking at it like, we're not quite buying it. You just got hot at the right time.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, he's not the guy that you can point to. It's like, oh my gosh, he's just got this his unbelievable stuff or whatever. We did start to read about the death ball, and that was something special that Montgomery pulled out there in the playoffs that we started to learn about. But by and large, it's just like this dude, he's got a toughness and a competitive nature. And we all remember the play in the first round versus Tampa where he runs off the bag to go make the athletic play as the big lumbering pitcher that you didn't think had any ounce of actual footwork athleticism. He's just one of those grinded out kind of dudes that finds ways to make it through games and innings. And yeah, is that something you want to bank on? I'm ready to bank on it. I mean, I'm looking at the pitching staff right now, and you're just trying to get to the All-Star break before you can get some reinforcements here. Yeah. Can we stay above water? And that's before any injuries start to accumulate on the guys that you're going to be rocking with to start the season. Yeah. So I feel the need is there. Let's get Monty back, dude.
Yeah, just a matter of what's the price tag. I think late in the year, the price tag was looking at $17 or $18 million to bring Monty back. I don't know how much that changes. I think if I'm Scott Boras right now, I'm asking for 40. You know, I'm shooting for the moon. Okay, the most exciting thing for the Rangers remains the possibility of trading for a reliever, though. Dylan C., Shane Bieber among the names expected to be traded in the next 6 weeks. So that might be, still the number one concern is, are we going to be plunged back into another summer of despair when it gets to be the 7th and 8th and 9th innings? Okay, ESPN Insider has some hot seat rankings up, guys. Fowler and Graziano weighing in on the Mike McCarthy situation, saying it's kind of a wild card depending on if they lose in the divisional round. Are we seriously going to talk about this? After a decade of Jason Garrett, I'm terrified of what the alternative might be. I'm very satisfied with Mike McCarthy. If you lose in the divisional round, it would be a massive disappointment. I wouldn't move on from him, but I was not broadcasting. I was not even in DFW after the losses to Buffalo and Miami, and I know those losses probably, have changed the outlook here significantly. Where are you guys at right now with Mike McCarthy?
Well, I think he's done. If you go out there and win 12 games 3 years in a row, that's pretty impressive stuff. There's so much to like about him. He obviously has his flaws, and those are usually very apparent in close games. But I think you say that about most coaches. So I don't know what is the alternative. I think is a great question. But I do see a scenario where the season ends, so horribly, where it's a home wild card loss, and now all of a sudden you're going, okay, now there might be some emotional decisions that need to be made here. But I would love to know who is going to be that next guy. Is it throw Dan Quinn in there, boom, promote from within, keep Schottenheimer as your play caller? Like, how much really gets changed at that point? I don't know.
I think it would have to take a divisional loss, not a wild card loss. I would say if the Packers or the Rams were to come in here and you were to get beat at home, I think there would be a lot of questions that would have to be answered at that point in time. And Jerry even talked about the bar that Mike and his staff have set. He's the one he kept saying, hey, you've put us in this situation to where we can have this thought about doing better things, doing greater things. And so I think that a loss in the first round would absolutely put the wheels in motion, especially if
the offense is the one that caves in.
Yeah. But I also believe, too, that this Bill Belichick thing is not going to go away.
With the Cowboys?
Potentially, yes. If in fact it turned into Bill Belichick became available, and say the Cowboys had a difficult loss, say in the first round, I wouldn't put it past the front office to explore that opportunity if Bill was available.
And only if Bill agrees to not have control over the roster.
There are some things that Bill Belichick would have to absolutely agree. And the thing I would worry about is, would Will McClay, because historically, the last several years, the Patriots, the reason they're in the shape they're in right now is because of some of the drafting that Bill Belichick has done.
Yeah.
In the drafting, in the scouting world, the Patriots are a group that gets laughed at by the way that they draft. Now, you didn't laugh at them when they're winning championships and finding players and Tom Brady and all that stuff. But right now, the reason a lot of people feel like that they're in the shape they're in is because of the lack of draft.
Yeah, they've been on a bad run.
So now that's the question. If you bring in a Bill Belichick, does that make Will McClay leave? Does Will McClay say, I don't want to work with something like this? Again, this is just me.
Right.
Throwing it out there.
And maybe the Joneses would be like, well, Will, if we're losing you, then we don't want Bill.
Yeah.
If you're going to give us that ultimatum, maybe they would choose Will over Bill.
Yeah. I think Will McClay is really important to what Stephen Jones has going forward. I think he is. But, if they were to go up, but I would, if you have a disastrous, say, first round loss and Bill Belichick's available, there's going to be a lot of connecting of the dots.
Well, as long as Bill, you're not coming here to try and build this roster. And two, what are you doing offensively? I don't need Joe Judge, Fat Patricia. I don't need recycling Bill O'Brien. What are you doing offensively here that shows that you have any idea how to play football in 2024?
Where are we quickly with the scheme in Dak right now and transitioning? Are you happy with the coaching staff and where this has gone? Or have the last 3 weeks given you pause?
I think Mike has done an incredible job. I think that he's done an incredible job of listening to the issues, the problems, whether it was CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott, his own coaches. After that San Francisco loss, I think he really adapted quickly to what needed to be done. I think they've played some better defenses. Buffalo, Dolphins, Detroit, better defenses, I say. I'm not on board like I at one time in my life where I was like, get rid of the guy, because I think he's made some adjustments. But I'm just saying though, if it turns into it's bad and there's a bad taste in everybody's mouth, I think all bets are off. And that's just me. That's just me talking about it. It's not me talking to anybody at the Cowboys or anybody with the Patriots or anything like that. That's just my thought of how this might go, if in fact it gets to that.
Well, thank you for those thoughts, Brian.
Thank you.
It's an interesting conversation, like how quickly things turn. And they definitely did over the holiday.
Yeah, when the season turns into a thud. When, like Eric talks about, you're going 1,000 miles an hour and then it hits the wall, you just don't know what's going to happen from that point on. And we've seen Jerry Jones work with Bill Parcells.
Okay, that actually turns out to be a great segue into our next segment here coming up at the top. Power rank the teams you want to see the Cowboys line up against on Wild Card Week. It's next here in the G-Bag Nation.
It's a new year, but it's the same great deals at Platinum Ford, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, Gilchrist Automotive, Platinum Ford. It's in Terrell between I-20 and Highway 80. It's located just minutes from the Metroplex, and trust me, Tolos, it's worth a short drive to Terrell to save a lot more if you're looking for a brand new Ford at Platinum Ford.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We're going to power rank the possible wild card weekend opponents here for the Cowboys. Who do you want to see? Who do you want to avoid? The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. David Moore, Morning News, tweeting about 20 minutes ago, there is the anticipation that Lyle Collins and Damian Wilson will be added to the practice squad tomorrow. A person with knowledge of the Cowboys' thinking has told him, and they're doing their due diligence on running back Dalvin Cook, but there is nothing more to report on that front at the moment. So a couple of new old guys and maybe another old guy coming aboard here for the stretch run here going into Week 18. Looking at these possible opponents, am I correct? And there's 4 if you win the division that are most likely: Rams, Seattle, New Orleans, Green Bay. Is anybody else I need to consider? Is anybody else out?
Minnesota has a 4% chance.
Okay.
For the 7th seed.
Well, I guess then we need to consider 5 different teams?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's upwards of maybe like 6 or 7 different ways this could go, but there is the top 4: Rams, Seahawks, Packers, and Saints are definitely.
Yeah. According to Next Gen, the last team with a chance to get in is the Vikings at the 7th seed at 4%.
Okay.
That's the last one.
Okay. So, for me, I think Green Bay, their defense is shaky. They have a quarterback making his first playoff start. That's where I want to go. That's who I want to play.
Agreed.
Bring the Packers to AT&T.
Yes. Yeah, I think the Packers would be the team you'd most want to see. Their defense has had some huge issues now. I mean, Jordan Love's playing some really, really good football right now. That Packers offense has had some really, really awesome games. But I'm with you. Bad defense, first playoff game for a quarterback on the road. I will take my chances there. You know, when you start talking about a team like the Saints, that's a good defense. That's a defense that could all of a sudden give you some real trouble. And then it's a quarterback in Derek Carr who has at least been there before in a playoff setting. Same with Seattle. You know, you saw what Seattle was able to do to you a few weeks ago. I don't think you really want to see that. The team you least want to see is the Rams, though. Even though you smacked them earlier in the year at AT&T, I think this is a much different Rams team. Their defense struggles for sure. I think it would be probably a barn burner situation, but that Rams offense is absolutely no joke. And going up against Stafford, McSex, Kyron Williams, who might be the most underrated player in the sport right now, that's the team I least want to see for sure.
The Rams are going into full tank mode for this last game because Stafford's not going to play. Williams is not going to play, Kupp's not going to play, and Donald's not going to play against the 49ers.
So they have something to play for?
Well,
they're not worried about their matchup.
They've clinched. The Rams have clinched the playoffs, so they know they're either the 6th or the 7th seed, and they're telling us with those moves they don't really care if they're the 6th or the 7th.
Yeah, they have a 66% chance of being the 6th seed. I guess that's with a victory. And then they have a 34% chance as being the 7th seed.
And they're playing the 49ers, who are also not playing anybody?
Right.
Okay. Well, that'll be interesting. I feel like the Rams are by far the matchup, though. I agree with Chief. I think I might flop New Orleans and Seattle a little bit, but I think the Rams are going to be a 10-win team, or they would be in non-tank circumstances. When we saw them in week 4, week 5, Stafford played, but they were nothing like what the team we're going to see right now.
Yeah, they had Kupp and Puka Nacua, but they didn't have Williams, the running back. So they were not running the ball at that point in time. They went from Dallas to Green Bay, had a loss, had to bye, and then kind of turned things around from there.
They've been kind of doing a cowboy, though, looking at their schedule results, though. They haven't beaten anybody. The Rams haven't actually accomplished something.
I know people get on me about this, and that's fine. The thing that got my attention about the Rams, and we've talked about this, they went to Baltimore and were a punt return away in overtime from taking the Ravens out.
Yeah.
Just a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
I mean, in this run they've been on, it's been a really solid run for them. But nobody has played the Ravens as well as the Rams have, with the exception of the Browns. I think the Browns played them really. Browns got a victory against them, but it's very, very rare. It was the Rams were the one team that went all the way across the country and just gave them fits.
Mm-hmm.
Should have won the game. Should have won the game.
And the Rams did put up 36 points versus the Browns. Browns we know are a really good defense.
They beat the Browns.
Yeah, they beat the Browns pretty good. I think that was Joe Flacco's first game. So that makes some sense. But 36 points versus the Browns, I think, is impressive no matter what. But overall, you're right. I mean, they beat the Saints, and they beat the Browns, and then otherwise, I mean, they barely escaped the Seahawks, but they do get that victory. They beat the Commanders. They beat the Cardinals. You're right. They haven't beaten anybody crazy. But they're just playing really, really good football offensively for the most part. I mean, there's 37 points here, 36 there, 31 here, 28 there, 30 there.
Yeah. And they've had some great moments against you. I mean, I feel like, you know, the Rams are one of those teams that are very dangerous. That's the team that I don't think anybody wants to see right now because of their history, their coach, championship quarterback. I still don't think Stafford's right, and his turnovers are high again this year. But, that's the team to avoid. Now, the 214 says, Gavin, Seattle scares the hell out of me. I want no part of that receiving group again. I just feel like the Cowboys are such a better team, and on that particular day, things did not go well. But I think you would be happy to line that thing back up, have a chance to clean up your mistakes, and based on what you learned about them in that game, probably contain their offense a lot better.
Yes, yeah, and it seemed like you found a plan on how to stop DK Metcalf there in the second half of that game where you put Gilmore on him. So you'd like to think you have a better opportunity from that standpoint. I can't remember if the Cowboys had Hankins in that game or not. But yeah, I don't think if you see Seattle, you're not necessarily scared about it. But when you're starting to power rank who you'd rather see, I mean, I'd rather see the Packers than the Seahawks.
Yeah, I think the Packers would be the team I would like to see. No Aaron Rodgers there. I mean, there goes that mystique with that. You're talking about a rookie quarterback going on the road playing. Yeah, he's played well. I just think the Packers. The thing I would worry about the Packers is McCarthy get too amped up again? Does he make? Does he make it? Do you keep your wits about yourself as the play caller and all these things? You don't get emotional about the game.
I think Aaron Rodgers being out probably decreases the emotions.
I hope
think
so.
Having done it already last year decreases the emotion.
So.
And Mike McCarthy's an emotional guy.
No,
for sure.
Very much so. Very much so. I think Kellen Moore. I think the parting of the ways with Kellen Moore started after the Green Bay game. I think the emotions were that high.
Yeah. Do you guys like the 817? My vote's to exercise the demon like the Rangers and beat the Packers, then beat the Eagles and beat the Niners, and then go to the Super Bowl. Do you guys feel like there would be a revenge factor here against Green Bay? Like you want to get them because of what happened in 14 and 16?
I think anytime you beat Green Bay in a playoff game, it's a great thing because it's a historical franchise. I know they had a year of 20 years, but before that, the Cowboys and the Packers have a great playoff history. Majority of it's gone the Cowboys' way. Yeah. But man, the last few years, Cowboys had the number one seed rolling through that thing. Aaron Rodgers and them came in. Man, it's incredible.
That sucked.
An unbelievable throw that he made on third down there to get them in field goal range. But, yeah, it would be nice to get Green Bay in here and beat them, whoever they have at quarterback.
It would be. Yeah, the shine's come off a little bit with no Rodgers being there. But the other Aaron is still there. Aaron Jones, who's a guy that has kind of crushed Cowboys at every turn, So, yeah, I think there would be something fun there to be like, okay, we were able to beat the Packers.
Yeah.
Okay, 2-4, so beating the Browns by 20 is nothing now. I'm sorry. I got a blind spot with the Browns. I don't consider that a quality win. They've had such a crazy year. I don't know how to look at them. So if I'm wrong on that and I need to give them respect for beating the Browns, then I'm wrong. Okay? You got me, truckwreck.com fan text. Okay, yes, on today's injury report, Brian, Tyler Smith and Tyron Smith DNP, Tank and Jordan Lewis DNP, Malik Hooker and Wanye Thomas were out. Hankins was in the limited group.
Yeah.
So it was a very, very populated list, and there was some, concerning news, and we'll look forward to how these stories track. Is there anything you can add, or when do you think we're going to get Hankins back and how much he'll help?
Yeah, I need to check on Hankins. I know that they were trying their best. The thing while you were gone, we were talking about it a couple different times, 330-pound man with a high ankle sprain. He needs both, he needs his base. He needs both legs. He doesn't play on one leg. So they were hopeful that he was going to be available. I need to circle back, but I know last week talking to them, this was not going to be as simple as, oh yeah, it's high ankle sprain, just go play. They were going to have to work on this one and give him some rest.
Okay, Fehoko activated, Deuce Vaughn on IR.
See, this is interesting because to me, if you were going to do something with Cooks, that maybe you would have found a way to claim him or wait in and tried to sign him, but now they're going to have to use a roster spot if they in fact get Cooks on. They're going to have to or Cook, excuse me, they're going to have to get him on. They're going to have to move somebody off the roster. So I don't understand adding an edge at this point. He's really been inactive. He's not going to help you right now. Why have him on the roster? I don't get it.
There was other running back news. Rico Dowdle saying he is expecting to return and play against the Commanders, although the coaching staff's going to have to sign off on that.
They will.
But Mike McCarthy was asked about Dalvin Cook, said, those are questions you're always visiting with and so forth. I have a tremendous amount of respect for him, played a number of games against him when Dalvin was in Minnesota. So I have a great respect for him. And along with the Josina Anderson report, the Cowboys are going to consider it. Seems quite a bit more likely, or at least realistic, with the Ravens being the only other team right now that's reportedly interested. Do you guys expect the Cowboys to get Dalvin Cook?
I personally, I don't know how they're going to do it. Like I say, they're going to have to make a roster move. The one thing I know about Dalvin Cook, he's not as quick as he once was. He doesn't pass block particularly well, and he catches the ball great. So, and he doesn't play any special teams. So if he's the third back, or do you try and just put him on the practice squad and use him as a break glass just in case situation? I think Cook probably wants to play. So somebody that's going to give him that opportunity, that's probably where he's going to go.
Yeah, maybe Baltimore's that team. But also just like his running style, which has not been productive, even dating back to last year and certainly this year. The numbers indicate he's a shell of himself.
Right.
Behind bad offensive lines for sure. But he might be dealing with that here from a bad offensive line with the Cowboys in terms of opening up holes. But
no question.
The Cowboys in the outside zone, like that was kind of his thing. That was his calling card. The Cowboys are terrible at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. How about this? 9-4-5, the Rams have the best chance in the NFC of beating the 49ers. Yeah, I think that's
like
that
for weeks.
That's like a double-edged sword. If the Rams fall to the 7, you got to play them. They can't knock off San Francisco. I think that's the most interesting game or the most interesting development here in the playoff table.
Yeah, and I think we all want, in avoiding the Rams in the first round as the Cowboys, then that means you get the double revenge game of Stafford going to Detroit.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Goff going up against his former team in the Rams.
Yeah.
A double quarterback revenge game in the playoffs. I can't imagine we've had many of those over the years.
It'd be nice if the Rams could, in fact, they could, say they do get the 6th seed and go knock off Detroit and then go knock off the 49ers.
Yes, that would be hot.
Yeah. And I think you could take care of everybody else that's that would be in the tournament, I believe.
It is time now for Wolchuk's Top 10. The Wooly Bully out all week. Getting ready to be a dad and all that, having a great time. Salute to him. Send him some love on social media. His nosebleed brother, Eric Chiafalo, has the top 10 coming up next. What's the subject?
Well, it's sort of a choose your own destiny here. We could celebrate Mel Gibson's birthday by giving you the top 10 Mel Gibson movies of all time or the top 10 living actors. 877-881-1053. What you want next year in the nation.
We will gladly be your side piece.
It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at truckwreck.com. Sometimes I feel like the boss is really disappointed about what our best segments are, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe our best segment of the day happened to be about aquarium fish. And the look of disappointment on Gavin Spittle's face as we were recapping that segment with him was just, it was palpable. I could feel it in the air.
NFL news of the day, man.
Yeah.
Dalvin Cook, in fact, was on waivers today.
Okay.
So they'll have 24 hours to make a claim for him if they'd like.
Ooh, I wonder if Jack Bauer's involved.
Oh.
This is a no-claim situation, right? This is a wait to see if he's going to be a league minimum type of dude.
I'd say it's a wait, prorated, yes.
It's going to be so disappointing to see a former All-Pro in that uniform looking so promising, getting 3.2 yards per attempt. But I'm here for it. You know, I've lost faith. I think my most faith right now is in Rico Dowdle. Anyway, it's time now for the top 10 at 420.
I agree with you on that.
Here's Giafalo.
All right, it's happy birthday to Mel Gibson. Not sure how old he is, but I did see January 3rd as the day of his birth. So we're going to get some acting stuff here. We were going to potentially do Mel Gibson.
I wonder if he's older than me.
A lot of good feedback.
It's Kanye West's favorite actor and director right there, Mel Gibson. You got to hear him out, fam. Just hear him out.
I think Kyrie cosigns.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Hello.
Wait now.
Wait now.
Yes, and with Wolchuk being our resident Caucasian South African American Jew on the show, I actually think we're just going to go with the top 10 living actors. So sorry about that, Mel Gibson. And to all the people that texted in saying they wanted the top 10 Mel Gibson movies, that's a guy who has starred in some pretty awesome movies.
Apocalypto, bro. That's the movie.
Wow,
that
good
is
call.
The joint. That is a great movie.
And he just directed that one, right?
Yeah.
He's not even acting in that.
Mm-hmm.
That movie is epic.
Yeah, he's out of control.
So if you want to text in your favorite Mel Gibson movie, you have every right to do so at 877-881-1053. But another branch on the topic tree in regards to Mel Gibson's birthday is just simply the most popular actors that are currently living today. So that does include Clint Eastwood, who's upwards of 90-something years old right now. He can still be involved. So maybe Mel Gibson's your favorite actor, maybe he's not, but you can text in who is the best living actor going currently. This is actors. Maybe we'll get to actresses at a later time. You know, when there's a special actress birthday, like today is Mel Gibson's.
Oh, my God.
So this is just for the men here. You're going to be blown away when you find out that Anthony freaking Hopkins is on the outside looking in.
What?
Number at
respected.
He's a
number
sir,
11,
too.
bro.
He's a Sir Anthony Hopkins too.
Now this is public data. This is YouGov. Okay, so this is like a legit website here, and this is the individual's popularity at the end of Q3 2023. So this is as topical as I can get here, as recent of a study on just the world's favorite actors going. You'll be surprised at a couple of these.
His work in the serial killer movies. Why am I drawing a blank? The
Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah. Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
The Kenyantes and everything. It was special. The fact
way that he says Clarice, I think would have got him in the top 10 for me.
He's got some movies too. He's in a Ryan Gosling movie where he like kills his wife or something, or allegedly kills his wife. Just phenomenal. Anthony Hopkins not being in the top 10. We need to do better as a society here. Now, Lucius, I think you're probably the most qualified in the room here to discuss the best actor. So please just fire it off for
Al
me.
Pacino, a lot, you know.
There we go.
Yeah,
there we go.
Because, he's a Broadway guy, too, as well. Trained thespian.
Trained.
And then he goes and does Scarface. Yeah, I like Pacino a lot.
He's so good. He can be a different.
Do anything. Yeah.
He can be a different ethnicity and everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm seeing old Robert De Niro.
Yeah, Bobby D's gonna be
D,
on
but he
here.
always plays Bobby.
Yeah.
He always plays great actor, like Denzel Washington. Great actor, but he always plays Denzel in a sense, which is good. Don't get it wrong. I mean, if it's good, it's good.
Play the hits.
Yeah.
But the range there, you don't get range from De Niro. You don't get as much range from Denzel. Okay, so you're going with the Italian mobsters. You're coming out of the gates with Pacino, De Niro.
Yeah.
Okay.
I said Denzel. I brought that one up already.
Okay, good. Denzel.
I'm more
He's
of a John
obviously in
David
there.
guy myself. I saw The Creator over the holiday. It's fantastic.
Oh, you said living actors too.
Is Gene Hackman still with us?
Yes, I believe Gene is still floating around.
I saw that Everything Everywhere All at Once as well.
Okay.
And that's the husband in that is the kid from Indiana Jones Temple of Doom.
You can keep up with that movie?
I did.
Oh, good for you, man.
Oh, the Temple of Doom. Oh my gosh.
Dr. Jones.
Yes.
That's the husband.
Screw you, Indy.
I think he's also Data.
You lie.
I think he's Data in The Goonies as well. I think it's the same kid.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Gosh, I can't remember his name, but that's fantastic. Okay, so we got some good ones here. Lucius, any more that come to your mind, you just fire them off at me, because I got the top 20 here, and you'll be surprised to know Al Pacino himself comes in at number 12, right behind Anthony Hopkins. Fellas, any names you want to lob out here, grenade style?
Man, I'm such a bad Hollywood person. I don't know the good actors.
That's fine.
And you know women.
Jack Nicholson?
Yeah, this is just actors.
Yeah, Jack, of course.
Jack Nicholson.
Jack, of course.
We've already said that,
It's
right?
wonderful. No,
Flew over the cuckoo's nest.
He's got to be in his 80s, right?
Yeah, he's number 14 on the list.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in his 80s, and he's out there on big yachts with his big old belly and some young girls. He just looks just sloppy.
Disheveled.
Yeah, the hair is crazy, but it's Jack, man. Leonardo DiCaprio.
Leo, absolutely.
Got to be the greatest.
He's got to be on
generation.
there. And shockingly, he is not in the top 10 here either.
What?
Oh, that's some haters.
That's some hating going on in a big
some
way.
hating, bro.
Now 877-881-1053, Mo Gibson's birthday. Who's the best living actor right now? Top 10 list: Tom Hanks and Tom Cruise.
Hanks, yeah.
Yes, the 817.
Oh yeah, of course.
Getting a lot of George Clooney. Absolutely, Clooney's a beast.
Joaquin Phoenix.
Let's
go.
903, odd but good. Absolutely. I just watched Gladiator again the other day, and you forget how phenomenal he was.
I think Clooney's got the Denzel thing that Lucius was just talking about, though. You're smooth, you're handsome, you're debonair, you're highly charismatic.
Yeah.
You're always
just
you,
being
though.
the man.
You're
Yes.
always you. You're just always on top of it. You're on the one at all times. Morgan Freeman. I see that on the fan text. That is fire right there.
Number freaking one on the list. Sorry to spoil it. Morgan Freeman is number one on the list.
Oh, wow.
That is correct.
Number one?
He's number one. The most popular actors.
Oh, he's so likable
today.
Yeah. I would say Will Smith. He's real good, but that slap, man, set him back. And then his old lady with the bald head looking like Fat Joe online.
Oh, my gosh.
It's just really just...
The Jada memes were on fire yesterday. But yeah, if this was 2 years ago, I think Will Smith is easily in the top 20 and potentially even top 10. Absolutely.
How about Bale?
Christian Bale?
Christian Bale is a good one.
That's a good one. That's to do with range.
Yeah, he got like 95 pounds for a roll one time or something.
But is he in the list or is he?
He's also outside looking in.
Oh my God!
All right, here's some of the list here.
Are these all like European actor dudes?
No,
like, Alex Guinness or something like that. I mean, I know he's probably not with us. But.
No, you have number 10 is Ryan Reynolds.
Ooh, someone said Edward Norton. Yes.
Edward Norton Jr.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, that's phenomenal. Yes, deserves a place there. And I even like give me a Sam Rockwell.
Yeah. 100%. I like some Sam Rockwell, bro.
He is a badass.
The movie will be decent if he's in it.
What's the guy with the two names? Day-Lewis?
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Daniel Day-Lewis?
He's like the symbol of thespianism.
He's played a lot of different roles, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I knew he had two names.
He's one of the best. Let's see here. So 10 was Ryan Reynolds. Number 9, Tom Hanks.
Okay.
Number 8, Clint Eastwood.
Okay.
Number 7, Danny DeVito.
Yeah, Danny is great. Danny is fantastic, bro. Great comedy timing.
Yeah.
Yeah, real good at the timing.
Wow, my man's doing Subway commercials now, isn't he?
Jersey Mike's.
Jersey Mike's.
Yeah, Jersey Mike's.
Okay.
Robert Downey Jr. is being texted in quite a bit.
Is he still married to that old lady from Cheers, a little short lady?
Danny DeVito?
I think he is. I think he is.
What a perfect match.
They are.
I need to look at her. I don't even know who that is.
What is her name?
I should have brought it up.
Robert Downey Jr. is fascinating to me because this dude was full-blown train wreck.
Yeah.
Like, he was gone.
Yeah. He
For
woke
like
up
10
in
years.
somebody's kid's bedroom.
Yes.
They found him in that bedroom, just smacked out of his brain.
Yes. Gosh. He made like his first couple mil and just spent it all on cocaine over the next decade or so. And I thought he was Dunsky. Like you read about these Hollywood guys, like a Britney Spears right now is where Robert Downey Jr. had fallen to at the depths. And the next thing you know, he's sober and he's Iron Man. And all the ladies love him again.
Yeah, dude, he's fantastic.
Yeah,
Robert Downey Jr. is
he's
the man,
dude.
Shook
off a crack
he
addiction.
is the man, dude.
Is
I freaking
Dustin
like
Hoffman
that.
on this list?
Dustin Hoffman is getting texted in a ton. He's on the outside looking in, as well as Matthew McConaughey, Robert Downey Jr., Jackie Chan, Sean Connery.
Sean Connery, but he's not with us anymore. I don't think he's with us anymore.
Has he officially?
I think he's gone.
He's kicked the can.
I think he's gone.
Smacked on your face. Watch how you talk to me, lady.
Bruce.
He was abusive, bro.
Not your mom.
That is what. Yeah, absolutely.
And he stood on it.
Not your mom, Trebek.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did not have any regret as he went into the grave there.
No.
James Earl Jones also being texted in.
yeah.
He's on the outside looking in. I mean, there's a lot of phenomenal actors out there.
My son works.
Tommy Lee Jones getting texted in. I'm seeing all over the place. Mark Wahlberg's being texted in. All over the
Tommy Lee Jones in The Fugitive was outstanding.
Oh, yeah. Him and Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, we thought Harrison Ford in this list?
He is going to be on the top 10.
Okay.
Somebody texted in Wahlberg for real?
Yeah, somebody texted in Wahlberg for real. Yeah.
Gross.
Sniper, right? Any of that movie? Something like that?
The Shooter.
The Shooter. The Sniper.
Yeah, where he's Bob Lee Swagger.
Yeah.
That movie's awesome.
Sean Penn. Anybody say Sean Penn? I like old Sean.
There you go. Yeah, Sean Penn. He's not on the list, but that's absolutely a name that I believe would be texted in by somebody who knows what they're
actors,
doing.
Bro.
Come on, man.
Some great actors, dude. 469, Benicio del Toro. For sure.
Yes.
Jeff Bridges being texted in 254.
Yeah, Jeff Bridges. There you go.
I'm not going to read the Dwayne The Rock Johnson text. I'm going to skim over those. Jamie Lee Fox. Or Jamie Fox.
Jamie Lee Fox. What?
Samuel L. Jackson being texted. There was a Tommy Lee Jones and a Jamie Fox back to back that screwed me up there.
Offsides. Defense.
Keanu Reeves is being texted in. Somebody's going to like this list. So we resume the list here.
We weren't doing the list?
After Danny DeVito at 7, I was reading some text. 6 is Samuel L. Jackson.
Okay.
Number 5 is Harrison Ford.
Oh. All right.
They're doing like computer work to make him still work as Indiana Jones.
Sir, please land on the other runway. Thank you.
Keanu, is that an Air Force One reference?
No, he landed an airplane on the taxiway as a pilot.
In real life.
Harrison Ford has crashed his plane a few times,
in
bro.
real life. In real life.
Well, we remember the story that somebody was telling about his day drinking and cross-faded nature.
Who was he neighbors with? The guy walked up there, walked over to see him, knocked on the door, and like a tequila bottle.
Yes.
Like, where are you going? Come on, you're coming home with me.
It was like 2 p.m. on a Tuesday, and it was just Harrison Ford being himself.
You got to love a neighbor who come and drink with you.
It was like showing up at my house in the 2000s, boy. It was a party in the middle of the day.
Fish tanks.
Get on in here. Take one of these.
Just move those cans over, man. Sit on down.
Yes. Mount Rushmore right now starts with Keanu Reeves. Are we on board with that? His popularity's through the roof, man. 79%.
What sold him? Speed
We never
or
said
Bill and
Brad
Ted's?
Pitt, bro.
Yeah, Brad Pitt.
We never said Brad. If Brad Pitt's in the movie, it's not going to be bad.
It's not going to be
It's
bad.
not.
How about Matt Damon? I mean, how about Liam Neeson?
I like Matt Damon and Fat Damon. There's another guy that looks just like Matt Damon but heavier. We call him Fat Damon.
I like that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Kurt Russell's still getting texted in, so that's good. But yeah, Keanu Reeves comes in at number 4. Denzel's at 3. Denzel's at 3. He's definitely in Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, for sure.
How about this one? This one surprised me. Number 2, Michael J. Fox.
I'd be good in the day.
He had his run.
No, for sure. But like the staying power, like I don't know when's the last time he did anything.
He's
the
got
Parkinson's, right?
Yeah, he's got something on Apple TV right now, but it's mainly about his life. It's not like him acting or anything like that.
He wrote it.
Well, people really appreciate what he's got going on, and I apologize for the spoiler.
I was the biggest fan. You
Yeah.
know, Back to the Future, Teen Wolf.
Yeah.
Multiple TV shows were dominant for a decade.
He's like Tetris, dude. The staying power is ridiculous. We're talking about Back to the Future, and in Q3 2023, he's number 2 on the most popular actors list.
My buddy texted in Kevin Costner.
Ooh, Costner, that's good. It's really good.
Yeah.
What was that TV show Michael J. Fox was on? He was the young Republican in the 80s. Yeah!
Family Ties?
Yeah, we used to kill him.
He was always dressed up.
He had a suit on going to high school.
Yeah, he was always
bro.
dressed.
He's kill it, dog.
Yeah.
He was damn good.
Is that
Hot Sisters, too.
The mom, Meredith Baxter Burney, I think was
kind of a
the
looker, too.
Yeah, back in the day.
Number 1, Morgan Freeman, ladies and gentlemen. There is your most popular actor of Q3 2023.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we'll be presented with some football questions. The latest on the Commanders' plans at quarterback, what it means for their plans against the Cowboys on Sunday, and more coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on The Fan. I want to chat D&M Leasing.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. So the Commanders are going with Howell, not Ritter at quarterback. Broadus, your main man, studied the Cowboys offense. Yes, my bad.
No problem.
Yeah,
Ritter's at
Atlanta. Yeah. So you think, Brian, this is a good development for the Cowboys' chances of sealing the division?
Yeah, I just because of the way that Howell plays under pressure, it affects him, and he makes mistakes along the way. Where Brissett is a little bit more stable with the way that he throws the ball.
You think Washington's trying to lose with this move?
I would think that I can't say for certain, but it's one of those maneuvers that, to me, if you're ownership, you would say, let's see the young guy play.
You really feel like there's two good quarterback prospects, or there's a mark between 2 and 3?
I actually think for where they're going to pick, probably the top 2, yes, and then from that point on, there's going to be some others that are going to be pretty good. Maybe not to the level of what you're going to see with Williams and May from North Carolina.
Yeah, that's where you want to be picking for one of those two guys.
Yeah.
You want to have the number 2 pick here in the draft. If you're the Commanders, you're doing everything in your power. And Broadus, you like connecting the dots from afar.
Yeah.
Talking about the idea that Josh Harris, the owner of the Commanders, the new owner of the Commanders, is probably setting forth the idea that, hey, we know Riverboat's not going to be here anymore. We're going to do some cleaning house. It's going to be a new era, and there's no better way to start a new era than with a new franchise quarterback that you think can be that guy.
Right.
And so with them having that opportunity, you're kind of dancing around saying it. I think we've confirmed it. We've got exclusive sound of what Josh Harris, the owner of the Commanders. Now, this is going into the final game of the season.
Okay.
This is going up against the Cowboys. And so
you got Josh Harris audio?
Well, this isn't Josh Harris himself, but I have it on good authority. This is the presentation that Josh Harris put in front of Riverboat Ron and his coaching staff and the entire team in lead up to Sunday's game. This is the presentation. This is some sound from the presentation. And I don't know what this does for the NFL, the tanking,
it's amazing.
Investigative journalism, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I'm out here grinding the same way you are.
Yeah.
But so I don't know what this does to Josh Harris and the NFL in terms of, being so obvious and brash with your tanking, but this is a part of the presentation that was put together by ownership in Washington, letting the people know on the coaching staff and on the roster what the plans are for this weekend versus the Cowboys.
This is what's great about sports. This is what the greatest thing about sports is. You play to lose the game. Hello? You play to lose the game. You don't play to just play it. That's the great thing about sports. You play to lose. And I don't care if you don't have any losses. You go play to lose. When you start telling me it doesn't matter, then retire. Get out. Because it matters.
It matters. When the opportunity is there to take a quarterback at number 2, then you go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
When the opportunity is there to tank your face off for 4 quarters, that's it. This isn't a full season thing. This is one game. This is everything that's on the line for you as a team. You're playing for the pick.
Yeah.
And that means you have to lose. Losing
and
is
I don't
winning.
care if you don't have any losses. You go play to lose.
I mean, that's it. So what happens to Josh Harris and the Commanders moving forward, being that outright with their tanking? I don't know. But I do know there's 2 spectrums here. And the Commanders are clearly on one side of it.
Yeah.
But when you get to this point in the season, you got a lot of teams that aren't playing for much other than a draft pick. And a team like that is in Tennessee right now with the Titans. Now, here's Mike Vrabel and his thoughts on the idea of, why winning matters to you, Mike, at a point in the season where your playoff hopes are dead and gone.
Expand on. Because it sucks to lose, Gentry.
Trey, ever need to show you anything?
Did you have another thought, or no? I'm just curious.
Well,
it f***ing sucks. Losing. Awful. That's why I want to win.
There you go.
Because you don't sleep. You want to win for the players that bust their tail. That's it.
And that's why he'll never be the coach for the Commanders.
Yeah.
But there's two spectrums there. And he is literally, when you see Vrabel in that clip, he gets asked the question. I think the question is basically like, why do you like to win so much?
Yeah.
And it's basically his response is, it's because I just hate losing so much. Then another reporter starts chiming in on a different question, and Vrabel goes back to the other reporter like, is there anything else you got here? He wanted to sink into that for a second, and he was almost brought to tears. And it reminds you that he's serious when he says, even though as a player he's got 3 Super Bowl championships, he doesn't have one as a head coach, and he'd be willing to cut off his own man piece in order to achieve that goal.
Yeah.
And you know that dude is dead ball serious.
He's got such a toxic relationship with losing, and I absolutely love it. I want to play for that guy. I'm confused that why he does not use that edge, that motivation to go find a winning game plan on offense or a real quarterback. But everything else, like he might be more inspiring than Dan Campbell with his caveman routine. It's fantastic.
He's got job security. I mean, he could go out and try and win a game because he's got job security. He ain't going anywhere, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Ron Rivera, to me, Ron Rivera is in a really bad situation.
But
this might be Ron Rivera's last game ever as a coach.
If you're working that angle, you have to go with, okay, if it sucks so much to lose, why would you try to go for one win now that would cost you dozens of more losses in the future?
Yeah.
You hate to lose, so you're going to lose so you can get a quarterback that's going to prevent you from losing in the future, or pass rusher or tackle, right? I mean, how short-sighted do you have to be? That's pathetic short-sightedness, if you ask me. Great content, though, Chief.
Oh, you lose one game to hopefully save 1,000 games.
Exactly.
Isn't that
we're sacrificing
the
this game because
I
I hate losing so much. We have to sacrifice this one game in a meaningless season. I'm barely going to be paying attention because I hate losing, so I'm just not going to pay attention to this loss. I hope we're going to get the right player.
Or you're the Texans and you save yourself from yourself and you don't give yourself the opportunity to draft Bryce Young so that you have to take C.J. Stroud, and ultimately that ends up being the better player.
Yes, that's the other part of it, is like the hubris involved after watching so many teams fail to take the right quarterback, even in recent times, when analytics have even helped scout the scouting process, still they can't get it right.
So that's what Lovie Smith, though. Lovie Smith, he shot the double birds to the front office on the way out.
Yeah.
He's like, well, in reality, though, he did him a favor, right?
He did. He thought he was doing the rare victory disguised as double middle finger, but then he ended up getting got because they were able to avoid the opportunity at drafting Bryce Young. C.J. Stroud falls in their lap, and that's the best pick of the year.
They got the right coach and the right quarterback. So, yeah, he actually did him a favor as he's walking out the door.
Tyreek Hill and family good, although the 29-year-old was seen roaming outside and around his home, sometimes with his hand on his chest or on his face while speaking to authorities. Crews from Southwest Ranches in Broward County assisted with what officially was designated as a 2-alarm fire at his house, and significant property damage involved. He paid $6.9 million for the 7-bedroom 8-bathroom home in May 2022, shortly after he was traded. Many of the bedrooms, a home theater, and a den were among the rooms upstairs that were damaged. House also featured a putting green, an NBA-sized basketball court, a heated saltwater filtration pool, and a spa built for 10 people. So hopefully everything is going to turn out okay for Tyreek Hill. At that point, it's an insurance claim.
Yes. Yeah.
You think they'll cover it on Hard Knocks? I know the new episode drops tonight with the Cowboys on it. It's going to be tough to watch, but hey.
Yeah, I would imagine that's must-see content there. That's exactly what they're looking
Cowboys.
for.
That's another team. What am I talking about?
They already did. It would be from this week, so it's them getting just smacked by the Ravens.
There we go, smack. There we go. That's what I said. I knew it was going to be bad somehow. My bad.
No,
and they were all injured and everything, and coming. Okay. Oh my God. I'm sorry, y'all.
No, it's fine, dude. It's fine. And
I'm
you're
not
right.
apologizing to y'all. I'm apologizing to people listening, laughing at me like, what an idiot. He opened up his mic to say that?
Cowboys game was forever ago.
Okay, what do you have in mind next, Eric?
We got a little football's finest. I got some football questions for you guys and a couple of ideas that maybe they're crazy or maybe they're just flat out awesome. That's next here in the Nation.
Always a welcome sign. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 5:20, we'll hit the expressway, get you caught up on everything that's been breaking throughout the day in the world of sports. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. Right now, it's Eric Chiafalo with his football questions.
All right, so hopefully we'll get a chance to discuss Micah and Tank here in this segment as well, because they're just absolutely on fire. Same with Brandon Aubrey. A little football trivia for you, but a couple of questions going into the final week of the NFL season, and some playoff and big picture questions here. The first of which is going to be, we were just talking about tanking a little bit, and this is going to be an obscure one, but could you guys get on board with a team who has already clinched the playoffs this weekend? They have a chance to secure division victory and be the 2 seed, home field advantage throughout most of the playoffs. Or if they lose, they end up having to go on the road in round 1 and they become a wild card team. But they've already clinched the playoffs. This team is the Dolphins. Sunday Night Football, the Bills come to town. Yeah. The Dolphins have already clinched the playoffs. They are as broken as any team could be, just limping and being pushed on gurneys into the playoffs. Everywhere. It's their 2 best pass rushers out. Their second best corner out. Safety health issues. Linebacker health issues. Offensively, their 2 starting running backs, Mostert and Achane, both super banged up. Not likely to play. Waddle is out. I mean, it is just injuries all over the place. Their offensive line is just a revolving door of injuries. They have their own version of Tyron Smith and Teron Armstead, their left tackle, one of the best in the sport when he plays, but it's always a question mark whether or not he's going to play. And they're going up against the Bills. The Bills are on a heater. The Bills feel like they probably, I mean, we'll see what happens on Sunday night, but they probably need to win the game in order to just be in the playoffs.
Yes.
So you're playing a team who's going to have that desperation. You've already locked it in. You're going to the playoffs. If the Dolphins beat the Bills, then they will host the Bills once again in the first round of the playoffs. Or if they lose, they'll go to Kansas City. Those are the only two options for the Dolphins. I think there's a legitimate case to be made that the Dolphins should just punt on this game this weekend. Tua also on the injury report, he got banged up in a huge way on his throwing shoulder over the weekend versus the Ravens. So if I'm the Dolphins, I'm already in the playoffs. I know I want to play at home, but with as broken as they are,
7-1 at home.
Yeah, 7-1 at home,
but with a full roster.
They're a home dog to the Bills on Sunday night.
Yeah.
So do you just say, hey, we'll give ourselves our own version of the bye week? We're going to have to go on the road for sure because we're going to lose to the Bills because we're not going to play any of our guys that are question marks, including our quarterback whose throwing shoulder is now having some issues.
No. Keep playing because you could be the second seed, right?
You could be.
Yeah, keep playing. You got to play for the possibility of, if the rematch, they come back in, you play. There's got to be some doubt. You beat Buffalo shorthanded at home and then make them come back. I'll take my chances.
You have the chance of knocking Buffalo out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
I think you got to take that chance because they might be the second best team in the AFC right now. I know I have them top 5 in my power ranking. So I think there's enough possibility in there that I'm not totally waving the white flag. Am I giving injured guys the benefit of the doubt as far as I'm resting you instead of playing you? Yes. But I think there's guys on my team that we might click today. It might be our day. Tua might go off. A couple of big plays, couple of turnovers. We got to take our shot at this while resting guys as much as possible.
Yeah, one of your best players is dealing with a tragedy in his home. Now how's Tyreek Hill going to be?
Yeah, and Tyreek Hill also in a walking boot right now.
In a walking boot right now. Yeah.
He's a shell of himself.
Yeah.
He'll play, but he's fighting through an injury from a few weeks ago.
Sure.
It's just an injury-riddle team who's already clinched the playoffs. Do you give yourself the bye week?
I need home games.
Okay.
I need home games. I'm going to try. And, if at halftime, if halftime it's not looking like we're going to win, pull everybody. Just pull everybody at that point.
But you go in.
I go in and trying my damnedest to win the game. And if I win it, I think I've sent a message to Buffalo and everybody else. As banged up as we are, we've got one of the best coaches in the league. Got one of the best young quarterbacks in the league. We can overcome this,
Yeah.
I think that sends a big message. But if you get in the first, if it turns into it's a 24-0 after the first quarter, pull everybody. Just pull it and go and get ready for Kansas City.
Yeah, Dolphins already lost by 20-plus points to the Bills earlier this year.
Yeah.
And again, they are home dogs.
Yeah.
So, okay, there's question number 1. Question number 2, is it insane to even ponder the idea that the Browns are a team you fear more right now than even the Chiefs if you're a team that's about to face one of them in the playoffs? Do the Browns with Joe Flacco and that defense scare you more than what it is the Chiefs are doing right now, which is just fumble farting to more losses than you thought, and when they do win, it's usually scraping by?
I'm going to say that in the playoffs, I think defense matters. I think Kansas City's ability to figure things out will be rekindled. I think at some point here in the regular season, they've kind of gone on a little bit of slump. At one point, they lost 3 of 4. But I think Kansas City is better. It's just that they're such a disappointment because they're not as good as what they have been. But make no mistake, I think the Chiefs are still the 3rd best team in the AFC at worst.
I think the Chiefs are completely broken. I think this is the year this is the year that they fear. They don't have the receiving core. If they had to play in a home game and win in a home game, that's no guarantee for them at all. I think they're a different team. I think Mahomes he's having to deal with a lot. They don't have receivers. They're not very good on the offensive line. Their defense has had some good games. I think that's a broken team too. And it's amazing. The 2 Super Bowl teams from last year, Kansas City and Philadelphia, both feel very broken right now, and we're probably favored to probably repeat. But I there's no fear about playing Kansas City now, in my opinion.
So you were a team in the playoffs in the AFC right now. You'd fear the Browns a little bit more than even Mahomes and Andy Reid.
You could say, I say this because I feel like, though, they're like Cleveland's on a really good run with Joe Flacco. I mean, Joe Flacco probably will turn the ball over some. But, man, I mean, every time you look up, he's throwing for 300-something yards.
Couple of touchdowns.
And the way they play defense, and I watched them in a game against San Francisco, and I know San Francisco was a little beat up at the time, but, man, Brock Purdy and that crew, they did a great job of defending San Francisco. Figured out a way to win that game. I think Jim Schwartz is a hell of a coach, their defensive coordinator. So I'm buying the Browns right now.
Yeah, I saw the top two corners in the NFL with like the lowest passer rating allowed. They're both the starting corners for the Browns.
Yeah.
That defense really is legit right now. So I think I would still just default to being more scared of Mahomes and Andy Reid. But I do think it's actually a fair question.
I think there's a playoff Chiefs factor here that we're going to see as well. It's a veteran team, especially Kelsey's an older player.
Yeah.
He has not been as good as he has been, but when we get into the playoffs, he will elevate his game, and the injuries won't be as big of a factor.
He had one catch for like 13 yards the other day?
Yeah, he's not been
I know
himself.
I'm throwing stats at you and stuff. That team is having trouble scoring. That's the problem. That is the absolute, and that's how they used to get you. That you'd find a way. You would punt to them, it'd be 7-0. Then you'd 3 and out again, punt, and then now it's 14-0. They're not capable of putting drives together. That's their issue. And
if I'm Mahomes and his agent going into this offseason, I'm going to send a very clear and loud message to the front office. We're not going to do what Andy Reid did to Donovan McNabb in the 2000s and pretend we can get it done with jobber wide receivers.
Yeah.
Get me at least one good one.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm not throwing to a bunch of Todd Pinkstons and Freddie Mitchells. James Thrashes.
Yeah.
Okay, now the Bears are in a really nice conundrum, I would say, as they are going to be the number one pick in the draft because they have the Panthers pick. So the Bears with Justin Fields, who was receiving chants from Bears Nation after the victory on Sunday. We want Justin. We want Justin. But their conundrum is what to do here. You're going to have the number one overall pick. Do you keep it and draft a quarterback, move on from Justin Fields? Or do you keep Justin Fields, move on from the pick, acquire a bunch of draft picks in the meantime and build around Justin Fields? But would it make sense? How insane is this one? Maybe more insane than the Dolphins tanking on Sunday. The Bears looking at Justin Fields as an obvious playmaker at the position with his legs and doing sort of the first ever legit two quarterback system. I'm going to draft my Caleb Williams or my Drake May at 1. And then I have my running quarterback. As we talk about keeping the shelf life of these guys realistic, the running quarterback shelf life is going to be very, very small. Justin Fields has proven he can run with the best of them at the position. And he's not just the running threat. Like, he's got some level of passing to where it's not like it's a wildcat obvious, Justin Fields is in the game, he's definitely running. But
he's dangerous in the passing game. Yeah.
Dangerous enough.
Yeah.
With that rushing attack to be like, dude, let's try to do something new. Let's be the forward thinkers here in Chicago for the first time in the history of our organization.
I'm highly cynical that an NFL team would try it, but I love it. I want two good young quarterbacks. One could get hurt. I want to run another one who's probably going to get hurt. I want to start introducing plays where both of them are in the game at the same time. These defenses have moved to put us in checkmate. We saw what the running quarterback has done to defenses. It took him a decade to kind of catch back up. But I think offenses could get a lot more fun. You just need players who you trust to catch and then make a smart play with the ball. And the way to do that, I think, is to get multiple quarterbacks on the field. It's an out there idea, but I salute you for it. And I don't think Brian's crusty friends in the NFL would try it.
No, they wouldn't. They absolutely wouldn't. I think that you have to look. My goal, if I was the Bears, is to get the Commanders' 2025 first round pick. That would be my goal. Move down one spot, let them flop. If Washington wants that quarterback that bad, the fear is that somebody's going to trade with the Bears to go get that guy. I'm trying to get Washington interested because I just want to move down one spot, but I want their next year's 1 because I have a feeling that's going to put me right back up there like Carolina did. And so if I keep moving back and keep moving the pick back, I'm taking a wide receiver. I'm looking for tackle help too. I might even if I had to stand there and pick, I might even draft a receiver at 1 and another one at 10, just to make sure that I got weapons for Fields.
So your plan is to build around Fields?
My plan would be to build around Fields.
Because you've studied these quarterbacks already. You've studied Caleb Williams. You've studied Drake May. Those are the sort of the consensus top 2 quarterbacks, and you would rather the Bears build around Fields.
I'm telling you what the Bears are going to do. I think this is what the Bears are going to do. I think the Bears are. I don't think the Bears want to draft a quarterback. I really don't. I think they want to trade the pick. I think they want to keep moving that thing back and add pieces around the quarterback. Me personally, I would draft Caleb Williams myself.
I love the idea of just stockpiling good players on both lines of scrimmage, though, and like maybe we can get so good that we do make the playoffs next year with Fields. Maybe we get so good that we can bring in a guy like Flacco and have it be a winning situation. Like if teams want to overpay, like if I can get Washington's pick next year for moving back 1 spot,
that's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
See, Washington doesn't want to go into this thing with the Washington's got to be terrified that somebody's coming to get 1.
Yeah.
That's the fear, because Caleb Williams is a legitimate number 1 overall player.
Yeah.
Now, people will be throwing darts at him because they'll say, well, what about the personality? What about the off-field? What about this? What about that?
He cried with his mama.
They're going to throw a lot of darts at this guy.
Sure.
But in a way, you're like, okay, the Bears' whole idea of this thing is to try and just keep getting picks. If they want to get a quarterback a little bit, they could keep moving down the draft if they want to get another quarterback. But to me, at pick 1, pick 10, just keep moving that 1 back and keep picking up picks. Washington has to be terrified that the Bears are going to trade that pick, and so they need to go get that pick themselves.
And I do think the Bears need to be terrified that they make a horrible decision here. So I would talk to all my scouts. How convinced are we that we need Caleb Williams? Because if my entire scouting department is like, this guy is the next Rodgers or Mahomes or whoever, we're taking the player. I'm just looking at it from a probability standpoint. There's only 2 of those players in the entire NFL. We've been picking players, quarterbacks, like 3 or 4 in the first round, and these guys are in the NFL
especially.
now.
They've picked Trubisky. I'm just talking about the Bears. They picked Trubisky and they've picked Fields now. I mean, they've tried
and Orton and Grossman, and it's an organization that sucks at finding a quarterback.
There you go.
Yeah, I would not trust that my scouts are so sold on a guy if I'm the Chicago Bears. But if I'm making calls to all my friends around the league and we're starting to get Mahomes vibes off of Caleb Williams, you have to be willing to take that guy. But you have to feel like he's special, not just, we're at the top of the draft, so we owe it to ourselves to take a quarterback and see if it's our lucky year.
Yeah, I'm trying.
But
I'm trying to get Washington's 1.
Look at what the Eagles and the Niners are doing, getting to the Super Bowl with guys like Garoppolo and Foles, and McVay takes Stafford and Goff. We also have to look at it like, dude, maybe we just build a great team, and there's enough quarterbacks out there that we can find one sufficient enough to take us to the promised land if we're doing things right.
Man, the Bears can fix their team quick with picks 1 and 10. They really can. I mean, they could really.
Yeah, they're getting close already.
And they keep picking high in all the other rounds. Yeah, they can get them a receiver. They get them tackle. They get 2 offensive linemen. There's a lot of things that they can do. Very, very flexible.
Yeah, and what's Fields doing here? He's completing 61% of his balls, 16 touchdowns, and 9 picks in year 2.
Yeah.
And we're running for, 50, 60 yards a game, sometimes quite a bit more. I think that's enough. I think that's like much more of a modern, sustainable template. You got Mahomes right now, and you got Burrow. That you're like, hey, these guys, if they don't have a good offensive line or their defense is shaky, something shaky about your team, you could still easily find yourself in the conference title game. After that, are there any other dudes? So why are we bending over backwards trying to leverage our future to find the next guy when multiple teams are getting there with average quarterbacks?
Yeah, the thing that would worry me about Burrow, he's starting to get hurt a lot.
Yeah.
Way too much.
Well, and I think to that, Dawson, is one of those things that maybe the guy you should be looking for is the man with the headset on the sidelines.
Yeah.
You're talking about teams that, okay, Kyle Shanahan, he is a legit coach. Like, you have Matt Eberflus right now. You could give him a great roster, and I don't know that he'd probably be able to do much with it. Like, maybe average quarterbacks are being taken further, but I think they're being taken by the great roster, but you're not seeing the average coach necessarily. Yeah. You're seeing a badass coach. So maybe maybe you go all in on trying to find that guy and then build the roster, and then with the way the quarterback market is and moving pieces all over the place, you can get a sufficient enough quarterback if you've got the bona fide beast head coach and a solid roster.
That Luke Getsky, I think is Getsky or something like that.
Getsy,
how you say his name there. He's doing that program no favors on the offense. Eberflus they fired their defensive coordinator. Eberflus is calling the defenses. They're playing better. He needs to focus on that and figure out that offense. But man, he's got to move on from that guy. They're just not good enough on offense.
We have a lot of moving parts here with the Cowboys and the roster. A very full practice report, as well as another running back coming in. Is it Dalvin Cook or somebody else? We'll get that and more. Hit the Expressway. LA Live's coming up at 5:40 here in the Nation.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way.